What is Saturday, man? Wish I don't hear no breeze up in here. What's going on, y'all? It's gonna be another not caring about copyright day. So it's another random thought. What's going on there, G Rock, my California cousin? Oh man, you enjoying this heat, brother? It's the weirdest thing, man. It's supposed to be only like 85 degrees. 85 is supposed to be a good time during the day. You know, I mean, if you're in California, that's a good ass time. But no, that's hot. How does 85 get hot? So over the whole thing, the layer being removed or weakened, so sun rays are unfiltered because all the BS that they've been putting in the air kind of stripped the. Yeah, try being a teacher, right? Anyhow, I don't know if anybody's been on that has a live stream right now. I should have checked. My bad. I kind of want to get the. Let me check and see if people online here, so I won't be so rude like they be doing my ass. Okay, so she doesn't matter about her. All right, so ain't that many people, ain't nobody really online. Okay, so I put a little time in if required. If people say I don't want to hear what you got to say, Art, I cut it short. I know what it is. This is my little multitasking time. That's why I have a little extra time to talk a little bit and share some thoughts. Yes, the thought is mainly what is expected from the black man. You know, or like I probably have to repeat this all through the damn live stream. People coming in late. When we say thank you or open the door for people or whatever to for like non-black folks and non-African Americans, they act like Jesus has arrived. This shit on a regular. If that's the case, is that the case where we don't do anything for non-black people? I want to know. Do we send that message? Hey, that's the young one here with the young type of language. I ain't gonna say feel bad, but it's gonna be interesting in you guys' future, man. Be very interesting. Yeah, in order for you to feel that way, you gotta call the shots. You know what I mean? You gotta call the shots. If you ain't calling the shots, you can't have that kind of demeanor. You're gonna probably hear some stuff in the background at the grocery store. I had to buy some water. So you notice Because got to be a little cool when you have a marriage and all that. You can't be just jumping online and stuff all the time. You got to put some time into the house. They expect. Oh, okay, that's something interesting, right? That's that guilt. That's what you're talking about, Hammer. That guilt. They wanna think that you might do the same shit that they did to us or do to us on a regular. So I can see that, right? But it's quite interesting because I hear this a lot. They give me more comments here. Anyways, the future is African. Judgment Day is coming. Oh, okay. I think I probably in my last days I might do the W.E. Du Bois and wind up in Ghana or somewhere. They say Ghana is close to living American life supposedly as far as resources and everything. Next in line would be Nigeria, but shoot, there's some grimy stuff going on. I keep hearing from Nigerians, not Americans. Don't tell me. Nigerians tell me. So there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, man. Um, but anyhow, what I'm going to be covering again. And I might put some white people on camera, and I do my whole thing. Okay, like all right, when I go to these stores, and I pretty much do the basics. Thank you, have a nice day, or be careful, be safe. I do the basics. I'm going to be a little muffled because I'm going in with a mask, so forgive me on that one there. It says after 30 something years, you have learned. No, what you learn having compassion as a black man is a waste. Ooh, it's not reciprocated. Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that. It's not reciprocated. But it's in this, and I think that's probably why the surprise is there. You know, and brother, I'm telling you straight up, my thank yous are hella deep. I put my hand on my heart, my voice is deep. They're like, oh shit. I do that all the time. On purpose too. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. You know, the whole shack thing. Yeah. Like this, you know, 5 blocks, 3 rebounds. I'm the man. But the 10 free throws, I do it all. I'm the man. That kind of thing. We got BMT in the building. I just returned your call, fam. You never answered. It's all good. We'll get in touch. Plus, oh, this basket sucks. I hate these kind of baskets. Hold on, y'all. It's gonna be a smooth basket. I'm picky. Are y'all picky on that when I go to the store? Like what baskets y'all take? That's better. Y'all don't hear nothing now, do you? Okay. I appreciate BMT. It says, did you get the Nina Simone video of Strange Fruit? Nina Simone or Billie Holiday? Nina Simone did a song called Strange Fruit? I didn't know that. I always thought it was Billie Holiday, but okay. Uh, she probably did a rendition. Oh shit, they moved the water. What the hell? I hate going to the store where they keep moving shit. Why y'all keep moving stuff? Anyhow, uh, let's get back to the subject at hand. A kindness from black men. There's some kind of concept, or there's some kind of outer space concept. The fact that you would open the door for someone and You just let me know what it is, right? Um, and the thing is, you would say, okay, you're probably asking me who is the prize of black kindness. Hell, you take your pick, right? Like for example, let's play with the older Latina lady, right? There's probably so many brothers doing whatever, and that's my thing. I think some of them take that whole BS. I'm Morgan. Oh shit. How about now? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Am I good? Am I clear? I'm almost out of here. I just have to get me some water. That's about it. Stay back on that water, y'all. Y'all better keep that water supply up. You never know when the last minute pandemic will come about. Get that water. But they gotta get that pot. They gotta get that body count down. I love that, man. That shit is funny as hell. All right, beat to the building. I'm listening. What's going down? Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna hit this line. So, as I was saying, let's see. I'm gonna go on the line just in purpose to see what happens. Let me see which one I can go in. I'll just do the sister. She's cool. So people are coming in so far. They're coming in. Come on through. Come on through. We're gonna get down. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put a link in the chat so I don't have to wait long. It's not gonna be a long live streaming. It's gonna be pretty basic. So I'm gonna put the link in. Wow, trying to keep up with his here. Invite, because my whole testimony is gonna be pretty short. But I want to hear some other people's account. Matter of fact, I wouldn't even mind hearing if I'm full of crap or exaggerating. Hey man, you exaggerate, man. Don't nobody care about your act of kindness, right? And I'm glad that Hammer said what he said. He said that they're afraid that we would do the same, right? Let me read this here. I live by two rules: treat others like I want to be treated, and don't do to others which I don't want done to me. If comparisons come as a byproduct of that, then that's as much as I'm willing to do to give. Interesting. Okay, so we got Dr. Dre up in the building. So we got the kindest man in the manosphere.
Not me.
Oh man,
I love how everybody gives me that title and stuff like that, and they say,
he's a King Kong of kindness.
this is the problem. I like to, I'm kind in my own way. I'm kind by telling the truth. A lot of people just don't like the truth because the truth actually hurts a lot. And I will say like that, if you're a person that tells the truth, you're probably not going to have any friends. Because people that tell the truth are not very popular.
Uh
They're not. I tell you that from experience.
huh.
They're not very popular. It sounds
Interesting.
all good in mindset, but when you think about it, trust me, it's not good.
Yeah, man. So, do you think your kindness is being taken for granted?
Oh, of course. Of course. It always is. I mean, anytime a person is kind, like I said, they're more useful. So of course they'll be taken.
And my thing is, when you show this kindness, though. makes you wonder, like, some people are a little still taken aback by how you're kind to people, and I'm wondering, has any brothers before me have done worse? Like, is it
Well,
that bad to where they just say, "Oh my God, he's kind"? I never saw this before.
mm, no, I think that we kind of get used to like things in the status quo, like things that are just a norm, as they say. And things are like when they're in the norm, that's what the norm is. And unfortunately, sometimes the norm could be a fucked up way of doing anything. But unfortunately, if that's the norm, it's like that's like it's like that's the normal line.
Hello.
So anything different is can seem rude or disrespectful. I mean, like think about it. I'll give you a perfect example. Like right now, when you go out to restaurants or stores, most of the time, the person that's helping you has got a bad attitude or whatever, or treating them like the customers like crap. And it's actually become the social norm that when you go out now, you don't expect very good customer service.
9. Go ahead, fam.
So what do? You just take it. Are you in the store or something?
Yeah, I'm in the store. I'm over. This is the only time I'll be able to talk is when I'm in the store,
Oh, listen, listen,
or Tuesdays and
listen,
Fridays, just
listen. Well,
so I don't have
you
no
see, though,
issues.
look, does this area look pretty nice?
Yeah, man. I just had that
You guys
little
already
thought.
done?
Yeah, I'm almost done though.
No,
Had to, cause I have to get my water, man. That's the one thing that you gotta get, man. Is you gotta stay
Water.
stocked up on your water. Yeah,
I
but
guess. I don't know what that stuff is. Is that stuff we take showers with?
oh yeah, you multitasking too.
Yeah.
I ain't
Is that
mad
that
at
stuff
you.
we take? Is that that stuff we take showers with? Water?
Yeah, but
I
I'm
don't know.
almost out of here.
I don't know what that. I don't know what that is. I think I'm a Pepsi. So the only thing that's my
You
Pepsi.
too. Okay, so I'm walking out the store. I know people be like, man, this damn background noise.
Shit.
But I had to get up early in the morning. But I'm really talking about, man, for those people that got bored or didn't get bored and leave. I'm really trying to pick the brain of people to have to see if they observe. And we're talking about, I'm gonna go down the list: Asians, white folks, some Latinos, even some older black folks too. The fact you say yes sir and no sir, they're like, oh, that's a real nice young man.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
where you from?
Well, too, this is the problem. The younger generation has no respect for anybody. So
So that's what it is, huh?
anytime they see just a hint of respect, it's like, whoa, what the, what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I do this live stream. It's like, how bad is it? Like, how
It's
bad are these
horrible,
young folks?
horrible, horrible. Well, I mean, think about it. The world got a taste of that shit when COVID went down. It's like they couldn't tell. You couldn't tell them young people shit. Think about it. You made
Oh
it to
yeah.
where these young people had so many rights. Then you told everybody, oh no, keep your ass indoors. Well, wait a minute. We can't tell. Remember, you done told us for years we can't whip our kids. We can't that make them do what we want. How the hell we gonna make them stand? Right. I remember they
Man.
were like, "Come on, you chat. You got to talk to the younger people. Tell them the group. They're
Mm.
not listening. It's over with. You shouldn't have done it. That's the cause and effect.
Now, as far as the young generation in general, though, wouldn't that be across the board?
Of course, that is white, black.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
But this shit got a fake butt. Oh my god, that's
Yeah.
ugly as fuck. I guess her man likes these different.
Oh man, you see the
Ugh,
women I see them
horrible.
outside with the eyelashes. Oh my god, that looks so. It has to be women look so asinine and it's funny.
They look like that plastic surgery is like, here, take that fake ass and get out of my hospital.
It's right.
That's how bad it looked, fam. Oh, but dude, sticking with her. She wearing
Man,
tight. Oh my god.
sometimes too,
Oh,
they ask is where you see. I ain't gonna lie. Since I've been out doing, I do Uber and stuff on the side. So I've seen
you got a
some
fake
stuff.
ass pushing a cart in Vons. But go ahead, fam. Oh, we talked about tattoos last night. I guess I can talk about fake asses. They're like, whoa, okay, is that an act of kindness for talking about fake asses? Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
Should I tell the truth or lie?
yeah, because the truth. That's an act of right. What's the problem is this is how too. Society is lied to it so much where they would rather have the lie than the truth.
Yeah,
You know,
but mhm,
keep pissing on me and telling me it's rain. You be like,
yeah,
you realize that's urine? No, keep pissing on me and tell me it's rain. But the guy is putting urine on you. No, it's water.
yeah, brother. It's quite interesting how I had to sit there and think about that. Uh, like but also too, man. Sometimes the act of kindness could get you some ass.
Yeah, can.
Like you trying to hit on somebody.
Well, think about it. Why do you think the status quo technically maintained? The reason why the telling the truth and all like that is actually not favored, and a lot of
Right.
people don't do it because they realize telling the truth, you're nine times out of ten not going to get laid. You really want to get laid, tell a lie. That's the easy thing to do. Get laid. You want to get laid, tell a lie.
Mhm.
You want to you want to be real and all like that. You tell the truth. You risk creating a lot of enemies and a lot of backlash. And unless you got the real stones to handle that, it's not a road you want to do. Like I've always been a person to tell the truth ever since my children have been little. Just give you an
Mhm.
example. Three of my children that are grown, because I've come out and told the truth so much on every damn thing, they actually don't like me. They actually don't like me over their mothers. Even when the stuff came out and they were like, "Well, this is what your mother did," it was like, "Well, you talked about my mom, but I told the truth from what she did." And I'm like,
Mhm.
"Well, here's the question: why do you still like the liar, but the person that told you the truth you're mad at? But the
The love
liar
of the
who did
illusion.
the dirt, right? The liar who did the dirt and got all the benefits is actually still cool with you." Like I had to tell my son that one time because he had spoke to me for over a year, my oldest son. You know, I tell him, I said, he called me, he said, "Do you know who this is?" I said, "Of course I know who it is. How would I not know my own son's voice when I hear it?" So I said, "Son,
Mhm.
this is the problem that upset me with you." I said that your mother did all of this. Your mother was the one who did this. Your mother was the one that put you out of the house because she got mad at your sister. Yes, you did. I opened my house and you came to my house, all this other stuff. And then I
Mhm.
said, you got mad because I made a comment about females. And that hurt your feelings to the point to where you moved out even though you have a place to stay. I said, for real, son? But yet
Mhm.
you still talk to that woman to this day who was the one that put you out. You had nowhere to go, nothing. But I said, but yet I'm the bad guy for telling you the truth. I said, so
Mm.
I'm just going to let you know like that. Since I'm the bad guy for telling you the truth, continue not speaking to the bad guy for telling you the truth. You're grown now. You don't need me.
Yeah, fam.
And I told him, I said, it hurts to say that, but I just said, you're grown now. You don't need me. I said, see, my
Now, do
job
you?
was to get you. I think about it sometimes. I said, well, God, maybe I was a little bit too hard on him, but unfortunately, that's the way I felt. So, you know how it is. I tell the truth.
Now, do you think that an act of kindness is a sign of kissing ass?
Uh, it all depends on what the act is. I'll go with that. It all depends on what the act is.
Okay. And then on top of that too, for you military people out there, if you notice, sometimes when you do an act of kindness, they think you came from the military.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, a lot of the younger generation, if they're 7 or 8 years younger than us, they think the only people younger than us that actually do kindness had some type of military training. It's kind of looked upon. If you look at the younger generation, like think about how many people that actually go out and do something just to be nice. Most of those people are in the military.
Yeah.
You don't see right because unfortunately you don't see They got this mentality of everybody out for themselves. And when you do something to somebody else, that's not out for yourself. You can't be out for yourself and then being nice to somebody else.
Yeah, man. That's pretty much those my little random thoughts as far as like every damn near, and that's probably just a California thing. I don't know. That's why I was trying to find out where people are. If
Yeah, I'm not pleased.
if people are tripping out when a black man is kind, and I'm talking about, I mean, all the the good mannered stuff. It's like that's what I was trying to get an ideal if it's the same, you get the same reaction in New York, like you're in Ohio.
Well, in New
Uh,
York, you don't get no. Yeah, unfortunately, in New York, you won't get that in New York because New York, they are the king of everybody for themselves. When they say if you can make it in New York, you can make it everywhere. I never lived in New York. I lived in New Jersey, but I spent time in New York. And New York, it's alive.
Pretty much almost New York person I met was hella solid. Maybe, and then people would think that every now and then I'm from New York, and I'm like, I don't know anything about New York except for hip hop, but I'm a California guy. But I give it to them, man. A lot of the New York people that I run into, I get the I get the whole just the real, and maybe because it's just because over here in California, it's too much of that whole smiling in your face, talking behind your back, and I'm real glad to see you, Art. Good to see you, man. And all of a sudden, that motherfucker, that kind of thing. They get that whole.
Right.
Don't get me wrong, I'm
Definitely.
from California, but I keep my circles real small. I keep them small, even because I'm in a frat and everything else. But shit, even in the frat, I keep my stuff small. I'm talking about out here in California though. Everywhere else, I got more. I ain't gonna lie, man. I got more friends um, from out of state than from here. That's crazy. Accommodations here, cool. Things stay open 24 hours. Make more money out here.
Uh-huh.
But as far as some of the people here, it's like I ain't even. Hell, I had to marry somebody from another country.
Oh, definitely.
That's how bad that shit is.
Oh, it'll help us there right here.
You know. But I appreciate what all people's uh, delivery from where they came from, their viewpoints, and even if it's full of crap, you can probably get 5 words of that full of crap speech and make some use out of it.
Right.
You find some way.
Right.
But so far, I guess when I'm speaking, I'm probably not speaking that common as I thought it would be, because I don't know. Like let's go down the list with what is an act of kindness, because some people
Uh-oh.
probably like, what do you mean by act of kindness?
What
Uh,
is it? Open the door for somebody.
Open the door for 'em, uh, say, or like you walk past somebody and you get that
You
eye
say hello.
contact. You say, "How you doing? Good morning."
Mm-hmm.
Or even the brothers, you get the head nod. What's up?
Yeah. But
You
most of the
know,
time, the brother we do the nod.
you get the
I think
nod.
that's like a black. That's like a brother thing. We do the nod.
Dude, would you believe they got the same shit in Brazil?
What? The nod?
You, yeah, you pass by the white
Oh,
folks, they look the other way. But when you do eye contact with a brother in Brazil, you get the head nod.
you do the nod. Well, I think that this is the. I think that it started with us, and it started with black people, and we came around, and
Probably
it just
so.
became normal. A lot of things start with us. Like you do the
Uh,
nod.
Dardar
Well,
said, go ahead, fam.
good. No, go ahead.
Dardar said, offering help if they look like they need it. And he said, yeah, I always nod my brothers. Yeah, man, I did that. And it's crazy because when we went to Japan, and I did the whole head nod, like I did it like kind of like I'm a owner of a company or some shit. And a few of the Japanese men were like relieved, like, oh, he's nice. I don't know what these brothers be doing in Japan, or they just be looking at the media and think that we bringing some
Well, they
bullshit over
have
there in their country.
well, think about it. A lot of Japanese people, the shows that they watch are the shows that are mainstream media. So what do they see? They see the shows that are real real strong shows, and most of the time, black men don't have a very good presence in any of those shows. Now, like, name a good show that say, like, everybody, like, oh man, I can't wait to see that show, and it's full of black men who are actually like, you be like, you know what, you can sit up here and say these will be good role models, or I would love for my child to be like that person when they grow up. None. There are no shows
Yeah,
like
cause you look soft in the movies
that.
when you're
Right.
trying to be
Right.
kind. They're like, oh, this ain't no action movie. This is boring. He ain't beat nobody up.
Oh, tell me,
He,
hand me some money.
he ain't mad dogging anybody with a beanie hat. They want to see that. You know what I'm saying?
You see my little baby cousin? He see me in here working. He came in here and had me
Okay,
said that. Look at that.
okay.
Look
It's,
at
it's all
that,
about the Hamiltons
man.
or
but I'm just
or that
saying,
Jefferson.
he came in here and handed me $10. Oh man, that is just
Oh,
so
he's a
sweet.
big baller. He's a big ball.
Yeah,
Act of kindness.
right. I think kind of right there. 3 years
There
old.
you
He came
go.
in there and handed me $10.
And he's a black man.
And he's a black man.
You know. And my
That's a
thing
funny
is
thing.
this: is an act of kindness frowned upon uh,
Uh,
from other black men? Like, look at this motherfucker over here. He think he's
nah,
all that. Blah blah
I
blah.
think
I mean, you think?
it depends on the type of person. Like I've noticed that most of the people that come out and say, "Oh, this person think they all that," basically you're impressing somebody that they would like to impress. That like every time, think about when that statement is said, "Oh, he thinks he's all that."
Mm-hmm.
That means by you doing something nice or whatever, you're impressing somebody that that person would like to impress. Or like that person just has so much to hate on you to where they can't see anything wrong with the act of kindness you did. So the only thing they can do is try to belittle you that way. That goes rampant in the black community, unfortunately.
Now, how can you determine? I know. I mean, I know the answer, but I'm just throwing it out there for people. How do you determine how far are you doing an act of kindness versus simping?
So,
I should have said that when more people came up, but
yeah, you know about that shit. Hey, where
uh,
do you draw the line between simping and the act of kindness, huh?
yeah,
Ooh,
yeah,
that's a
because
tough
you
one.
know you're a gentleman, right?
That's a
You
tough one, man. It's a tough one.
a chick, something might be too heavy for a chick. You say, I got
I ain't even gonna lie.
this.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't even. I'm not gonna lie. I don't help a woman for no reason whatsoever unless I'm being paid or laid.
And
No reason whatsoever.
that's
Like
the thing
literally, like
too, man.
there was a woman. I walked in the door. She said, "You're not gonna hold the door for me?" I turned around and said, "No," and kept walking. I don't help her. And I don't help her. Paid or laid. Let
That's
me say that.
funny. There's Monica said on cold head nod. Nice, yeah, we do that. He said it's simping if you don't do it for anyone else.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, I can see that.
Well,
I can see that.
I mean, that's if
Yeah,
somebody would
basically.
reveal that.
That's not
If
normal.
they
No,
say,
I mean, I
"Hey,
can say that's not your normal. Your normal is not to be, you know what I mean, doing that.
if they
I
tell
do it
you
for
like,
her.
hey,
Yeah, that's like, what else is look at this shit.
well, they
I know
say,
you probably
hey,
don't know nothing about houses,
I only
but
do
look at this
this
shit.
for
He
you.
even
I
has
don't
his
do this
own
for
room.
nobody else."
Yeah, that's simple.
So let me see. Open the door a few times. Give some compliments. Hell, that's a date. You go into a restaurant after that. Um, yeah, but I mean, well, I'm glad Dardar said that because hell, I open the door for everybody. Sometimes I just say after you. I mean, if I'm in a hurry, they have to come after me. Like I hold the door open for you, but I'm in there first. If I'm in a hurry, if I'm running late for something, but for as far as all that, especially the ladies, older ladies, younger ladies, you know, they're going in first for the most part. Well, Dar said he opens the door for everybody. Okay, that's cool. Um, but it's another thing too where because most of the time, let me see, customer service, the workplace, family. I don't know if family counts. I'm not sure if family
Family,
counts.
family shouldn't count. Family shouldn't count because you do that stuff for them anyway. Like,
Yeah,
otherwise, we'd all be like, think about it right now. I'm over here at a family member's house helping them go to the bathroom.
right.
Do that, family don't count.
And I still do it anyway as family, but I don't think it's something to where it should be noticeable.
Yeah, boy.
Um, what's
She
the
said,
other
fucking the
one? The
house
other
with
one's
help on it.
so
Yeah.
that's the thing too. But I think for the most part, the act of kindness is usually noticeable when it's from man to woman. You know, for a dude, from dude to
But here's the
dude or
question.
whatever.
Oh, here's a good question. When do you notice the act of kindness from a woman to man? Ooh, that's a show right there. Good
Um, that goes a little bit in the reverse simping category.
Yeah, like,
Sometimes, yeah, that's like a little web for you to get caught in. Like, oh shit, she noticed me. You
right.
know, sometimes, you know, but yeah, like them going out of their way. I don't know of the percentage, but there is a good percentage if they're going out of their way. They're trying to get your attention. But now the act of kindness from a man will probably go from an elderly woman, you know. But then again, the elderly woman will want to be a cougar. I baked some cookies for you, and she's wearing her best wig and her Easter dress during October, you know. He said, Dardar said, family is a hard one because it's expected of you to be kind of family. So I'm shocked when women act show acts of kindness to me. Not used to it. Shit, I get a lot of women acting doing the whole act of kindness to me. Um, let me see. Not like the man, but there is
I
some
got a
kind of like
question for you. You said you get a lot of women that show an act of kindness to you,
to me,
right?
yeah. I think it's my
To
oils.
you, okay. Now, wait. But, think about now when you sit up here and start saying, "Did the women show an act of kindness to you?" How many of the women do you think are actually doing it because they know they get something out of it?
Yes, I think half is for attention. I play dumb.
Right, right,
I play dumb. I'm like, oh wow, thanks. Okay.
right.
I'm gonna say to
I think more.
myself,
Right.
hmm
Right. I think more of that because I'm not even gonna lie. It's gotten to the point to where with that most of the time women are known for doing that. So every time they do that, every man should just look and be like, okay, like watch, pay attention to see what's going on. You understand what I'm saying? I
yeah,
gotta
man.
watch this
She
because
said
he
you
just
must
starts
be
off
that
with an
dude.
act of kindness. kindness, and then unfortunately, if the act of
What?
kindness isn't reciprocated in the way they want, that can lead to bad things.
Well, you know what? He said you must be that dude. I'm not sure about that, but I have been told on different occasions about my masculine energy. Because feminine energy attracts masculine energy and vice versa. There's always some kind of positive, negative charge
Wow.
going on. So there's going to be some kind of interaction. So the only thing they can do is just you know like how you or try to give you a compliment, or sometimes they try to open the door for you. Um, the funny part is you got some lint on your arm, or there's always some kind of uh attention like that. And I'm
Uh-huh.
not tripping. I'm like, whatever. Oh, somebody's trying to come up. Let's who this, who this, who this. Cause I just made it home. Let's see. Damn, my damn phone is slow. I'm
What
holding
kind
out
of
on
phone do
my
you have?
phone, but I have a
What kind of
uh
phone do you
I have a Droid 4. Actually, no, it's called a Droid Play or something like that. That's an old ass phone,
have?
but I love it. Damn,
I
is
went
he
to
up? Is
iPhone
Albert
this
up yet?
year.
Let me
I
see.
hate him. No, he ain't up yet. I'm saying, I went to iPhones this
Here he
year.
goes.
Hate them. Hate them. I would never go to another iPhone again.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not even looking for an iPhone. Every time I meet people with iPhones, they always have problems,
Well, just give an
Yeah,
and
example.
I'm
If
they
you
shocked.
come from
break.
an Android, if you come from an Android line, like plain and simple, back in the day, I could be on my iPhone. Be on my Android. I could be on Streamlabs, take a call, come back to the stream. None of that shit. Like literally, the iPhone is so bad for me to multitask and do the shit that I like to do. I have to have two of them. I carry two phones every day, and that's just. Well, I don't have.
Wow.
I mean, I have $1,000 phone, and I got to carry $2,000 phone to do what I could do
Hmm.
with one. I could be like on my old phone. I could be listening to a
Pico.
StreamYard. Like I could be on a phone call and watching a YouTube video at the same damn time. And they're all three. You can never do that with an
Dang.
iPhone. Like
Mm.
literally.
Yeah.
I mean, to know that you could be multitasking like crazy on those phones and be fine. Every once in a while it'll gum up, but the iPhone can't handle two things at once.
Yeah. We. I think we kind of do that with the Droid as well.
So
Um.
it's Android. So
I think
it's,
once. Yeah. Once we get the.
yeah,
Well, once I get my new Android, it's gonna be a little bit better.
right, yeah.
Right now, I'm cool with my old phone. My phone is a fossil. It's old as hell,
How
man.
how long have you had it?
I had this phone since what? 2018, I think.
Ooh.
But it was old, and it was old then. I dropped this phone. I mean, fell in a little,
Mm.
had got wet, all kinds of stuff. And like nothing happened.
I've had my phone about two or
Like
three years, so it's not too bad.
yeah, this works, man. Because I'm in the insurance plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm doing the insurance, so that's the only. I never had to buy a new phone. I always do to get it in place, replaced with just a phone from the insurance company. So if some people, I don't know if people know about the insurance plan. Get you an insurance plan on your phone. What do you call it? Account,
Mm.
and you'll never have to pay for a new phone.
Wow.
But some people want the latest stuff. I'm like, man, it ain't worth it to me.
Nah, I
Long,
just get the
long as
prepaid. It ain't that deep.
long as I can talk to somebody or use the apps or stuff, that's all I need.
Yeah, plenty of storage.
That's it. Yeah, I got my little my chip in there.
Mm-hmm.
So I got my chip. He said, "Oh," Rodney said, "What are we getting? What do you mean?" You ever heard the Malcolm X's interviews? And you ever heard him say, "What do you mean?" That shit sound creepy, man.
Mm.
What do you mean? to check out. Let me see. I think it's the one where he was in Berkeley and he had his
Mm,
legs crossed, and some guy said some kind of, some stuff that you would think that anybody would know or whatever. I don't know.
mm-hmm.
And I guess the guy was trying to like, people always try to get trick Malcolm, and he's like, "What do you mean?" He got them glasses with the little shade in the top.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Damn, that shit is intimidating." But what is your act of kindness concerned, Al?
Uh, what is my act of kindness concerns? No, people
Like,
don't.
what have
People
you
don't.
noticed? Say it again.
Finish what you're saying. What have I noticed?
So
What?
what have you noticed where people act all kind of like crazy just because you said how you doing or thank you or open the door? Have you noticed anything or it's expected from you?
Say that again. I'm just trying to
What
get the
have
gist.
you noticed if people when people are surprised about your act of kindness or if you open the door, if you give a compliment, if you try to help out in something? Have
Hmm.
you noticed that, or has it been expected of you where they're not surprised with what you did, what you did, why you did what you did?
Um, Depends on the situation. Because
Did he say
sometimes I
something?
help. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Uh,
Can you hear me? Uh
I
oh.
can hear him. I don't know if you can, but I can hear him.
okay, now
I
I
might
can
not.
hear
We
you,
might
Dre.
all. Yeah.
Can you
Yeah,
hear
I
me
can hear
now?
him. I can hear him. He's talking now.
I
He
can
said
hear
he can
you.
hear me out. Yeah.
Maybe it's on
It
your
must have
end.
been my end.
Yeah.
My
I said
bad.
he got that simple mobile going on over there. Yeah, man.
Yeah, because I walked in
With
my
Uh,
house. So
your Altoid phone.
yeah, when I walked in my
I'm sorry,
house, it
not
switched.
yeah. I said with your Android phone. You got your Android phone over there.
Yeah, that's called switching from the
Yeah,
house
your Wi-Fi.
to the outside. But go ahead, Al.
depends on the situation. Sometimes when I'm around certain family members, that's what you're supposed to do. But if I'm around strangers and they say thank you, and sometimes they're surprised.
Right.
You hear what I said?
I heard
Yeah,
you.
I'm
I
over
don't
here.
know. Okay.
But you know how some of your family, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Like, oh, shut up.
Right. Mhm.
What you working
That
on
gets
today, Judge?
interesting.
I'm actually helping my cousin. He's demoing a bathroom.
Oh, okay.
And so I was
One
hurt
second,
for a
y'all.
couple of weeks. So I couldn't help them when they did the other one. I started it, couldn't finish it too when I got hurt. So they finished it, but the other bathroom got to be done. So I don't like how they did the bathroom. So like I'm gonna make sure that I got to come over here and do this one because I don't like how they did it on the bathroom. They may have not noticed, but I noticed a lot of things they did wrong.
Oh boy.
They didn't put no damn. Um, they didn't put any underlayment under the tiles. They got the tiles just now in the shower directly over drywall. And I'm like, tiles are porous, idiot. If you don't put that rubber membrane down, the shit's gonna damn be popping off in a year, couple of years. I already see tiles that they put out of place. And I'm like, look at that tile over there. That even, and they're like, what are you talking about? That tile is 6 inches off over there. And they're like, oh shit, I didn't even notice it till you pointed it out. It was like, like, yeah, I better make sure that I handle this, otherwise it'll be fucked up, and then I'll be pissed off at myself for not doing it. Because they fucked up, and I don't want to just come out and, you know what I mean, be dogging people's work. I gotta come over here and spend the fucking winter over here. I'm gonna get this damn bathroom done for them.
Hmm.
I was sitting there contemplating today. It would actually be better for me. I could help them out, and I could save $3,000 this winter just by coming over here to do this bathroom. I just moved in with them for this winter, and that way I don't have to I come home. I just after work I just come over here, and I work over here, and then I can keep my house in basically, damn near what I call storage mode.
Hmm.
Yeah, if you was out here, man, you would get a lot of work out here.
I keep my house in storage mode where basically only thing on the utilities are on, but ain't nobody there. And especially in the wintertime, I can keep the heat on 45, put my heater in the basement for that one, and I don't have to wait to turn the water off, and I don't have to worry about the pipe freezing.
The reason why you get a lot of work out here because a lot of Mexicans been raising their prices.
Ooh. Oh, then they got uppity now, then, huh?
Oh,
Yeah, they
hey.
raising their
Say,
Well, a lot of
prices
times
now.
the Mexicans, a lot of people know. The good thing I think is a lot of people know that hey, the Mexicans realize hey, it's actually the prices are actually going up everywhere. It doesn't matter just the Mexicans. Trust me, because right about now it's a lot of people that do our type of work. Like literally, people. It was a woman that I was supposed to work for last week. I didn't. I kind of ghosted her, and she had other people calling, trying to track me down to do some work. And I'm like, ma'am, I'm busy. But it was like I couldn't do anything because one, I was hurt. And I mean, like literally, that's going to show you how there's nobody out there really doing no work, especially anybody doing any good work.
Have you
You might
noticed?
better find somebody to do some work, but you don't know nobody do no good work. I'm
Have
keeping the
you?
copper. That's got to go back in the. That's got to go back because we got to move. It's probably be used. Yeah, I never throw copper away. Yeah, yeah.
Have you noticed? There's a lot of help wanted signs in a lot of your businesses.
Oh, hell, I've been doing Uber Eats on the side. Man,
hmm.
every restaurant is hiring. All of them. All of them. Every place that there's not one place that I can go. That's why it gets me is when I go to the places to pick up the food, the bums will be outside rushing me asking for change. I'm like, nigga, everybody is hiring. They don't even give a shit about drug tests anymore. As long as you can pass. As long as you are coming to work, they don't care. They'll give you a shit. That's how bad they're using.
Yeah, people tired of not being paid enough.
Right, but I'm just saying,
So the real
if
young,
you got no job, you on the corner begging. Somebody
Yeah.
offer you $15 an hour, you should be there.
yeah, that's true.
That's
I
true.
mean, that's the part. It's a big difference from the person who got a house to feed you homeless on the street.
Yeah.
Huh?
So the ones that doing all the quitting are the ones that are like real young. What's up with that?
They're just lazy, and the fact is, I ain't gonna lie, a lot of them ain't going back to work no time soon. And a lot before they go back to work, they'll be looking for somebody to take care of them. And trust me, you're gonna see more people trying to get into situationships. Huh? Oh, I'll put it in the basement.
Mm,
In
I
the other
don't know
room.
about that, but okay.
Trust me, they are. I've had two women try to talk to me now, and I realize that's all it is. Rather than your ass
Mm.
get a job, is you looking for somebody that you can get some money out of.
Yeah, some of them, but still.
Right. Trust me.
He said, "Let me hold something."
Yeah,
Right.
some
Oh,
of these BWs, you right. Some of these BWs will probably do that. Right.
I was sitting here talking to
Giving
my
them
cousin
hey
about
big
it.
head texts.
Right. He was telling me, I sat back, I started talking to this chick. I'm going over her house, I'm sitting there chilling. She just had a kid 2 years ago, so I'm already lurid, manosphere type people we already know. But I'm like, cool, I didn't fuck the girl, I'm just going to just sit back and chill, see where they go, see who be friends, see what's going on. Every time I look up, like, she know I get money daily. So every time I look up, the broad asking for money daily, on a daily basis. So I'm like, okay, I'm sitting up here. Then she got into it one day because one day I didn't give her any money. She only won $25, $30, but you giving somebody $25, $30 a day, that should add up. Especially for a person
Mm.
you ain't fucking and all this stuff. So I'm sitting up here and she said, see, she made a comment getting mad. Well, I let you come over my house. Well, I got my own damn house. I thought I was coming over there to spend time with you. I'm not worried about that. I got my own house that I pay for. Somebody pay you. You don't pay for your house. I pay for mine, so I know. But it's like, if you can't even just make sure Give me a couple dollars from time to time. I'm like, woman, you ain't my woman.
Mm.
And she actually wrote that in the text. I need to read that shit to you. And I told her, I said, you don't even have to worry. So she got mad one day because I had called her and I said, okay, yeah, we fucking tonight, this, that, and the other. I set it up. She was like, cool. So I come over there, I hop in the bed, I get mad, I get naked, hop in the bed, all this shit. This woman get mad. You got mad naked and hopped in my bed. Well, bitch, you knew what I was coming over
Mm.
for. That started a damn fight. Now, you treat me like I'm some whore. I thought we was past that stage. If I can't,
Oh wow.
I done spent the night at your house multiple
Lord
times,
have
not once or
mercy.
twice, multiple times. And now you talking about I'm treating you like a whore? I
Well, she wanted candlelights
don't
and
know.
wine.
And I'm like,
That's what I want to know. Shit.
I'm sitting there like, what? You out of bag, yeah, that was the last one I just used.
I had to play some Luther. A chair is
Yeah.
not a chair.
Even
If
if
no
there's
one's
no
up.
one sitting there.
You got to put rose petals in the bathtub for you, baby.
Right.
Get some chocolates with you.
I guess.
Matter of
If
fact, you
she
have to make the
said,
trail. They'll put the trail on the floor and tell her to
roll,
follow the petals.
oh my God.
Oh gosh. That remind me of that one Tyler Perry movie. What was
The
the name
what?
of that movie? I forget the name of it, but he had
I
a
was thinking,
he had a pile of petals that her friends came by or something, and as soon as she shut that
what time is
door, she turned around and got slapped. I'm like, damn.
it? Okay. We got about 20 more minutes and I got to go to work.
Yeah, I
Okay.
probably take it that
Can
long
I,
too, so I can.
if you going to be up late, can I come by and spend the night tonight? That way we can just get back working in the morning? All right, cool. I don't like to wake
Oh
all up,
wow.
y'all got, if y'all, you see, I'm a bachelor. Y'all are kind of a family. Okay, yeah, yeah, it's kind of like I'm a bachelor. Y'all are family. Y'all got a family.
Putting in that work, huh?
Hmm.
I told him, I said, I gotta go.
Shoot. No, I gotta get back on the computer myself too, and got some other work to do.
I gotta
But holidays are coming up.
Yeah.
We want to lock up everything before the holidays.
Oh man, I hate to say this gonna be the worst year we've ever seen. These motherfuckers are gonna be off the damn chain. you know, they are gonna be
Yeah,
off the chain.
Yeah. Probably.
they are.
I was looking to buy some Charmin.
Look. They gonna see you gonna see the women actually out here committing more crimes than ever.
Oh, that's already
Watch,
happening.
watch. Yeah,
You
well,
watch Doctor Teeth?
no, I don't watch it. But you gonna see the women out here committing more crimes than ever. And this is what's
That's
gonna even happen. They gonna be out there doing the crimes and watch. They gonna be getting slapped on the wrist even more. They gonna have to bump that shit up. By the end of next year, they gonna be giving women time like us. Not this year, next year. Because they gonna see
I
these
wish
women get out here and start committing so much crime and it's funny.
I wish SKC came up here earlier. This would have been right up his alley.
Mm.
What happened? I didn't see a show, so you can tell me.
Yeah, because this kind of goes into what some of the other brothers have laid out. We're always having to clean up what the brothers, some of the brothers done to make us look bad.
Oh, of course.
Hmm.
And I'm like, God damn, man, we didn't all do this shit. You have to keep explaining all the time. No, that's not what we do. This is not all us. You know. But
Hmm.
who am I? I'm just a regular working dude.
Yep. Uh-huh.
We all. It's a trip. What's the other thing in these movies? I'm not like them. I'm different.
Oh
Oh Lord.
yeah. No offense, you all are like them. Trust me. Because this is how
You
you.
guys
I'm
are
gonna
all
just
the
tell you.
same.
I'm gonna prove to you that they all are like them. this is the problem here. Until the women come out fighting other women who aren't like that, then they are supported. It's like you silently support the status quo. Like I tell people all the time, how do you tell if a cop's a good cop or a bad cop? I said, you can ask one question. I said, if you meet a cop and you say, name two bad cops on the force. If he can't name two bad cops on the force, he's a bad cop himself, or he doesn't have enough. He knows it because everybody at every job, no matter what it is, can name two bad employees. If he can't name two bad cops, he's either part of the bad cops or he's just lying.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Oh,
just what it is.
you gonna make
Because you
Charles come
are
up
a bad
now.
cop if you
Uh
allow.
oh.
No, no, no. You are a bad cop if
Uh
you don't
oh.
want to come out and say the other motherfuckers are bad. Oh yeah, so Charles,
Ooh boy.
because look, being a police officer is just like any job. If you worked at McDonald's and I asked you to do that McDonald's, hey man, name two bad employees that work here. He can name two.
Here we go.
Damn, look at all that brake dust
Here
on
we
my damn
go. He
tires.
said Beetlejuice 10 times.
Yeah. Look at all that. Look how much brake
They-
dust is on my tires, man. Something must be wrong with that car. Look at all that brake dust.
mhm.
That's horrible, ain't it? Look at that.
Oh,
Tires are
SKC
black.
said what happened. No, we were talking. I guess SK. I can break it down to SKC. The question we were asking each other questions on why is usually some kind of surprise when a black man opens the door for someone or say thank you or being courteous, help somebody with a flat tire. They're like, wow, this, whoa, they take it back.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't help
Uh-oh.
them. Other people
What'd
I
he
help
say?
them.
He
Other people I
said,
help them. Go ahead.
I saw Rittenhouse replay. I disagree, but that is no surprise. Hey, of course not, man. You going with Team White. It's all good. Look at your name, Supreme King Coon. It's all good. People got to be who they are.
Sanchez. Uh,
Got to be who they are, man. But yeah, that was the thing. Try to get to the bottom of like how bad is it when brother, what are brothers really doing to make people feel that way, or is it the media, or are people just exaggerating on a black man saying thank you,
Thank
that kind
you.
of stuff. Thank you. I'm like, man.
Every time I say,
What happened to Charles? He's probably doing the Lord's work again. He's
he's from
doing
Baltimore.
he's doing
He's
royal.
from
He
Baltimore,
has a
so
royal.
he's
He
probably
has a
out there
royal.
robbing.
Oh, he's
He's
doing
a
the Royal
Baltimore
Crown
cop.
popsicles.
Yeah, he's a Baltimore cop. He's out
He's
there
doing
robbing
the
people.
he's doing
He's
the
trying
Can
to.
you hear
cognac
me?
Haagen
Can
Dazs.
you hear? Can you hear me?
We
Oh,
can hear
there
you
he is.
now. We can hear you.
I don't know.
Okay, come
Something
on, come
funky with
on,
the
I
stream
love
Baltimore.
yard.
SKC's laugh.
It's
Goes,
got to be some of that.
uh
There must be some of that Cleveland interference. God dang.
Oh,
oh, uh oh,
That shit just as fucked up as
shots
that
fired!
tires.
Shots fired!
shots fired.
It's, it's
He's
just
not
as
showing
fucked
an
up.
act of kindness.
I
Right.
never claimed to be kind. I just claimed to be fair. Uh.
But I was trying to find out if Charles, maybe you could comment on it. Do people act the people that are non-black act surprised when you doing acts of kindness?
Yeah.
Sometimes
Oh, okay.
surprised when I was on the street
Yeah,
working.
yeah. When they ask,
When I'm on the street working and
I
helping a
don't, cause
person
you
push
got
their
the
car,
uniform on.
they act
No,
surprised
that's a
then
little
too.
different if you got the uniform, right?
It's the same. They act surprised then too.
Okay. Shout
We
out
wouldn't
to
out of here.
SKC. Says shout out to SKC for the super chat. He says for accepting differences of opinion. Oh man, we already know what team you're on, man. So we ain't gonna sit there and try to make you change your mind. I wouldn't. I'm like, that's your team. You know, you gotta do you, man. Whatever works for you.
I mean, Rittenhouse should be in jail, but anyway, can't use that
Because
information.
according to SKC, what did he say? He said he saw at the Rittenhouse replay, and he said he disagrees. So I'm quite sure
What
he'll
does
find something,
what does he
to
disagree?
vindicate anything wrong about the white dude. Okay.
Like,
Anything evil and heinous.
I
He's
mean,
just
you
totally
shot dude.
honest, and he got the whole halo over his head.
You put yourself in a fucked up environment, which you were never supposed to go to quote unquote help when they didn't need your help, and you end up shooting
Hmm.
two people. Yes, yes, you
I
have to
guess that's his
celebrate.
act of kindness.
What shooting? Alleviating,
That's what he was
put them
trying to
out
be
their
kind,
misery. Put them out their misery.
with a gun at a protest. You have a gun at a protest trying to show an act of kindness, at a protest about a black man being shot. Thank you. We really believe that shit.
And not even that. Not just that. You're going down to make sure a fucking gas station is okay. Fuck out of here.
Wow.
I'm gonna tell you,
I'm still curious about mom, dude. Yeah, mom is like they're totally shielding this woman.
she's what? I'm just so confused
I
because
guess.
one, I'm so confused because she should have been the first motherfucker to go to jail. She should have been the first. You should have turned that car around and said, "This is some stupid shit."
I guess people will disagree with that too. They don't care about your expertise. You're just only a cop.
Yeah, I'm only a cop, and I play one on TV.
Let's see. Let me see his troll attempts here. Let me see what he's saying. He says, "Wow, never seen so many pro-blacks so worried about other white people getting killed.
Mm,
Nice try,
yeah,
nice try. But you do you, fam. I appreciate that,
yeah.
even
Go
if it
ahead,
is true or false."
go ahead and justify murder. Just go ahead. There was no self-defense. Put yourself, you put yourself in a lion's den. Now you want to claim self-defense.
But I
I
think
mean,
those kind of views have a certain purpose. They have purposes. That's why I don't really. I'm telling you, I can hang out with these brothers, man. I can hang out with SKC and all them. In the way he described his family, I could definitely hang out with his family because his family sounds like mine. So it's no big deal.
I just get to the point where I just look at it and I tell people, take a logical course. If he doesn't get any time, you just told everybody in the country when there's a fucking civil unrest, a riot, whatever the hell you want to call it, bring your guns and don't forget your dynamite.
Do you think that I know it, I mean by the book that's not supposed to happen, but you know, do you think that there's some kind of entities that me trying to allow that to happen?
Of course, there's an entity trying to allow it to happen. You got your anarchist groups, white supremacist groups. Hell, you got your black militia groups who claim they want to fight and have a war. So you
What's your
got a
take
lot
on
of
the judge?
typical white judge,
Hmm.
typical
Now,
white
do you
judge.
think that he's going to get dismissed and then they're
I
going
don't
to
think
bring in
so.
another judge?
I, it it's a possibility, but I think they're going to have to give him something. May not be the whole totality of the situation. Hell, even black people don't really do the whole totality most of the time of the sentencing. But he's going to have to serve at least 5-10 years because you cannot let that come out and be like, well, if he can get away with it, so can I. Self defense. Even though I put myself in
And
a bad.
now I'm more curious now if from SKC if he can answer, brother. Do you think that Rittenhouse should be released? Because I'm curious on that part. If he's willing to go that far, does he think that Rittenhouse should be released and set free, or do you think he should have some kind of lighter sentences because of the way that the defense is trying to make it so that he is he went down on self defense and brought the gun and all that. I'm curious on that one. And yes, what's
I
up, Little Rock?
I personally don't even think they should even try to use the excuse of him being young, because if it was a black kid who was 17 and shot two people and killed one or two, um, yeah, he would go to jail for a long time. So I mean,
Hmm.
It's gonna be a two-way street. You're gonna if you let him get acquitted, you're showing the United States how white privilege is still here. If you do it, it's either two things gonna happen. People are gonna buckle down to the pressure, or you're gonna see how his little white skin plays a role. And then the whole crying fit was like pathetic as hell. Not you, Call of Duty, not you crying.
Mr. Fantastic. Oh, here we go. Okay, be clean, boys. No, I'm joking.
I don't see it. I don't see
What's
him.
going
I
on,
don't see
Mr.
him using
Fantastic?
that whole.
Yo, what up, man? Give me like 5 minutes. I'm in the store. I'm gonna be out real quick.
I don't see
Okay, we'll be here chit chatting.
that whole self defense thing. No, you literally could have. You had like how long was the dis? Where does he originally live? Like a state away.
Yeah, because what they said somebody threw something at him or something, and then somebody was chasing him, and then supposedly he fell and shot back at the person.
I'm saying the video. He fell and shot the person. Like that's like you gotta think about it. If fucking officers can't do the shit that he's done, what the fuck you think they gotta do to him? I mean,
Mm.
you really telling me somebody throws something at you, you're not hit,
All
you
right,
shoot the
I'm
guy.
out. I'm out now. So again, man, what are we saying here? So we have a person that's supposed to uphold the law that's using the emotional racial argument to defeat the law. Again, the judge here in this case, and everybody, I don't even know if you guys have been watching it because the stuff you're saying is not making sense. They dismissed all of the stuff that you're talking about, bro, and they're saying that it's in self-defense. The
No,
star witness, hold on. You've been here way longer than me, bro. I'm gonna say what I gotta say. You can reply. I ain't really trying to do the nigga shit today. So, again, the star witness for the state said that this was a clear case of self-defense. Several people said that this is a clear case of self-defense. Them using the dude that he blew his arm off to turn into spaghetti meat. He admitted to pointing a gun at this man. So I cannot believe, okay, that for one, why do black people even care? Two, this is one of the clearest cases of self-defense ever. Okay, me as being a gun owner for over 20, going on 20 years now. Okay, this is what I know about guns. What I know about guns is this: me having a gun is my right. Okay, if you're somewhere acting a fool, that has nothing to do with me. That's just me protecting my and acting my Second Amendment right to carry a firearm. If you pursue me, okay? If you threaten me, if you make me believe, and one of the things that coincides with that is telling me I'm going to kill you, okay? That is intent. That is you making me fear for my life. That is on the official record of the trial. That was said. The prosecution admits that that was said. It was proven that that was said. And a person then commences to follow you, chase you down. You have a firearm. You raise that firearm at them. They do not stop. They continue and they grab your firearm. That's another thing that was proven. So again, I don't understand what even the argument is here. In two cases of both people that were killed, they had hands on the firearm, which is what? Okay, we have an officer of the law up here that knows very well what that is. That is a deadly intent. by the person that's trying to grab my firearm. Because if that person grabs my firearm and attempts to take my firearm, I, as a responsible gun owner, should think and know that they
Wait a
intend to
minute.
use it to kill
Wait
me.
a
Not
minute.
only kill me, but the public around me.
Okay,
Is
go
he
ahead,
a
Charles.
Number one, is he a responsible gun owner? No. One,
That's
he's not
irrelevant.
even old. He's not. No, it's very relevant
No, it's
because
not.
he wasn't even old enough. He's not even old enough to have a firearm by
That's
himself.
been thrown out.
And
Respectfully.
guess what?
Respectfully.
He's not even supposed to be. Hold on. No. I stay
Respectfully, that's
quiet
been
when you.
thrown
I
out.
stay quiet when you were
Facts of the case.
talking.
Well, just let him finish. Fantastic.
But he's bringing up irrelevant stuff. We're talking about
Just, I know it may be irrelevant, but let him finish though. Let him finish, and then you reply.
First and
Go ahead.
foremost, they could go by this little self-defense shit because that's bullshit. You put yourself into a dangerous environment, and this isn't emotional. This is factual. He didn't even live there. What the fuck you doing there? You're not helping.
He worked there.
He does not live there.
He worked there.
It doesn't matter. If they if they have a civil unrest and you're not supposed to go there, guess what?
Okay, so hold on.
There is no danger.
He's not. So hold on, wait a minute.
Well, let him finish the question. Let him finish the question.
So hold on. So the riders are supposed to be there?
Hold up.
Were the riders supposed to be there?
Guess what? Let the shit get stolen. It's insured anyway.
Were the riders supposed to be there? This is a simple question.
Let's do this. Hold on, y'all.
Were the rioters supposed to be there?
Why is it that you don't want to do nigga shit, but you doing nigga shit?
I
was quiet when you talk.
But this is what I'm saying. But this
I was quiet when you talk.
You're spewing a lot of things.
I was quiet when you talk.
But I'm asking you a simple
question. I was quiet when you talk. Okay, regardless of who's spewing what, why don't you let him spew the whole thing and then you respond instead of cutting each other off? Because we can't get nowhere from this.
But listen, all right, he already said all this stuff. I heard him say all of this for the little minute I've been here. So he's not saying
but let him.
And I'm simply asking this question.
Why is it that you want respect but you can't give it? Why is it that you want respect but you can't give it?
I'm trying to do something so
you can't do that. If I'm quiet while you're talking, why can't you stop?
How long you been talking before I got here?
Why can't you stop?
Because
he's showing effeminate tendencies. He's showing effeminate tendencies.
That's what he's doing. You're doing this over talking bullshit. You come in here trying to say you don't want to be on nigga shit, but then you're false flagging.
But listen,
flagging that bullshit.
You're not listening though.
You're
I'm trying to do this.
the bullshit.
So this would be a point. This would be a good.
At the same time, you don't want me to be heard, but you want all the respect in the world.
Brother,
okay, hold on.
Take a struggle.
This is what I'm trying to say, man. Listen, you say a point and I counter your point because you just keep running on. That's a whole bunch of stuff. I cover everything I heard you say, bro. That's the only reason why I went uninterrupted. So with you
for the sake of the chat, let's just go one by one and go point by point. How's that?
That's what I'm saying. Or he say something and I rebut what he's saying, and then
but give him time to finish though. Give him time to finish. Even if he's saying that he's saying untruths or whatever, just let him finish it and then just respond.
But still, that's the point though, Art. That's what I'm saying. So Art, this is very important. This is what I'm trying to say. He said he had no business there. Okay. My counterpoint is, did the rioters have a business there? Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Charles. Chaz.
I'm here.
Okay. Did you hear his question?
I didn't hear his question because he kept talking over me. When I didn't.
Go ahead. Art, stop, bro. Can I ask you the question, brother? You said he had no business there. Saying Kyle Rittenhouse had no business there, even though it wasn't just Kyle Rittenhouse. But Kyle Rittenhouse was with a group of firearm owners, right? But you saying just him?
How old is he?
Well, hold on. Oh, you say him?
How old is he?
Okay.
How old is he?
That's irrelevant.
Hold on, let him.
Hold on.
No, it's not irrelevant. How old is he?
The court has said it's irrelevant. Listen, I'm trying to tell you. This is my question to you. Let's say you're right. Kyle Rittenhouse had no business there. Did the rioters have any business there? That's my question.
Neither did they.
All right, then.
Let me ask you this.
So your point is moot.
Was he secure? Was he supposed to be there?
No one's supposed to be there.
Okay, fantastic.
So in other words, was he?
No one was supposed to be there. So it's a moot
Correct.
point.
So
That's a moot argument.
he went towards where it was dangerous.
Okay,
When he
is
should
that
have
against
stayed
the law?
his ass home.
Is that against the law?
Now you want to claim. Yes,
Is it
at
against
that
the
time
law?
it was. Yes,
Is it against the
civil
law?
unrest.
No, it wasn't.
Yes,
No, it
they
wasn't.
were under
It wasn't.
curfew.
No,
They were
okay.
under the
You saying?
goddamn
Wait a
curfew.
minute. Let's establish. Fantastic. Are you saying it was it against the law for Kyle to be at the protest
I didn't say that. The court said that. The court admitted to that. The prosecution admitted to that. It wasn't against the law for him to be there. All the
with
stuff
the
he's talking
gun?
about has already been covered in the trial.
With a loaded gun, right?
Yeah,
17 years old, right?
Yeah,
17
bro.
years old.
They dismissed the gun charge.
Wait a minute. Because
hold
right now, he puts himself in fucking danger. Like he's a first responder. He's not a medic. He's not a firefighter. He's not police. Hell, he's not even armed security or unarmed
Doesn't have to
security.
be any of those things.
What the fuck are you doing there? You're going to look for. You're looking for. Guess what? Get that shit out of there. That's emotional.
He's on. No, it's not. Well, brother.
He had no legal business there.
No one.
Let me ask Fantastic this. When you say he's a good Samaritan, are you taking his word for it?
No, I'm taking video evidence for it. Remember, he was shown on evidence actually giving aid to someone that was injured. One of the protesters, mind you. So it's in my word. This is clear.
What makes here's the question: what makes him a good Samaritan?
I mean, he helped the person that was injured that was doing what he was there to protect against.
What was he supposed to protect? He was never hired or told to protect anything. He took it upon himself.
You don't have to be hired, sir.
He took it upon himself to put himself in danger.
Along with no, he didn't put anyone in danger. No, he didn't. He went there to protect property.
Put himself in. That's not his job.
It was nobody's job.
That's not his job.
So y'all want to get SKC and let SKC and AL come in on this. SKC.
Well, I would just like to add, and I'm not in the argument stuff. I just want to add information. People keep saying the idea of, what was he doing there? And, he crossed state lines and all that type of stuff. The distance away for you, Art, it would be like a person going from downtown Los Angeles to LAX. For Officer Faulkner, it would be like someone going from downtown Baltimore to BWI. So to say, oh man, what was he doing there? People are making it seem as though this guy traveled some long distance in order to be in Kenosha.
Yeah, the prosecution isn't even arguing that anymore. The prosecution isn't even trying to charge that. They're not arguing it. So again, those people are going with a media narrative that's over a year, false media narrative that's been proven false over a year for now. Okay.
And then the second thing is to add to that. Kenosha is his dad's hometown.
Now, did he stay with his dad?
I'll let it go from there. So when people say what was he doing there?
With his dad?
He worked there.
I'm not saying that, Art. I'm just saying so far as when people say what was he doing there, they act as if the dude traveled some long distance in order to be in a place that he had never been to, or he was just there for some type of ride. That was his dad's hometown.
So the question to you guys,
it was less than 30 minutes away.
That's his dad's
so fantastic. So I'll just leave it at that.
About you travel 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, like somebody going to the airport. 30 minutes
for what?
Yeah, it would be like it'd be just like you going from downtown to the airport. It'll be like Art going from downtown LA to the airport.
Doesn't matter.
So it's not like
that's a big point.
He doesn't have to go to the airport.
I don't give a damn if it's 5 minutes. If you're not supposed to be there,
no one was supposed to be there. You conceded that.
Exactly. If no one was supposed to be there, why take your ass there?
Okay, right. There were other people that weren't supposed to be there.
You're looking just like the rest of those people.
I will give Officer Faulkner that. I will give Officer Faulkner that point. Yes, if you want to take that point and say, okay, but that still does not give him the right to be there, knowing what was going on. in that area. The same thing with what Fantastic stated. Those rioters, they did not have the right to be in that city either. So
So it's a moot
that
argument,
cancels
bro.
each other's
Yeah,
out.
it's a
And I
Let
find
me.
it very
Oh,
it's
interesting.
pointless in even saying it.
And I find it very interesting that when other people say the same thing about Ahmaud Arbery, that gets thrown out like, oh, he can just be wherever he wants to.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
okay. So let me
Just like I'm
let me
gonna
get
say,
this clear from.
hold on.
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna respond to
Charles.
that.
Go ahead, Charles.
I'm just gonna say this. I don't care if he was a black kid or a white kid. Why are you putting yourself? If that would have been a black kid, I'm like,
That's not
yo,
true.
yes, it is. It's very true. Nope.
You
Let
just
me
said that
Let
finish.
him finish. Let him finish.
Let
Let him
me
finish
finish.
first. Let him finish first. Come on,
Let
y'all.
me finish.
Let him finish
If
first.
that would have been a black guy doing the same damn thing, I'm like, why the fuck are you going out there looking for trouble? No sense does that make.
I agree. I agree with
See, this
Okay.
I
is
agree with
the fucked up
Faulkner.
part.
But hold on,
I agree. I agree with Faulkner on
This is
this
the
one.
fucked up part because really, this is the reason why this fucking case is a fucking kangaroo court. Not only his mother driving him should be the fucking resident adult to tell him this is some stupid shit. Not only were you supposed to be there, you're 17 bringing a firearm with you.
which is legal
Now,
because it's a long gun and not a handgun. But go continue.
not if you're 20, but is he 21?
Again, a long gun, sir.
Guess
You don't
what?
know. You don't know the law.
Guess what? When you
don't
look
know
at
the
this
law.
way, guess what? You're not 21.
You don't know the law. So say I don't know the law.
I think it was legal for him
Yeah,
to carry a
it is
long
legal.
gun.
It is legal.
Not if
It
you're,
is
even if
legal
you're
in the
21.
majority of the United States of
But
America.
wait a minute. Wait. Hold on.
Then it's
Hold on.
legal
You
if
two.
you
Hold
have
on, you
someone,
two.
if you have the responsible adult with you.
No, it's not.
Well,
No,
Yes,
it has
it
to be
is.
two.
You can't
hold on.
just have it by
Let's get this
He
yourself.
was
clear.
a minor with
Hold
a
on. Hold
long
on.
gun who crossed state lines.
It's
That's
still,
two
it's
Hold on.
not,
violations
The
right
state
there.
lines
I got.
be
We got
there.
to get
But
this
this is the
established
Fantastic.
here.
point we get. This
Real
is the
quickly,
point
because
that
we
we
don't.
get.
A lot of us don't know things. A lot of us don't know much in the chat or whatever. So, are you guys trying to establish that it was legal for him to have that gun, even crossing state lines without a gun's license?
Yes, let me tell you, and I'll explain it to you completely. Okay, the court isn't even seeking charges on the illegal possession anymore. They're dropping those charges. They're pushing it out and not even considering it because, again, like you say, you have to have two things present in order for him to be breaking the law and having the gun under the age of 18 or whatever with the thing, and he only has one present. So that's why they're not even charging it or trying to do it. The whole state lines thing, like SKC, me and him both gave you the precedence for that. That's you're not going to get that either because of the whole thing that's going on of the actual distance and stuff like that. So again, the prosecution even gave up on that. So you guys are trying to make arguments that the prosecution isn't even making because they know it's that weak. It's not even relevant. Okay.
Okay. So
Just like the relevance of him
well,
coming there.
let Fantastic finish. Let Fantastic finish, and then you go, Charles.
No, what do you say? What do you say? I'm let him
Go ahead,
Just like
Charles.
the relevance of him bringing his ass with a long gun there. When I just
he dropped out.
Yeah, the only thing I'm asking
18 and then you're 21 to be purchased.
Yeah,
to even transport. You're not even old enough to do it.
Well, the only thing I'm asking is okay. So why aren't they prosecuting him for that?
Thank you, because it's not there. That's why.
Because they don't want to. That's
no, because because the defense team proved everything they said and even the judge accepted it. It told you. That's what I'm saying. You don't know the law. Okay.
I do know the law. I just looked it up. What's the intent?
Okay.
Because
so
when
Mike
you're bringing
V,
that gun over there, you're looking for shit.
Go ahead, fam.
You can't prove
Mike
that.
V has put in some documents
intent.
about the case.
Prove intent. Prove his. And this. Why do you guys keep saying that?
Why are you bringing? Wait a minute. Why are you bringing a firearm to a known civil unrest?
But
but that's not illegal for you to do that. But that's not illegal for you to do that.
It actually is because he was too young to do it.
But it's not illegal for him to do that.
It was illegal for him to do that.
Okay, so where is the law that states that he cannot bring a weapon to a so I guess what you would call a riot or whatnot?
Number one, it was illegal for him to transport it. It was
illegal
for him to carry it around.
So why isn't
Because
he
guess
being
what?
prosecuted for that?
Because number one, when you go to court, judges do a lot of shit that they want to do.
Yeah.
So does the prosecution. They can either add or subtract charges.
They make deals.
So why did the prosecution not attempt to charge him for that?
Because it
Not the
wasn't strong
judge,
enough.
the prosecution. Why did
And
they not
Because
attempt
the
to charge him for that?
prosecution chose
The
not
judge
to.
dismissed it. The judge told him they weren't. He gave them the law and the statutes to the law as to why
It's
they wouldn't be able to charge.
still in a kangaroo court right now. Something's wrong with you, Mr. Fantastic. You doing
There's
all
nothing wrong
this
with
over
it at all.
explanation, and it ain't amounting to a hill of beans, son.
Brother, do you understand the law about Second Amendment? Obviously you don't.
I'm waiting on your screen, Mike. Show me
Obviously,
your
I
screen.
do because I'm a
But
gun
here's the
carrying
thing about
member.
the Second
Fool.
Amendment.
Watch your mouth.
Here's the special thing about Second Amendment. The states also have rights that can supersede the Constitution.
I guess I'll go
you
to
can
my
never
computer.
Undermine.
They can't. And you know why they can't? Because
they can
Gun laws are different, i.e. Illinois, i.e. New York. You're not even supposed to have guns
Have
in
you ever
those two
noticed
states.
certain states accept certain gun permits?
Well, hold on.
States do not.
And hold on, this is what I'm about to say. You gotta let me finish.
I don't see it, Mike. I don't see it, Mike. Go ahead.
Well, right now, there's a case going on in the Supreme Court against the state of New York because the state of New York is doing things that are in violation of the Second Amendment. The way they're restricting the citizens and whatnot, what have you. So as of now, yeah, you're right. Some of those restrictive laws were not state by state or whatever, yes. But there's a case going on right now against New York, just like there was a case a few years back against Chicago concerning 2A. And again, just because you imply the state tries to imply a law doesn't mean it's lawful. You can't.
In other words, it can be lawful as long as they're not against the Constitution. They could be higher.
Okay,
meaning, if I make a law, if the state says you have to be 25 to get a gun permit, as long as it has certain legal restrictions.
I see it, Mike.
Such as someone with mental issues documented, someone with a dishonorable discharge or a felony. If they want to build up certain legal context, as long as it doesn't go contrary to the Constitution, they can go above the restrictions.
Okay, and respectfully, none of the stuff that he did goes above the Constitution, or he even violated the state law. Hold on, brother.
Here's the question I'm asked.
Well, you didn't let me answer. I let you get your whole shit off.
Hold on, this is the question I gotta ask.
But you can't let me respond.
Wait a minute. Why do you see this as a case of self-defense?
Because
let's go back to it.
Can I answer the question?
Let's go back to Fantastic's question. Go ahead.
So again, man, first off, he didn't violate the state law. The prosecution not trying to charge it, and the judge explaining what would have to be necessary in order for them to charge it. So the stuff you're talking about, all this stuff is just extra unnecessary stuff. It's not even relevant. Okay, sticking to the case. You asked me this question. I'm gonna answer it again. When this is across the board. Okay, even he retreated, and even furthermore, for states that have a you must retreat law, he retreated. Okay, and got to a point where he could no longer retreat, and a person grabbed his firearm, sir. It is on tape. The man had gunpowder residue on his hand. He got shot when he grabbed the barrel of the gun. Same thing with the other guy. There was actual body contact when he fired the gun, and he's clearly on camera trying to take a gun. I do not believe I have an actual law enforcement officer arguing the fact of self-defense of someone trying to take someone else's firearm.
Okay, Charles.
You cannot put yourself in a dangerous situation and say, "Hey, I'm using self-defense." No, you cannot put yourself in a dangerous. You cannot put yourself in a dangerous situation.
He was quiet when you spoke up.
Bro, show me the law.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
Show me the law.
You can't do that. Show me the law where you can do it. Show me the law where you can put yourself in a dangerous situation.
I have to post it on the screen.
The dangerous situation. See, number one, if
okay.
you're going to go by the law, the dangerous situation has to come to you.
Okay, the law is on the screen. The law is on the screen. Mike V has the law. He has the law on the screen. So go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so this is from the Wisconsin State Legislature on firearm safety as well as engagement. And it says endangering safety by use of dangerous weapons. And it has a whole entire docket on how to engage and how to and what the consequences are for using a firearm. In this situation, he should not have even had the firearm to begin with. I think somewhere within this body here, it does classify that it is a felony for what he actually did. So Charles Faulkner is right that
no, he's not right.
Wait. Hold on, Mike. I would just ask you, just read it off to us where it says that he broke the law. Just you got the statutes right there. Just read it off, the section that you're talking about.
Hold on. And before you start reading, again, do you understand the context of that? There has to be more than certain situations, more than one present in order for him to be breaking the law. This has already been explained. I hate when y'all do this, bruh. I hate when y'all do this. If you just talking to somebody that's a dumb idiot or whatnot, y'all want to speak rhetoric.
Well, fantastic. Well, Mike V, he has the statute up. It's 94.2 941.20. However, I just want to see where he's going to go with this, because the statute that was used in court was 941.28. Now, I have that stuff in the back for everybody to take a look at, but go ahead and read it, and I want to see where it is to see he stated that is proven that he broke the law.
The discharging of the firearm in that incident is the breaking of the law.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Well, what the prosecution tried to state was that him carrying the AR-15 broke the statute of 941.28, which is a short barrel shotgun or a short barrel rifle, and stated that it had to be between 16 and 18 inches. However, his AR-15 weapon is classified as a rifle, and it does not fall under either of those categories.
Thank you.
Well,
is he a minor? Yes or no?
That's
the minor thing doesn't matter.
The minor didn't happen because it said that that goes to statute 29.304, and that says restrictions on hunting or use of firearms by person under 16 years of age.
And he has to have 2 counts present of the condition.
He was 17.
What was he hunting?
No, it says restrictions on hunting and use of firearms. And
in the state of emergency?
No, it didn't say in the state of emergency. It said restrictions on hunting and use of firearms by persons under 16 years of age. That is what the statute says.
No,
and he's not under 16.
What I'm asking is, does that apply?
What was he hunting, and what use of firearm was he using?
He did not need to be hunting. The statute says hunting and use of firearms.
What was he going to use it for?
16. He's 17, so that absolves him of the
statute does not state that he has to have a specific use. It just says restrictions on hunting and use of firearms by persons under 16 years of age.
Used to do what?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Context matters. That's
okay. The prosecution thought that it didn't matter because once when this got fired in their face, they just said, okay, well, we can't prosecute on that.
No, because they're going for a murder conviction. They're not going for the firearm conviction.
But you feel that you can explain it better than the prosecution.
Yeah. So why are you arguing something that they're not even going for? Why are you guys trying to make up your own thing, bro?
Yes, BNT, and AR is not used for hunting, but the statute 29304 states places restrictions on hunting and which is and also not or, it says and use of firearms by persons under 16 years of age.
SKC, again, I know you're not a gun enthusiast, bro, or whatnot, what have it. I'm not insulting you, but bro, an AR can be used for hunting, bro. What the hell is BMT talking about? There's no motherfucking limitation. That's like saying you can't use a shotgun for hunting.
It's one of those weapons that can be used for multiple different things. You can hunt with it. You can protect the house with it.
But
it's one of those things. That's I'm not arguing that point.
I'm not saying you. I was talking to the person in the chat.
I know that.
Yeah, but I think to Charles Faulkner's point, I think he made a very good point last night about this, is that in the state of emergency, where your civil rights or your civil there's a civil disobedience within that section. It's supposed to be a no firearm section where he was.
Why? So hold on, no, wait, hold on, stop. Again, this is why I know you guys either don't know what the hell you're talking about, or you're applying a different state's law to this.
Can I finish my statement before? Can I finish my statement before you even
y'all say the artist of pauses? Go ahead, bro.
I'm referring to what Charles Faulkner was saying last night. Yeah, and so I think Charles Faulkner is right in the sense that in a situation like that, he should not have been able to carry that firearm in that area, and he should be charged with negligence for discharging that firearm in that area under the pretext that he went there specifically to engage protesters.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All you have to do, Mike, all you have to do in order for that to be case closed, all you got to do is just show the law that states that.
Yeah.
What law? You don't need.
That's all you have to do.
It don't exist because it don't exist. I said, no, it's my turn. Hold on. It's my turn to reply. Hold on. It's my turn to reply. Again, I don't care what he said.
Okay, I'm gonna ask this question.
Let him finish. Let him rock, man. Let him rock. Hurry up.
Go up there.
Oh my God! For one, again, bro. Fine, you have all the states.
What was the purpose of you going to a place where it's restricted and they're going to condone civil unrest? What was your purpose?
Again, bro, show me the law. Mike B has the statutes up. Show me the law that you claim you think Faulkner is right. You're not gonna find it. You guys are making up shit.
Fantastic.
Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Let me go. Listen, you're making up shit. Okay.
No,
again, yes, you are. Yes, you are. Because you know what you're not gonna do. You're not gonna find the law or the statute you're talking about. It doesn't exist. Okay. There are no limitations unless there's some executive order or ordinance put out specifically that says you cannot have a firearm here. You not just automatically start that because of civil unrest or whatnot, what have you. It doesn't exist, bro.
Was he supposed to be on the streets at that time?
Show me the law. And furthermore, again, if that's the case, you guys aren't even talking about, what was his name, SKC? Mr. Kaminsky, right? The Kaminsky dude, he had a firearm also, and he was on the side of the dudes that got shot. So why wasn't he charged? You know why he wasn't charged? Because it wasn't illegal. Along with, again, the other, 10 to 12 people that Kyle Rittenhouse was with. That's why they were not charged, because it was not illegal. Why are you guys making up stuff?
And there's been people at BLM rallies and stuff, and all of these different rallies all over the past year and a half that's been carrying weapons and doing all sorts of junk with weapons and stuff. And nobody's been trying to charge these people for having weapons at a rally.
Show me the law.
So it's like, come on. The only reason y'all interested in it now is because it's like some white dude who killed some other criminal white dudes at a BLM rally. That's it.
Pause. See, right here, but I know I'm official with my shit, and I know in the state of South Carolina, when we have BLM people come to our state with rifles, first of all, the sheriff said, are y'all allowed to have that in this city limits? No, they weren't. And guess what? They all got locked up. So what are you talking about? BLM people don't get locked up. If you go within certain parameters of certain areas, you can be charged. School, you can be charged. Certain type of hospital, the clinics, if you're not allowed to, you can be charged. So who gave Kyle permission?
No one was charged, though. That's the thing.
No. I ain't asked about that. I said, who gave him that destined authority to do what he was doing? Who gave him that?
He was not deputized by the state. He was not deputized.
The same. He got his rules from the same people that was carrying their guns.
Thank you. What are you saying?
Okay, so why was he with those people? Why wasn't he with those people?
No, I'm just saying in general. On both sides of the coin, you have people who were carrying weapons. So we can play this merry-go-round game all you want.
Hold on, wait, just real quick. Specifically, SKC, the dude that got shot and survived and tried to execute Kyle Rittenhouse. You know that guy? He had a firearm too.
Okay, so let's get at that. So I'm gonna ask you the question. First off, Kyle, y'all said, was Kyle there to go apply and do first aid, right?
That's what he said.
Oh, so that's the story. So who was he treating with first aid? Why was he walk? Why was he
He's
at a
on
first aid?
camera, sir. He's on camera administering aid. I think specifically it was applying some type of water to somebody that got maced and like bandages and whatnot to somebody that fell down and got injured.
And BMT, and they have pictures of him the day before doing other stuff, wiping down graffiti, putting out fires, all that type of stuff. So it's like for people to say why was he there? Well, there goes your reason right there.
Okay, so let me ask you. Hang on.
That's not a justifiable reason.
That's not a justifiable reason.
So that's not a justifiable reason. Other people can't go to other neighborhoods and places to go help people out. Okay, that's done every day.
Well, the reason is moot.
Okay. I don't think they're getting it at all. Like,
why were rioters rioting?
So let me ask the question. So first of all, okay, so
no, you guys stop, bro. You've already conceded this whole. Why was he there? That's irrelevant.
It's completely irrelevant.
So wait. So okay. So let me get this straight. So he was giving authority under the law to arrest people if they were rioting, right?
He didn't attempt to arrest anyone. You're bringing up something that doesn't even exist. You're making a nonsense argument.
Why are you yelling?
That's a red herring.
That
never happened.
Wait.
No one in the made that argument.
It takes only one. We can only talk one at a time.
Brother,
what was his post orders? What was his post orders?
There were no post orders.
Okay, so what was he doing?
He was there doing what he said he was doing. He was protecting businesses and giving aid to people if necessary.
Wait. I'm asking the question. So now, if I'm giving post orders for a certain area, I'm going to stay at that building or that area. Does that make sense?
It has nothing to do with post orders, BMT. To give you an example, BMT. Nobody asked the Hispanic community when there were riots going on in Chicago, how were they controlling the streets and allowing certain people to come in their neighborhood and not? So it's like hey, because there was civil unrest and the law was not doing its job. That's why people were doing what they were doing.
Wait, SKC. Wait. So are you justifying one wrong with another wrong?
No, I'm not justifying anything. I just find it very interesting that when these subjects come up about why somebody is where they were, that same line of reasoning cannot be used for Ahmaud Arbery. Because when it does, people will jump out of their drawers and say, "Well, what does that matter?"
Why do y'all care about the white boy so much? Why do y'all care about a white dude that killed white people? Why do y'all even care?
Okay, so hold up. So wait. Let me get this straight. So you're saying, why do we care about somebody who broke the law and literally took justice into their own hands?
Oh, wow.
But that applies to the whole panel. This applies to the whole panel. I mean, if you think about it logically.
So hold on. So again, bro, even the judge and the state have to admit that the main argument here is self-defense. The man had a gun that two assailants tried to take from him, bro. Okay? There are Negroes that go around and shoot innocent children. Okay? A pregnant lady just got shot. Was it in New York or something?
What does that have to do with what does that have to do with what we're talking about now?
Right,
so this goes. I'm asking this question. Hold on, SKC. Because we're going to go back to Brother Fantastic's question of why do you care about a white... What was it? Why you care about a white man...
Why do we care about a white boy
shooting another white man?
Why do you care about a white boy that killed two white boys and shot another one? Boy,
okay. All right. So I'm going to put another question on the table with that. Why is it so important that you brothers have to come on a black panel to defend a white man's rights? And please give me your honest answer.
God damn.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
So can I answer? Again, furthermore, this has nothing to do with the defense of a white man's rights. this more far deeper than that has to deal with the rights of Second Amendment rights and self-defense. First off, take the whole racial aspect of it out. I'm worried about my right to be able to shoot somebody if they grab my gun. It should be unquestionable. Okay? If someone chases me down, I point my firearm at them. They can continue to come. I have the right to lay their ass down. Okay?
Now, could y'all answer his question? Because he asked a question about why do we care about another white man shooting another white man? Can anybody answer that question?
I'll answer as well, Art. So far as the protection of the white dude, now to me it's a weird thing. I'm not trying to protect anybody, but I find it very interesting that the exact logic that a lot of black people bring up in this I guess in this this case, they do not apply it to other cases.
So
they don't say stuff like, why was he there when it's a black dude? They don't say
the catalyst.
They don't say what was he doing there? What other laws and stuff did he break beforehand? They don't. No. They say all of that is irrelevant.
Really? I'm gonna tell you. He could be black.
I was Ahmaud Arbery on property that didn't belong to him. They said, "What was he doing here?" Y'all said that's racist. That's what.
Who's y'all?
Y'all.
A whole bunch of people was like, "What are you talking about? Why are you trying to put some type of motive on what Ahmaud Arbery was doing there?" Well, why are you trying to put motive on the dude saying what he was doing there? I'm just saying. I don't care about the case. I'm just looking at the hypocrisy of how the logic is being used.
Well, I care about both. I care about the case and the hypocrisy. The Ahmaud Arbery case been going on for like a week, and said nothing about the Ahmaud Arbery case, and everybody was so hurt about Ahmaud Arbery getting shot by them racist white men, but somehow y'all worried about damn Kyle Rittenhouse in one of the most clearest cut cases of fucking self-defense in the history of mankind, and something that, again, if this passed off where he's found guilty, would threaten mine and everybody's right on here to protect not only yourself, but your family, your business, your property. That's why I'm worried about it.
All right, so let me ask this question. I'm asking this question to the officer. There's only on here, other than me. I would ask Charles, if somebody were to break into my house and I run on the street and chase them down and shoot them, what is that considered?
That's considered murder.
Okay, but now hold on. Now they broke in my house. I'm running down the street and chasing them.
Brother, why do you bring? What is that?
That's not what happened.
Yeah, why do we? All right. Respect, Art.
That is not what happened.
Okay. This is why you get. It's hard to have these conversations in debates. And BMT, this is like the third time he done brought up some irrelevant shit that has nothing to do.
Okay. Hold on, y'all. So well, let's see where he's going with this, and then you rebuttal to it.
The thing about it is this: you have a guy who literally is playing vigilante justice about somebody breaking into a property. If somebody were to break into a property,
you're wrong again. It had nothing to do with no one breaking into property.
Let him rock, Fantastic. I got a question to you, Fantastic. After this, let him rock.
So the thing about it is, breaking into a property, first thing you're supposed to do is identify and report. So if he's supposed to be protecting property, right, then his main thing is supposed to be doing is identifying and reporting. Why is he going around with a whole rifle if all his main job is to report?
No.
Let him rock, Fantastic. Let him rock. I got a question for you, Fantastic. Let him rock.
That is literally security 101 is to identify and report it. So,
bro, did you just say? Hold on. Did you just say about South Carolina law? You know what I got to do in Florida? I ain't got to report shit. If you are in my business and you break in my business, I can shoot your ass on the spot. I ain't got to tell nobody a damn thing.
But let him have it, Fantastic. I want to let him finish his thing, and then I got a question for you, Fantastic.
So he's a licensed security now? He's licensed now? Was he licensed now? Was he officiated by who?
No. Continue, BMT. You're right. He had no official license. You're correct. So go ahead.
So right there, mind you, it wasn't his property. And even if the person gets permission, right, to say, "Hey, watch my business," that does not cover other businesses. That's what I'm saying. Like y'all talking about stuff that literally y'all don't even understand the depth of.
Right.
Oh, light
Bro,
says
okay.
know the scenario. Don't ever in your life tell me what I don't understand. Bro, I know I can rattle off my head, off the dome.
So fantastic. I got a question for you. Fantastic. So if let's say if you walk into an area that you're not supposed to be in, let's say it's somebody's property, and somebody else comes to you that they have some of their items on that same property, and they come to you and they ask you, "What are you doing there?" And you take off running. Do you think that's something wrong with the the motive of the person that took off and started to run?
So I come on to somebody.
Yeah, I would think that there was probably something obviously wrong with the motive of the person if they couldn't answer the question, they just started to take off and run.
I don't know.
Does that make sense?
I don't know why you lead with that, SKC.
Yeah,
does that make sense to you, Mr. Fantastic?
I didn't get that.
That makes perfect sense to me.
I'm right here.
Okay, so just as the same way as BMT led with the whole idea of somebody coming out of his house and then shooting somebody down the street, and how it had nothing to do with the Kyle Ritterhouse case. I asked this question to Fantastic because it has nothing to do with the Kyle Ritterhouse case. And if we want to go into absurdium and start trolling, well then let's do it.
No, that's actually not absurdium, but I literally say somebody breaks into your house.
Nobody, Kyle Ritterhouse did not break into anything. He didn't break into nothing.
That's not what he was saying.
To do with the case. There was no break.
Somebody asked him to protect a property.
BMT, do us a favor. Give us your synopsis of what happened in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, brother. Just go ahead. How about you tell us what happened? Go ahead, brother. Give us your take on it. Go right ahead.
I got you. I'll do you a solid. So my synopsis was this: that somehow somebody asked him to come over there and watch a property. He went over there with a group of people, literally thinking that they could do their own brand of justice, even though the sheriff already had officially said, listen, we don't want no outsiders to come out here because if something happens, we're not liable for whatever happens. Which literally the sheriff has said on the news earlier, hey, y'all stay out. So, mind you, they still came. They still were patrolling the street. They still were walking around and flagging people. And so they were not even at their post, whatever their post was supposed to be at, or whatever they were supposed to be doing it. Mind you, Kyle is walking around on patrol. Why would an 18-year-old be walking around streets that he does not know on patrol if his job is just
under 18?
Real quick, respectfully, brother, tell us what happened. Now, don't ask us questions. Tell us what happened. Start with the shooting. Tell us who got shot, how they got shot. Run down to us what actually happened as to why he's being charged with murder. Go, please and thank you.
Okay, so what happened was he was walking up on a group with a rifle. He flagged one of them, which one of them said, hey, he flagged me. They said, yo, chill the fuck out. They got to an altercation. Somebody threatened him, and guess what? It went left from there. That was what happened.
No, bro. I need more details than that, brother. No.
Why are we rehashing the case, though?
He don't know what the hell happened. He don't know what happened.
I literally just told you what happened.
Bro, you know more than what happened. That's not what fucking happened. So that's why I'm just, you don't know
for Kyle. You're going so hard for Kyle about why did you do with a white boy?
Tell me who Kyle shot.
Kyle know that the man was a statutory had any.
Tell me who Kyle shot. Give me his name.
Did Kyle know? Did anybody shoot at Kyle before it happened?
But that's that question. We don't know. But again, you tell me who Kyle shot.
Did anybody
Brother,
tell Kyle?
Give me the name of one person that Kyle shot, please.
No. You're asking me.
What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you.
Let's move on, man. Let somebody else talk. This is a waste of time.
This damn thing.
Bro, you don't know what's going on, bro. You just up here, bro.
Do this shit, and you're trying to tell me the person who does this.
Why you arguing with me? If you were smart, you would have Googled it. You're not even smart enough to Google it, dog.
So you Google. Wait. Let me get this straight. You're going off of Google versus what already.
You didn't hear what the fuck I said, bro. I asked you for a name. I asked you for one name of one person he shot. You don't know one name. Yes, up here.
So you want to go off of names. But here's the thing about it. So
next
listen,
person, man.
so you want to go off the names. See, like I said, because I guess, we get these Google, scholars that say, well, I know a name.
Brother, I've been watching the trial. I watched the live trial. Did you? Have you watched the live trial, brother? Brother, how many hours of the live trial have you watched?
And we were sitting down.
What live trial have you watched, brother?
A whole class.
Brother, how many hours of the live trial have you watched?
Yeah, the one victim is Joseph Rosenbaum. Let's move on from that, because that's an innocent
that's the one.
over and over.
Yeah, that's the one that's been on the witness stand.
Yeah.
Anybody that's been following the trial at all, you didn't have to find the man's name's been out there since the day he got shot.
There's some other dude from Silver Lake.
Yeah, he was even on TV, bro. It's like, come on now.
No,
he had an exclusive.
I think it's irrelevant to ask BMT that question, because if we're
it's not irrelevant, bro. He don't know what the hell is going on.
He makes it like, do you know a name versus the whole scenario?
Because I think
you don't know the scenario, bro. You literally said some bullshit.
You understand? So let me get this straight.
How many times did you shoot the first guy in? How about the
wait. Hold on, this is fantastic.
Bro, how many times did you shoot the first guy?
You're telling somebody that teaches armed security
for your whatever. I'm asking you everybody's detail. I'm asking you how many times did he shoot the first guy?
So you're asking me versus literally I'm telling you how
you keep dancing. Bro, you keep dancing, bro. You say you don't know what's going on, fam, and you want to argue. You know what you're talking about. You don't know none of the details.
Yeah, if you don't know the details, man, it's like, come on, come on, bro.
I see there's emotion, a lot of emotion in it. Go ahead, get it out,
So are you saying that just the information he has no right to comment on it?
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But I will say this though, Art.
We're talking about. I only get paid $600 doing this type of job, but somehow somebody
that has nothing to do with bro. Your occupation has nothing to do with this trial, bro. I don't give a damn about your occupation or your skill set or whatever. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant, bro. That's irrelevant. Just like being a cop is irrelevant. You're not a cop in Wisconsin. It's irrelevant.
That's like somebody
doing that. Bro.
Have you ever been on patrol? Have you ever been on patrol?
No.
Okay. Wait. So you never been on patrol? Have you ever been on a reporter side? In a case scene?
What does that have to do with anything?
No. So wait. So do you even know how to spot certain things from victims? Okay, do you know how to write a case scene?
Again,
we can say whatever you talk about now.
Oh my God.
You see how
the difference between me and you, bro, is like y'all don't know how to damn debate. You don't know how to irrelevant. I'm talking about a case here that has been.
All right. Okay. So okay, hold on. So do you guys think that this man should just walk out of court free? Nothing happened.
Yes.
I'm not taking a position on that, Art. The only thing I'm saying in response to this whole case is that I think a lot of black people are overreacting and showing their hands on a lot of things.
They're fake caring about something that has nothing to do with them.
Because it's like this, Art. Say if I was to reverse the question that a lot of people are asking when they say, well, why do you come up here and you are protecting a white man? Why do you feel the need to do that? Then I could ask the same question, but just on the criminal side of things and say, well, why do you feel it's necessary for you to protect three white criminals who were convicted criminals, and then two of them were of that P word? So I
you
mean,
can
it's
ask.
like,
You can ask. Hold on,
why
hold
do
on.
y'all feel
You,
necessary to defend them?
you can ask the same question. Hold on. You said you can ask the same question, right? But can you give an answer?
I mean, I already gave my answer. Can you guys give an answer?
You said you didn't have a stance. What the fuck?
I only
Why
heard
do
an
you
answer.
feel? Why do
Wait a
you
minute. I
feel
only
the
heard
need?
no. Wait, hold on.
Why do you feel
Fantastic
the
only
need to
gave an answer,
defend
but
three
SKC didn't.
grown white men, all of which had criminal records? Two of them had criminal records dealing with children. Why do you all feel the need to defend them?
Well,
Please
I
tell
can
me
say
that.
some things. I can't speak for
Okay,
everybody,
I'm gonna
but I
say
can just
this.
say that. Well, hold on. I don't think anybody's defending the guys. That kind of makes a good point as far as BMT not knowing the guys because he's not defending them. He's there.
Exactly.
We're just talking about law and what when people get away with things that black people can't get away with things. So one of the reasons why a lot of people are looking at this because you already know when white people are the first ones that do things, then later on it kind of transfers to in our backyard as far as different things that could work against us or for us. So it's a lot of things going on here, even even not even putting the devil horns on the people you're advocating for, it still matters within the black community.
Okay,
Right, but hold
so
on. So hold on. Wait, hold on. SKC, I gotta ask a question. SKC,
how
what
would
I
Rittenhouse going to prison help black people?
yeah, and
Help me on
furthermore,
that,
Well,
Art.
it's about
and
law.
furthermore,
It's about law, not him. It's about law.
Yeah,
no,
I'm saying how
can
would
y'all
the
hear me?
law working in against Rittenhouse, how would that help black people?
Well, I didn't
Dealing,
know
I don't
about
know who heard
help.
us.
I would say more like inform. Probably inform to see which way the tea leaves are going, because you already know that if well, actually no. Let me ask you this question too. Let me get your opinion. So, do you think that if he gets away with this, there could be some copycats to do the same thing and use this
Why?
case as a
But
reason or an excuse?
But
Could
why
but
would
that be
he
the
say
case?
get away with it? Hold on, wait.
but copycats in
Hold on.
what?
Yeah, but hold on. This is what I'm saying. This is self-defense. Listen, this could only hurt black people if this man loses this trial.
Why did all
You
the white
But
understand
why
here's the
did
what I'm
all
thing.
the
saying?
Hold
why
on for a
did all
second, Fantastic. Hold on. I know you're saying self-defense, but other people are saying otherwise, and you have a lot of white supremacists that's applauding him. So, and you already know which
Okay,
way
but
he
hold
goes
on,
with that.
respectfully. All right. Are the white supremacists the majority? It's just like it's bad black people that applaud bad black people shit. Why do we
Okay, what's
always
that?
look to the minority as an excuse? The white supremacists don't make up the majority of white people.
Yeah,
So why are we
and
even
that's
I
a
concerned?
They
got
don't
you.
have to.
Hold
They don't
on.
have to make it.
I got you.
that's a
I,
weird argument,
well,
Art,
hold on.
because
y'all are the ones that brought racism
take for instance the black people who tried to protect their own neighborhoods from BLM and stated, you know what, we
Okay, but
don't want y'all in
let me
here
address
because
Fantastic real
y'all
quick.
come in here and y'all tear stuff up. What happened if it was a black person that had
Well,
did what
let me
Rittenhouse
address
had did?
that.
Was like, no, I don't want y'all in here. And then they tried to
Let me
attack
address
him, and
that
then
so I
he
won't
shot him.
forget. Let me address Fantastic and remind me what you said the few
Okay.
seconds ago, SKC, just in case I forget. But Fantastic, you're saying that you giving the thing about the numbers and what have you. But last time I checked with the Oklahoma bombing and these other things, usually these white supremacists kill lots of people. It's like one person can kill hundreds of people based on how they feel about black people.
Yeah,
So
but
yes, I think
okay,
it
so
kind of does matter, fam.
not what, and I can understand you using that going all the way back to the Oklahoma City bombing, but yeah, man. Since then, tell me the
And
last
Dylan
white
Roof too.
supremacist.
That's kind of roofing.
Uh, Tell me the last white supremacist mass black people attack. Dylan Roof, right? That's
Dylan
like the
Roof.
one. Dylan Roof, right? So okay, so to your Dylan Roof, I raise you the army guy in Texas that killed how many cops? And then again, what about Chicago, right? You guys like to ask again, how many terrorists, domestic terrorists, have killed children, mothers,
Yeah.
elderly,
Yo,
all this other stuff?
fantastic. Even throwing out Chicago, because I know how people get tired of Chicago. Just look at
But
BLM. How many
but the
cops have
difference,
died
okay,
due to
I can explain the
BLM?
difference. I can explain the difference.
Good
Well, the
grief,
difference
black
is
people weren't this crazed over
I
Officer
I
Dorn
can
getting
I can
killed.
I can explain the difference because these guys sworn allegiance to kill black people for several years, where you have different black people that you cut that's considered reckless, that just killing people just all willy nilly. It's a big difference. This other stuff here, and then on top of that, I mean, I guess you guys are addressing black on black crime, what have you. Usually it's somebody that they have something against that have something to do with their turf and all
No,
that. Where
but
we
is that
talking
an
about,
excuse though? Are we
so
accepting
it's
that
not
as
an
an
excuse,
excuse?
but it's different.
Yeah.
It's not
So
an excuse,
If
but
the
it's
but it's
different.
not
context
different
matters, the
because hold on.
context
Because no, no,
matters.
no.
Wow.
I'm glad you say that. Let me
Wow.
respond to the explanation. So hold on. So actually, all right, you agree
Hmm.
with me because it is a sworn allegiance to their turf, to their neighborhood, to their gang. So they also have a sworn
Yeah,
allegiance.
but it's linked with systematic
Wow.
policies, that it mixes all up. So therefore, when things are going down the pike, there's always a larger thing that's protecting them and allowing them to do it. Whereas, watch this, SKC,
Yeah.
when you
All
have a
right.
lot of these hold on, fam. When you have a lot of these black on black crime that you guys deem and hold your hat over, do these guys get arrested?
No, they don't. It's
No.
I think no, they
Wow.
don't at
Oh,
all.
I'm gonna do the same thing with
They
ACC.
don't at all. No, they
Wow.
don't.
No.
Okay.
They don't get arrested at all.
All
Remember,
right, fam.
hey, hold on,
I'll
hold
let
on,
it go.
hold on. 20. I think what Chicago specifically only has like a 20% murder rate, murder conviction or murder rate, even getting charged. Atlanta is somewhere around the same
Them
thing.
prisons
Most
are mighty
murders,
full of us.
most murders,
Full
most
with
murders
us.
go unsolved,
So the
especially
thing
black
about it,
murders.
so the thing about it
Okay.
is this, and I'm gonna say this, and wiping away the names and stuff. No matter what, if you play out scenario, the law is the law, and there's always
Right.
and that's
Brother,
just
you don't know the law.
okay. So literally, so the law is the law. If I
Hmm.
were to,
Brother, you can't
if
just
I
say
were
that
to
and
get
not
it,
know
if
the
I were
law.
to get in, why is this dude yelling, man? And literally, I didn't say no while he was talking. Nobody
Brother,
cut you off.
but BMT, you're
Listen,
not bringing it.
man.
You're
Listen, hold on,
speaking
wait, wait, wait,
very
wait. We're
vaguely.
talking.
You
Listen,
don't
hold
know
on, wait, wait.
anything. I can
Fantastic,
get up here and tap
Well,
dance and
just let
just
him
say
let's let
shit.
him finish, fam.
He's
So you
being
have to go
respectful to
back
you.
and forth.
I'm being very respectful to you. Okay, I'm giving you that respect. Okay, thank
You're
you.
not being respectful because you're not bringing any facts.
You see how this dude is just screaming? Like, what the hell's wrong with this dude?
Come on, fantastic. Let him rock,
What's wrong?
fam. Go ahead.
You see, I'm being very respectful of him, man. It's like we don't get this contingency of this stuff going on. So the thing about it is the law is the law. Despite how I feel, it's accountability. If I took an AR and I shot 5 rounds, right, and I shot it at a target, but it went through that wall and it killed other people, should I not be held accountable? Even if I said, well, that's self-defense, but it went through that wall and it killed somebody else, right? I should still be held to accountability. Now, when we're talking about accountability of the law, that's all that should matter. Aside from the feelings or whatever people trying to make any conjectures or well, these guys had this background, they were already convicted and they already did their stuff. But we're still looking at the law of what this individual did. Now, I don't know what's as hard if black men beat on their chest about we need accountability, but people got a problem with accountability. Like, I
Well,
don't like.
okay, just one thing real quick,
What? Oh
BMT.
my God,
Just one
man.
thing real quick.
Black Guru is after you, SKC. Go
Bro,
ahead.
Okay,
he's not
so
saying
BMT.
anything factual since he been up here. Somebody
But
please make this man
I
give us
mean,
one fact about the
V,
case.
I
well,
mean, you
fantastic. Hold on,
Somebody please.
like
hold on, fantastic. I just want to go down this
you've
rabbit
been
hole
pretty
for a
emotional,
second.
dude.
So
Like,
so
just get up here.
BMT, I
What's up?
agree with you on the thought of the law is the law. Just like you stated, you know what those 3 dudes that Rittenhouse shot, their background, it shouldn't matter. They served their thing or whatever. They was out for whatever reason. Oh well, okay. The law is the law. I get that. But the only thing that I find it very odd, BMT, is that when people like me just say, okay, reverse that same logic and use it in other cases. Give you like the Ahmaud Arbery case, where people will say, you know what? Well, these guys that chased him down and shot him or whatever, they were white supremacists. Okay, is it against the law to be a white supremacist?
Okay.
We're just trying to go by the law.
Okay,
Is
so
there
can
a
I
law
answer
that says you cannot be
Can
a
I
white
answer that,
supremacist?
SKC?
I got
Can
to
I
give
answer
this
that, SKC?
to
Now,
SKC. Here you go,
SKC.
fam.
Now, SKC. Now, here's the thing about it.
No,
Thank
I'm
you.
just saying because
No,
you see there are when the other person when BMT was able to give credence to 3 white dudes who
What
were
did I do?
at a
I
who
didn't
was
say
at
nothing. I
a
didn't say
riot
nothing. Listen,
with weapons
Why do y'all keep doing
that were
this, dude?
criminals.
Okay.
And 2 of them were of the criminal type that harmed children. That's okay. That's not the goalpost moving. But when I apply that same logic to another case,
You heard
now it's
my
the
goalpost
goalpost
answer
moving.
on that, didn't you? You
It's
remember my
like, come
answer?
on.
Art, what he's trying to do is derail the conversation so that no one can
I
have
hear
any
it.
input at all. And so that's why Black Ooh Strikes just dropped off. This is what they
Nah,
do when they
all I'm saying to you, Mike, is that your logic is not unilateral. It's misapplied. You
There's
misapply it.
nobody
I'm okay.
derailing the conversation more than BMT because BMT is speaking in generalities and he had to give it one fact, one statute, one
This
law,
dude's been
one detail
emotional the
about
whole
anything
time.
on the case.
Like, this dude's been
Brother,
screaming the whole
I'm not
time at the same
stop
damn
claiming that I'm emotional, bro, and just do what I'm asking you
No,
to.
you
Give us
have been
something
pretty
of
emotional.
value.
Well,
Like,
BMT to
Provide something of
Fantastic's
value,
argument,
brother.
Mike V was the only one that actually brought up statutes, and then I countered
okay.
those statutes.
Okay,
So
so
that
let
was
me
that.
now here's the thing about it. When we were talking about this yesterday, and Mike V was there. Mike V, did we not have a cordial discussion, and were we not bringing up laws and different memorandums and different stuff yesterday? Were we not doing that? Were we not handling that all yesterday? Now this is just a
Yes, we
part
were.
2.
Brother, respectfully, we're
So
in the present, brother.
hold on,
Yesterday
fantastic,
is not
fantastic.
today.
You
That's
were not there
irrelevant.
for that conversation, dude. I'm
It's
just bringing
even
it. I'm just
worse.
bringing in the
If you
variables.
forgot,
I'm just bringing
if
in the
Mike
variables
V
to the
provided
conversation,
you
bro.
with laws and statutes and you can't remember them since yesterday,
So
that's
hold on.
even worse. Brother, you have not given one detail about this case.
Okay.
Can you please give us one detail about the case? Please.
Mr. Fantastic, in BMT's defense, I think he's at work and he's on the road, so I don't expect
So
him
I'm
to
trying to
have.
figure out, like, damn, like literally, what the hell has that got to do with something? So his brain don't work to know shit when he's at work.
I think he's just interjecting his
bro, he done
opinion
been up here for 30 minutes.
No, it's okay. It's okay, No, it's okay,
You've
Mike.
been up here for 30 minutes.
No, hold on. So I literally brought up about how post commands work. That's a law. That's literally
Brother,
a
no,
law.
it's not. Show me that law in Wisconsin. Show me that law in Wisconsin.
Wait. Hold on,
don't bring military bullshit into this, bro. Show me that law in Wisconsin.
You don't understand. Okay, so let me.
You don't understand.
So let me help you with this. I don't know why you screaming. I don't know why you screaming.
Because you keep doing the same shit.
No. You say a lot of. You're screaming and acting emotional.
Bro, you have got to give anything of value other than babble to the fucking conversation. Everything you say has nothing to do with the case.
Everything you say is
You
off
sound
of
like what's his name, Minister Jap.
Yeah, he is. He does sound like that now. He does now.
Like, God, bro, you haven't brought none of the bag, bro. You ain't saying nothing.
So all right. So the next thing about it, okay. So SKC and your credence to Ahmaud Arbery, right? Did they not call the 911 operator on him, right?
Brother, we talking about Kyle Ritterhouse.
I'm talking SKC, please. You're not SKC. Now they
SKC, please don't let this man out and let him dance around the fact that he don't know shit about this case and talk about a whole other case.
So I see, this is the shit that gets me about these conversations. They'll bring up something, and then when somebody else say that, it'll be
brother, you win against it.
Don't start screaming and yelling, and then when you'll have it where you're like, okay, so do you want to have a conversation?
Brother, can you give us something of facts, data, information, law, statutes about Kyle Ritterhouse before we jump over to a whole nother case?
No. So when y'all do it, so here's the thing about it. When y'all brought up Ahmaud Arbery, like one of y'all just did, there was no problem. Nobody said
it was direct answer and counter to a scenario that Art gave. Do you not understand that? Art said something. Brother, let me help you out. I was bringing up Ahmaud Arbery was
I thought y'all were buddies.
You've been doing a lot of that bullshit lately, man. Now I ain't say shit when y'all brought up Ahmaud Arbery shit. Nobody.
Brother, you missed it again. Okay. I'm gonna tell you again if you would just calm down and listen. We brought up Ahmaud Arbery to directly counter something that directly counter a question directly asked, brother. That's the only reason we brought him up.
Wait. So you can make okay. So let me get it straight. So y'all can
Oh my God,
pick and choose when y'all want to bring up shit.
brother.
Yeah, please
that was a direct counter to a question. That's the only reason we brought it up.
So hold on. So mind you, both cases are going on, and we were talking about both of them yesterday. And I'm literally telling you the
Brother,
same
we
thing.
here today.
Okay, are you gonna keep cutting me off?
Today we talking about Kyle Ritterhouse.
Are you gonna keep fucking cutting me off? What the fuck,
brother?
man?
I'm just trying to get you to say something of value.
I don't
Who's emotional now?
Okay.
Man, that just pissed me the fuck off. I've been treating you like a fucking man with some dignity.
Okay,
Fantastic.
you
Just
continue
let
to
him
treat me like a man.
finish.
You don't have a
Fantastic.
choice. You don't have a choice but to treat me like a man, bro.
You really gonna act on? Oh boy,
You don't have a choice but to treat me like a man, bro. You acting like you got
Brother
another
Fantastic.
choice.
Just let him ask SKC the question. SKC, are you there?
No, go ahead, bro. Y'all got it. You got it, bro.
Is SKC there?
You got it.
Because you wanted to ask a question to SKC, right?
It's all right, bad. I came out of my character. I shouldn't have even done that on Art's panel. I forgot.
No,
this is just a panel. It's YouTube. I don't get paid for this.
It really is. So again, Art. So Art, this is what I'm saying. Art, to your question about the white man thing or whatnot, what have you, bro. This is much deeper than white man, and now I'm kind of confused because earlier you guys said this wasn't about race, but you guys keep bringing up the white man aspect of it, and as to why, again, you know how the white man's gonna get away, and even the verbiage you're using into this, he's gonna get away with this. Well, did he get away with it, or did the jury and the evidence prove him to be innocent?
No, we didn't say it wasn't about race.
Oh, well, Charles Faulkner did.
No, I think he was talking about the law wasn't about race.
No. He said this wasn't. He didn't care about race at all. This had nothing to do with race. He said that verbatim. You can run it back. I mean, of course, not right now. But again, you guys act like it's never, for whatever reason, that's always the issue. Like, bro, why do y'all even care about Rittenhouse again when his shit has much more deeper things to affect you on the negative versus the positive?
I believe I answered that question, but let me ask you this then. Do you think that black folks would give this much attention if it was just some other place other than a rally protesting the shooting of the brother that was there in Milwaukee?
No, of course
like
not.
maybe just some
and I'm
maybe
glad you
some
brought that
parade or
up.
something.
And I'm glad you brought that up, Art. Even the riot and the unrest and the whatever was under false pretenses because the media lied on that.
But wasn't the riot based on the guy that got shot over there? I keep forgetting his name.
The guy that got shot that had a knife that resisted arrest, that tried to leave with the police officer in the thing, and also was which would include absconding with children or kidnapping, and it was called by his baby mama, the same baby mama that claimed that he sexually assaulted her. None of those details.
So was he supposed to be shot? That's the riot or the.
To be shot because he had a knife with the police. He pulled out a knife. He admitted
and
to
he
it.
charged after the police with a knife.
In addition to that, he had grabbed custody of kids that he was not supposed to have.
Yes, kidnapping. He was in. Police were preventing him not only from pulling out a knife after he had already tussled away from him, a physical altercation with police. He decides to not only try to get in a vehicle and again kidnap them. That would be the legal termination, terminology there. He pulled out a knife. He admitted this on the interview he did on I think it was Good Morning America with Michael Strahan.
Come on, Art. Tell me you don't love the kids, Art. Come on.
No, come on. Let us go back and forth here. Why were hundreds of people protesting over this?
Because the media lied. The media left out all the details that I just said and just said black man shot by police. That's why.
So now you're saying that since the protest, I'm just asking you now, protesters are out there feeling a certain way, and I think this is right around the time of the whole George Floyd thing too, right? Or was the protest before George Floyd? I don't know the dates.
Blake was after Floyd, I think. Pretty sure
was
Blake
a protest
was after
during Floyd. Was the protest in May? So it was around there, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So are
Yeah.
you? All right. So are you saying that the fact that that was going on under, I'm doing air quotes, false pretenses, and Kyle Rittenhour came in with the gun, where were you saying that's supposed to cancel out everything? Is that one of your reasons why he should walk away from this whole court case?
He should walk away from the court case because he was in self-defense. All the evidence proves to that. If
and
and when
and
everybody
and
hold on, SKC, real quick.
just real quick, fantastic. Just for y'all for know, the Blake thing in Kenosha that happened 3 months after Floyd. Go ahead, fantastic.
And
Wait,
furthermore,
what
again,
black thing? Oh, the Blake
Blake,
guy.
the guy, Jacob Blake.
Okay, Jacob Blake. Okay, there you go.
All
That's
right.
his name. Okay.
So again, this is clear self-defense. If I have a firearm, I'm not. I'll say that. I'll save that for later. And you grab my firearm in an attempt to take it from me, I am authorized deadly force. No ifs, ands, or but about it. The two people that were killed, there is evidence, okay, that they grabbed his firearm and tried to take it from him. That is
Now
the
the part,
clear.
this the detail. So
Say
let's go
again.
with this detail. Let's go with this detail. Now, one, we already established that one person tried to grab the firearm. He got a fatal shot. Are you
Two
saying that
of them.
someone else? You saying two people tried to grab the firearm at the same
Yes.
time?
No.
And
The
so
two
okay,
people
go
that
ahead.
died both tried to grab the firearm.
Two
Rosenbaum
different
grabbed the
times.
fire. Say again.
You saying this you saying this occurred two different times?
Yes, because two different people got shot.
So two people tried to take the firearm from him, and they both got shot.
Yes, y'all didn't know this. This is evidence
And
that's been
then,
presented
because
and
I
been accepted by the
they
prosecution and the state. This has been proven. This is what I think.
right,
This
they
is what
keep
I
showing the
know.
one guy. They keep showing the one guy in court, but they don't show the two. But the thing,
Rosenbaum had gunpowder residue on his hand from grabbing the gun. He grabbed the barrel of the gun. The forensics proves it.
wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Now, because Rosenbaum is still living,
No, he's
right?
not. Grosskreutz is the only one living. Grosskreutz is the
Who's
last
the
guy.
one living?
Grosskreutz.
Okay, so he's not Jewish. All
I
right,
don't know what the
but
hell he is.
Rosenbaum is. Okay,
Is he?
so Rosenbaum and this other guy, the ones that died fatally, were the ones that were trying to grab his gun.
Yes, there's proof. There's forensic evidence and proof, and there's video evidence for the second guy of them grabbing his firearm.
So that constitutes, if somebody's just trying to grab your firearm,
You're dead. I can
you're
shoot you and
supposed to
kill
be
you.
shot regardless if
Yes,
you have
dead.
a license or not.
Yeah, I don't need a license to kill you if you try and take my firearm from me. Even if and when, you know what? So, and I'm glad. This is why I'm glad I waited to hold it. Even if and when a person that's illegally, like let's say a convicted felon that shouldn't have a firearm, right? They've been found not guilty of homicide or murder, even though they shouldn't have had the firearm in the first place, and they were only simply charged with the gun charge. You can look it up and find it.
Well, Art, and this is the part that I just want to just ask honestly, man. Dude, if a black dude had a gun and somebody tried to take his gun from him and he shot those people, would you guys really be having this argument?
No.
I think he would get arrested. Wouldn't you think so?
Kyle Rittenhouse
No.
got arrested, didn't he?
I'm not talking about the arrest, Art.
Who y'all think
What
got?
I'm
Who y'all
saying
think got
is would you?
But
I think you guys would be saying, why did they try to take that nigga gun?
Racism and for him getting locked up.
Yeah,
Y'all
yeah,
claim
you
racism.
got the wrong guy. Come on
I
now.
think your
That's
whole
right.
position would be, those fools tried to take a nigga gun. They
so let
deserve
me
to get
ask you this.
shot.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you
So
this.
you're saying that
Who
I would
on
not
any
have
of
that
these
conversation,
quote
SKC?
unquote black what do you call it, pro black panels talked about why it was all right for these guys to try to take this dude's gun? Go.
There are
Who said it?
none because they
Yeah.
don't bring it
Yeah,
up.
yeah. There aren't any.
They
There
don't
Well,
aren't
bring
any.
it
here we
up.
go.
So why
Shout out
are you
somebody
bringing
that
up this
knows
scenario,
the
fam?
truth.
I'm
So
bringing up the
Is that
scenario
wait,
because
hold on.
what Mr. Fantastic
What if
described
shit again?
is actually what happened.
No.
Dudes tried to take this guy's gun and they got killed for it. And I'm saying that
Nobody defended that.
if it had been a black person that had tried where people was trying to take his gun and he shot and killed them, you guys would not be having this panel.
Well,
What panel? What
that
panel
hasn't.
had that
Now hold on.
conversation?
For how long this space have existed? These spaces have been existed for several years, right? Have you heard any panels where somebody is defending a black dude shooting someone when somebody was trying to take his gun?
I don't think the situation has came up for you guys to do it. I've only been for a short time, but I
Yeah.
don't remember
So
a
we go
national
another what if?
news.
It's
Well,
like,
hold on.
man,
Let
come
me
on.
Another
We
what if?
playing
Another what if?
games now.
no. Let me ask the
Every
question.
single
No,
last
listen. I
one of
So
you
definitely
let me
guys.
played.
If
Let me
a
ask the
guy,
question.
if a black man had a gun and some people tried to take, I don't care what race it was, other black people,
Oh,
if it
now
was
we
other, also
now we care
white
about
people,
race.
whatever. If a black dude had a gun and somebody tried to take his gun from him and he shot them, you guys would not be against the black dude that shot the dudes.
So
What?
this is based on if.
Come
Here we
on
go.
If,
now.
What if?
right?
It's like, come
The
on
what
now.
if scenario? We're in that zone
Okay.
now.
Keep going, keep going. I'm just making sure. If. All right, keep
Well,
going,
No,
no,
SJ.
no.
no.
So
That's
if
why I
No,
said
So,
you
we,
better.
we
so when you say that again, the whole thing about if, right? That's what was put up, right? If, right? Okay.
mm-hmm.
So since you're gonna play it that way, well, what do you think happens when people learn and practice the law? They don't go by a whole bunch of just only cases that have happened. They play in case law. They do what if situations so that they will be able to practice the law correctly. This happens all over the United States and all sorts of
But
law
that
colleges
still doesn't make
throughout
what
the
you said
entire planet.
factual.
So to try
That's
to
why I
play
could you
that
said
what
tell
that.
if
That's
me? Could you
game
tell me the
as
case
if
where they did that?
that should not happen.
Could you tell me the case where they
Why
did that? SKC?
do professionals do it?
SKC, could you tell me the case where they did the what if game?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm just asking for a case. I'm
So I'm just trying to
Whenever
because this was based on.
whenever people are in a law school, they always handle what if cases.
I said case.
And
I said case.
so let me get this straight. So the fact that you giving me a what if about something that didn't happen yet,
No, I'm
then
not
what?
giving
Then
you.
what?
I'm not giving you a what if about something that didn't happen. I'm giving you an if because I'm showing
Then what did you
that
do, fam?
because the reason of giving the if is this. It shows
Mm-hmm.
that your logic only works in one direction. When applied to a similar situation, if you change the
That
race,
never
your
happened. So, but go
position
ahead.
I ain't know we
changes,
playing a theory channel.
which shows that your logic
So
is not based upon
so
justice.
we're using logic, and we putting logic plus whatever that didn't happen in the same breath. But go ahead.
No, there's not a thing of.
I'm listening.
Oh my
I'm
goodness!
good at
So
this. This is
so
what I do for.
Well,
This is what
hold
I do
okay,
for a
on.
living.
so are you? So okay, so are you? How do you solve for x then, Art?
How do you solve for x?
Yes.
What do you mean for algebra?
Yeah.
I thought he meant brother X.
Are you are you going for
how do you solve for x, Art?
what do you mean to find a variable?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so mainly you have to come up with something to replace the x with something else, right?
Right, because the whole
Right? Is that it?
of the question is an if, is it not?
And but the
If
x
you
is
do
still there based on what you.
if
Well,
you
hold
do
on.
not know
I'm hey there, hey
if you
hey
do not
brother,
know what x is, you
and
solve for it,
you
right?
don't even know what x is either based on the word if. Is that correct?
Right,
But
which
this is
and
the
it so
thing.
it is an
Mm-hmm.
if question. So it is
Right.
an
Can
if
we
question,
do this?
which
Can we
is
do this though?
and math is based upon logic, is
Yeah,
it not?
yeah.
Are we
But hold
doing
on.
math?
Can we
Are
do
we
this?
doing? Are we talking about
Yeah,
facts?
once it's
But this.
solved. Oh, hold on. Once
Can
it's
we?
It's a
solved. Yes,
logical
once it's
exercise,
solved.
is it not?
Yeah,
Art.
but can we do this,
Hey,
man?
hey,
Right.
Once it's
Art.
solved.
And then after you solve for x, then you can do the proof, right?
Art.
Okay, so
But
what
it
does it
hasn't
have to
been
do with what
solved.
we're talking about?
Okay.
What do
So it's like that's what I'm saying is it's as simple as that.
So
It's basic logic.
Art.
logic has not been established yet.
Hey,
Okay.
Art.
So all I'm
But go
saying
ahead,
is if
Black
you can
Guru.
All right,
Black
if I
women.
may, I'm going to read what supposedly were the details of what happened from an article in the New York Times. It starts here where it says the first shooting. While Mr. Rittenhouse is being pursued by the group, an unknown gunman fires into the air, though it's unclear why. The weapon's muzzle flash appears in footage filmed at the scene. Mr. Rittenhouse turns towards the sound of gunfire as another pursuer lunges towards him from the same direction. Mr. Rittenhouse then fires 4 times and appears to shoot the man in the head. Second shooting. Mr. Rittenhouse seems to make a phone call and then flees the scene.
During a
Several
gunfight?
people chase him, some shouting, "That's the shooter." As Mr. Rittenhouse is running, he trips and falls to the ground. He fires 4 shots as 3 people rush towards him. One person appears to be hit in the chest and falls to the ground. Another, who is carrying a handgun, is hit in the arm and runs away. Mr. Rittenhouse gunfire is mixed in with the sound of at least 16 other gunshots that rang out during that time.
Now, thank you for reading that.
Sound like somebody's trying to be a hero.
Yeah, that's not somebody being a whole hero. Like, this dude even had proper
Wow.
ID of who shot the gun. What the
Oh
fuck?
my God, bro.
Okay,
Hey,
your
listen,
witness.
listen.
I wish I could do that in
So,
that case.
so thank you, Black Uhuru, for telling BMT the first damn thing he knows about the whole
I
thing.
didn't know that.
And,
Wait.
all
Hold on.
right.
Wait, I got a
Now,
question.
secondly,
So let's get
hold on.
that.
There's very
So,
important
did you say
details.
any
Hold on.
names?
There's
Did you
very
say any
important
names during the
details
story?
that weren't
Did you
included
say
in
any
the
names?
article. BMT,
Did you
you
read
need to
any
listen to
names?
me so you can
But
learn
this
something. You don't know
he
shit.
literally saying that they were
BMT, you need
recruiting
to
the
listen to me because you don't
Nobody
know
said a
none of this
fucking
stuff.
word.
I'm trying to help you out, BMT, because you don't
You
know
ain't
nothing.
helping shit out.
So
You
what
done
they, so
shot
again,
yourself in the foot.
what's missing from this is, again, after the first shot happened, the dude shot. He turned around and shot. He
Was
didn't
it
just
shot
flee.
at him?
He didn't just flee. He did go to check on him to see the status, and then he made the phone call to be like, "Hey, I shot somebody." He ran. And during him running, hold on. This is what also is not included in
I
the
like this story.
article.
We like this is a good bedtime story right here.
Hold on. And this is all in the court reporting. You can go look this up for yourself. You know, if you was to actually watch the trial. But BMT, you welcome.
We know. Go
the
ahead.
reason why he failed is because he was hit with a rock or some type of blunt object. He was hit, and then he tripped and fell because he was hit. Once he came to the floor,
Okay. Can I ask you a question, Mr. Fantastic? Because you're providing. Hold on, Mr. Fantastic.
He's not gonna stop.
Hold on, Mr. Fantastic. I'm gonna ask you an important question. Now, these details that you're filling in, were there any witnesses other than Rittenhouse themselves that confirms these details that
the
you're
video
providing now? Him being hit by a rock, him being knocked down with whatever.
Yeah, it's in the video evidence, Black Uhuru. So can I continue?
No, I'm saying, is this confirmed?
We're back on with him.
By?
Yes, it's confirmed. It's confirmed by video evidence, Black Uhuru.
Okay.
All right. So can I
Just
continue?
video, but no human being.
Am I good? Am I good? Can I continue? So again, once he failed,
Go ahead, fam. Go ahead, fam.
Something else that New York Times left out of the article. Once he failed, he was hit. He was first stomped and kicked in the face by one unknown assailant who got away and ran off. Then he was hit by a skateboard twice in the head by the second dude that he shot. And that dude, after hitting him in the head with the skateboard, that's the other person that tried to take his gun from him. Okay. Then he shot the 2 shots into that individual, hit him and killed him. As he killed that person, and that person ran off and fell off and died, then Mr. Grosskreutz approaches with a firearm now, pulls a firearm out of the small of his back, points it at Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse shoots him in the arm that he's using to try and fire and shoot him with the firearm. And then he walks off to the police officer to try and turn himself in. He's either maced or he gets
brother.
Go, oh, my bad. Go ahead. All right, my fault.
Beloved brother, fantastic.
Wow.
Are you saying that crowd of people, and it, and I mean, that jogged my memory a lot more when Black who read the article. You
Thank you,
telling
Uhuru.
me that that crowd of people were looking at Rittenhouse like he was no threat, and there was no issue with him walking around with that firearm.
Like a whole
Well,
stadium.
You telling
A
me
whole
that?
stadium.
That's what I'm
which
asking you, fam.
which group? Which group of people?
What group? He wasn't even with this group.
The whole group of that he was
BMT, we don't
around.
know what's going on. Please be quiet.
Because
I
because
mean, shit.
what I'm hearing, because I'm gonna let you know what I'm hearing.
All right.
Hold on, BMT. Hold on. I'm letting you know what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing, if we let you and SKC tell it, it sounds like Rittenhouse was there, a good Samaritan, minding his own business, trying to help the needy, while just a few people tried to go after his gun. And he had to defend himself. That's the way you
Well,
guys are break. I mean, am I wrong with what you guys are saying?
well, respectfully, no, no, no. All right, you know why you're not wrong?
Okay,
Because we are simply repeating to you what's been accepted by the state's evidence with video
you mean the
evidence
judge, right?
and for no, not just the judge, the prosecution and video
Mm,
evidence
okay.
and key
I'll add.
hold on and key star witnesses, like forensic specialists, the people that let you know, yes, he grabbed the barrel because he had gunpowder residue on his hand and fingerprints and all this other stuff. So there's several things that we're simply telling you guys that you're unaware of because you didn't watch the trial. Again, that New York Times, like I said, it left out a whole bunch of details, a whole lot of them. Like I said, no mention of a skateboard. That's crucial, Art, in any type of self-defense case. When you think of a man that's trying to claim self-defense, but somehow the New York Times article leaves out the fact of the matter that this is seen on clear video evidence, Art. This is available to the public. He was hit in the head.
I'll add in one thing. Art, when you go,
the skateboard incident occurs after he's already killed another man. So this
What's
isn't
the relevance of that?
this is you're in a crowd. This is what happened. You're with your buddies. You're protesting. One of your buddies get shot, killed in front of you, shot in the head.
No,
You
that's
got
not
a
true.
skateboard.
Hold on.
You try to
Uhuru, that's not true. Hold on. Brother. Hold on, brother. Now
Here cutting you off.
now you're not being honest. Well, no, I got to, because now he's not being honest.
Now
Hold
on.
I'm not being dishonest. I'm reading.
Yes, you are.
I'm reading what
you're not being honest. You're either ignorant or you're not being honest.
Okay.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Wait, hold on.
Let's
go back and forth here, respectfully.
Because I post the link to the
Well,
article
brother,
I read,
and
I'm referring to what
none
I
of those
actually
people
read.
involved in the second shooting knew about the first one. They didn't witness it. They weren't there.
But you were. Okay, here we go.
BMT, shut your dumb ass up.
I don't know. You've been trying to pretty emotional as fuck.
Now, Black Uhuru, what I just said, is it false or is it correct?
Been bitching up, boy. I'll tell you, boy.
Black Uhuru, I'm gonna ask you again. Is what I just said false or correct? None of the people
he's always correct.
From the article that I read
witnessed the first shooting.
The article that I read does not explicitly state that they were.
Okay, well, let me let you know who explicitly states it. The court, the state admits that that's the case. The prosecution admits that that's the case. The people that were involved in the second set of shootings had no idea, no eyewitness of what happened. Because remember, he ran away. He was a substantial amount of miles away, not miles, he's a distance away from the original shooting. They were only saying, get him. They had no idea what had happened.
Oh, so you saying that they had a misjudgment by trying to catch the shooter when they were going after him?
Yes, they did, because you don't bring a skateboard to a gunfight, and now he's in the upper room when you think that's a misjudgment.
Let me go back to the article, because it appears to contradict what you just said.
Well, brother, I don't give a damn what the article says.
Brother, can I make the statement for Christ? Can I read this sentence? Can I read this sentence?
I told you emotional, bro.
Can I read a sentence?
Hey, fantastic. Let him finish, fam.
Can I read a sentence?
Why are we going to listen to a year-old article?
The article says.
The article is
let him answer it. Let him read the article.
Okay.
Come on.
All right.
You know how this goes. if
all
if
right, I'm reading the article,
if
but I'm
he
going to
if
say
he
this
if he
before
missed
I
the
read the article.
details,
Now
and
you're
then you fill
making,
him in. Go ahead.
fantastic. You're making these very emphatic statements, right? But
Brother,
here's the
I'm
thing:
making truthful and factual statements
reading
that have been
reports
accepted
of
as
it.
evidence
You're going
by
off
the
the top of your
prosecution.
head for what allegedly occurred in court.
Brother,
You're
the
not. Are you reading
prosecution
any
has
source
accepted it as
documentation
fact.
right at this moment? Are you
Brother,
reading
the
any source
prosecution
documentation
has
at this
accepted it
moment?
as fact.
Are
I'll
you
say this
reading
for the
any
fifth
source
time.
documentation at this point?
Brother, yes.
Okay,
Go
I'm
to
going to read this
ABC
sentence.
News
I'm
and
going to
look
read
at
this
the
sentence.
trial for
I'm
yourself.
Let him
going to
read it,
read
and then
this
fill in the blank.
sentence.
Fantastic.
I'm
Right?
going to
Fill in the
read
blank.
this
A
sentence.
year-old article
I'm
that
going
has
to read
20
this
some
sentence
pages
that's reported in the New York fucking Times. It
from
says,
a year ago.
Mr. Rittenhouse seems to make a phone call and then flees the scene. Several people chase him, some shouting, quote, "That's the shooter," end quote. So this whole notion that the people who chased after him after the first shooter didn't know him appears to be disputed by what's reported by the New York Times.
Okay, so now can I dispel your bullshit? Okay, the people
It's not
that
my
said
bullshit.
get him,
Hold on, it's not
yes,
my
it is your
bullshit. It's
bullshit.
the New
Yes, it
York
is
Times
because
bullshit.
you're
It's
going
the New
against
York
what I'm
Times
telling you
bullshit.
is fact. Either you
It's
haven't
the New
watched,
York Times
bro.
bullshit.
Can we just do this, bro? Who on the panel
No,
has
I'm
actually
just,
watched
well,
and followed
I
the
mean, you're
trial?
not an attorney on the case.
Who
You're not an
on the
attorney on the
who
case.
on the
You're not the
panel has
court reporter.
actually watched the
I'm
trial?
reading from
Could
a news
well
report.
could we just one thing, Black Oro, could we just put it at this though? The primary source of information at this point is the legal case.
Okay, well then, with all due
That's
respect,
the primary source.
if that's the standing of your position, then I'm going to recommend that one of you or both of you read from the actual reports of that. Because other than
Right.
that, I'm reading from an article of it.
A year-old article.
You're spouting your
Somehow this
interpretation
guy
A
of what you supposedly
year-old
have seen.
article that you're admitting to left out crucial things like him getting hit with a
That you
skateboard.
said it left out.
when
That
did
you
he
said it
when did
left
he
out.
admit
That you
that
did
he
not
left
quote
out? When did he
any
admit?
source documentation.
Brother,
You said
listen,
it was
man.
left
Y'all,
out.
listen. You know what, bro?
What
You know what? I'm gonna
what's
say this, and y'all got
what's
it.
the
I'm
date of
I gotta say this. Listen, man.
what is the
I hope,
date of the
I
article?
post the link to the article in the private chat.
brother, a
Okay.
year-old article that left out anything you listen. How about you post a link to the trial? Listen,
Okay,
bro.
I'm seeing it on all.
brother
How
Uru,
about you do it?
so brother
And by the
Uru,
way, this
I'm just
article was last updated on November 8th, 2021, actually.
Okay,
And
and then we
still,
got
and
an information man
that's
here
even
too.
What's up, brother?
worse.
All
What's
right,
going on, Info? How you doing,
can I
bro?
just
Which
say
is
a
How you
few
doing?
even
things? Because
worse
I'm not
because
going
it
to stay
still
on
didn't
long.
mention anything about a skateboard attack, which is even
Okay,
worse.
so we got you, fantastic.
So
We're gonna let
you
brother information
watch
man
somebody get
weigh
shot in
in.
the head, and then you're supposed to be cool. Okay, got that.
So go
So
ahead,
again,
brother info.
again,
All
BMT,
right.
you don't know anything, brother. Be quiet. None of the
Right.
people that were
Yeah.
shot.
We wish you would shut the fuck up, but we haven't got you to shut up
If
yet.
you would
So
have watched
please
the
continue
trial,
on,
brother,
information man. You've been screaming the whole time. Like we noticed that there's a pattern with you and other men. We know. Do you notice that you're the pattern with every man that talks on the panel? Notice that you're the pattern. Notice that you're the pattern. I'm just saying, I'm just being honest. You're a pattern on the panel with every man that talks. You do not know how to be quiet. There you go. Okay, I got you. I got the part.
You don't know shit, BMT. I know you don't know that, but yet again, you are welcome.
All right.
Okay, thank you,
We got
fam.
Mr.
All right,
Information Man.
information man. There you go, fam.
Hey, how's everybody doing? You know, I'm not up here to argue with nobody. I ain't got time for that. That's old shit.
What's going on?
Been there, done that. So it's time to move on into a new day in YouTube. Get out of the damn argument and bullshit. I just want to say this. You know, you can make a lot of arguments whether he was defending himself because there were people coming after him. And then if you look at the laws and statutes in Wisconsin in this area, it does say that if you have a weapon and someone and you fear for your safety and you make the effort to, and this is coming from the Gun Rifle Association and the laws in the state, that if you have fear for your life and you try to run away from people and then people still come after you, that within that particular time period, then you have a right to defend yourself. So when he was fleeing away, and of course, there were people out there that were saying that there was a lot of reports too, that this guy was running around pointing his gun at people. So you can make the argument that the people that he shot, they should have never tried to take the gun from him, dispossess him of the gun. But you can make the argument that Kyle Rittenhouse actually shouldn't have been out there in the first place pointing his gun at people, claiming that he was guarding a gas station or some type of business. It came out in the wash that a lot of that was not actually completely true as we may think it is. And this is another thing too. If I'm correct here, his mother brought him across state lines. If I'm not mistaken, the mother purchased a whipping for him. I know, of course, he was saying in court that
You're mistaken. The mother didn't purchase
someone else
You are mistaken.
Let me finish without being cut off, because I'm not going to
finish. Let him
debate.
finish.
I'm not going to go back and forth.
I'm just giving you the answer, brother.
All right. Well, thank you.
Well,
now
let him finish and then
I'm gonna finish
rebut.
what I'm saying. So, and that's why I didn't finish what I was saying. I was going to say whether it was his mother or somebody in Kenosha. See, you need to let me finish my point. So whether he got the whipping in Kenosha or not, the bottom line is that he crossed state lines. Mama driving him over there, crossed state lines. He either was 16 or 17 years old at the time. Therefore, there was a curfew. So the protesters technically had no business out there when there was a curfew, and that fucking curfew would apply to Kyle Rittenhouse, who had no business out there at 16 or 17 years old during a time when there was a curfew, which meant it was meant for his ass as well. His mother should have never took him across state lines. Now, when it comes to the issue of the gun, the AR rifle that he had, check this out. See, when we talk about these things, how about check out the laws in Wisconsin? I got the law in my hand. Okay. Now, under Wisconsin statute that says anyone under 18 who goes armed with any deadly weapon is guilty of a Class A, in this case, misdemeanor. Kyle Rittenhouse was 17 or 16 at that time, which means he was not old enough to be
that law doesn't apply, sir. That law doesn't apply.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
We've been through this. All right, we got somebody coming up bringing the same bullshit.
Well, let him finish. He got documentation.
Hey, look, I can get my mic a little bit louder, Mr. Fantastic, whatever you call yourself, okay? I can get it a little bit louder, brother. You ain't going to out-talk me on this one.
You just wasted
I need to come up here and be disrespectful. I'm reading from their statute and their laws. You're not going to out-talk me. You're not going to out-talk me, brother. Nah, you're not going to out-talk me, brother. You're not going to out-talk me, brother. You're not going to out-talk me. I'm talking about the statute and the laws that I'm reading right now. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Let him finish, and then you can let him know why it doesn't apply.
I'm laughing at you right now. I'm laughing at you. There goes some more. I'm laughing at you. Don't fuck with me. I'm not the one, Mr. Fan Crunchy.
It does not apply.
Now,
it does not apply.
As I was saying,
it does not apply.
Mr. Art,
let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish, because it's going to look like you're defending the white man.
I don't have time
let
to
him
go
finish.
back and forth with Mr. Fan shit.
Why are we doing this?
Time for that, or whatever he calls himself.
Let him finish.
Now,
let him finish, good brother. So, because it looked like you're defending the white man. Let him finish.
What I simply did, Mr. Art New Style, is I'm quoting the statute of the law. Can I just finish what I'm saying? And then that's it. Mr. Fantastic, calm down, sir. Come on, we're laughing at you right now.
Let him finish. Come on, man. He's not going to be long.
Come at you like that all wrong. Calm down. You're laughing. Come on, brother. Calm down.
Just let him finish. Fantastic. Can you let him finish?
Yeah, I'm gonna
let him finish, man. Let him finish so he can go on.
I'm gonna get off the.
You got other people there waiting to turn too.
Games, man.
So go ahead and let him finish.
All right, now.
Yeah,
what
man.
I was just reading, Mr. Art New Style and everybody on the panel, before people get triggered and shit like that, it's kind of goofy to me. We got to do a little bit better than this, brothers on YouTube, man. Get
Nigga, you ain't
mature.
gonna keep adding, nigga. You gonna say the fucking shit.
Information, man. Just make your point, bro. Don't editorialize. Just make your
Mr. Art
point.
New Styles, this is your channel. Can you mute motherfuckers? Because I don't have time for this. I'm not going to argue with the gorilla man here. I'm not. It's funny to me.
But let info finish so we can hear.
Just make your
I
point.
want to hear what information man has to say.
My point is about to finish. Like,
so go ahead, information man.
Okay, so before people start getting immature and he start getting triggered when I'm trying to make a mature statement here, this comes out of state. This comes
little bitty guy with a big microphone.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Because I think I've been very fair up here. I did admit
Brother,
that the people that chased him. I did admit. Can I talk, Mr. New Style? Can you do something here? Because I don't have time to argue,
brother.
I'm not going to argue and raise my voice and all of that.
Okay, well, read the statute.
Stop stuff. It makes me laugh.
Man. Stop filibustering.
Okay, go ahead, info.
All right. Okay, so Mr. Art New Style, what I was basically trying to say is I was very fair in my statement because I did say that there was a lot of blame to go around. There was blame with the people out there that should not have been out there because of the curfew, and there was blame for people that chased him around. And I also gave him blame because one, he had no business with that weapon at his age. Under the statutes of their law, it says that the most he could get was a misdemeanor for with having a weapon under the age. So therefore, when you look at their law in Wisconsin, Ritterhouse really had no business out there, one, under the curfew that applied to everybody, including him, not just the protesters, and he had no business with a weapon underage within their state. Oh, and he had no business crossing into state lines where he did not live or was a resident, even though he did have family over there, and I get that. That's all I was trying to say. This is not something that I made up. This is their law in the state of Wisconsin. And then I want to make one last statement here. I heard people saying, well, if the scenario was a black man with a weapon and they came up on him, first of all, none of you can give me an example where a black man was running around. You got to keep this in context, gentlemen, where a black man was running around in a protest where protesters were chasing after a black man, and the black man had to defend himself against people in a protest environment, kind of take his gun away from him. You can find situations where black men have had their weapons taken away from them or have been mistreated when they're trying to defend themselves or their property with their weapons. Case in point, back in the day, the Black Panther Party went to Sacramento, California, where in California, it was legal to have an open carry at that time without a bullet in the chamber. When the Black Panther Party went up to the Capitol, the police took their guns away from them, checked the chamber and found out that there was no bullet in the chamber. The Black Panther Party, those members decided to leave the Capitol, and on their way back to Oakland, California, where I lived at for a beautiful 10 years or so, they stopped at a gas station. The police followed them there. Guess what they did? They dispossessed them of their firearms. And then Ronald Reagan, the little white supremacist that he is, he changed the laws in California because they got all fired up about a black organization. Showing their rights. It was rightful in California to do what they did. They didn't hurt anybody. They changed the laws to what? A no open carry state where you can't carry a gun because white people were concerned about black people. So black people, black men in particular, have always, when I hear people talking about, we're going to take our gun rights away, black men are the only ones in this country who have had our guns taken away from us under legal circumstances. So this whole scenario about if it was a black man, you can't quote me an example because there never has been that example.
Brother,
there's examples of black men defending themselves and being killed by law enforcement and other people in the community when we were defending ourselves.
That was SKC's.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody. I clap to all of you.
Thank you, info.
Thank you
for
confirming
what I said.
That was SKC's scenario.
Come up and just say those things.
Okay, so information man.
Well, thank you. That was a big help. Thank you.
And all that kind of stuff. So thank you, Art New Style. I appreciate that.
All the shit that we've already.
Thank you, fam.
All right, I just want to give you a clap, brother. Thank you.
Like an hour ago.
Thank you, brother.
What's going on?
Happy belated birthday too. Happy belated birthday.
What's going on, information man?
Happy belated birthday,
I'm not
info.
going to argue back and forth like little kids.
But you see what I mean, Art, and you made mention of it. But you see what I mean? When I mentioned it, you had people in the comments making jokes. What if? my brother Information Man does it, it's all good.
What was the what if? What was the what if?
Wait a minute.
That's what I'm talking about.
I never said a what if. I never said a what if scenario.
No, he was addressing what you said, FKC.
I named you an example in history where black men got their guns taken away. I also said that there's never been a time in history where you had a black man running in a protest
trying
to protect himself from people chasing him. You can't find that because it hasn't happened. But you can find many times where black men were defending themselves with their weapons in this country historically, where we got lynched, where we got lynch mobbed, and we got our guns taken away from us. That's what I said. That ain't no goddamn if. That's facts. And I'm gonna clap to that too.
You made an improper false statement, bro.
Wait a minute. Let's go to SKC for a second. Hold on, SKC.
Let me say this.
No, I'm sorry. Hold on. Black Hero.
If Rittenhouse were black, and his mother were black.
Okay.
That's a what if. That's a what if.
Yeah, that's a what if.
That's a what if.
Yes,
I've been talking. Can I just make my statement? And this is pure this is pure my conjecture on my part. But I am almost metaphysically certain that if Rittenhouse were black and his mother were black, and that black mother takes him across state lines, and everything else happens after that happens, I'm almost certain that black mother would be charged with something, and that would be a fundamental issue in his prosecution. The issue
and I
of
think
him
that
coming
happened
across
too.
state
It
lines.
happened.
I am certain about
this
that.
is where I do agree with the
That
scenario
happened
that was
before.
brought up earlier. I do agree because I have to be a fair broker here. If Rittenhouse was a black kid, like you all had said earlier, and he was out there, and let's say those folks came up on him like that, especially if it was white folks, let's just keep it real. I'm not going to sit up here and be a non-honest broker. Of course, black people would back it. Of course, black people would say they had no business taking his gun, putting their hands on him. I know, because we still have a lot of racial issues and charge and triggers within our culture and within this society. So if he was black, I think black people, not all black people, but some black people would look at it differently. And they might even be saying, hey, I'm for Brother Rittenhouse, right? I do believe that. But because he's a white guy, and let's be honest, y'all don't want to deal with this part of it. This is a white kid this was a white kid who, when they were getting ready to get him in this trial, he was sort of like acting like he didn't want to show up when they were subpoenaing him, when they were asking him to come in. He was acting like he didn't want to show up. And then he was jumping. Then he was running around with the Proud Boys. Wait a minute, let me finish this point here.
And it's
there was
taking
a point in time.
of their counsel.
Okay, well, let me just say this. There was a point in time
for your counsel to tell you when we're going to turn ourselves in and when we're going to do things.
Okay, Mr.
Black
Fantastic.
people do it too.
All right, but this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. There still was a point in time where Kyle Rittenhouse was not showing up when he was supposed to, and they didn't give him the riot act. He still was able to be brought in, under safe circumstances.
Last time I checked, he turned himself in.
Tried. But let me just say this,
Last
Mr.
time I checked, he
Fantastic.
turned himself in, right?
Let me just say this
Did
right
he
here,
not turn
sir.
himself in?
Eventually, he turned himself in, but then when they went through the whole procedures, he was supposed to. I think he got bail posted because people were paying for his bail. And then at one point in time, this is facts. At one point in time, they didn't know where he was at because he kind of ghosted them for a minute. I'm just bringing that up. Now I got to bring this up. We got to be fair. We're gonna tell it. Let's tell it all. After that whole thing took place, and he got bailed out because conservatives and the Proud Boys and all of them were putting the money in. That's their business. He started taking pictures with the Proud Boys, and we know that they're a white nationalist group, and he started fancying himself around with that group. And you know what that group is all about. So let's not sit up here and say there's not a racial dynamic to this, because race always does matter.
Well, the Proud Boys, the Proud Boys, last time I checked, was led by like a Hispanic guy. Not a white Hispanic either.
Do you know that Hispanic people?
Not a white Hispanic either.
You know Hispanic people.
Not a white Hispanic either.
Only white people can be white supremacists.
You do know that. That's how white supremacy works.
I thought that was the whole purpose of white.
But what I'm saying, are you making the argument? Are you
Mr.
making the
Fantastic.
argument? Are you making the argument, Fantastic, that only white people can be white supremacists?
Yes, Fantastic.
So a
Yes.
black
But you do
person
know
can be a
that
white supremacist?
race.
Yeah,
You
yes,
do know
Fantastic.
within
Yes.
white supremacy, you
Damn
have your
Damn
buffer
right, a white
groups,
person
Can
can
you
and
be
your
white
point?
buffer
Can
groups
you
can
point me?
operate
Yeah,
Can you
and
point?
push
I
the white
gotta
supremacy
learn.
too.
You know
I'm trying to
what?
learn something
And you
here.
do know that white
I
supremacy
mean, I don't
operates
know if you
on
want me to go
left
there,
side and right
Fantastic.
side of the
I
argument.
definitely
You do know
do.
that.
I need to see.
right here, Fantastic. According to the management, I'm a white supremacist. So
Well, hold on.
there we go.
No. SKC, you got to be on the ledger, brother. You got to be paid dues, man. You don't just get. I need to see the white supremacist organization with not only a black person, a black member, but a black leader, like the Hispanic dude that they targeted and they made a fucking, big deal. They locked Buddy up, remember?
Right.
But
let me just say this, though, Mr. Fantastic. You do
can
have
hit that
other ethnic groups. You do have other
Let me ask you
ethnic
this
groups
question.
who do not like black people, and they will subscribe with white supremacist groups, brother. That's been happening for years.
Who infiltrated the Panthers?
That has happened for
Were they
years.
white supremacists? Who ratted out the Panthers? Who ratted out Fred Hampton and those other brothers? Were they white supremacists?
I would say
those
this.
black people?
Any
Were those
black
black people
person,
white supremacists?
any black man or woman,
I'm asking you, were those
any
white
black man or woman who
black
rats
people
out,
white
they are a traitor to
No,
our race.
they were
Yes.
snitches.
They are a traitor.
That's what the black people.
They are a traitor. It's just that simple, sir.
They were white supremacist agenda. They were snitches for the white supremacist
So therefore, that makes
no,
them a
they were
traitor.
snitches. They were just simple snitches.
Yes.
They
were espionage. They were espionage for white supremacists. Yes, they were espionage for white supremacists.
Right.
Brother, they were charged and they were threatened with jail time or other things or whatnot, what have you, and they do what people do on the normal. They say, hey, I don't want to do this time. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn state, that's a term that black people love using, and I'm going to help you build a case against the group that I'm automatically affiliated with.
Not all of the snitches were just people who were trying to beat cases.
Right.
All of them were not. Some of those people were just as deep into the whole white supremacist agenda as white people were. They weren't all just some guy who got picked up and was trying to beat a charge somewhere.
I still give the brothers the argument that black people would have rallied around a young black male who was out there, because Kyle Rittenhouse claimed that he was trying to protect somebody's property. So if a young black male would have said the same thing, I do believe that there would have been black people that would have rocked with him for the reason that I said earlier.
How many of those people would have rocked with him? How many of those people would have rocked with him, information man, if they found out that his mother brought him across state lines? How many black people would have rocked with that?
So let me say this real quick.
This is how I look at it. You would have had black people that would have, because we already have black people that demonize black people anyway. You would have had black people that would have demonized the black mama and said she was irresponsible for bringing her black boy over state lines. And then you would have had some black people who are more conservative about this issue criticize the black boy. But then you would have also had black people that would have been rocking with him. So I give you that argument. But this is the thing. If we would rag on the black woman for bringing her son over and black people for being down with him, I got to ask you this question. Why is it that there's little to no criticism about this white mother?
That's what you say,
because she's not on. Can I answer the question?
That he had no business having.
Can I answer the question?
That says you got to be 18
Can I
years
answer the
old.
question, brother? Can I answer the question? Because he has nothing to do with because she has nothing to do with the trial of the case. That's why.
Yeah, but she brought him there,
Mr.
brother. She brought a minor.
If you brought a minor to that situation, about that black woman being irresponsible,
any of that in the case? None of that matters in the case.
You brought up an if because that was a black woman.
Because the prosecution refused to bring
a black woman, though. It's not a
Why
black
can't we
woman.
say that the
They
white
can't
woman
touch
is
that white
It's not a
irresponsible,
black
Mr.
woman.
Fantastic?
And the
they
white
can't touch
woman
that white
don't
woman. That
matter.
woman's
Y'all are
cold.
So the
just
white,
trolling,
okay,
bro.
but
They
Y'all
won't
wouldn't
touch
she
that white
are
be
woman.
the
the mental illness
irresponsible
y'all
mother?
have when it comes to
Okay,
white folks,
no,
bro.
let me just have this,
Y'all are showing
gentlemen.
the
Let me just have this
mental
conversation with
illness
Mr.
that y'all
Fantastic. I
fucking
gotta
A
have, bro.
white
this.
woman
Y'all have the
brings her
mental
Mr.
illness,
minor
Fantastic,
bro.
son to a
Bro,
protest
you
with his
Mr.
have a
Fantastic.
AR,
mental
This is a question
and
for
we're
illness.
you,
saying
and
that
I'm not
that's
trying to
an
be funny or
irrelevant factor
disrespectful,
to
brother.
what
You
Just
have
happened.
hear
a
me out,
That's the
brother.
mental
Just hear me
argument
out,
we're
and
illness.
I'll
The
making.
listen
fact
to
of
you,
the matter that you guys are trying to bring
Mr.
things
Fantastic.
into
I'll
the
listen.
case
I'll listen to
that
you.
has nothing to do with the case. Now you're
Right.
hypothetically
Okay,
Because
but
the
asking
what
the
I'm
mother
saying
of the
prosecutor,
is,
black
because
boy.
the
but Mr.
prosecutor refused to
Fantastic, can you
charge
give me
him.
this?
That's why.
Is the mother? Let me just say this: is the mother wrong or right for bringing her son across state
The mother
lines?
is irrelevant.
Okay, so if it was a black boy, would you say that it would be irrelevant that the black
Yes,
mother did
I
that too?
would. I would not be concerned with the mother. I would be
Okay, thank
concerned
you.
with, hold on, let
Thank
me
you.
answer the question. I will be concerned with the black boy that's being charged for murder in one of the clearest self-defense cases ever presented in fucking the history of the United States of America. Not
Oh, okay.
only
Mhm.
would I
All
be
right,
that, hold
fantastic.
on, no,
Come
you
on,
said, no, let
man.
me ask the
Come on
question.
now.
No, no, I
Again,
want
hold
to
on, come
hear
You
on
can
now.
what
make your
Fantastic
you
is
can
Hold
make
saying.
your
on, no,
statement
no, let
without
me
being
answer the
that
I,
question.
I
hyperbolic.
got a I got
Can
I
we
another
would
one,
please
Art.
hear what Mr.
I
Fantastic
would
is
be
saying?
You got
worried.
another one? Hold
I would
on.
be worried about the young black boy that's being charged in one of the clearest self-defense cases and worrying about the fallout
Mm-hmm.
of it and
Okay, here it
my
comes. Let me
Second
see.
Amendment right
Okay.
and my rights to defend myself if anybody, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, cat, dog, or fucking caterpillar, try to take my gun from me and I cannot shoot them and kill
My
them dead.
eyes have
That
seen
Okay,
would
the
be
Mr.
the
glory
only
Fantastic,
of the
did I not
coming
circumstance.
say
of the
that
Lord.
under the law in Wisconsin, that if you have a gun and
And
people are
people
coming after you like they're attacking you and you begin to flee away, which is what he did at first. And then once they come towards you to take your weapon away, at that point, you're defending yourself. I did quote that law. That's in their law. So that part of it, this is why I said that all parties were wrong in this. People who chased him around and put their hands on him. But he was also wrong when he went out there and it was reported that he was pointing his gun at people. So I
that
think
is
I think
alleged.
there's
That
blame
has
to go
not
around
been,
with
brother, that has not
everybody.
been
That's all I'm
corroborated
saying.
by any evidence.
That's all
No
I'm saying,
evidence
sir.
has corroborated that. That's
Okay.
what the defense is trying to throw a Hail Mary on
Okay.
and prove. Hold on, let me so because you don't know this, so let me tell you. Okay, this is what the prosecution is trying to
Mm-hmm.
do now. The prosecution has very horrible footage, which they've
Mm-hmm.
blown up, and they're going to use to try and claim to say that he was flagging or pointing his firearm at people around. There has
Mm-hmm.
been no evidence. I repeat, no evidence.
Okay.
Clear. We'll be honest
You
out
get no
without
argument out of
evidence
me.
that that's what happened, brother.
Okay,
No
no,
evidence.
you get no fantastic. You get no argument out of me, but me and you go back and forth over these numbers of years, brother. Look, I got respect for you. I got no personal hate malice towards you. When you make a
Same
statement
here.
like that, that's very intelligent and very to the point. I can agree with you. If there is no evidence, then I can't even argue that down. All I'm basically arguing, if anything, because I do admit that if they were harassing him or chasing him under the laws in Wisconsin, in that area, he did have a right to defend himself, which is why I
And
personally think he is going to get off on this case, among other reasons, right? But I still bring it back to the fact that he really had no business out there like everyone else when there was a curfew. And he did have a weapon that he actually didn't have any business having under their state laws. So that's where I kind of differ from the position that you may
Said
have,
that.
brother. That's all I'm saying.
Said that so long ago, man. It's like Jesus
again,
is
brother,
talking.
and that's what I'm trying to tell you. You missed it, but SKC read the statute. He is
Mm-hmm.
allowed to have that gun because it is a rifle, okay? And he does not meet the two. You have to meet two parameters to be in violation of the law of not being able to own that gun under the age of 18. He doesn't fit them. That's what I was trying to explain to you earlier. So we in art allowed the statute to actually be read to
Okay.
disprove what you're talking about. He's
So
not
you're
breaking
saying
the law.
that
Hold
under
on.
you're saying
That's
under
why
their
they didn't
law
charge him with
that
it. That's why
he didn't have the legal he had the legal right to carry a assault style rifle under their law.
the style of the rifle is it was irrelevant. As long as it is a rifle, sir, long gun or rifle, whether
Mm-hmm.
it's assault style, whether it's a bludgeoning style, whatever damn kind of style, as long as it's a rifle, classified as a rifle, he had the right to carry it because he did not meet the 2 violations of the law.
Okay. Did he have work with me here, Mr. Fantastic? Did he have the right to be out there that night, given that
Like
there
you
was
said,
a curfew?
no one had the right to be out there that
Well,
night.
that's what I said earlier too, sir. I said both sides have
That
some blame
still,
in this.
but
So if
hold
he
on, this
had
is what
no
I'm
right
trying
to
to
be
tell you
out
though.
there in the
But this
first
is
place, Mr.
okay,
Fantastic,
and I understand that.
then
But
that would
again,
mean that he had no right also to be out there
but
with a
but
assault
this is the
weapon.
most important. This is the most important thing, information man. Even in the commission of a crime, you do not. And again, the judge said this. You can go listen to the judge say this. Even in commission of a crime, okay, with a said firearm, you do not forfeit your right to defend your life with said firearm.
Okay.
So yes, you're correct. Even though everyone was wrong in being there and being out past curfew, whatever, he still maintains his right to protect his life using deadly force if and when, like you said, he met the parameters of where he retreated. This is not my opinion. This is not guess. This has been proven and this has been accepted by the prosecution as fact with video evidence and forensic evidence, okay? That he was chased, he retreated, he turned around, he fired, he left, retreated again to try and go towards law enforcement. He was chased and he was caught by other individuals and did the same thing. So he fits all of the requirements as you have read for self-defense in the state of Wisconsin, beyond the shadow of a doubt.
Okay. No, you get no argument out of me if those are the facts. And but you know, at the same time, I think you all made a good point too. If it was a black youngster, I do think there would be a split in our community, those supporting the youngster, those not. But where I disagree, I personally think that if it was a black mother who drove a black son, because they already see black young men. See, this is the difference. And I know y'all probably don't like me bringing this up, but you got to give me this. There is a difference in America how people see white boys with guns versus black boys with guns. And you know that because they age black kids, even when they age us and make us look like we are monsters. So think about it. A black kid goes into a community with a gun. They already paint us as animals in America in general. Not that I'm saying that we are and that we should buy into the narrative, but it is what America and how America sees black males in general. And if it was a black male, this would be a very different dynamic, not only in the court case, but in the way people are talking about it. And you would have black folks either supporting the young man and those that don't. But y'all may not want to hear this either, but I do believe you would have a lot of people talking about how irresponsible that black mother is versus this white mother who is also irresponsible. That's undeniable, sir. That really is.
Now, question, Uhuru. You said that the first gunshot was shot up in the air, right? You said the first gunshot was shot up in the air, right? I'm just,
No, they said that, and I'll maybe read it to be accurate. There apparently was a shot by someone else. Says, okay, I'll go back to while he was pursued by a group, an unknown gunman fires into the air, though it's unclear why. They don't say specifically who that man was versus the other people involved.
What did Kyle do after that? He ran, correct?
Well, it says that the weapon's muzzle flash appears in the footage filmed at the scene. Mr. Ritterhouse turns towards the sound of gunfire as another pursuer lunges towards him from the same direction. Mr. Ritterhouse then fires 4 times and appears to shoot the man in the head. So I don't know if they're saying is that there was a gunshot, maybe he turned towards the direction of the shot. Maybe when he turns, he sees some guy or several people coming at him, and he shoots one of them apparently.
Now the thing about that, and I'm thanking for reading her. Like usually, I would ask somebody like we just had a shooting like 2 days ago, right? And if somebody's shooting up in the air, right? Like the first thing the police gonna ask, like to us, is like, did they shoot at you or did they shoot up in the air? And if I say, well, they shot up in the air, they're gonna say, well, why did you shoot him? You get what I'm saying, Ruru? They're gonna say, why did you shoot him? Like you should have detained him, or you should have just if he didn't shoot at you. You know what I'm saying? Granted, like, I get somebody was chasing after. I mean, the thing about it is, and here's the thing about it, it's funny about when a gun gets pulled out and somebody shoots, what does normally everybody else start doing when they hear a gunshot and they have guns too? They start shooting because they don't know, like, hey, it's fear. And so you're going to say, like, well, I heard a gunshot, and you start shooting also. This is something that I can tell you right now. Um, that happened. Now, I mean, the thing about it, I always ask is like, yo, did you identify your target that was shooting at you? I would probably ask him that. That's why he has anxiety now about the situation, because it was a scary thing. But I'm gonna ask him like, yo, were any of these guys shooting at you? Now I understand the person that aimed the gun at him, but he had already blown somebody in the face. And I mean, at that point, that's when the chaos starts happening.
Brother, respectfully, brother, you don't know you're so off base. This is what
It's
I'm
crazy.
saying, man. Let me explain it to you.
I literally
You
sat here
don't know
quietly.
what you just
I sat here
talking.
quietly, and I'm literally
But
asking
brother,
Ruru to
you
read for the
haven't
context.
you're
You're
not
literally,
correctly
wow,
assessing the situation.
I literally sat here quietly, and
Yeah,
I
man, but
listened.
I let you go and go and
Nobody
go and go and
cut you
go
off.
until it's like,
Nobody cut you off. No, did
bruh,
I cut you off, Info?
you have
Did
still
I cut
yet to
anybody else
say
off?
one
So
fact.
hold on now. So let's look at this. And I'm literally telling you because I actually been. Have you ever been in a gunfight?
Brother, that
No,
is
I'm asking.
irrelevant.
Hold on, fantastic. Have you ever been
Your
in a gun?
anecdotal
Have you ever
experience
been
has
in a
nothing
gunfight?
to do with this
So you're
case.
telling
You're
me,
not even you don't even understand what happened.
I'm talking from experience of being in gunfights, and you're saying that has
It
nothing
don't
to do
not,
with this
bruh,
case.
it was no gunfight.
Well, wait, hold on, wait. I think you don't understand. When somebody,
You don't understand, nigga, because you don't know what happened.
when somebody's using a gun, and correct me if
Oh
I'm
my
wrong,
God,
when
brother,
somebody's using a gun and they're
let me
shooting it,
explain it to you
and
so
there's
you can
other
stop
guns
making a
being
fool of
shot,
yourself.
that
Brother,
classifies as a
listen,
gun
this is
situation.
what happened.
I don't know why this dude is
Please
screaming
be
and
quiet and
yelling and
listen,
being
brother.
belligerent
Please
when
be quiet
literally
and
we need to
listen.
talk. Now, mind
This
you, I'm not using
even
my voice.
using the
Now,
gunshot.
so
He did not
mind
shoot at
you,
the person that
so
shot the
the thing about
gun.
dude, why you cut people off, dude?
Brother, because you just
No,
talking
stop.
you're not bringing
Listen,
that to the
chill.
conversation.
No, first of all, chill, dude. I'm literally talking about the whole thing. I
Bro,
asked her.
you're talking about you being in
Nobody
a
cut
gunfight.
anybody off.
Somehow we're talking
Nobody
about
said
you being in a
fantastic
gunfight.
things. Like you think? Listen, dude. Learn some
We're
discipline.
talking about you being in a gunfight, fam. That's the last thing you said. You tried to fucking dismiss my actual knowledge of the situation with your anecdotal experience that is irrelevant to the case and to the discussion and debate at hand.
So what are you screaming for?
You tried to dismiss
why
my
are you doing
actual
that?
knowledge about what's going
You
on.
know that you're doing that on your own.
Anecdotal experience, brother.
No, yeah. You haven't even been. Have you been in a gun altercation?
Brother, again,
That was 3 minutes.
Mr. Art
All
Newstyle,
right,
let me just give my
so
greetings to
that's
everybody as I get ready to get
irrelevant.
off. Mr. Art Newstyle, thank you for letting me
Have you
come
not
on.
known that he cut people
Mr.
off? Like, what the fuck?
Fantastic. Take care of yourself, brother. Good having a it was good having a back and forth conversation with you. Even if we don't all agree with everything that we say sometimes. Let me say peace and 0628 SKC, Mike, brother Mike V, brother Black, and BMT. Great conversation, brother. Even if people don't agree with what each other are saying sometimes, at the end of the day, we're black men. And we got. We gotta somehow find some common ground and to work together, even when we have different agreements. And this is a big issue. And I appreciate everybody up here. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming through. And
Thank you, Info, for coming through, fam.
All right, everybody take care, man. I'll be listening in the clouds, man. Y'all just,
Yeah, I'm about to go make me some pretty.
I think everybody's making strong points. I gotta be honest. Everybody's making strong points. We all have different experiences. We all see things from different world views based on our experiences. But the whole thing has just been crazy. These last couple of years and shit. So, peace, everybody, into the chat room.
You're right about I think the thing about it is this, man. Like, if somebody were to, it's like you're hearing about somebody going into the hood, and I guess they want to patrol, the hood or do neighborhood watch or crime watch or some shit. Granted, they say, well, I'm just watching the community, but they're gonna say, well, why are you walking the community with a gun?
It's like you're almost looking for something.
Well, I
Right.
think I would say this: when you go into an environment with a weapon, and you're not, I have to say this: he's not law. He wasn't law enforcement. When you go into an environment that's already charged, like it was at that time, and you've got a assault rifle, I got to be honest, you have to be prepared for some pushback, literally, where people may feel some kind of way with you having that weapon, because having a weapon is a symbol. It's a symbol that you might shoot somebody, that you ain't taking no shit off of nobody, that you're looking possibly for trouble. That's how it can be perceived by other people, even if that's not what your true intentions is. So that's another thing that's added to this whole gumbo yah. But y'all take care. Great discussion and everything like that. I appreciate it, brother New Style.
Listen, man, the law does not the law does not take that none of that comes into consideration with the law. You can have a whole you can have a whole knockdown, drag out, riot, fire, whatever, all of those things going on. Okay. My Second Amendment rights gives me the rights, and along with whatever the state ordinance are, okay, to especially open carrying of rifles and long guns, to still, and even more so from a common sense perspective, for my self-protection. Because what? There's rioting going on, there's crime, there's violence, all of those things. If you are dumb enough, if you are stupid enough to bring a fist, a brick, a whatever to a gunfight, okay, and you end up losing your life, hey, I'm just saying, man, you should have blamed the people that taught you. All right.
Right.
Again,
You do. I don't disagree. You have the right to bear arms, particularly if you're in a state that says you can. So therefore, right. I wouldn't want anybody to have their arms taken from them if they have the right to bear those arms. I'm just simply saying outside of the courtroom, because we know the courtroom is going to look at everything in a different manner, Mr. Fantastic. I'm just saying, if I know that there's a riot going on outside my door, and if I take out a rifle or any kind of weapon out there and display it, I need to emotionally be prepared that there's a high chance that somebody may not like that, and they may want to put hands on me or take it from me or whatever the perception is. That's something that you have to be prepared. So when Kyle went out there that night, you can't tell me that it would be naive of him to think that he could walk around with that gun out there and think that nothing could potentially happen to him. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
But peace to you, brother. Good points. Good points.
That's true. What you're saying.
Take care, brother.
You might as well just hang out. We got 2 Scorpios in the building, because we didn't forget about Fantastic. Your birthday coming up too, right?
Nah, mine just passed.
Like,
well, happy belated birthday to you too, man.
Appreciate it.
Like everybody's not afraid of somebody with arms on them. Like I don't know why. Like I'm telling you right now, like everybody's not afraid of somebody flashing a gun. Some people take it as a challenge. Like, oh, word, so nigga, you gonna pull out your gun on me? And they don't mind stepping to you. They will literally step to you like, nigga, if you gonna point that at me, you better use that motherfucker.
My birthday today, brothers.
Happy birthday, Info, man. Like,
just turned 52 today, man.
Yeah, was it today? I thought it was back. Okay, it was today. I thought it was a while ago. Okay.
Nah, it's the 13th.
Like I said, you get wisdom.
The 13th?
Oops, let me turn something off. I made a big mistake here. Sorry about that. I got the damn other. Yeah, it's my birthday day. I'm just chilling at home right now. I was out earlier in the day just chilling with family, but yeah, it's great to be 52 years old.
Okay, well, happy
man.
Scorpio birthday, fam.
Happy birthday.
Man, happy Scorpio birthday. Wow.
That's
the time that I grew up in, new style. The time that I grew up in, brother, they said that you're lucky if you make it to be 21 years old as a black man.
Yeah, we're the same. We're the same, fam. We're in the same background. 21, that's what it was.
Right. And Fantastic. I checked you out on you was over there at Dana's with Joe Brown on the Veterans Day. That was a pretty good program y'all did over there.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah. Shout out to Dana.
I checked y'all out over there. That was cool, man. So
and one of your frat brothers is Nino in the chat. Info.
Yeah, he's a member of the 06 crew. What's up, frat? So great discussion though, brother. But take care. I'm gonna jump off again and peace.
So the thing about it, what I'm saying is that this thing I try to tell a lot of people in the class, that if you have a rifle or a firearm on you, and you have that thing at the low ready, or you start to unsheath that out the holster, you better make sure you're ready to use that motherfucker. You better be certain
damn sure that you're going to be accountable every round. Now, I get the statutes and the mandates, right? But this is where you put a boy in a man situation. And so when we look at the situation for what it is, he has to check all the boxes. So when we're talking about this situation, right? I'm asking him, but I'm gonna ask just like I asked my son, if me and him go hunting and my son were to shoot, I'm gonna ask my son, like I always do, did you identify the target that you shot at? Because when you shoot in the woods, right? And that's just the woods. You have to have positive idea of what you're shooting at. So if he heard, that's why I asked who, the first shot, what was it? And he said there was a muzzle flash and there was smoke in the air. So I
Here we
would ask
go.
Kyle, and that's what I heard. I said,
We
like
got
I
more
said,
people
hey,
coming
Kyle,
in. Go ahead, fam.
that's what I'm saying. I would ask Kyle, like, yo, bro, did somebody shoot at you? I get you got scared, but there was a gunshot. But you turned around and saw somebody running up on you, and you just started shooting. But you didn't know who the fuck you were shooting at. You just started randomly seeing people running.
No,
What?
brother, you again, BMT. I'm not trying to, brother. You just don't know what you're
Go ahead.
talking about, bro.
Yeah,
He
okay.
knew
Yeah,
who the
okay.
man. Hold on, that's what I'm saying, bro. You this is why you need to know what you're talking about before you get
Right,
involved in
yeah.
the conversation.
Well, just
Him and
let him talk.
Rosenbaum,
You know, let him
brother.
finish, and then you rebuttal
No, no,
to
no,
him.
no, no. Let
Just
him go.
that
He
Let him
was
go.
simple.
It's okay.
done.
It's okay. It's
He
okay.
was
I'm at peace.
done.
I'm at
Look,
peace. It's okay.
bro.
Let him go. Let him go.
Rosenbaum and him had an interaction earlier. Rosenbaum had threatened him allegedly. I don't think this has been actually corroborated, but Kyle Rittenhouse said him and Rosenbaum had an interaction, and he said, "Hey, if I catch you, I'm going to kill you." Rosenbaum is seen on video footage chasing him and throwing a bag or something at him. Kyle Rittenhouse said he believed it to be a chain or something else, or some type of object that could harm him at the time. He chased him. He knew who it was that was chasing him. He was running from Rosenbaum. Okay, the gunshot went off. When the gunshot went off, he turned around to Rosenbaum, lunging at him to try and attack him and take his gun. That's when he shot him, bro. So your scenario that you're talking about does not fit, is not accurate, it just
To what
ain't
he
what
says.
happened.
To what he says. To what he says. Right.
Brother, the evidence shows
No,
it. The video
they have
evidence
video
shows it.
footage of it,
Thank
No,
you.
BMT.
no, no.
And
Damn.
I
and
know. I know. So no. So here's the thing. Now, if you listen to what I said, and what also was read, and it was like the flash. And I asked, like, so was he being shot at? That's why I asked the question, like, was he being shot at? Because you're gonna
yeah,
identify if somebody
see,
shoots at you. You know what I'm
i-
saying? Right.
if I could interject
Because you're
one
gonna
thing
identify
real
if I
quick,
shoot at you. You're gonna go ahead.
i-
Go ahead. Go ahead.
if I could
I'm listening,
interject one thing, BMT, um, I think where the problem is coming in between you two is that, um, yes, some things were written in the newspaper and have been stated in the media. However, when you view the trial, a lot of the things that have been stated in the media and also that have been written in various articles are being disproven in the
Thank
trial
you. And even to the point,
by the people
thank you. They originally
who were
wrote it.
being who are the quote unquote victims of Rittenhouse. They like there's this one part where I think it happened a couple of days ago where during the trial the defense went to went to the guy's name, Gage, I think his name
Yeah,
is,
Gross Court.
and
Gage Gross Court.
and he asked him, okay, so Rittenhouse lowered his weapon, and he said yes, and he said okay, and then you pulled your weapon out at him, and he said no, I didn't, and then he said okay, well, let's look at this picture here, and are you holding your weapon at Rittenhouse's neck? And he said, yes, I am. And then you see the prosecution, the main guy for the
Face
prosecution,
palm.
he does a
Palm.
face
I saw
palm
that.
and
I
puts
saw
his
that.
head down because he knows that the guy just contradicted his entire story and everything that was written in the paper and stated on the news.
Okay, now SKC. Now I hear you with that, and I'm not, but I watched that. I seen that video on, like, they do Facebook Live, right, where they show the court case, and so I had time to watch it when I was sitting there in the car. So the thing about it, mind you, I don't care to know these motherfuckers' names because literally, it's literally the thing about it. I'm looking at
the context of the law. You understand me? Like I'm looking at the context of right and wrong. I'm not like I don't give a fuck about their background. I act like
Yeah, yeah.
okay.
You're totally right on that, BMT. I'm not.
Let him finish, fam. Just a little bit.
When I'm doing that, I'm looking at, hey, why were you there? If you're doing patrol on West Bank Street, why are you on MLK Boulevard? That's not you understand? But if you went over there, so what was your
that's the confusing part,
okay.
though.
Hold on, Hood. There's just one simple thing that I just want to get through really quickly.
I
get your argument, BMT. The question that I have for you and others is during the trial, why is the prosecution face palming, and why is the main witnesses contradicting their original stories?
Well, I'm not taking that seriously. See, like if you don't understand, you'll not understand. Even when you swear, so anybody that knows law,
I get the whole thing of the boy. If people say the whole thing about the boy shouldn't be there and all that, okay, I get all that. I'm just asking. Fine, let's give you 100% on that.
Right.
But I'm asking, could you answer the question as to why is the prosecution face palming, and why is their main witness been shown to contradict himself
on multiple occasions?
Well,
habitual liar.
Do you have an answer for that?
If the prosecution is openly face palming,
yes, there is no if. There's no if about that.
Can I?
Okay, let him finish.
My statement. I'm not questioning whether it occurred. I'm making a statement. If the prosecution is openly face palming after asking a friendly witness testimony, then that prosecutor is one of two things. That prosecutor is either incompetent and is and is inexperienced, don't know what the fuck he or she is doing, or the prosecutor is in some kind of conspiracy to help get this guy off. Because no experience, let me finish.
Oh my
No
God.
experience.
That is a natural response, bro.
No experience. No experience. Let me finish my statement.
This is beautiful. This is amazing, bro.
No experience.
But you're going in the wrong direction,
No experienced prosecutor.
Right. I didn't say that, Uru.
No,
I didn't say that. What I said, Uru, was the defense is asking the prosecution's main witness questions. During the answering of those questions from the defense, the prosecution is looking at his main witness and then face palming like, "Oh my God, why did you answer that way?" That contradicts everything that we just stated. No, but he made it seem as though the prosecution is being
you said the same thing does not apply.
I'm saying if the prosecutor is openly displaying some sort of weakness or some sort of infirmity in their case, that prosecutor is either incompetent, because even if what you're saying is true, what if let's say the prosecutor know that a fuck up has occurred? The very last thing that prosecutor would or should want to do is reveal any possible evidence of that during that trial.
Uru, they're incompetent for bringing the case in the first place.
Thank you.
That's the incompetence.
Okay, let me read this super chat.
That's a broader issue. That's a broader issue, and that's for the overall state attorney to decide. I'm saying the actual prosecutor who's working that trial, he or she should know damn well not to reveal any weakness at all in that case.
Fair enough.
Being said or not being said.
Can I take this a different direction, bro? So do we all agree? Do we all agree community policing is dead?
Let him get to the money, bro. Let him get to the money.
Hold on. I appreciate Deborah Lamelli for the Leonelli for the super chat. Says thank you, Brother Art, for hosting this very important discussion. Okay, go ahead, Hood Service.
Yeah, thank you, and shout out to everybody on the panel. What's going on, y'all? I need to ask this question. So for everybody who's saying that Kyle shouldn't have been there, right? Despite everyone else who shouldn't have been there that night, I think we can all agree a lot of people were places. There are probably more people in that town who didn't belong there than Kyle. Kyle is actually a part of that community. That's the thing that
No,
people
he
are
is
leaving
not.
out.
No, he
No,
is not.
no,
Kyle
hold
does
on.
not live in the
Slow
state.
down.
He does not live in the state. Hold on, bro. He don't live in the
Bro,
state.
hold on. He
And
works
his
there.
father
His
lives
father
there.
lives. His father lives there.
There.
His grandmother, his
Jesus
father's mother, lives there. That's his community. Just because
He
his
is a
family broke up,
resident of
and for the black
Antioch,
community
Illinois.
to not understand how you got family in all these different places is some weird shit. He has family there, bro. That's his community. So the idea is community policing dead? So y'all saying he shouldn't have been there? He's policing his community. I thought during this whole George Floyd thing, defund the police so we can police our community, right? Wasn't that the thing? Y'all defund the police. Okay, so the police wasn't policing that night. He
I'm
stepped
glad you
up to
went through that
police,
route.
and now you guys gotta acknowledge either community policing is dead, or you gotta support the boy. He did exactly what y'all told him to
So
do.
hold on. So wait, David. I'm glad you went through, because I do that. I actually do that, and I always talk. And that's why I said accountability. Everybody heard me on the panel say accountability. So if you're going to be doing that, there's certain rules and mandates and statutes that you have to go by, and literally, that's what I'm saying. Like that, like you got to follow. I'm not banking against you what you're saying, David, but I agree about policing your own shit. But if you're wrong in what you're doing, you know what I'm saying? Then I gotta say, hey man, you fucked up. And you're going to make
Point
it
to what
harder
he
for the
did
rest of
wrong.
us.
How's he wrong?
He did not transport a gun across state lines. He didn't attack anyone. So point to specifically what he did wrong, what laws he broke, because he's not on trial. The gun charge is thrown. His friend, he has a friend in town who was holding the gun at his house. This is a part of the court evidence here. That friend is kind of being charged with providing the weapon.
Yeah,
So the idea that he brought a gun across state lines is out of the pot. He is not guilty. He's not being tried for that. If you're gonna say he was having the gun illegal, that's a lower charge. But you can hold on to that, and that's fine. But he was allowed to defend himself.
Yeah, hold on, and we gotta say something. Hold on, this is the first time. Hold on, Hood Service brought this up, so we gotta bring this up too. And the defense also got that witness, the one that actually purchased the gun for Kyle, quote unquote, to admit his testimony was in hopes of him receiving a lesser sentence for him purchasing the gun for Kyle. Continue.
Yep.
Damn, that's all illegal as fuck. That is
his homeboy, his friend, the dude used to date his sister, and now they friends. They was out together that night, and he's on trial for the gun because he bought and held the gun in town for Kyle to use that night.
David, I'm not taking that from you, but literally, okay. So whenever you go to a pawn shop or any gun store, right, there's literally a pad right there on the counter saying, if you purchase a firearm for somebody, you will go to jail, like under the pretense of the law. So did he purchase that thing for Kyle or not?
That's a gray area, and I'll explain to you why. Kyle never assumed possession of the weapon. He's only borrowing the weapon as far as the law is concerned. He's only borrowing the weapon. He never took the gun home.
Okay. Well, I mean,
let me get to the money here.
It's not illegal to pass a gun to somebody.
Here's the thing. If you're getting a gun,
What happened?
He got bad reception. So, real quickly, shout out to Stan Shelton for the super chat. And you see right there, that's a Noop sign that's similar to the white power sign as well. He said the Noop should sue. So go ahead, y'all.
I'm just saying, man. Like, hey, if he got
community policing is dead, right? We can't police our communities, right? This is what we have to agree on.
I didn't know that.
Yes or no? I'm just that's the table. That's the question I want to put on the table. Can we police our communities or not?
Listen. Okay, I got you.
I don't think that's
a yes or no question.
That's not his community. I'm sorry to tell you that, but that's not his community.
That wasn't.
Hold on.
Does he go to school in that community now?
You can police your community, but it has to be in reason.
Thank you.
Hold on. What was unreasonable?
Now you have to prove. You have to point out what he did that is unreasonable in that night.
Was he stalking people? Hold on. Was he stalking people with menacing intentions to bring bodily harm to people?
Why were you out there?
He has a right to do it. That's his right. He has the right to do it.
Why were you out there?
Hold on. I'm gonna answer the question.
You're causing more of an incident than what you're needed.
Hold on. I'm gonna answer the question. Because when that black boy got beat up by his mom on TV a few years ago in the riots, many black people say he was doing the right thing. He was defending his community. But his mama got featured on The View as for being a good mother for whooping his ass on TV.
Rael, I was
so you can't take away people's rights just because you don't like it. If your premise is, well, white boys get away with other stuff, that doesn't justify saying that he didn't have the right. Like, why do y'all, at the end of the day, why do black people care about how white people defending their community anyway? Why do y'all care? Why do y'all care about that? Y'all don't like white folks anyway. So why do y'all care he boxed some white dude?
Well, I was told to stay on. I was told to stay on this case only. So can we just stay on this case?
Why do y'all care? Why do y'all care about a white boy bopping a white dude?
Why y'all worried about a white dude that killed two white dudes? One of which
that's what I'm saying.
A predator.
Right. Let him keep the streets of suburbia clean, bro. Let him do his job.
That's amazing, boy. I swear, boy. Like so.
Based on the Constitution, you have a right to peaceably assemble.
What?
You have a right. Remember when them Tea Party people were going to Congress peaceably with their rifles on their arm at Congress? Do y'all remember that?
Okay, like
they didn't live there though. Hold on, they didn't live there though.
We are going.
Rael, I'm gonna ask you the same question.
They didn't live there, man. They didn't live there like that.
Rael and Hood Conservative. Matter of fact, I'm gonna ask you guys the same question I asked SKC and Fantastic. Now, we getting like articles and things like that covering the case, and then we hearing you guys like the articles. It kind of explains how other people were trying to go after Ritterhouse. Because he seemed to be the trigger man and the antagonizer with the gun. Whereas when you guys talk, it sounds like he came there with a halo over his head, trying to help people, and all of a sudden these menacing people tried to come after him and he had to defend himself. So that's the case, though. But that is exactly the case, though. Hold on, stop. That is exactly the case. There's videotape and witness evidence testimony that he was out cleaning up graffiti, putting out fires, and actually applying first aid treatment to people on the riot, on ground.
With the gun, though?
So he
yes, with a gun.
Yes, he needed a gun, bro. Yeah, why can't he have his gun to protect himself? One of the guys who shot had a gun. Hold on. Do you need a gun? Do you need a gun to protest? You need a gun to protest?
You can protest with a firearm.
So hold on. Why is it okay to protest with a gun?
Now we cleaning
up.
Hold
on, one at a time, though. I need to hear you guys.
Hold on. Y'all are making the assumption. See, the courtroom is where it matters. I don't give a shit about some stupid articles written by people who don't know shit. The courtroom testimony is
let's go back to the courtroom.
And the white boy who was, I think he's trying to sue to get some money, I think sue the state. He himself, when he was cross-examined based on the rules of the courtroom procedure, I know about it because I've won in court before using the law. And based on the courtroom procedure, based on cross-examination, when he was asked, he admitted that he ran up on a motherfucker with a gun. Now, when you talk about a handgun and a rifle, for example, the reason why there are different rules for handguns and rifles is because you can conceal a handgun. You can't conceal a rifle like that. So that means you give the public. The public is on notice that you have a rifle, so you shouldn't run up on me. And if you stupid as hell as a grown man to run up on somebody with a rifle, you's a dumb motherfucker looking to lose your life. That's on you. Especially if you got a handgun,
All right, hold on, man. I've been waiting to get in there.
you will be perceived as a threat. When police are saying he was reaching for something, you best believe if you got a handgun and you roll up on somebody with a rifle, man, they got every right to pop your fucking top.
Rob, let him respond to you, bro. Let him respond.
All right.
I'm glad you're here, bro.
Okay, so now you said everything is in the court and nothing else really matters. Now, are you saying that the prosecution and the defense does not try to twist or angle their facts nor to win the case?
The evidence matters. The witnesses that you use are used as evidence and they matter. Okay? So when the prosecutor, when the defense cross-examine a major witness for the prosecution, we're talking about a major piece of quote-unquote evidence.
A prepared witness, but go ahead.
But that's the prosecution. This is the state. Y'all be the main ones against the state. Hold on, y'all be the main ones.
Is prepared,
y'all be the main ones against the state. We're talking about somebody. We're talking about the state. Do you want the state to put somebody that's full of shit on the stand and lie to get somebody convicted? Is that what y'all want?
That's been happening for like.
I ain't talking about what's been happening. I'm saying, is that what y'all want, though?
So wait, let me get this straight. So the same.
Is that what y'all want?
So the same.
Do you want the state? Do you want the state with police powers, with the ability to lie, to put somebody on the stand, to lie, to
let me answer that. Yeah, I would want the truth. Okay,
thank you.
I want the truth, but I will follow. Hold on, fam. Hold on. Relax, fam. Relax.
He said it.
I want the truth. I mean,
the same people that have smoked for the family court are now supporting the same system.
But let me get this one out. Let me get this one out. Then you respond. Let me get this one out. So yeah, I want the truth, but how are you determining who's telling the truth and who's not? Are you going by how you feel about it?
Bro, what don't y'all need to read y'all need to go to the law library like Afeni Shakur did.
All right, fam. You can't do this. You can't do this when we're just having a regular conversation. Just go ahead with the things that we're talking about.
You got to understand courtroom procedure to really understand what
we're talking about. Well, who's raising their voice on this panel and not speaking a regular tone, fam, about feelings? Come on now, be regular. Relax.
Really?
Now, what were you saying?
All these other people that
really. Relax, dude. You're raising your voice, dude. Hold on. You're raising your voice and talking about feelings. I'm just telling you to relax. I'm just telling you to relax. Okay? Now, who is next?
All I'm saying is that, listen, man. There's a reason why they say justice is blind. Okay? And in the eyes of the court, it's not like, listen, your lawyers, they play the games, man. We done seen plenty of times lawyers throw cases. We done seen plenty of times certain evidence has been kept out. We done seen people done been bribed and paid off to turn a blind eye. Okay? Like, let's not play these games that this is not something that has not happened in doggone society. The same system that we know, on one side, we hear men say, hey, the system is corrupt. It's not for the man. Then all of a sudden, well, now the system is just for the man. Like, goddamn, you're going to have to start picking a struggle because all of a sudden, now the system is just. Now it's fair.
Can I speak to the hidden evidence?
I like to, if I may, I'd like to ask a broader question. Okay, let's say we exonerate this guy of everything. Let's say we exonerate him of everything. Let's say you guys are right. He's totally innocent of everything. Now, what kind of Pandora's box are you opening up? Do you want, like someone was talking earlier about community policing?
Yep.
Do you want a 17-year-old untrained in any sort of police related type actions or matter? Do you want a 17-year-old to be responsible for performing community policing?
Can I answer that?
That's a good question. Please.
As long as there are no legal or constitutional violations, I have no opinion on him being 17.
So you're okay with a minor patrolling the streets with a
If
deadly weapon,
if
performing as a quote police function.
if he
You're
is
okay with that.
operating under the parameters of whatever local jurisdiction, what can I tell
He's
you?
untrained. He's not trained in anything.
But
He
again,
hasn't
if he is,
observed any what restrictions, what sort of, he was told by police to not enter an area that he did enter. He claimed that he was defending property that no one had formally assigned him to perform. So even if you were making the argument in any way he was functioning as a police officer, he appeared to not be appropriately performing that function.
well, I would say that the body count would argue otherwise. He was trained well enough to defend himself. The gun worked, and he did.
So,
Now,
so are you saying that yes, you're okay with it? That's all he's asking.
if he is not breaking law, then I'm not. It's not a problem about him being 17. And then as far as the training, let's look at it this way: how much training are you required to have to own a gun and defend yourself with it when the time comes? How much training do you
It's
really need for
one
that?
thing to defend yourself. It's a whole other thing to operate as a semi or pseudo policeman. That comes with a whole different set of standards than somebody
Listen.
merely defending him or
But
herself.
hold on. Wait. There's no evidence of him pointing his weapon at anyone and telling them
I
to
didn't
not do
say that.
something. So to call him a police
I'm not
officer is a
referring.
little bit
I have
far.
not quoted anything of that sort. I
But
don't
hold on, hold
know. I don't know if he's pointing his gun at anyone or not. But the facts are he's not trained in any sort of law enforcement related activity. He was told.
He didn't use the gun
told.
to
He
enforce any
was
laws,
told
though.
by
Wait a
law
minute. But
enforcement.
he did not
He
use the
was
gun to
told by
enforce
law
law.
enforcement to not do something he elected to do, and he claimed to be performing a protection function that it was proven he was later not assigned to perform.
Let me add this in there. So how many hours in y'all states do y'all need to conceal carry? How many hours do y'all need? I need 8 hours in my state. How many hours in y'all state? How many hours do y'all need in y'all state to carry concealed?
Honestly, I'm not even sure because New York has like super tough gun laws and concealed carry is even harder. That's almost off the table.
What about in y'all state, brothers? How many hours do y'all need? We got to do 8 hours, and then after that, we got to do a weapons qual where you got to do certain positions with the firearm and shoot in certain types of positions under a certain time, and you got to hit the marks in a certain way. And if
I'm pretty sure the boy passed that test.
No. Well, I'm not saying. But see, you have to do that. But I'm just saying. But we have to. And I give you that, David. I'm just saying. For my state, you have to go through certain qualifications and also background check from to be able to be permitted to carry around the general public. You get what I'm saying? So that's for the civilian part to conceal carry. I believe now we're moving to open carry. I think we're going to an open carry state, but still you got to pass certain types of certification
Right.
to do that.
Open carry is more with this case. The rifle is an open carry thing.
We're not talking about here just self-protection. We're not talking about self-protection. This guy was operating he was operating in a pseudo law enforcement fashion.
Okay, well let me take that argument, Uru. Let me take that argument. How much training does any individual need to protect his property or the property of anyone he knows? Like, are you telling me that you have to be trained like a federal agent to simply protect property? Is that what you're asking for?
Who assigned him to protect what property in this incident?
Well, I think this is talking about the auto lot. There's an auto lot and a gas station, like a car lot. I'm sorry, a car lot and a gas station that was probably in question.
Has any representative of that company said we contracted with him to protect this property?
I think that's what was been brought up in court, and there was like pictures of the guys together during the day, well before the night. It was like pictures of them together. So I think the level of involvement is kind of in dispute, but I think it's pretty much an agreement that they were asked to come out. And so the idea that they're the ones looking for trouble. Like how is it he's the guy looking for trouble out of everyone out there that night? How is he suddenly looking for trouble?
Well, let me follow up. So, are you saying that there was someone on the witness stand to back up his story to say
One
that
of the owners
that
of
he
a
was supposed
car
to be
lot.
protecting their property?
Yeah, it was the owner of a
They were on
particular
the witness
car lot.
stand.
Yes, yes, yes. So and it's not just Kyle out there by himself. There's a group. He's a part of a larger group, and so conversations are being had about people's businesses and people's property being in danger during the events taking place that night. And the question now becomes to get back to Black Uru, how much training are you requiring any individual to have to merely stop their business from being burned down by an angry mob?
Well, again, that depends on what sort of formal I mean, because my presumption is that in the state of Wisconsin, to perform any sort of security related function would require you to have some form of minimal training. I don't know what that would be, but I would presume that there would be some. I would presume that you couldn't just slap something on yourself and just saying you're a security person without some form of training.
Well, let's take a real world example, right? The LA riots.
Somebody
Hold
said
on,
that
let
the
me
auto lot owner never hired Kyle. They never hired him to do that.
let's take a real world example. The LA riots, the rooftop Koreans. What training did they what training is required of them to stand on the rooftop of their business and fire back at
That's
whatever
the operative
business?
word. You
It
answered
doesn't
that with
matter
a
because not every
single
Korean
word,
owned every
with a
business, but they
single
got
phrase.
together to defend their business.
It was
Their
their business,
property.
fam.
Their property.
And it still
That's it.
applies if they're head on, then yeah, they have the right to shoot because their life is in danger. But they're running away. That's murder. So
And
I
they
mean,
weren't on
it's
the
Number
streets
one,
just randomly
number one,
walking
can you keep the
around
property?
protecting other people's businesses that had no connection at all to them.
Can you
All right,
use deadly
did
force
I
for
not say
property?
that if somebody breaks in and runs away, that's murder? I could have sworn I said that so long ago.
Can you use deadly force for property?
Like, if say that again, Charles. Please say that again.
Can you use deadly force for property?
no, not at all. No.
I'm going to tell you what the craziest part about.
I think it depends on the
Here's the crazy
scenario.
part about the.
Hell no.
Here's the crazy part about the riots. Anytime there's a riot, here's the little dirty little secret nobody talks about. Those motherfuckers make more money than what the business is worth from insurance.
Let me find this link.
Yep.
You told me to find
Actually,
this
that's
link.
true.
We got Trey in the building.
They literally tell you to let them take the money. They literally will tell you, just let them take the money.
The insurance will cover it up. Then on top of that, even if a person breaks into your house, the premise is you're in belief that person's going to do harm to you, not take your property. Now, if they flee, you shoot them in the back, that's murder. Unless they're going somewhere to get a greater advantage or going to take somebody hostage or to commit a violent act. So, that whole protecting property, I'm just going to warn people, unless it's your house, the property thing, yeah, it's fucked up. People, shits get burned, but I'd rather a person in out. If he was home and some people coming up on the lawn, hey, guess what? Duck hunt, motherfucker. Take aim. But just to go and protect property, no.
I mean, I'm just
Well,
amazed.
hold on.
I'm
Now,
amazed, Charles.
let's examine this a
Charles,
little bit.
you're a policeman. Charles, you're a policeman. You've had to deal with obviously a myriad
Experience
of
don't work up on
circumstances
here. Experience
involving
don't work up here.
law enforcement. I'm amazed that we would actually have a debate and speculation about whether or not an untrained 17-year-old should be able to perform as a law enforcement.
Here's the
I'm
crazy
amazed we
part.
would have that discussion.
Here's the crazy part, right? There are so many situations I've been in for my career alone where I almost shot a 14-year-old kid. If he would have took one step further, I would have shot his ass. I felt no remorse. Because you're going to put somebody else's life in danger.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The craziness of it is that this emboldened boy, for some odd reason, nobody told him, like, yo, stay the fuck home. Shit doesn't concern you. I can understand if it's your house. Your fucking house. There's times when people disagree with me about the Michaela Bryant situation, and the cop was absolutely within his rights of shooting her. You go past a cop with a fucking knife trying to stab people, yes. I have no problem with that. Play stupid games, get stupid prizes. You don't go stick your ass out there in the middle of a fucking riot. Okay, if you're protecting your house, cool. I'm okay with that. The business, you got insurance for that shit.
Can I point out a level of hypocrisy to that argument, bro?
Hold on. I'm going to say this. The courts up there are going to do what the fuck they please. Because best believe those lawyers and judges owe each other favors. That's just how it works. It's just how.
That's why, dude. That's why I was asking. I know Rob.
Listen,
I know
how do
Rael
y'all
got
live
all
in this
teed off.
hypocrisy?
Hold
Wait
on,
a
hold on,
second.
fam. Hold on, fam.
Living in hypocrisy.
Hold on, just for one quick second.
I gave many scenarios.
No, I'll explain. I'll
Within
explain.
One quick thing, real quickly, because I was making a compare and contrast between articles and court systems and court cases. Whereas, like I was making that thing to where, you may have one thing said on articles, but there are situations in court systems between the defense and the prosecution that twist and turn the truth as well. So who's right and who's wrong? That was my thing. Go ahead, Charles and Hood Service.
Now, let me explain what I mean. The idea that he shouldn't even be out there in the first place, and you can even leave the property angle off the table to a certain degree, because it's almost beside it's not even about the property. There's an idea at play here. They were out there for a reason. Every one of those quote unquote protesters was out there for, like you said, shit that had nothing to do with them. None of them niggas was minding their business. They should have all been home that night. So they made it a combat zone. They made it a war zone that night. It is not his fault for behaving properly in a combat zone.
None of them shot and killed anyone.
I'm going to answer that real quick.
You can talk all you want about those other people. None of those other people shot and killed unarmed people.
So wait a minute.
He killed two unarmed men.
No.
Wait a minute.
He shot one man who was armed at the time, and another man who was in the pursuit of him. He was attempting to attack him. So the idea that he is unarmed is irrelevant based on video evidence. Based on video evidence. Also, BMT spoke about hiding evidence. The fucking feds hid the fact that they were taking drone footage that night. The best footage that we have recording what happened between Kyle and Rosenbaum came from the goddamn feds, and they hid that shit until the trial.
But let me ask you this, Conservative. Why were they chasing him?
Because Rosenbaum wanted to kill him. That's why. It all started with Rosenbaum. Because he was a creepy pedo. He was a creepy pedo. Who knows? Wait a minute. Do you know Rosenbaum just got released? Do you know the man just got released from a mental institution? Just got released from a mental institution, bro. After having the forbidden dance with several children. Do you know what that boy did to several children, bro? Before he made it to that protest? He is a weird guy. He's a weird bro. He attacked more than one kid. Rosenbaum attacked more than one kid, bro. He is not a man to defend. I bet you if you look into it, you will not want to defend that guy. I promise. Look it up.
We're not defending him.
He came out of a mental institution.
I don't even know
he got out of the crazy house, bro.
We're not defending him.
We just went off the rocker about that one.
Yeah, we did.
If you come up to a scene and this guy is shot, I still got to handle that scene regardless of his record. Just like if a prostitute gets taken advantage of in a struggle snuggle,
Just
That's
because
not
he's
what.
a
That's not
prosecutor.
why I went there. You asked me
In
why
other words,
Rosenbaum. I'm
let
explaining
me
why
finish.
Rosenbaum.
He did it because he started doing the stupid shit, getting in shootouts.
No,
That's why he did it.
Rosenbaum is the type of guy who will run up on you and try to hurt you, bro.
Guess what?
That's the point. That's the
You
point.
can't
That's the
hurt. You
entire
can't
point.
hurt. You can't hurt. You know, I wish I had that meme with the dude pointing to his head. You can't. You wouldn't shoot anybody if your ass wasn't there. There was no need for you to be there.
But he had
You
the
took
right
it
to be
upon
there.
You took it up just because you got the right to do it. Should you do it?
But they all would. But that's the whole night, bro. But hold on. That entire night. That entire night was everybody exercising their right when they didn't have to.
Especially when you have a civil unrest and you got curfews and you got a curfew.
Right.
What the
Civil
fuck
unrest, bro. Civil unrest. So people are engaging in civil unrest, and they tried to attack him.
Fancy name for a riot.
And he tried, and so somebody tries to attack you in the middle of a riot. It's your fault. You tried to attack the kid, bro.
Guess what? Why were you there?
It don't matter. You have the right to be there.
All right. Hey,
unless you're gonna take everybody off the street, we can't keep doing this ring around the rosy. Nobody had the right to be there.
Because none of them motherfuckers needed to be there, including him.
You got two guys who are speeding well over the speed limit. One of the police officers, one of the guys get caught speeding, gets a ticket. You know, no big deal. Same guy another guy going the same speed, hits someone, kills that person. Now, both of them were speeding. Both of them were doing something that they weren't supposed to be doing. The problem is the second guy fucking killed somebody. So this whole
This
notion
does
of,
not
well, why were
apply.
they all out there?
Your analogy cannot apply, bro.
There's a whole lot of fuckery going on about a lot of different people.
Your
But
analogy
the vast majority, well, except for him, none of those people killed anybody.
Bro, your analogy cannot apply for the simple reason that Rosenbaum was actively trying to kill the boy. He said he wanted to kill them.
Now, what's your
But
proof
I'm telling you, I'm answering the question before you even asked it. Based on evidence, based on video evidence and witness testimony. Video evidence, witness testimony. No, witness testimony.
So let me get this straight.
Witness testimony has him saying he was gonna fucking kill the kid. Witness testimony has him saying that. Video evidence has him saying, "Shoot me, nigga." Y'all all up here defending the fucking white guy talking about "shoot me, nigga." Well, he got what the fuck he wanted. He got exactly what he wanted. You all saw that clip of him walking around saying, "Shoot me, nigga." Well, he made it happen, bro. Why is it so hard to understand?
Oh, so wait a minute. So the fact that he said "shoot me N-word," then he deserved to get shot. That we saying?
No, he made it happen.
Okay.
Hey, like I said, I'm just sitting here listening. I'm just enjoying. Listen, y'all gonna eat y'all words. Y'all start having these 17-year-old motherfuckers walking around with rifles.
I'm just saying.
They already walk around with rifles. What are you talking about?
You guys could keep on finding reasons for white guys can troll around with armed weapons.
I don't run up on people and try to hurt them, bro. That's not me. I'm not gonna get shot trying to hurt some kid in the street, bro. That's not how that's gonna happen for me.
I don't even see what's going on.
Like I will never get shot trying to run up on some kid with a rifle. That's just not how that's gonna work.
You don't know how.
Well, I mean, no, fair enough, but still.
Encourage an environment where a 17-year-old is comfortably walking around with an AR, you don't know what in the hell is going to happen to you.
America, bro, that's America. You got to get out to the country more.
Hold on.
Okay.
Here you go, Trey.
You got to get out to the country more, bro. It's not the fact that he was 17. No one had the right to be there, but they're all there, and they wanted to kill that boy because he was there.
Mississippi or whatever with a damn tank. Wait a minute. That's a whole different thing than being in an urban area with a crowd of people walking around claiming to be some kind of damn protector, and you ain't been trained for shit, and you 17 years old.
Bro, he had a fire extinguisher also. He also had a fire extinguisher and a medical kit.
17 years old because if he was an older man and his nutsack had dropped, he wouldn't have been so goddamn pressed to kill those men.
Well, thank you. Well, thank God he had a rifle because the older man who likes to hurt children was running after him, bro. Imagine that moment. You're getting chased. You don't know this, but you're getting chased by a guy who was totally down with hurting a little kid. Of course he needs a gun, bro. Of course. Yes, give him a gun.
Let me ask you this, brotherhood conservative. What makes you think that brothers in these spaces are trying to defend these other two that got shot?
Well, because it's a roundabout way. When you're saying that he should not have been there, what the hell was Rosenbaum doing there?
But why are we fighting for these guys that got shot? Are you talking? Are you saying?
Apparently, listen, I'm saying he did nothing wrong, and you're saying that he did. And you're saying that the other guys did nothing wrong and they didn't deserve to die? Are you saying that the guys that he killed did not deserve to die? Is that what you're saying? I like a yes or no on that, please.
Please strike the record. BMT did not give a fuck to know these people's names. I just want to talk
right.
about the law, and everybody
Never mind their names. Never mind their names. Listen, this is my position. This is my position. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. How do you feel about them?
Samuel Jackson, hood conservative. Who's Kid Styles? Is he cool?
Oh no, he good people.
Okay.
Welcome,
All
Kid
right.
Styles.
But now I would like to know: Do you think those men deserve to die for what they did that night? Yes or no?
I don't see what they did that warranted them being killed.
And that's the difference.
Now the question about this is the only thing I ask is, like, first off, like, did they serve their time? I'm not excusing nothing. But were these guys on the run? I'm not making excuses. Were they on the run or were they already convicted?
Well, Rosenbaum had been convicted and released from a mental institution after his crimes.
So in other words, regardless of the fact, if you're destroying property and you come up there and take your happy ass up there and say, I'm going to protect this property, nobody hires you. You shoot somebody, you're accountable for that shit. Then on top of that, you're bringing in stuff that, okay, well, these people are drunk. These people were child molesters or whatever the hell they were.
Y'all being disingenuous. Y'all being disingenuous, all of you.
I'm like this. One, nobody needed to riot. Absolutely nobody. Just as much as Kyle didn't need to take his ass to one.
No, but half the country burnt down last year, and none of y'all had anything to say about that. What about all the terrorism that went down on the other side?
You must have watched my content. I did say something about that.
Well, I don't know your content, but I tell you,
but nah, BMT, you was down with the riots, bro. I don't want to hear that shit, BMT. You was running with the riot niggas, BMT.
Y'all be rocking with them riots, and you know you do. And the only reason why this is a problem because he doesn't rock with the Black Lives Matter BS. That's why.
Well, the emotions are high in this.
And he's white.
No, that is the underlying thing. He shot allies, bro. He shot your white allies, and nobody likes that. You can't kill white allies, apparently.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Because he's not down with Black Lives Matter. He's not crying over joy.
Okay. What I'm going to ask you guys when y'all come up here, please keep the voice at a regular and discuss this like grown men. This is a highbrow panel. I'm a little tired of all the yelling and stuff. It's Saturday. Y'all give me headaches. Just state what you see and what you want to share with us. That's all. We're cool people here. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll bring the temperature down, but I'll basically say this. This is because this dude isn't out. These dudes who got shot were on the side of BLM and the woke liberal, whatever we want to call it. If you are an ally to the bullshit that Black people want to engage in and want to excuse, okay, because if you know anything about the trial, if you looked at any evidence and tried to hit him with a skateboard, the other one took the gun out of his hand, the other one pointed the gun. Kyle actually let him go. Was going to let him go. He pulled the gun out again. That's why he got his arm blown off. He admitted he only shot when I went to shoot him. What y'all talking about? Y'all gonna make it to a point where we ain't gonna be able to defend ourselves. And when niggas start getting shot, it's gonna be a problem. But yes, you let the government take your rights away. Niggas are always giving the rights away because of optics, because of how it looks. I thought y'all were against the government. All of a sudden, the government is doing its job. All of a sudden, you back It's bullshit. You know, you guys know it is. Y'all are
This
all
is
being
crazy.
disingenuous.
I'm a whole veteran, and this guy asked me if I'm gonna give.
If somebody runs up on you with the shotgun, and one tries to hit you in the head with a skateboard, and the other one tells you, "I want to kill you," tries to rip the rifle out your hand, what you gonna do?
You know, I'm glad people
Let him
asked me
kill
that.
you. That's
So,
what we gonna
I
do.
mean,
We doing right now. Stop capping. You guys have no getting Ray running around shooting kids and hitting on the street. Now you niggas
Well,
gotta
this is
say
the
that.
wrong. Hey
Now all of a
fam.
sudden you
Hey
got a
fam.
problem.
This is the wrong panel.
The
This
two
is the wrong
men,
panel, fam.
the two men who were killed were unarmed.
Like,
They did not
They're
have
pieces of
firearms.
shit that tried to kill him. If those dudes
They
take
did
race
not
out of it,
have
take Kyle out
firearms.
of it. But let me say this. This is
So
serious.
now, unless
Take me
you're
out.
telling me that
Take
these
race out of
guys
it.
are like
Take
the
Kyle
super
Rittenhouse out of this.
martial
If
artists
hey,
or
bro,
whatever,
that
they didn't even have a
One
knife.
at a
Black
time. One at a
Uru,
time, y'all.
chill.
One at a time.
Chill, Black Uru, chill. Let me get this out. This is important.
No,
Black Uru,
don't tell
if
me
that
to
was
chill,
you,
bro.
and they were
Don't tell
trying
me
to
to
kill
chill.
you,
Don't tell me what to do.
are you going to
Just
let
say what
them
you got to
kill
say.
you?
Say what you got to
Are you
say,
going to
fam.
defend
Archie,
yourself?
tell me what to do.
I'm trying to. He keeps talking over me.
Say what you need to
It
say,
was
brother.
you in that position. You had a
Go
rifle,
ahead.
and they try to rip your rifle from you and kill you. Are you going to do something to let them kill you?
Well, I mean, this whole ripping the rifle from you, okay. I mean, it's amazing to me that apparently they had their hands on the rifle, but somehow we was still able to wrestle away and shoot them.
Oh,
No,
that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
I'm calling
Answer my
bullshit.
question.
Well, hold on.
The
That's
guy
irrelevant.
There's been evidence presented. That's
Brought it up. Now
happened.
it's irrelevant. Make that make sense.
No, you're ignorant. You don't know. You don't know the case.
But let's take
Evidence
it back to
points
Brother
out
Kid
what
Styles.
happened.
What is this?
Well, hold on.
What the fuck?
Niggas
Wait a
stupid.
minute.
Let's go
In the
back to
case, in the
Brother
case,
Kid Styles. Listen, hold on, you guys. Let's go with the question again. Now, if somebody was trying to rustle your rifle, would you
Yes.
kill him or just shoot him? What is your position?
He was trying to attack me and take my rifle away from me. Yeah.
So
yes.
So your
I don't feel sorry
response
for those
is to
pieces
kill
of crap.
him?
I don't.
I
All of you know
got a
niggas who have been killed for less. Y'all know
I
niggas
got
who
a
been killed for being for somebody stepping on their shoes. Stop it.
Now,
Stop.
question. Now,
Y'all
hold
got
on.
this,
Now,
but that happens.
now, all right. Now, let me ask. Charles, you wield a rifle just like I do. Would you get close to the opposition with your rifle?
That's the purpose of a rifle, to keep distance.
So why would somebody be up on other people with a rifle? That defeated the whole
he
purpose.
chased him. Wait, video evidence,
chased him.
please. Can we acknowledge the
So
How
video
did one
evidence?
engage? He was actually trying to
Rosenbaum
get
was
away from
chasing
them.
him.
They tried to cut. He got separated from his guys. They saw him. I'm trying to explain it. They tried to pick him off. He tried to take the gun from him. He tried to harm him. I'm shooting you. I'm sorry. I'm not going to let you kill me.
This is the folly.
This is only a problem because he doesn't align with the BS and he's white. That's why. Be honest.
Okay.
I don't care if
let me
you
read
believe that, but just be honest.
I'm gonna tell you.
Let me read
let me read
SKC.
My trainer's been
Hold
wrong
on,
for 4
fam.
years.
Hold on, y'all.
He got to read this super chat.
Hold on, y'all. Let me read SKC's super chat. Appreciate you, SKC. Man, we family power, man, all the way. Anyhow, Art, why were 3 white ex-cons, in parentheses, 2 of which had prison crime dealings with children on the side of BLM? What attract these white dudes to BLM? Now, just to answer just to ask the question to the panel, give me a panel or a group of brothers in this space that support BLM.
A shit ton. I'm talking about.
He said,
bro,
anybody around here? Anybody?
Every panel.
All last summer, all y'all peaceful protesters, bro. Peaceful protesters, bro. Remember that? Hood, help me out.
He's presenting a false dichotomy because we don't necessarily assume that everyone who was protesting was BLM. We don't presume that.
Bro, no, that is a false dichotomy.
There were a lot of people who were protesting.
If you were protesting, you support the movement.
Impetus of these riots is BLM.
People, black people,
Here's the problem.
female.
Here's the
There were
problem with
lots
the
of
riot.
people protesting that weren't claiming
Nobody's
any
being honest.
affiliation with
You're not being
You
honest.
support
bro.
the
You're not being
movement,
honest.
bro. If you support the movement, you're at the riot. Period.
Hold on.
Yes.
Oh, let me take care of Trey real quick.
This is the
Go
fucked up
ahead,
shit
y'all.
about the riots. One, you got so many entities. You might got this skinhead, whatever, BLM, whoever. You got so many groups coming there, disguising themselves as each other, starting up chaos. You don't know if these motherfuckers are lone wolf, if they got a group or what. This is the folly of the whole shit. And we're talking about one stupid motherfucker who brought themselves to somewhere they had no business being.
Like everybody else.
This is
Everybody
very
else that have no business
Hold
being
on,
there,
just
burning the
one?
city down.
very
You
preventable.
mean just
It's
one
okay.
stupid
It's okay to
motherfucker
burn the
who had
city
no
down.
business
But
being
it's
there?
not
It
okay
was
for
only
one
He was the
one.
only
Talking
one
who
that
was
about
killed
asked to
Kyle,
help
somebody.
defend
He was the
property.
only
we're
one
That's
talking
not
there
about
that
okay.
killed
Kyle.
somebody. He was the
We're
only
talking about
stupid
He was
Kyle.
the
motherfucker
only
Property
one
there
that
that
tried
killed
to
Oh my
somebody.
kill.
God.
Guess what?
Y'all are
It's a bad
stupid.
enough situation there. Nobody should have been
Interesting.
fucking rioting. Nobody's saying we're
Ho-
supporting rioters. No.
Why
Let's
did
be
Rosenbaum try to
serious.
run up on that kid? Why was
One,
Rosenbaum running up on that kid, bro?
and
The
two,
riot is even
if
irrelevant. I don't even care that they're rioting at this point. Why
None of
did he
us
run
should
up
even
on that
care.
boy, bro? What was his thinking behind chasing that boy? He knew he had a rifle. He was already being aggressive towards those guys that night. Why, in that moment, right before he got shot in the face, why did he run up on that kid?
Now let
That is
me
the
ask you
only
guys
relevant
this.
question here.
in fact, there's
That's
Very
evidence
kind
from
of
the
that's
case
kind of
where a
reverse
guy
of what I've
testified and
asked.
said that Rosenbaum wanted to kill him. That is in the case. If you watch the case, you would know this.
So
He said this. I
who
want to kill you.
is there any
So you
reports?
want
Let
to
me
kill
ask you
me. You
guys
run up
this.
on me, try to take my rifle from you. I'm going to lay you down. That's how that works.
Okay. So let me
This is
ask
easy.
this. Let me ask you guys this. Have there been other reports of other people besides Kyle and his group with rifles at that protest?
I think Kyle and his group was the group, but I'm not sure if there were any other groups in
That was
different
it.
areas of
That
town.
was it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have any
And his group
confirmation
was
on
what?
that.
Two other guys?
No, his
Were
group
there
was
two
like
other guys?
6
There
to
were
8
only
No, it
guys.
was a group. It
It
was a
was like
group.
6 to 8 guys.
So it's 6 to 8 guys, and there is no other reports of anyone else having rifles out of hundreds of
No, no,
people.
no, no. Other people were armed.
No, they
Protesters
all
were
had
armed
rifles.
that
They were
night.
all armed.
One
No,
of
with the
I
rifles.
don't
With
know
the
about
rifles.
rifles. I don't know about rifles, but the idea that there were no other armed people, rifles is kind of irrelevant, bro. A handgun can kill you.
No, but I mean, as
One of the
far as
guys,
it
one of the
being
guys that tried to
seen,
attack him had.
you're not understanding the question. Now, the rifles were highly visible. People get kind of jumpy when they see people with rifles, right? So that was definitely some kind of way that you intimidate people without even saying a word.
But burning down
So, is there
stores
anybody else
and
besides these
terrorizing the
guys?
neighborhood. That's so
Brother, let's
burning
stick
down
with this one
stores
here.
and
Brother,
terrorizing the
brother,
neighborhood.
Kid
That doesn't
Styles,
show you an
Kid
aggressiveness.
Styles. Stay on topic, fam. With this one
No, I am
here,
staying on top of you guys are being
what's
disingenuous. Okay, you said
oh,
rifles that shows a certain message, right? You're
at
trying to
the
say that
event?
they
Yes,
have
at the event.
rifles, right? What about all the rioting and looting that goes on?
That
Does
has
that not
nothing to
show a
do with this
message?
event, fam.
Is that not
That has
violent
nothing to do with this
action?
event.
Oh, of course, because you
That
defend
has
it. Of course, you
has
don't think
nothing,
that.
brother. If you put words in my mouth, I'm gonna have to keep you off this panel.
Well,
Don't put words in my mouth.
can I address the whole issue? Why is it intimidating for him simply having the weapon? I don't understand that. Just him having the weapon makes him.
Now
Listen,
here's the
if you're
thing on this,
afraid of
man.
a man simply having a gun, you kind of have to think about your position in this world, bro.
He's not
Him
law
having a gun is
enforcement.
If they
nothing
were
for
Let,
you to
going
let me
to
shit your
kill,
explain.
pants over.
He's at
if
a
they were going
protest.
to harm
He's
people,
at a
much
protest.
more people
He's
got
not
killed.
trained law enforcement. He is not. He does have any presentation of any insignia on him that demonstrates that he has been licensed and he's been duly authorized to perform any sort of police
Don't have to
or
be.
security. If he
Don't have to
was
be.
a policeman, or
Second
if
Amendment,
at least he
dude.
was.
Second
Let me
Amendment.
finish. Damn. If he was a policeman, or if he was wearing any sort of evidence at all that says he was some duly authorized security or protection services, people would view him differently. Because there would be a degree of
Right.
comfort. Well, okay, this is some kind of trained
You have a
person
badge.
performing some basic sort of protection or security, so I can feel somewhat comforted or safe that he's not going to do something where I'm going to end up dead.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That doesn't really apply to the way the Constitution lays out the argument. Like
But we're
a
not talking
militia.
about the
Hold on.
Constitution.
Wait,
We're
but let me
talking about
explain. Uru,
how
Uru,
people on the
Uru,
street are going to
Uru.
Okay.
respond to a man
No,
walking down, a kid walking down the street with an
But then
AR.
you'll get yourself killed, bro. If that's the only point of your argument, then you get yourself killed. Because the simple fact is, in this country, you are allowed to be armed, and the fact
I
that a
should have asked
man
this
is
question in the
armed
first
should not
place.
provoke aggression from you. That is the
Okay.
stupidest fucking response. That
Let
you
me
see a
ask.
guy with a rifle and you automatically want to get tough with him. You're fucking stupid if that's your response, bro. You cannot
Let
be
me.
that guy and live through this encounter. No.
But let me ask you guys this question. I should have asked this a long time ago because you said 6 to 8 people as part of the group, correct?
At least, bro. I don't know
Right.
how many, but I know it from what the pictures
Okay.
I've seen, at
So
least 6 to 8.
okay. So how come he's the Jesus of shooting with their rifle and everybody else, nothing happened with them? What's
He is
going on
the
with
only
that?
one they tried.
Because they picked him.
Why?
No, because he's the only
Because he
one
was
who
a
knew.
kid.
He's the
Wait,
only
wait.
one of
They
them
picked
didn't
the
know what the
littlest
hell he was
boy.
doing. That's why.
They picked the boy. No, they picked on a boy, bro. Listen, he's a boy.
They
Think
didn't go
about
to the
how a
men.
pack works.
He's
Think
a
about a
boy,
wolf
which
pack.
means he had no damn business
No,
being
no,
out
no.
there. That's
Think about a
exactly
wolf
why
pack,
he
bro.
had no business being out
How
there,
do
because he was a
packs
boy.
hunt? How does a
Nobody.
pack hunt?
If you get logic, what about all the other kids who were out riding and looting last summer? They had no business being out there. You ain't talking about them.
Which
Come on,
of
man.
those kids
Please
shot
stay
and
on
killed
topic,
somebody?
fam.
Which of those
Bro.
kids
It
you
was
referring to
oh
shot
my
and
God.
killed somebody?
If you
Bro,
said,
listen. Out
bro,
of
I asked you
everyone
the
out
question
there,
earlier. Now you're just being daft.
No, which of
listen,
those
listen,
kids
listen.
shot
runs
and
up
killed
on you.
somebody?
Oh wow.
It's like
Defend
anything
yourself.
else. It's like
Why is
curfew.
this so
You
hard?
shouldn't be out.
Why is this
It's
so hard to
curfew. You
understand?
shouldn't have your
If,
ass out on the
bro,
streets. It's a minor
Black
thing.
Uru, Black
But
Uru, I'm
guess
asking
what?
you a
If
question again
someone
because you never
ends up
answered my
dead
question.
while you're out there on the
Black
streets,
Uru,
then it's a whole different issue.
Black Uru, if I want you
He
and
has
try
a,
to
he has
take
a
your
question
gun
for
from you
you.
and kill you, you gonna let me do that? You gonna let me do that? Take this. You gonna let somebody do it?
Take
and
the
if you
gun and
tried
kill
for
you.
this and you did the same thing, and they were doing, and they were saying, "No, that nigga need to go to jail." It would be racism all of a sudden. Now all of a sudden the system ain't working. Because if you had done the same thing and they did
I
this to
think
you,
the
this would be
issue was
racist.
trying to. I think the issue was killing the man while he was taking the gun, rather than just hurting him or
Well,
wounding him.
no. Let's
It was
address
killing him.
that. Let's address that.
That
When
was the
someone
issue.
is trying to
Please do,
take
bro.
your gun from you, not steal it out of your car, but take it from your physical
If you had
body.
control, of course. If
That
you
is
had
not
control.
a property crime. That is an attack on your person. When someone's trying to take a gun physically from your hand, the only proper address to that is to assume you are being threatened against your life. When someone's trying to take a deadly weapon from you, you can only assume they intend to use it on you. That's the only thinking from trying to
What's he gonna
take
do?
your gun from you. What else is he going to
So
take your gun and do?
Listen to the logic.
automatically, you just
He said earlier. Wait,
automatically.
let me address it. He
Okay,
said
fam.
earlier
Go
that
ahead,
he
fam.
was going to kill him. He said this. It was testified. He was going to kill him. So what he going to do? Take the rifle and not shoot him? He's just going. I'm just going to hold this for you. No, nigga, he gonna take the gun from him. He gonna kill him. I would have did the same thing that Kyle did. All of you would have done the same thing that Kyle did. You guys are being disingenuous.
Who are you referring to? Because the
Rosenbaum. Shoot me, nigga. Shoot me, the pedophile that you guys are defending. He said he was going to kill him. There's evidence in the court that said he was going to kill him. He tried to take the weapon from him. What you think he was going to do? Just take the weapon and hold it?
Right, there's
No,
gunpowder. The gunpowder the gunpowder evidence puts him touching the rifle barrel, bro. He's got gunpowder on him close enough that he was grabbing the weapon. This is sworn testimony from gunpowder crime lab experts. So he was in the emotion of grabbing the barrel of the rifle. He deserved to get a little bit of fuck around and find out.
All of you would have done the same thing that Kyle did. All of you. All of you would have done the same thing. You guys are being disingenuous. I'm sorry.
No, sir.
I'm sorry.
Do not speak for me. No, sir. Do not speak for me. No,
except for the guy. Okay, fine. So
done with that man. How dare you say it? Number one, he was a minor. Number two, he crossed state lines. Y'all keep forgetting that off the rip. He crossed state lines. He had no business. And then trying to say he's going to protect somebody else's property. You don't even work for them. Man, come on. Y'all use some logic and rational reason and get rid of the emotion.
Hold on,
bro. Well, first of all, you sound like the dude who would actually do what I said.
Has anybody ever had a gun, have a suspect grab their gun before?
No, no one's ever tried to grab my gun. No. I'm not an officer. No, that's a very unique line of work.
So, yes, it gets into deadly force, but I'm kind of like predicated to go into situations like that. Kyle wasn't. See, this is the
Can I
point
read
that
the
I'm
Second
getting at.
Amendment? You keep bringing this.
No,
He wasn't.
let Faulkner finish. Let him
Second
finish, bro.
Amendment had nothing to do with
So,
it.
Let Officer
so,
Faulkner finish. Quit interrupting, please. One at a time. Thank you.
Stop yelling.
so everybody's saying this
Who you
Kyle
yelling at?
shit because I'm wondering. One, I'm wondering if this guy was black, Asian, but everybody say the same thing. I have no problem if he's right or
Yes, I
wrong.
would.
I have no problem
I would
saying this
because
person's right or wrong. That was rhetorical. Because look, a lot of shit is prevention. Like I said it before, the best reversal of any hold, any move, any punch is not to be in that situation in the first fucking place. Nobody, not even the riders, nobody's trying to defend whatever that fucking guy name is. I care less. This kid took it upon himself, and I'm really trying to I'm really trying to figure out: is he a boy or is he an adult?
He's 17 when it happened. He's probably 18
he was
now. And how
17 when
come
it
no one's
happened.
ever
So in other
said?
words,
How come no
so
one's
no,
ever
wait a
said
minute.
Rosenbaum would be
I'm
alive
not
if he
finished.
hadn't been there?
I'm not
Can you at
finished.
least say
So the
that? Can
whole
you
thing.
say he wouldn't be alive if he'd be there? Just say it one
I
time.
don't care if
Nah,
he
they
is
ain't
or
gonna say
not,
that.
because I'm gonna ask this one question.
Well, we
But
do know he would be
when
alive
you
if Rittenhouse hadn't been there. We do
if
know
you put
that.
yourself,
So Rosenbaum gets to live
This is
though.
all because he's
His
white.
decision means nothing.
It's all because he's white. It's all
I
because
care
he's
less.
white. It has nothing to do
I
with
care
right or
less
wrong.
about
Y'all don't care about
Man,
justice.
I care less
stop it
about
with the nonsense, dude. It's white shit. Stick to the facts.
Once again,
I have
arrested
been.
white
None of you
guys,
are
I've arrested
acknowledging them.
Asian guys, I've arrested white women, black men.
Oh
It
my
doesn't
God,
matter.
you like a woman.
I had
Quit
to help.
interrupting people.
I had to help the same type of people too. Does not matter. The situation is this: number one, shouldn't have been a fucking riot. Number two, while there's a riot, you don't go there to say I'm helping out. And then because you're not trained, you get into a situation that you couldn't handle and you use a deadly force. And the words of Huey Freeman, that nigga should have been just reading a book. The fuck you needed to go down there? You had nothing
Okay.
to do with this shit. But
Is that me or is he Borgen?
nope, that's you.
That's me. All right.
Yeah, but yet when you take these laws into your own hands and you play stupid prizes, don't say he's a boy now. You make man decisions. You got to
Can
be
I
held
speak?
accountable for
Can you hear
those
me?
decisions.
But it was a
Go
good
ahead.
decision though. It
Can
wasn't a bad decision.
I
He's
rebut?
okay.
Can I make a rebuttal? Right.
Go ahead,
He
fam.
lived. He survived. And it doesn't matter why he was out there. David Dorn got shot last year. Y'all want tape him? Y'all want to talk about him? He's just laid out. He was a grown man.
Now,
He was a police
let me ask
officer.
you
He
this
got shot.
question,
Nobody
fam, because
defended.
you making
Nobody
some
talks
That's
about
statements.
David
picking
Dorn.
straws.
Well,
That's picking straws. That's
let
picking
me ask him
straws.
this question. Let me ask the brother this question.
Not a
Why you
straw
keep
man.
saying? Why do you keep saying that it's because he's white?
Because this is why this is a problem. If he was black, nobody would be saying anything about this. If he was black, y'all will all be saying this was self-defense. I wholeheartedly
No,
believe
what I
that
would say,
because I've been watching y'all from the
if you're gonna
clouds. And I know how y'all
if you're gonna
operate.
say something in my
This is because
mouth,
he's
I would
white and he
say
wasn't a
I would
BLM.
have told
He
this
doesn't
Negro, when did
assign
you
with your
stop being
side of.
black in America?
It doesn't
Lies,
assign
sir.
with the way
You're
you
a
like.
liar, sir.
Can I
I'm
say
telling
it?
you, you're a cocksucking liar.
Stop.
You're a
Right.
He in the wrong
cocksucking
Because you
liar.
hand.
yell doesn't
Listen,
make you right.
You're
Just
putting
because you
words in
yell
people's
doesn't make you
mouth.
right.
You're putting words in
You're
people's
loud,
mouth.
yell.
That
dude.
It's
makes
kind
you
of
a
loud
I'm
for
just
him.
cocksucking
gonna
liar.
say this. I'm
Dude,
just
you're
gonna
loud,
say
bro.
this.
Just because you yell
I'm
don't make
just
you
Race
right.
gonna
was
say
our
this. I hope
primary
you
Just
put
because you
motive.
that
yell don't
same
make
Why
you
would
right.
energy
we
going over to
care
the white
if
You're
race
a
manosphere.
was our
cocksucking
primary
liar
motive?
because you're wrong. You're
If
putting
All
race
words
right.
in
was
people's
our
Whenever you
mouth.
finish
primary
yelling,
motive,
whenever
why
you
would we
finish yelling, I'll
care
No,
if
explain.
I'm
One
race
at a
speaking
time,
to you,
y'all.
sir. You're a
Whenever you're
cocksucking
done
liar.
yelling, I'll explain. Whenever you're
if
done yelling, I'll explain.
Wait a
race
minute.
was
Wait a
our
minute. I'm gonna say
primary
this, and I'm
motive,
getting off the
why
panel.
would we care
Let
about the fact that he shot and killed two white men and shot another
I'm
white
going
man?
to
That
explain
makes
this.
no sense at
I'm going to
all.
explain
I
this
just gotta
because I know how you
say this
guys
real quick,
operate. I
Art.
watch you guys.
I just hold
I
up.
know
I
how
just
you
gotta say
operate.
this, Art, and I'm getting off your panel.
Ooh,
I
let
hope
him.
everybody keep.
Please let him
I just hope
explain. Please let
everybody
him
keep the
explain.
same energy and go over to the white manosphere. See y'all later.
Now
All right.
I want to hear him
All right.
explain this. I'm
So
curious.
if Kyle Rittenhouse was a nigga, he was a black dude who was in this situation, and he defended himself in the same manner, would you all be saying the same thing y'all saying? Would you be saying that boy shouldn't have been out there? Or you saying, oh, that was a good shit, especially
Yes, I would say that boy shouldn't have been out there. Because number one, he crossed shut up. Because all you do is rebut. So without no facts, fuck you. Try that one. Try that one, smart ass. Try that one, smart ass. All you've been doing is going on like a bitch. You shut up. God damn it. It's more than just you in this goddamn panel. It's more than just you in this panel. Don't fuck yourself. Don't fuck yourself. Because you talking about us guys. Don't fuck yourself. Don't fuck yourself, bro. Don't try that one. On facade.
Okay. So stop.
And then he turns passive aggressive like a bitch.
All right. Whenever he's done, I like to speak. Fucking idiot.
Okay,
now,
go ahead, man.
That's all you've been doing, clown. It's speaking rhetoric. That's nonsense.
Shut up.
You're trash. You're trash.
I know you're
trash, dude. You're trash.
You're dumb.
I think he got enough.
As I was saying, if Kyle was black, would y'all be having the same reaction to this? And he defended himself in the same exact manner.
I told you yes. I told you yes, idiot. Yes, idiot. Yes, idiot. You don't have to believe me because you're an idiot. I function off of logic, question, and reason.
Idiot. They're fucking with them white guys. That's what I would say. I would also say they need to be locking his mama's
Hold up.
ass.
You would say don't go out there fucking with the white guys. Hold on, you would really say don't be out there fucking with the white guys? Are you fucking shitting me? Are you fucking shitting me?
Y'all lying. Y'all capping.
He went across state fucking lines.
You the capper.
That nobody told him to do. Nobody hired him to do. Walk. You know what?
Hello. Yes.
Incorrect.
Yes.
Once again.
Tell him, Uru.
Y'all don't even know the facts. Y'all just saying stuff.
If he was a black boy, all other factors being the same. If he was a black boy, I would say he.
Y'all would have been like, he shot 3 white boys. And they tried to throw him in jail. This racist. White supremacy.
Wow.
That's what y'all be saying.
I can't believe you don't even hear how you sound right now.
David, I'm right.
And the mom was dragged in the blood too, fam.
There's a whole nother case going on that y'all don't even give a shit about the details about.
And they were against him. Y'all be saying this is white supremacy, racism, legacy of slavery, all of it. Stop capping.
So let me.
All y'all on that blackity black, pro black, wackity whack.
Hold on. I'm gonna paint a brighter picture for what's his name, Kid Styles.
I don't know those other guys, but you know us better than that hood server. You need to check your report. You need to check your report.
So Kid Styles establishing this. Hold on, fam.
Yo, big bullshit.
I guess you haven't seen I don't think you watched my panel that much. But check this out.
I've seen some of your stuff. I've heard the Pookie truths. I've heard the stuff.
Can I just drop
we been fair? Have we been fair to people
on some of these panels, bro?
But gentlemen, I know we've been avoiding.
All right.
I'm sorry. I'm
but
sorry
let me go back to. Well, hold on, fam. Hold on, fam. Let me go ahead and see whether or not if I'm going to give clarity on what Brother Kid was saying. So we're going to have a black boy from one state to go from the other state to the next state with his mom and have a gun that has not been registered or anything, walk into any kind of rally, protest, or whatever, and walk around with a rifle and point or whatever he does with it, and then claim that he's trying to save people and help people.
Let me get it. Let me answer it. Let me answer it. I know he did. But let me answer it. Because here's the thing: the gun is not the issue. But
okay, I'm just laying all that out there for people that are out there listening. So all of a sudden, a couple of people approach him, right? And from our standpoint, that don't look right for somebody to walk in with a rifle in a crowd when you're underage. Now, all of a sudden, 2 dudes try to approach him, right, out of the crowd, and one said, "I would kill you," and the other one said, "Kill me, N-word." and he shot, he shot
No,
No,
the
the same
same
guy said
shot
guy.
that.
The
both of them,
same
whatever.
guy. The
The same
same
guy
guy
said
said
that.
both
Okay,
those. The same guy said that,
so
and he
wait a
shot
minute.
that
Which
guy
one came
later.
first? Which one came first?
First,
Shoot me inward, or I'm going to kill you.
first was the shoot me inward part, and then later on in the night, someone heard him
I'm gonna kill
saying,
you.
but right before he ran up on
Okay,
him, I will kill you. And then a few minutes later,
I'm
he
gonna
caught
effing
him
kill
up
you.
kind of alone, and he ran up on
okay.
him.
So I'm just trying to make sure I get some
Yeah,
clarity. Now, all of a sudden, he shoots him. Somebody else tried to get his gun, right? He shoots him, and some other one got shot and survived. Is that correct? This a black boy,
one guy hit him in
underage,
the head.
with a gun.
Remember,
Another
a
guy
black boy,
hit him in the head
three
with
white
another
guys.
guy hit him in the head with a skateboard.
He's
Okay,
They tried
running
to
so it don't
kill
away.
him.
make
They
us.
chased him,
So
knocked him down, hit him with the skateboard, and then he came up with his rifle. The one guy who hit him with the skateboard, I believe he's dead at this point. He's shot. The other
Yeah,
guy who he
he
okay,
shot
shot,
him too.
he ran up to him with
all
a
right.
handgun. He
Mm-hmm.
faked like he was gonna give up, and as soon as
Mm-hmm.
Kyle pointed the gun away from him, he raised his gun at him. Kyle turned the gun back, shot him again. It
Uh-huh.
happens quick, but
Okay.
it's all on camera.
So the black boy does all that. And so after all that has took place, you gonna tell me a whole bunch of brothers in this space gonna be riding for this dude?
Yes,
Yes,
that is
yes,
what I'm
Ahmaud
asserting. Yes,
Arbery.
Wow.
Ahmaud
and I
Arbery.
know you would be. I know you would be. I know you would
Ahmaud
be.
Arbery. Let me tell
Oh
you
my
why. I'm gonna
God.
tell
If
you
it was
why.
a
No,
black
no, no,
dude,
no. I'm gonna
hold on,
tell
let me
you
say
why,
this.
bro.
Can't
Because
make it so.
no, he asked me.
In the
He
case
asked
where they're
me.
going this
He
way,
asked, yo, he
all
asked
of you
me.
will be
He
saying
asked me.
racist
Hold
white
on,
supremacy.
bro. Bro, he asked me. Let me explain why. Let me explain it, bro. Bro, not one of you
We
dudes
can't make
likes to
this
play
up.
the not.
That Ahmaud Arbery crossed state lines, went to a
Bro,
white
hold on. It's not
neighborhood,
about state
started
lines,
patrolling the area with an AR rifle. That's
bro.
what
State
Ahmaud
lines,
David,
It's
you
Arbery
gotta
did.
clear
crossed
that
with
up.
the
bro.
state
David, you
line.
gotta clear that
How the
up.
hell you
David, you gotta
gonna
clear
Listen,
that up.
disavow that?
'Cause that
Come
being
on, man.
And
That's
incorrect.
what I'm talking about.
Ahmaud Arbery's
You're being
mother,
incorrect right
one
now.
at a
and
time.
David,
One at
Ahmaud
a
Arbery's
Hey
time.
mother
KC,
brought
I
him
hope you
to that
clipping this
neighborhood.
out.
Listen. The only point I'm trying to make is not one of you give a shit about what he was really doing there. He should have never been there. All you care about, it was a
this is
black
white.
guy and three white guys tried to kill him. That's all you care about. So
A black
to
guy.
connect it to your what if,
What?
when to connect it to your what if, when it's the black guy in Kenosha and three white guys try to kill him, you're gonna act the same way like Ahmaud Arbery. They had no business putting their hands on that boy.
And he said, "Shoot me, nigga." If he said, "Shoot me, nigga," to a
So
black dude, and then
Ahmaud
try to do that, y'all
Arbery
be like,
tried.
"He got what he
So Ahmaud
deserved.
Arbery
He
tried
got what
to
he
assault.
deserved."
Wow,
Ahmaud
where's this
Arbery
coming
Free my
from?
nigga
How
Tom.
how in the heck can you even argue that rationale before you ain't even went back
Because
to
I
square one?
see
He
how you
crossed
niggas like
state
you
line
operate.
with a gun that was illegal. He was a minor, and
That's
his
not
mother should
true.
be charged
That is not
as a
true, bro.
conspirator.
You don't even know
That's
the facts of the
bullshit.
David. Please help me
Y'all
out.
No,
ain't
he
even
testified. I
addressed
saw that
that.
part of the case.
David, help me out
He
with this.
testified that he was not a registered gun user.
Self defense has no age,
He
bro. You know
testified
how
that
many
on
times
the court case,
there have been
on the court
several
stand.
there have been several cases of 15-year-old boys grabbing the house rifle and killing intruders. Self defense has
In
no
their
age.
homes, for
It
Christ's
has
sake,
no
man.
age, bro.
That
They
was in
tried
their
to kill
No
him.
home.
age,
That
bro. No
wasn't
matter
on the
where I'm at.
street.
Listen.
Black
If he
Ooze
was
said
out
in
there,
the home, you're not understanding.
no,
This
no,
was
no,
out
no,
in
no.
public.
They tried to
When
kill him in
you
public.
walk out in public and do what you do, you lose an
I can't. He
aspect of
can't. So he can't
self-defense.
defend
Bro,
himself.
Because
No,
he
no, no.
you
He
went
can't
guys
as an
know
defend
that.
himself,
aggressor. He went
If
with
bro.
a
anybody
gun
Bro,
kill
becoming
you in
an
public,
aggressor.
guess what? They're
having
going
People
a
to
can,
gun doesn't
die in
words
make you an
public.
don't
aggressor.
kill. People do. You can say anything to
Hey
anybody.
man, nigga,
First
you loud.
Amendment.
Shut up.
Words
You
don't
loud, bro.
kill.
Bro,
That
Hold on,
man
slow
had a
down,
gun,
bro, you
fool.
loud. Come
listen.
on, bro.
You're
He's
an
too loud.
idiot.
Shut this
Listen.
nigga
I
up.
know. Look, think
Shut
about what
up.
you just said, bro. Think about what you just said. Guns don't kill, people do. Therefore, the man holding the gun does not make him an aggressor simply having the gun because guns don't kill. So the guy that actually ran up on you is the aggressor. No matter how you slice it, even if the gun is illegal, bro. Even if the gun is illegal, you don't have the right to try to kill me. Period.
But he doesn't have the right right to carry an illegal firearm in public, being a minor.
Well,
Does he?
so fine. So if he
No,
gets
answer the question.
listen,
Yes or
I'm
no?
answering, bro.
Yes or
Stop, I'm
no?
answering.
Yes or no?
A gun charge
Does
is
he have a right
fine.
to carry a
Bro,
gun
come on,
as
bro.
a minor and
Yeah,
it's
listen,
illegal?
listen. A gun charge is acceptable. If you are illegal, if carrying the gun is illegal, that is acceptable, bro.
But
Wow.
was the gun
Wow.
registered? What? Wait, because we don't even know if that's true or not. Is that true?
It is true. They've already stated that.
Listen. You're not following the
Fuck
trial,
yourself.
sir.
Tell your mama to shut up. You don't tell no grown man to shut up. Go fuck yourself.
Shut up. You're no.
Fuck yourself. Don't tell a grown man to shut up. You better learn better etimon than that. I'll keep disrespecting your bitch ass.
Dude,
tell another man to shut up. Tell another man to shut up.
To the case.
Bitch, man.
I can tell you haven't.
That's what girls do. You don't tell another man to shut up. Go fuck yourself.
You have not seen the trial, bro.
I just
did.
You gotta watch the trial.
This is classic.
If you watch the trial, you would know the facts.
Let me read the super chat real quick. Let me read the super chat real quick. It says, if he gets off with no
fucking
charges,
can
bitch. Well, hold on, AL, hold on for a second, brother. Can we admit that this sets a bad precedence? The escalation of riots into skirmishes, the informal deputizing, and that judge was objecting for the defense craziness. Appreciate you, Harold George. So you guys made your
that's a good point. Can I speak to that comment? That's a good point. What do you think happens if you sustain riots and attack property for long enough? You think, even though, think about like the Wild West. You think every single townsperson was defending each and every one of their own homes? No, we all defend the town as a community. And so this idea that because you have political grievances and you want to express them, you get to just damage the entire population's like property. Like, people will stand up to defend that, law or not. This is just human nature. You're creating a situation where you're provoking vigilantes.
Right. Oh,
but it's not about that. It's not about justice. It's not about right or wrong. This is all because he's white. He doesn't align with the leftist agenda, and niggas want revenge. Because if he was black and he was losing the case, well, we clearly see that the black guy defended himself in the same manner Kyle Ritterhouse was saying. All these things we saying white supremacy. I know you would.
Okay, bro. I don't know you. I don't know you, but I'm going to try to respect you and respect that we have a difference of opinion, and that's fine. But you're being incredibly disingenuous by projecting political. Let me finish. You're projecting political agenda on all of us just because we happen to have a disagreeing opinion.
Thank you.
It's a very
That's why I keep trying to ask you.
It's a very convenient, fallacious tactic that you're using. We can disagree.
Well, it's not political. It's racial.
Let me finish.
It's
we
team
can
sports.
Disagree without us necessarily being allies of BLM.
BLM.
Because I can assure you, I don't give a fuck about BLM.
That means you're lying.
I can promise you that.
Well, let's leave BLM off the table because fine, the group itself is not really the thing. But
is there anybody?
A lot of you guys supported the riots and the movement itself. Whether you support BLM and those three women and all that, the movement, you guys supported the movement. So, all right, prove me wrong. Man. I'll stop.
Lying.
Address it.
I mean, you know, really again, you guys.
I listen to all y'all. Y'all got mad at Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, Jacob Blake. Y'all all glad because we didn't feel a certain way. Because we didn't agree. But come on, man.
No,
we're gonna act like that didn't happen.
But we already asked Conservative this question. Now we're gonna ask you. Could you name anybody black that's been supposedly on the news or in the media? We're talking about the ones we know about that's been done unjust as far as killing, shooting, whatever. That you say, hey man, these black people deserve justice. Go. Which one out of 5 from the last 5 years?
Hold on. I'm borging that thing. Hold on. Say that again. Hold on.
Could you name anybody black that's been that's the public has deemed done unjustly by being shot, killed, that you would say, hey man, this person was done wrong. He needs justice. Anybody like that we know about that's been that's been covered, whether it's social media or regular media.
I believe what's his name? The Castillo. That was wrong. I agree with that.
Castillo. So what was so unjust about his situation?
Because the cop
that's in Minnesota,
he was
right?
Nervous, but he just sprayed him for no reason. For no reason. Like he just shot him. Like that was wrong. I 100% agree with that one. But most of the cases,
so
I do not.
That's the only one.
But in that case, that I do believe.
What about Tamir Rice?
Not the only one, but that's one of them.
What about Tamir Rice?
What? Explain Tamir Rice again. Because I don't.
Tamir Rice was the child playing in the park with a toy gun. 2 officers just drove up in the park and jumped straight out and shot him.
Yeah, Tamir
It's
Rice is a
unfortunate,
legit
but I don't feel
tragedy.
it's a tragedy, but he should have been out there waving a gun.
What the?
Well, it
Sometimes
was
he
a
deserved
toy.
to get
That's the
shot.
thing. It was a toy gun, and
No, he
people
didn't
called
deserve to
the
get
cops
shot,
on him
but
saying he had a real
He should
gun.
have been waving a
Look,
toy
the
gun,
kid
but it's
was out
okay
there.
with Kyle Rittenhouse.
No.
Let
Wow.
me explain.
Wow, I'm done with you,
Let him
motherfuckers.
People
finish.
called the
Wait,
cops
David,
on
let
him
me explain
saying
it.
he had a real
Let me
gun,
explain.
and so the
And he
cops
said he
came
looked
up
like he
seeing
was
this
from. He
kid
said he was
playing
a
with a
little boy.
toy and shot him. It was a fucked up situation. They were wrong. Everybody in that shit was
Yeah, but
wrong. Nobody thinks that should have happened.
How come he didn't say that before his
I
service?
don't
That's
think
why
it
I
should
was
have
You never
asking
happened,
you
but
what
asked
y'all
the
me
had to
kid
say.
before.
was.
We never had the
Well,
I
let
conversation
me
did.
about
explain
that
it.
in particular.
I did. I did ask you about
Well,
that. You said that you couldn't even answer.
kid should have been out there with a gun. Kid should have been out there with a gun.
Okay,
So,
It was
so
mixed
hood
up.
sir, on the record
Let me
now.
say it. Let me
so
say it.
But
Let me
Kyle
say it. Let me
Rittenhouse,
say it.
he could
Guys,
be
gotta
out
let me
there with a
talk.
gun.
so you can go
Bro,
to
I don't want to talk to
Walmart.
this dude. This dude's annoying.
Hold on now.
Well,
So you
bitch,
can
get
go
off
to
the line.
Walmart or order a toy gun from Amazon or anywhere,
Yeah.
and in any damn suburb, kids running around pretending to fire these guns off at each other, and there are no police rolling up on the curb shooting those kids. So
Hello.
you can buy the
Okay, so the point was,
the toy gun for your
let me.
kid.
Let me
No,
talk,
wait,
bro.
you listen to
Buy a
him.
toy gun for your kid.
No, you don't.
can go
Shut
into
up,
a
nigga. I'm
store,
not talking to
buy
you.
a
No,
toy
fuck
gun
you,
for your
bitch, because all
kid.
you do is listen to answer versus listen to
But he
comprehend,
shouldn't have been
motherfucker.
No, I don't have to do
Go
none of
fuck
that.
yourself.
I don't have to do
Go
none of that.
fuck yourself.
Oh,
Try that one.
ooh, you curse. Wow, I'm
Yeah,
afraid.
oh,
Shut up.
wow, yeah. And that's how I treat
All right,
motherfuckers
you
who
guys,
ain't got
chill
no
out, chill
respect.
out, chill out.
for kids to play in.
Bitch made.
Can
All right,
I
now can I
address
talk?
can
Because
I
I've been getting
address
interrupted.
Uru?
Wait, I
Can
haven't
I
gone yet. Let me go real quick, David.
Oh my
all right,
Real
God.
quick.
No, I just
So
want to slow it down because it's kind of like tense.
wasn't Tamir Rice pointing the gun at the cop?
No, that's not what happened.
No.
Fucking idiot.
So because I
get your facts straight.
Shut up. I'm
he
trying to
had
get
a
No,
choice.
fuck you, bitch.
Stop,
Tell
please,
another
bro.
man to shut up.
Please,
Ho,
bro.
I done told you
Please
already.
mute this
You
nigga.
ask a
Please mute
man to
this
be
nigga.
quiet,
Please
or
mute this
can you
nigga.
rebut? You don't never tell no man to shut up. Go fuck yourself,
Nigga,
little
shut
young
up.
bitch.
Shut
Shut up,
up.
bitch. Shut up, bitch.
Jesus
Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch. You like that, bitch?
That's not
Shut
me.
up. You don't like
That's not
it.
me.
Go
I
fuck
think he got
yourself.
enough,
You never
man.
tell another man to shut up.
I think he's got
All right,
enough.
You
all right,
effeminate
Riri,
hoe.
Not me.
you took a whole break when we started this shit up to like talk about having a upscale panel. Like, come on, can we talk about
Right, but
this?
he
Like,
can
actually
Yeah,
talk.
man.
How when you got effeminate motherfuckers telling other people to shut up because all they want to do
Bro,
is interrupt. He listens to answer
bro.
You're the only
versus
one
listening
yelling.
to
Can you
comprehend.
You're the only one
He's a
yelling, nigga.
talk
bitch. He's
regular?
Probably raised by your
effeminate.
mama.
He's effeminate. He's effeminate.
We was
That's
actually
him.
having a calm discussion until your friend appeared, if you recall.
Thank you.
Well, dude, we were
Pussy
just
made.
agreeing just the same. But see,
I
that's what I'm
called y'all out.
talking
Y'all don't
about.
like it.
Pussy
Right.
made. Cause yeah, y'all know what you know we talking about. Pussy made.
No, I called you
Shut
out.
up, bitch.
You don't like
You don't
it.
like
That's
it,
why
huh,
you don't
bitch?
like it.
You don't like it, huh, bitch? Shut up, bitch.
Hey,
huh?
that's not
You
me.
better
And
learn
that's
some
why
better
I believe what I
tomorrow
believe
when you
about
have a
y'all.
rebuttals in
If
a
Kyle was
motherfucking
black,
Coliseum.
this
Trick.
would it be.
Shut up,
This would it
bitch.
be.
Uru, this is what we
He
were
can yell and
doing.
do all that, but I can't.
Uru, this is what we were doing before he came on the panel. Really, he is not the problem here.
No, he
The
is
point,
the problem. He definitely
is the
No,
problem.
I didn't come up there yelling like that.
Conservative. Before he came on the panel, were we yelling at each other? I don't remember.
bro, that is a personal choice that we all
I don't
make to
remember
behave
that.
ourselves, bro. Even now,
I calmed down, but I actually calmed down. The dude under me was the one who was yelling,
and that's what inflamed the panel.
I calmed down,
bro.
I
Being
actually calmed
But
inflamed.
down.
taking
The
shots
dude
at
under me was
people
the one
don't make
yelling.
it better, fam. Taking shots at
Thank
people,
you.
come on.
And you wonder
Fair
why
enough.
motherfuckers on your ass.
I'm not yelling right now, dude. I'm cool.
Man, whatever.
So what's the problem?
Infeminate.
I don't mind having a
ass.
cordial
Go from
conversation.
passive
All right,
aggressive
dude.
to aggressive.
Dude, can
Man,
we
you is
move on?
narcissistic, bro.
Can we
You
move
is
on?
narcissistic.
All right, bro, I get it. You like the sound of your own voice. Can we move
No, you
on?
like the sound of
You're
your
the
own
only one
voice.
yelling right now.
Infeminate
You're
ass.
the only one yelling right now.
Uru,
I'm not
Black
yelling.
Uru asked
No,
something.
I'm speaking to you. You just don't like the bass of my voice. voice, effeminate ass. That's what females do. Don't you check another man.
Let me talk.
Get your mind right. Get your mind right. Come back to reality.
Shut up.
Because you effeminate. You effeminate, sir.
And these are
ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. You effeminate, ma'am. You effeminate, ma'am.
This is a guy who's a regular.
You effeminate, ma'am.
Right?
You effeminate, ma'am.
Right?
This is a space for men, not effeminate,
I can't hear
ma'am.
him. I can't. All right, I think he got enough. So what were you saying, Mr. Kidd?
Okay, I never got a chance to really clear the air. So
okay, so what were you trying to say?
I was trying to get clarity on the Tamir Rice case because I said from the jump that I don't know that one as well. So the kid he just had the gun in his hand and the cop just shot him. How did it happen? Why did the cop shoot him to begin with? Was he pointing at the cop? What would make that cop think that his life was in danger? That's because I don't know that case.
Listen, the cops got a call that there was a kid waving a gun around on a playground. It turns out it was a kid by himself playing with a toy gun. They come up there and it's like someone else, anyway, he had a toy gun and they ran up on him thinking it's a real gun. As soon as they get out the car, they see a kid with a gun and they shoot him. That's how the cops run up on him and shoot him. So that's pretty much what happened.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Right.
That's wrong. That's 100% wrong. I agree with that.
The reason why I ask you these questions, go ahead.
No, I wanted to comment on what Black Uru was talking about, and the thing about the Tamir Rice thing. I remember, obviously Tamir Rice did nothing wrong, so I'm just going to start out by saying that the boy was a kid playing with a toy gun. All little boys like to play with toy guns. He did nothing wrong. I remember when I was a kid, my grandmother refused to buy me toy guns. And none of me and my little cousin, she didn't want to buy us toy guns. You know why? For that exact reason. She was afraid that some cop was going to be mistake that toy gun for a real gun and shoot me. And so later on, now I'm a grown up and the shit finally fucking happened. I'm like, wow.
Okay, we got Nino here. What's going on, good brother?
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and talk, and I'd ask any of you not to interrupt me because I'm just gonna be up here for a minute, and I'm gonna be down. Okay, and somebody got a whole lot of noise in the background. I don't know who it is. Okay, anyway, the point I want to discuss about this Cal guy, I agree with Charles because I'm ex-law enforcement as well. First of all, we do understand, the Second Amendment rights. We know that. But the whole point is that this child was put up to do this by people in his hometown. They rolled over. They had malice intent. He shot up in the air. He pointed it at people. So what do you think this guy was supposed to do? Not go up to him and say, hey, man, you're trying to shoot me, Why not go out with a fight? Even if I die, you had no business shooting a gun. For one,
what?
He was on. Hey, listen, don't interrupt me, bro. Don't interrupt me. I'm
just saying that didn't happen. Okay.
That's incorrect. Anyway, don't interrupt me. Okay.
Please finish, sir.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, this is what I was going to say here. I'm gonna leave all this other shit alone. I know you guys talking points. You always want to get into this. Oh, people think I'm trying to be white. Oh, you're talking about this guy because he's white. Oh, you must be Democrat. Oh, you must be pro-black. Y'all niggas need to get off this shit and stop deflecting like females. Because everybody ain't motherfucking Democrat and everybody ain't Republican. You know what I'm saying? Y'all so up in these white people asses to the point to where y'all can't even see your own. And I know the type. They out here in California. And that's all I'm going to say. Stupid motherfuckers.
The only dead people are white people.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead, fam.
So
let me hear your response.
So dudes are saying they're against me when I was categorizing the type of people who think a certain way and will respond a certain way to certain things, but they come up here and proceed to act exactly how I describe. All right. All last year, that's why the manosphere had to split. We were labeled conservatives for stating basic facts and reason, and everybody who wanted to defend a lot of these criminals. So come on, stop the cap. Stop. I know for a fact if Kyle Ritterhouse was black and he was losing the case, like y'all want Kyle to lose, y'all would all be saying white supremacy, the system's broken. This why Africa slavery. You know you would. Stop. A lot of you, maybe not all of you, but a lot of you.
Let me ask you this, fam. How old?
This is
how old
only
are you,
because
fam?
he's white. I'm 32.
Give me your age range.
Last week.
You're 32. Got you.
I'm 32.
Okay, that's all right. That's all I need to know.
I don't want no
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't want no 17-year-old patrolling in the streets with an AR-13. I don't want a black one. I don't want a white one. I don't want a fucking Asian one. That's the last damn thing I would want to see walking down the street with an AR rifle. I don't give a shit about his race.
But at 18 years old, you can go in the military and kill people. That's not logical. At 18 years old, you can join the military and kill people.
On his face, he can walk up and down the street being a fake ass policeman. I mean, for Christ's sake.
If he was out, first of all, Kyle Ritterhouse is probably more trained than most niggas we know. That he was John Wick and niggas. Let's stop. One, two.
So let's take your
he wasn't
question.
out
Let's
there to
take
kill
your
people.
question.
Because if he was, with his skills,
your ass should
I'm not
actually
yelling. I'm not yelling.
operating
I'm
like
not
a
yelling.
damn police
I'm not
officer.
yelling. I'm not yelling.
Well, I'm just
Kyle
gonna keep. I'm
Ritterhouse
gonna just
with
make
the
for the
skill,
record.
what we saw on tape with his skills. If he wanted to kill people, way more people be dead than 3. Trust me. If he had malice in his heart. In fact,
I got on
he
you
called
earlier.
the paramedics when he shot Rosenbaum.
Hold on, fam. Just so you keep the record straight. I got on you earlier because you were over talking the host and putting words in my mouth. You were like that on steroids, so I had to take you down and have those words. That's what that was for. Okay? So
cool.
I know people getting heated and stuff like that. I got that. But let's take your question. Did Trey come up? I think he went back down.
Yeah, he dropped back down though.
The thing I'm gonna ask you this. It's the same question you asked us. If Kyle was a black Kyle with the same situation, you telling me that you would support? Come on, no.
Yes.
You would support him?
I don't support.
I can't see it,
I don't
man.
support. Wait, let me
What about
let me explain something about me.
What about Elijah?
I don't support people based. I'm
What
trying to
about
answer it.
Elijah
I don't support.
McClain?
I'm trying to answer it. Come on, bro. Stop.
You was wrong too.
You told people not to interrupt you. Now it's my turn. Don't interrupt me. All right. Now, I don't support people based on their skin color. I support people based on what the situation is, what the ideology is, and what the facts of the case are. Right? If Kyle was black, I 100% would support him because I am an advocate of the Second Amendment, especially if he wasn't the aggressor. So white, black, age, otherwise, I would support Kyle. But I'm telling you,
everything you've been talking about,
a lot of people are
everything
black.
you say is
Bro, I'm not
over.
done. Remember, hey, you said don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. My turn. Right? That's what we're gonna do. Cool. So black people are up in arms about this because they think he's a white supremacist. Because that's the narrative that's been reported by the media. I'm not going to speak for anybody on this panel, but that's what I've been seeing a lot with black people. They think
Are you saying that he's not a white supremacist?
Black Lives Matter, or he's a white supremacist. He was out there just to kill people, right? And that's why they don't support Kyle. But if he was black and the media was against him like they're against Kyle, I'm telling you, black people be up in arms right now saying this is white supremacy.
So why do you keep thinking that every black person support Black Lives Matter? Why the fuck are you saying that? Why do you keep saying that shit?
I said a lot, bro. I said a lot. I didn't say all. I even said that. I said let me recant that.
Over there on
I said a lot because most black people think like that. That's how most black people think.
Clowns. You're a clown, dude.
Whatever.
Elijah McClain.
Most black people.
What you think happened to Elijah McClain? You thought he was wrong too for
I don't know who that is.
walking the streets.
I don't know who that is.
Do your motherfucking research, bitch.
No, I don't have to do nothing. Shut up and stop interrupting me and let me talk. Like I gave you that right to be not uninterrupted. I shut up.
You interrupted a lot of people.
Like I was saying, bro. And I've been quiet since. Y'all are being aggressive towards me because you don't like what I'm saying.
You interrupted.
Get over it.
Oh, no.
I have a different opinion, and I don't think like you. You gotta get over it.
No,
right? Y'all niggas are allowed to yell, and y'all are allowed to go run book shot. You're gonna run over me.
I don't care about you not thinking like me.
I'm a buck.
Motherfucking right. But when
you do. That is the problem. That's why the manosphere split because we don't think like you.
Black Guru is an elder in this group, and you was up here totally disrespecting.
So I don't give a fuck about that. I don't care how he's older than me. Just because you're older than me don't mean I have to respect you. That's not how that works.
Remember, he's 32.
Jesus Christ.
But
that's why I believe what I believe. Because y'all are always talking about me being emotional. Y'all are the emotional ones. Most black people don't know the case. They don't know what actually happened. They didn't see the footage. It's because he's white and they think he's a white supremacist.
So why you keep saying that? Hold on. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, fam. Why you keep saying that the stuff that we're talking about is the reason why? Why you keep saying that the reason why? Excuse me. Are you there?
I changed the statement to black people. Yeah, I changed the statement to black people. That's why I stopped saying y'all. I said black people.
Okay, well let me finish the question first. Let me finish the question first.
We're not all black people. We're all
let me finish.
Individual black men with our own individual.
But y'all don't support. Y'all don't support Kyle Rittenhouse, right?
I want him to expand. I want him to expand on this statement.
We support Kyle Rittenhouse. Who says we're supposed to support Kyle?
Because Kyle Rittenhouse's case is bigger than Kyle Rittenhouse. This is about rights.
No,
and
no,
if they
no,
make it
this
where
is
you can't
about Cal-
defend
this is
yourself,
about what
they're
Cal
gonna make it harder
Rittenhouse
for you to
did.
defend yourself.
This is about what Carol Rittenhouse did.
No, that's not what this case is about. This case is deeper than Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse did nothing wrong. He defended himself. If they take this case down, that's going to be another way for them to take the Second Amendment away. You guys gotta look, and that's why I believe what I believe. Y'all not even looking at the
Let's remember the United States Constitution that requires 2/3 of both the House and the Senate and presidential sign off and 3/4 of the state to get rid of.
But we know the left wants to take the guns away.
There is nothing that's going to happen.
This is common knowledge. They want to take the guns away.
There is nothing that's
the
going to
government
happen.
wants to take their guns away.
Now, you complained before when you said other people interrupted you. There is nothing that's going to happen with this case that's going to get rid of the Second Amendment. That's not going to happen.
Exactly.
Well, you can think that, but if you've been attention to the last 2 years, they've been attacking rights. They've been going after freedom of speech. They want the Second Amendment. This is true.
Okay,
they're going after your rights, and niggas always ready to give them away. I don't understand it.
Let's assume we're not taking guns away, right? Let's just leave that off the table for the moment.
Can y'all hear me?
Tell me? Yeah. You going to jump in?
I mean, I can hear you.
Okay, hold that. Put a pin in that for a second, Huzzer, because I don't want him to go too far away from his point. He keeps saying that the Black Manosphere. This is the reason why the Black Manosphere has split because of the stuff that we are talking about on this panel. How so?
Yeah. Because when the whole George Floyd thing popped, I was there.
We lost
Go ahead, Troy.
but I'll speak on that.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hey, somebody got to mute up though. Somebody got crazy feedback up in here.
Wait, before y'all go, can y'all hear me right now? Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
I think it's you, kid.
Yeah.
I think it's you, kid. You got some feedback.
Yeah, your settings.
I think your mic is on your chest or something.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Okay. Basically, last year, between Ahmaud Arbery and Rayshard Brooks, it was just we noticed there was a difference in ideologies in the Black Manosphere amongst the fellas, and men chose to go their own ways. Man, somebody got a crazy feedback. Got to mute up. Got music and everything going. But what had happened though, it's like this. There was a lot of beef and a lot of going back. Panel, some of us up here. I'm on the side of conservative. Kid Styles, like, look. I'm on the side of like this. Kyle Rittenhouse was just an American kid who got attacked by a pedophile, a wife beater, and an armed robber. He did what he had to do. What anybody up here would do if somebody pointed a gun at him, you would have blown their damn head off. And you know what? It is what it is. But some cats in the manosphere, I don't know for what reason, side on the side of criminals. Basically, they defer to the side of, criminals. I don't understand why when somebody's committing a criminal act, it's that they defer to them. So brothers went one way and brothers went another way. And that's what happened. It is what it is. People are going to think different ways in regards to, these situations. You can't force them. You can't force everybody to think alike.
So are you sure that all of you guys over there, look, are you sure that all of you guys over there have clean records over at your group over there that you hang out with?
What do you mean? What do you
mean?
I'm
asking Trey. So you guys.
First of all, can y'all hear me clearly?
You guys think
y'all
hear
me clearly?
You sound fine.
Sorry, you're going in and out.
Over there, all of y'all conservative guys.
Not everybody has a clean record. Not everybody has a clean record.
Arrested, much less convicted of anything, or even indicted.
Yeah, right. Even if you got a fucking arrest record, they need to learn to talk.
What's the point of that question?
The point was he's calling people criminals.
You inferred that there's some support for criminality in this environment, and what I would argue is the vast majority of brothers in this environment do not support or advocate or champion any sort of criminal activity. And
Can I speak to that? Can I speak to that? Hold on. It's not that you guys. Wait, let me address it, and I'll thread the needle a little bit. Even still, it's not so much that you guys are in full-throated support of criminality. That is not the argument here. You are defending these guys as if these guys had no indications that they may have done something to provoke their own death. And then we say to you, wait a minute, no, these guys do, yes, they do things that they might get killed for, and we pull up their record.
White people like, they're God. You don't see.
Bro, we're not even making this about white people. Hold on. This is not about white people because everyone involved is white people. Everyone involved is white people. This is white people community. This is white people policing white people, bro.
Could you see anything good about yourself? Hey, black person.
This ain't about me. This ain't about me. I don't care about
you. Man,
let me get it. Let me.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
White people killing white people. Then why are black men being accused of some black related shit?
Because why are you guys so upset about it?
Why are you up in arms about them?
Why do you why so many black people? Hold on. Wait. Let me address it right there. Uru. If this is white people killing white people, why do black people feel threatened by it? Go.
Because my
they think he's a white supremacist. That's why.
This is a 17-year-old kid walking around with an AR rifle on
white
the streets
people.
Like he's some. Look, to me,
white people business.
Hold on, let me finish now. This ain't a racial issue. This is not a racial issue. I don't want a 17-year-old kid walking down the street of Chicago or New York or whatever feel empowered somehow to be some so-called unlicensed, untrained protector of the citizenry. I don't want that.
Got it. Got it. Hey, fellas.
I'm all right with that. That is not the crime.
Hey, let me get in here, y'all. Can I get in here before my
Go ahead.
phone's
Somebody
gonna die?
said they want to say something.
Let me get in before my phone dies, y'all.
Oh, that's AL.
I had a question for Trey.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
I had a question for Trey for everything that you just said. Okay, check this out. Ahmaud Arbery, was he a victim or was he an assailant?
Bro, in that case, bro, he was both. All right, so it is what it is, man. You ain't gonna. Here's the deal, bro. You're gonna look at it one way. I'm gonna look at it. Hold up, bro. Let me respond to you. You're gonna look at it one way. I'm gonna look at it another way, and that it is what it is, bro. You ain't gonna change my mind. All right, here's the deal. I know Ahmaud Arbery's past. I know his criminal history. I don't give a damn what happened to him at that point, because I don't give a fuck what color he was. He got himself clapped, so it means nothing to me. I don't give a fuck about all this race shit, man. Now let me speak on Kyle Rittenhouse, and I gotta dip out. Now I'm gonna respond to Black Guru. Look, bro, you had a 17-year-old kid, the only one in that city that had any balls to go around when you had a freaking group of individuals that was being led by a freaking 5-time rapist of boys aged 5 to 12 years old. That is convicted.
Just didn't give a shit about Ahmaud Arbery's background.
Hold up, bro.
So why are you giving a fuck about
this? Hold up. I'm responding.
Yeah, let him rock, AL. Let him rock.
I'm responding to Black Uru. You had a 5-time rapist of 5 to the ages range between 5 years old to 12 years old. Boys, you know what I'm saying? Those are future boys growing up in this country who were scarred by what Rosenbaum did to them. That's the shoot me nigga, dude. He served 13 years, then got out of a mental institution a couple days before, then went out there and proceeded to burn, loot, and murder in the streets of Kenosha. These are the people that were out there, and Kyle was the only one with balls to get out there and do something about it. You know what? I'm 100% like for Kyle. We need more people like Kyle, not just little white boys, but black men, white men, Asian men, whoever, to get out here. That's what they need in Chicago. All these dudes out there acting the brothers out there to go out there and let it daggone split their wigs open. And get what? You want these criminals running around? Go to Ock Nation channel.
They love criminals. They love criminals.
That's what I'm saying. You want your daughters, your aunts, your grandmothers not to be able to go in a store because they have to worry about Pookie coming in there and shooting them? Is that what you want? But one little white boy had the balls to stand up to this stuff. But who do y'all see on the side of? The 5-time rapist. The 5-time boy raper.
Show us who you are.
You should kill the rapist.
Can I jump in and say something? Okay, for one.
Go ahead, She.
Dude, that's crazy. No, okay. Seeing that the guy did his time, or whatever.
Okay,
You know,
you're
for what he.
supporting the rapist, right? You care. You're
Uh,
glad you
But
wanted this
what did you just say
conversation the
about
light of day.
Ahmaud Arbery,
You want,
Trey?
hey,
What
bro.
did you just
Hey,
say
you
about
don't give a
Ahmaud
fuck about
Arbery, Trey?
Arbery, bro.
What did you just say about Ahmaud
Yeah,
Arbery?
let him
Man,
talk,
you are
man.
the
Let's stay on
quintessential pot
Rosenbaum.
calling the kettle black, bro.
I
Damn.
just
But
want to
I'm
finish my
wrong about what
statement
I
just
said
like
earlier
you.
about the splitting the manosphere, though.
I just want to
I'm
finish
I'm
my
wrong
statement.
though.
Go
I was
ahead,
wrong
Sheik.
by saying
Go
that
ahead, Sheik.
y'all don't support BLM though.
All right,
I
let
just
Sheik talk. Go ahead.
Over these clowns.
I just want to
Okay,
finish
go
my
ahead,
statement.
Sheik.
All right. So for the most part, dude did his crime. He went to jail for it. Okay. Not supporting him or anything, but the point of it is, if he wasn't that type of guy, would you still have that same energy? Now,
Yes.
second of
Yes.
all,
He tried to kill me.
Yes.
Like nobody answered my question earlier. If Rosenbaum ran up on you
Those
right
the
now and you
other
had a gun out,
collateral
he said
matters
take your gun
they
from
use
you.
in order to
You gonna split his
support
wig?
their
Stop.
claims.
You gonna
Other
crush
okay.
him
The
like a
collateral
point,
matters.
watermelon.
the
That's what
point,
I would do.
the point of all this is, first of all, that 17-year-old boy should have never been there with no gun in the first place.
Oh
He ain't
my
have no
God, here we
balls
go
to
with
do
this.
anything. It's illegal. First, he wasn't even supposed to have that gun. So whoever gave him that gun, they're not getting brought up on charges. They supposed to be
And they
going to jail
need
right
to.
along with him.
We
Tell
don't
him,
even know if
Sheik.
that's true or not.
Actually,
Is that
the
Okay.
person. No. The person who gave him the gun is testifying for the prosecution, hoping maybe he gets a lesser charge. So yeah, that's being addressed. He didn't cross the gun with state lines. No, it was in Kenosha the whole time.
Okay, but the point of it is, he's not old enough to carry that gun.
No, even that's a part of Kenosha state law. According to the law, you can carry for the purposes of hunting. It says, but I'm sorry. The
So
law
he's
was
hunting
written
humans.
for hunters. No, the law was written for
You
hunting,
just
but it's
digging
not
yourself in a
worded.
bigger ditch.
I know,
No.
right?
The law was written because people used to hunt a lot back in the days, but it's
Listen,
not
that
worded
ain't got shit to
specifically.
do with the
It's
quantity.
not
I'm trying to
Let
lay
me
the
worded
say
facts
something.
out.
Let me say
specifically
something.
about
I'm
hunting.
trying to lay the
Hey,
facts
David,
out,
let me
man.
say
Come on.
something.
This the
If
problem.
one of y'all up here,
Bro.
Niggas
if
are
anybody up
ignorant.
here got sons, if anybody up here got sons between the age of 5 and 12, and Rosenbaum raped them, and you weren't waiting for that nigga out
See
when he
how he
got out of
just went
jail,
into
you
other
a
things.
bitch.
Other collateral
When
matters.
that
We
nigga
can
got out
never
of
get
jail,
to
he
this
would have got his
point
cap
because
split.
of this
Back,
shit
back,
right
He would have got
back
his
to the
cap
gun.
They
split.
Hold on,
went
hold on.
so far
Back
to
to the
defend
gun.
green white pieces of
Back to
crap.
the gun. Back to the gun. It's not proven that he broke a law simply owning the
Thank you.
gun. There are even
Thank
in
you. That's what
court
I wanted
now.
to know.
They are adjudicating that simple fact in court now. So to even say he broke the law owning the gun is not quite clear.
It's
Just as a
wrong.
matter of legalities and facts, because they are making an argument. The defense is making an argument that under Minnesota state law, a 17-year-old is allowed to own a rifle because the law is written in such a way that 17-year-olds can carry rifles. Period.
They don't matter though. He white though. None of those facts matter, David.
I'm scared. I'm
He's a white
surprised though.
supremacist.
No, I'm surprised here. We got a bunch of brothers up here. You know, the toughest men on the planet, supposedly the Black American male, are up here defending a boy. He served his time. No, fuck that. That motherfucker would have been dead the minute he got out. What is
Have you
wrong
ever
with
been
y'all? Are
arrested?
y'all
Do you have a
crazy?
criminal record? Have you ever stolen anything?
But no, niggas don't defend criminals.
Okay, no,
Have
no,
you
This
no,
is
ever
why the
no.
been to
Bro,
manosphere
the
okay,
split
this
up.
is this is the
But
thing.
right.
This is the thing. No,
Have
no,
They don't
you
no.
support
ever been
BLM
to
though.
anything?
They don't
Hey,
support criminals though.
let me clear the air
Wait.
then.
This isn't
Let me
about
clear.
simple criminality, bro. This is a special kind of evil, egregious criminality. He didn't steal a Snicker bar. He didn't sell crack to somebody on a corner. He violated children. There's a whole different level of criminality,
Okay,
bro.
let me
This is the type
clear
of
the air.
criminal. He is the type of
Surprised they
criminal
didn't
that
kill him in
criminals
prison.
kill. Other
Can I
criminals
clear the air
kill
with
this type
Trey?
of criminal, bro.
I
This is
just
what
want
I'm
to ask
talking
Trey
about.
something. I want to ask Trey something. So basically, what you're saying is this
Yes, I
guy
would have
that.
blown that motherfucker head off. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
That motherfucker would have
Okay,
been
no,
dead.
okay,
Me
no, okay,
too.
no.
damn,
I
he can't
understand that.
even
Keep
I
answer
that.
the
would too.
question. He
I
gonna
second
answer
Hey,
that.
your question
Yep.
for you.
hey, yeah. Let me say
Bruh.
this. All right. So for one, if you have this energy, why don't you get a roster of all the people that have been released and you go do your thing then? Because what you talking about right here
Yeah.
online,
Go
what you
rock.
gonna do?
Go rock
Go
out,
rock.
bro. Go rock
See, that's the
out.
thing. Everybody's tough
That's a
on the
false
internet.
equivalency.
Hey, bro,
Come
here's the
on, bro.
deal.
You
Hey,
just
bro, all right,
said
hold
if
on,
you
man.
was
David,
there, what you would do.
You
Now you
here's the
Yes,
deal.
changing your
if the
statement.
Here's the deal,
opportunity
bro.
presented themselves,
here's the deal.
and they're trying to
Niggas
kill
been
me.
moving the
Everybody
goalposts
on this
all
panel would
fucking
defend
night.
themselves. You need to start disingenuous.
They will never understand it
But
until
the
they
whole
got it.
thing you're pushing in this
Defending
situation
criminals.
that he was a rapist, so it was okay. That's your
Yes, it
whole
was.
argument.
Yes, it
You're
was.
saying that he was a rapist, so it
Yes.
was okay.
Yes,
But
it was
you not
okay.
knowing he was a rapist, will it
It was
still be okay?
100% okay. Yes.
With you not knowing
Yes,
that
he
he
tried
was
to kill
that.
me.
Yes.
He's trying to kill me.
Yes.
They use
100%.
Somebody try to kill you.
And the fact that
Let me hold on. Let me
the fact
make
that
it
he
a little.
makes it
Let me make it
on the
clearer.
panel.
the fact
Let me
it
make
is
it a
makes
little
it
bit
makes it
simpler.
more and more better.
They
Here's the
trying to
deal.
kill him all,
fact,
Arbery, but
the
you
fact
didn't
that
have
no,
that
no.
same energy from
Here's the deal,
Arbery.
bro. Here's
The
the deal,
fact
bro.
that he's that
Here,
type of person
my
means
man
that
said
he would
this.
do that type of stuff and get himself killed, bro. People who
Here's
are
the
like
deal.
that
Hold
do
on,
shit to
David.
get themselves killed.
Hold on, let me respond to my man AL down there. Look, bro, I raised my kids in a different way than my kids aren't in the situation. My kids aren't around daggone people
Man,
like
miss me with your
Rosenbaum.
kids.
Do
Stick to the
you?
facts. You
Do
acting
you?
like a
Do you,
female
bro?
giving
Do you?
sidebar stories.
Really, bro?
Stick to the
Really, bro? Do
motherfucking
you?
facts, bro.
Do
Stick
you?
to the facts. Don't tell
Do
me
you?
no story. Stick to a
Here's the deal,
fact.
bro.
Stick to the facts,
Here's the
bro.
deal.
You
You
just
ain't
like
about
a
that life,
female.
bro.
You
You ain't
and
about
old
that
boy
life,
been
bro.
going all off
You
the
ain't about that
reservation
life.
all night long because
You ain't
y'all
about
know
that
y'all
life, bro.
missing all the points.
Bruh,
Y'all
bruh,
ridiculous.
you ain't about that life. You support criminals. Keep
It's
caping for
about
daggone
race.
rapists,
I was
bruh.
right, bro. It's about
There you
race. It's
go. There
all
y'all
about
go again,
race.
putting words in
No,
people's
they ain't
mouths. That's what.
criminals, man.
That's no.
No,
You some
no, no, bro,
goalpost
It ain't
moving.
about race,
bro,
That's
man.
some
no, nigga,
fucking
I'm right.
goalpost
I'm right
moving,
about
bro.
this.
You goalpost
I'm right
moving,
about that. I
bro.
know I am. I'm right about
Hey,
this.
No,
Y'all
you
y'all,
love
not.
criminals.
No,
what
you
it is,
not. You
you
wrong.
know,
Just like you pull on your dick. You wrong.
they married into mixed families,
Wrong.
so they feel this way. And this one over here, Kid
See
Style,
what I'm talking about?
somebody did some shit
So
to him.
you proving me right. You
Hey, look
proving
in the
me right.
chat. Hey, look in the chat. Shonda, hey, look at hold on. Here's the deal. Look in the chat. Shonda H. Hey, Rosenbaum served his time talking about the pedophile. Look, hey, this the kind of women that'll wife up a daggone Rosenbaum after he get out. That's what they do. And that's what y'all mad about. That's what y'all mad about because she'll choose a Rosenbaum over y'all. Hey, Shonda H will choose a Rosenbaum over y'all. She'll choose a pedophile zaddy over y'all. That's the problem.
I need to be clear
Hey,
on
she'll
Shonda
choose a
H.
pedophile zaddy over y'all. That's the problem. Hey, that's the problem, bro. That's the problem, bro. Hey,
No.
y'all mad that Kyle did something y'all ain't got the balls to do. That's what it is.
Can't do these clowns.
Okay, my thing. First of all, bringing Shonda in this,
Like she said,
I
go
said,
find the pedals and rock out, bro. That's on
but he
you.
won't do that because this is
No,
the
that's
internet.
not the argument. That's just, no, that's not the argument. That ain't what we talking about.
But
We
he
ain't talking
no,
about
no,
going
no.
out and being
Clearly, he just
Dexter.
said that when I asked him. He clearly said that this guy deserved it, and woo. Now he's recanting, saying that if my life was in danger, if you first of all,
Yes,
he
he
said if
deserved
his
it.
life was in danger.
That's what I
Yes,
said.
he deserved it.
That's what I said. That's what I said. I didn't say what you said. I
100%.
said if a nigga run up on me and try to take my gun from me, yes, I'm going to kill him.
Go finish Kyle's work then.
And all of you niggas would do the same thing Kyle Rittenhouse did if you were in that position.
The heroic efforts of Kyle
What the
Rittenhouse.
fuck you think somebody's supposed to do if you point the goddamn gun at them? I'm gonna go out with your motherfucking ass.
He didn't do that. Oh my God. So first of all, y'all niggas don't even know the case. We've brought up more facts about this case than all y'all have. It's because he's white. And you think he's a white supremacist. I believe that. And now I know I believe it. I'm firm in my belief in that. I don't care what y'all tell me.
My friends have been on these streams laughing at y'all fucking clowns.
Yeah, your white allies.
It ain't even because he's
my
white.
white friends, nigga, that are really friends, and I'm not caping for them.
We black. We gotta defend niggas because what they do. We black.
See, half y'all
now
on
you
here.
saying
Y'all
we
ain't
black?
black. Y'all ain't black. Y'all just OJ. That's the thing. They ain't black. They OJ.
You heard that?
They ain't black. They OJ. But basically,
black's a color, sir. What does wait? What does black mean? It's a color. What does black mean? Other than being offended to get their parents.
We ain't gonna do all that.
Other than saying you was born with and being a skin color.
This is
what does it mean? Wait.
They do this over on TV.
I'm being serious right now. What does being black mean?
Talking points.
What does being black mean?
means something that you're against.
Hold on, Coffee. What does black mean? What does it mean to be black?
Yeah, it's a
What's it mean being black? Tell me. I'm gonna be with hood. Sell me on blackness. Why do I have to be black? What does it mean to be black? Sell me on it.
See, that's the point.
No, niggas can never explain it. Other than giving me brown skin, what does being black mean?
What are you? What are you?
You can't do it. Sell it to me like I was a soldier.
Other than having brown skin, what does being black mean?
What are you, Kid Styles? What are you?
Oh man.
He OJ.
Tell me, what does it mean to be black? Answer the question. I said I was black.
Straight goalpost.
Did I not? Now,
Hey,
tell me what it means to be black.
I ain't claiming. I ain't
And
one of
now
y'all.
you sound like you from New York, and I just don't understand.
I ain't one of y'all.
Listen at you, brother. Just listen at you.
What's so confusing though? Like, all right. So I want to know too, because that question
They
don't even know.
They don't even know. Negroes who have a lot of
I don't know. It may be some hope. It may be some hope for hood.
What? All right. So what does it mean to be pro-black?
I ain't heard
All
one
right,
thing
if I'm
yet.
anti-black,
What's black?
what's
Tell me what
pro-black?
black is. Does it mean I got a big dick? Does it mean I dunked the ball? What does it mean?
Nothing to do with black.
Does it give me powers?
Very interesting.
What is, all human beings have melanin. You just have a varying degree.
So stupid.
You don't want to
All right. No.
This dude is stupid.
Straight goalpost.
Let me address it like this. Let me address it like this. Can I simplify it? Can I simplify it? Is there a list of behaviors and protocols by which I can maintain my blackness? If I do certain things, do I no longer count as black?
You know what? This is what you guys are stuck on. Nobody don't give a fuck if you want to be black, white, green, purple, or whatever you want to be. Be that.
No, you do.
We don't
keep calling us conservatives. You
Nobody
said
calling y'all
that we
that.
don't live like you and think like you and talk like you. That's why
You
I don't care about
I
you
have
being
had a
black.
good
But you
motherfucking run with
care.
life.
Y'all
I
care.
have had a good
Y'all
run with
hated
life.
that we don't
Just like
understand.
any of you motherfuckers up here.
George, what's his name? George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery.
You know what?
He said we don't think like y'all.
Y'all same old
We call us conservatives. We love the white man. That's why. Y'all niggas hurt.
I would like an
Always
attempt
ask
to
us to
answer
come
the
back and help
question.
mute a tie.
Is there something that I can do? Is there a set of behaviors that I can do to be black or not be black? What?
Just stop deflecting and be
vote Democrat.
It's not a deflection. It's a
vote
question
Democrat.
that stands by itself, bro. It's a question on its own.
You may have some hope.
Worship the black woman. Worship the black woman. Vote Democrat.
What do I have to do to be a good black man? Oh, that's a question. Art. One night, can we have that panel? Can we have that panel? What do you have to do to be a good black man? Can we do that one night?
Hey, whatever y'all want to put together. What are you doing?
Like really, I would love that kind of conversation. Like no bullshit. No, seriously. You
fuck the good black people. Y'all motherfucking black. And
right, but you no. So, but listen. Hear me out. Hear me out.
People talking about being white. I mean, they think I'm white because fuck that shit. We don't give a fuck. Be white.
Bro, listen, hear me out for a minute, because I don't want to fight you on what you were just saying. No. Listen. I don't want to fight you on what you just said, but hear me out though. Hear me out. Hold on. Before you ask, I was going on something before you went down that way. I just want to make this point. Before you ask, let me make this point. If we're all black, then our blackness doesn't matter.
Let's address
Go.
the question.
Yep.
And it's not just to you, to Trey, and to the other brother. I don't really know that well.
Kid.
Do you think that we would be having this conversation with you gentlemen if we did not see and embrace you as black men? Do you think we would be having this conversation with you if we did not respect? If we did not respect, and if we saw you as white men, let's say we saw you as white men, do you think the men in this environment would be giving you the time of day if we saw you anything other than as other black men?
No, and that is why Kid Style is right, because you care about the color and not the fucking facts on the ground.
We still care about y'all motherfuckers. And y'all shit on the
Y'all mad that we not black enough.
It's not.
Y'all want us to be blacker, so we don't. Okay. We don't black right. Y'all get mad. Y'all get mad at us.
As far as you're concerned, I'm a white man right now. As far as you're concerned, I'm a white man right now.
Let me read this. Because I know Trey gotta go. Let me read this chat real quick.
He in the back.
I would not pay you the fucking time.
Let me read.
Who can truth?
I would not.
No, man. I'm playing a break from that. He gonna make things worse. He gonna have to wait. Fuck that.
So wait.
Let's see. Hold on.
Uru.
Let me read this chat real quick, because this is for Hood Conservative and Trey. It says, I'm still waiting on the answer to my question from Hood Conservative and Trey, since he decided to take personal shots instead of answering the question and deflecting.
I don't even know what the question was, but I'll say
I
this.
forget the
You know,
original.
Didn't care.
what I said was this,
Let
Miss
us ask you again.
Shonda, your comment in the chat
You
was
all
doing
like to
exactly.
pretend. You all
I'm
like to
trying to.
pretend as though being
Never
black
mind.
don't.
I'm trying to respond
You
to
all
her.
like to pretend as though being black don't mean anything, but yet you spend a lot of time in
don't.
conversations with other black men.
Yeah,
I'm always on with men. I'm always on with all American men.
Uru, what
I'm
if
never
it
on with all black
doesn't?
men.
What if being black doesn't
Okay.
mean anything? And I'm black, and
I'm
I don't
gonna
want to
say
be
this while you
anything
guys are
else.
on the panel.
Listen, I am not trying to
If it did
switch
not mean
teams,
anything,
but
we
it
would
don't
not
mean
be having
shit.
a conversation
I'm
right
gonna say
now.
this while y'all on the panel.
If being black didn't mean anything, we would not be talking right now. I don't talk
you
to white
can't
men.
define it.
I do
can't
not talk to
define
white
it.
men
See,
like
listen,
this.
let me
I don't
define it
have
though.
conversations with
Uru,
white
you can't
men.
Well, hold
define
on.
it. None of
You
you niggas
niggas
have an
mean
answer.
it.
Hey,
Everybody
bro, can
here.
y'all just respect the panel by letting Art talk first?
Hey, I was
Just calm
gonna
down.
respond to. Can I respond to
Okay,
Shonda
but
now?
yeah, but let
Yeah,
Art
go
go
Before I
ahead
ahead.
and
dip.
finish first.
Now I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say, Shonda, look,
Let
it's not
Art
a shot,
And
finish.
you
Shonda.
let the
You're
host finish what he was gonna
God
say
dang.
first. Well, then shut the fuck up.
Hey, hold up, fellas. I'm responding to
Go
the
ahead,
lady in the
Trey.
chat.
Go ahead,
Now
Trey.
this,
But
Shonda, all
Art
I'm saying
is the
is your
moderator
comment.
and the panel holder.
Shonda,
Shit.
Go ahead,
I'm
Trey.
He
responding
been
to you.
trying to get a
What
word
you
in edgewise, but all you motherfuckers just keep yapping. Let Art speak.
It's okay
Fuck.
for him to
All
interrupt.
right.
It's okay for him
Go
to be
ahead, Mr.
loud.
Trey.
All right. So what I'm saying is this, Shonda.
Pussy over there
Your
talking.
statement about the pedophile and serving his time reflects exactly what the brothers in the chat was saying. I'm saying is that your mindset is the same as the guys in the chat that are basically ignoring the fact of what Rosenbaum did. And your statement proves as such, Shonda. That's it. It's no shots taken. What you said is what you said.
No, you took a shot at her saying that she would marry a dude like that. Come on, dude.
Hey,
Yes,
hold on.
you
Keisha
did.
does, bro. She does. Keisha does it
She ain't
every
even that
day,
type.
bro.
She ain't even that type of chick.
She's no
You don't even
Keisha.
know.
Bro,
She's
you
no
know,
Keisha,
bro.
fam.
Yeah, see, I
Bro,
mean,
look, man. Look here,
They're
bro.
all
If
they're,
y'all,
they're all
that's
like that.
that's
Stop.
Trey, that's
there you
some
go, man.
female shit
Keisha
you
marries
pulling right there,
Keisha
bro.
marries pedophiles
That's
and
some
criminals every
effeminate
day,
shit.
bro.
Hey,
That's
all
some
black
effeminate
girls are
shit
the
you
same,
pulling right
right?
there right now.
All
See,
black
this
So
is
girls
the
are
let
the
me
same,
problem.
right?
let
Y'all
me
hang in black spaces because y'all know y'all won't be accepted in the white ones, but y'all want to shit on us.
I
okay.
This is
So
hang
what
let
in
we
me
white
gonna do.
let
spaces.
me
What are you talking about?
I'm gonna put this out here.
What
I'm gonna
are you
put this
talking
out
about?
here.
I came from the
Cause
white side of the manosphere before I came here.
Okay, then go back to the motherfucker then. Mr. New
hold
York.
on,
Go
hold
I can
on,
ahead,
do
hold
what I
Art.
on.
want.
Go
I can
ahead,
talk the
Art.
shit I
Y'all
Let
want.
me
ignorant
Go
little
ahead,
kids
A
do
Art.
it
lot of
though.
niggas
That's
being
all.
Go
ignorant and
ahead,
stupid.
Art. Go ahead, Art.
All right. So I'm glad I have you guys on the panel, and I've been saying this on some of my intros. And I mean, most of us when we hear, don't get me wrong, I'm in the fraternity, and we got a lot of conservative, and we got some progressive. And when we say liberal, but we got all of them, but we still come together. And so does Nino. Nino has the same issue in his fraternity, where he got Republicans and Democrats that come together for one purpose. I want to find out from you brothers, because most of the time when I hear you, because I do listen, I do a little ghost watching and whatever. Every time you're talking about conservatism, Republican, right, or whatever, it's usually laced around race. My question is, are you able to have a discussion about your talking points without race?
I mean, are y'all? Because I don't talk about race. I mean, unless we're talking reactively, but honestly, no, I don't
And
care
this is
what
not a
color you are.
shot.
I literally don't.
This is not a shot.
I was just
Can we
out.
do it? Can we
Just
do
out
it in
hanging with
order?
my family the other day. We were hanging around
Can
white
we do it
people,
in order,
hanging around
Art?
black people.
Can we do it in order? Ask each
Y'all,
one of that question with no interruption.
Say it again. Say it again, Black People. Or was it Nino? Nino. Was
Yeah,
it
that was
one of
me.
y'all?
I was saying, can we do it in order?
No, I'm just saying that can
Okay,
we
I'll be
have
right
a
back, y'all.
panel?
I'll be
Can we
right back.
Can we have a discussion? Can we have the panel with nothing but brothers, whether they're whatever side, but take race out of the discussion?
And that's what
Can
I
you
try
do
to
that?
do. I try to do that, man, because I'm neither Democrat or Republican. They always put this damn politics in between what we're talking about as black men. We all got black issues. We all got the same kind of motherfucking hair unless you mix or something, we all got same issues that black men have. If you can put a veil over your motherfucking eyes and not think so, then go over to the white community and see what they tell you.
Yeah,
You
because I'm very curious about that, y'all.
they'll probably believe that even more.
So you want me to answer it?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Want me to answer it? Because I can answer
ahead.
it. So I've had conversations on these panels where I'm not even talking about race or even none of that. I'm talking about anime. And
He
geek
asked
stuff.
you a question. Stick to that.
When
he
you
asked you a question.
I'm trying to answer it. Damn, shut up. Let me answer it. Y'all are frustrating. God damn. Like,
there that
look,
faggot go again, telling grown
when we're
men to
talking
shut
about
up.
race, shut up.
Infeminate bitch
Yeah.
made.
And I'm going to keep
Fuck
doing it.
yourself.
I'm going
Fuck
to keep
yourself.
doing it
Fuck
as long as you
yourself.
keep interrupting me.
Fuck yourself. Fuck yourself. Until you learn how to speak with some dignity, fuck
niggas
yourself.
like you.
Fuck
Y'all
yourself.
the reason why the black community is the way it is. Niggas who think like
Bitch
you. Yes, I said it. Now,
I bet
back to
you
what
he's
I was saying.
I bet you from the
Back to what I was
motherfucking
saying.
Because
When we're
what?
talking about panels
I'm
and
just
people
gonna
talking
be
about
real.
race, it's usually guys on your side of the aisle. We don't
Okay,
talk about
whatever
race
it
nowhere
is,
near
man.
the amount of weight that y'all
Fam,
talk about it, bro.
fam. With
Okay,
all due
That's all y'all been
respect,
doing.
with all due respect, man. Every time I'm here, well, not every time. I would say even 80-some%. It's usually about what the black people are doing wrong. The whole thing about why I gotta be about black, why you need BET, why you need Miss Black America, why you need United Negro College Fund. It's all. I've been hearing this since the '80s, fam. I'm trying to find out. Can you have a conversation
That's
where we can
more.
come
That's more of
together
a
as
culture. That's more of a
brothers?
culture.
That's what you
That's more of a
guys talk
culture
about,
argument.
dude.
That's not race. That's not race. That's culture. If you're talking about what black people are doing wrong, that's more culture than it is race.
Okay,
Yeah, see,
fam, I got
that's
you.
the problem. Y'all see race y'all are so obsessed with race so much that even when we're talking
Mm-hmm.
about culture,
We
it's
are.
not about what we're saying it's not
when you
about
say
the color
Pookie
of
and
your
Ray
skin,
Ray,
it's
when
about
you
the
say
culture.
Pookie and Ray Ray,
Black,
as you said it,
yes,
eight
that's
times
culture.
tonight,
But
as
that's
you have
culture.
said it
When
8
we're
times
saying, all
tonight,
right,
do you think that
and I'm
Pookie
allowed
and
to
Ray
speak.
Ray line up on
Now, what
the
happened to don't
white?
interrupt me? What happened to
He
don't interrupt
comes
me?
onto
What
the
happened to don't
panel.
interrupt me?
It's
What happened
always
to don't interrupt me?
inflammatory
What
comments
happened to don't interrupt me?
about
What
what
happened to
black
don't
people
interrupt me?
think
What
and
happened to don't
black
interrupt
people
me?
Because that's
do.
all you've
What
been
happened to that?
doing. That's why you
All the
getting
comments.
interrupted.
And
No, no,
then,
no, no,
and
no,
then
no,
Sir,
no. Y'all been doing it
he
too.
sir,
makes comments
sir,
that
ma'am,
Get this
says
motherfucker
race
off
sir,
the
is
panel,
ma'am,
man.
about
Get
race.
him off
You
of
don't
here.
talk
sir,
Get him off
about
of
ma'am.
race.
here.
Race is
Kick him
about
off.
No, no.
black
Bye.
You,
people.
y'all
Man.
can't get dropped. I can get dropped.
Kick him off.
Can I say it
Bye.
now? If I'm
Bye.
talking
yeah.
about,
Let
if I'm talking,
let
Okay,
him go ahead.
now to seriously
represent.
answer the question,
Represent. Go ahead,
when
because
we're
there's only
done
two of
yelling at
y'all
each
up
other,
here.
I can actually say it. When we're talking about Pookie and Ray, let's say we're having a conversation about Pookie and Ray Ray. That's not about
Okay.
race. That's about a certain subset of black people acting a certain way, and we're explaining that's adding to the detriment of the people. If we're talking about the people, that ain't got nothing to him being black. He's acting like an idiot. He's a criminal. He's a ne'er-do-well. That ain't got nothing to do with his skin color. Because if we're talking about a black person like me
Okay,
and
what
my
do
brothers,
white
we don't
Pookie
act
and
that
Ray
way.
Ray say?
There's no
What
white
do white
criminals.
Pookies and Ray Ray
So
There's
say?
no white
that's more of
criminals.
a culture
Seriously,
There's no
argument.
let's do this
Asian.
one at a
There's
That's
no
a
time, though.
culture
Let's
Asian
do this one at
argument,
a
criminals.
not a
time.
race
There's no
argument.
Asian criminals.
Because we
The
have
only
criminals in
criminals,
all
the
races.
only Pookie and Ray Rays are black.
Yeah.
No,
Right?
I just said it.
No
I
poor
said
white
So
trash.
we
No
have
why
trailer
criminals in
trash.
all races.
so if other
Oh my
people
God.
can be
They gonna be
criminals,
motherfucking shocked when they see the Pookies
then
and
why
Ray Rays
just
on these
I
documentaries.
just said it, but you not listening, so you can't hear
focus
me
on the black
because you're
criminals?
yelling and you won't let me speak.
No,
I
I'm
said
only
there's
yelling. I'm
criminals
only
in all
yelling, bro,
races.
my brother. I'm only yelling because I can never get out a complete sentence without you talking over. That's the only
Hello.
reason.
That's
Now,
not
Hello.
true. That's just
since
not
you're gonna
true. That's
Hello.
just not true.
since you're gonna be polite
Lies. You're a
enough
That
liar.
to allow me to
You're a
speak,
liar.
that's
I'm
not
not gonna
true.
yell.
But
You've
Hold
been
on,
doing it all
L.
Okay,
night.
that's
let's
You're a
not
try
liar.
true.
it then.
But
You're a
L,
liar, dude.
please.
you, so are
You're a
you,
liar.
all of us,
L, please,
all of us.
please.
At least I'm being
I'm
honest
going.
about it.
Okay. All I'm
Let's
gonna say
try it
is
then.
this.
Go ahead.
All I'm gonna say on this: when you guys talk about culture, when you talk about criminality, when you talk about sociology, when you talk about reproductive, you're always talking about black people. You don't talk about white misbehavior in that regard. You don't talk about Asian and
That's not
Latino
true.
misbehavior in areas. You focus
28
That's not
seconds.
true.
So you
on
interrupted. 28
what
That's not.
black
seconds. Oh
people
my
do
God.
wrong. So it's
Oh my
not
God.
you're being disingenuous. You really are.
I'm not, and I can prove it.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
not. I can
You
prove it.
focusing on everything
When we were
that's
talking
negative
about that
about
white,
Hold
black
on,
when
guys.
Fantastic was
He's
talking
a
about that white dude,
goalpost mover, Black Guru. He's
that
a
black woman up,
goalpost mover.
Now, here's the
we
thing
talking about
about
them.
this. It's this brother
I
kid,
talk about
brother
Antifa
kid,
all the time.
brother kid. This is.
Yo,
I mean, I'm appealing to your manhood here. Most of the time, when a brother is being corrected or being pulled aside, we don't sit there and just defend ourselves all the time. We'll say, "Damn, I do that. My bad." I mean, I keep hearing this, defense, deflection. Dude, why don't you try to move
What do you mean?
forward for
Wait,
some
wait, wait. All right.
solutions?
Be specific. Wait, stop. Be
Oh
specific. What
wow,
if I
you
deflected?
don't understand what I'm saying. All right,
Because he listens to answer
I'm
versus listening to comprehend.
all right, y'all are
That's
trying to
his
attack
problem.
me. I don't care, but like I
That's
want
his
to be
problem.
specific.
If
What if I deflected today?
it take his white friend to tell him, what he's doing wrong, then he'll accept it.
Okay, can I respond to the question real quick, fellas? I'm back.
No, wait, hold on. Wait, Trey, hold on. They going in on me. They going at me right now.
Okay,
Now
I was gonna step in and help you out, kid.
What about deflected?
They going in on
What about deflected?
Don't need no goddamn help.
Oh, hey, everybody be quiet really quick. I want to hear Art Nostar. I want to hear what Art Nostar got to say.
Okay.
What about deflected?
Now, when we're talking about these things that puts a wedge between us, why don't you look for a solution to bring us closer instead of trying? Deflecting is when you're trying to take the attention off of you or anything that you admire or just love or embrace.
What am I taking the attention
instead of
off
trying to come to a solution? That's what deflecting is. So if you wanted me to give you an explanation,
That's not deflect. First of all, I don't have to do none of that. But second of all, all the contention came from y'all side.
Answer versus listening to comprehend.
We got attacked first. We got called conservative. All that
Kid, let me respond to this. Hold on, kid. Can I respond to this, kid? All right, so fellas, look here, man.
You do it for white daddy.
Here it is, bro. This is the deal.
That's that bull. No, hold on, Trey. That's that bull I'm talking about right there. That right there. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I feel the way I do about that.
Let me get it, bro.
White daddy. I don't care about the white man. Y'all niggas care about the white man. Always worry about what he think of you. Always sucking his dick. That's you. That ain't me.
I want you to listen to this playback later on, dude. Listen to the playback later.
Yeah, he really does. Because he's sick of it.
Let Trey help you, bro.
Y'all see y'all out here in San Francisco all the time.
I don't need no help. Y'all niggas have said nothing. Y'all just said a bunch of stuff.
I see you in New York. I see
you proved me right. I'm right about you niggas. I'm 100% right about you niggas. You niggas
I know your type. I know your type.
I know your type.
Okay, so fellas, here's the deal.
Once again, listening to answer versus listening to comprehend. That's that young buck's problem.
I'm not here to help Kid Styles out. I'm not here to freaking help conservative out. Those are dudes I rock with. We have like ideologies, so I rock with these brothers. Now, last year in the Manosphere, when cats realized that I was, half Jamaican, like Blexit, oh, you ain't ADOS, you ain't, okay, cool. I'm not ADOS. Perfect. Now, I've never since being a little kid just assimilated or acted around black folks. I've been around everybody my entire life. Even though I grew up in the hood, in a school that was 90% black, I hung with the white kids because they went on the fuck shit. Now, here's the deal. You can laugh all you want. I don't, you know what I'm saying?
I did too. I graduated from one of the top.
Here's the deal. It don't matter, bro. What matters is this. Can I finish, bro?
Can I finish? Let him get it out, bro. Please.
Yeah, go ahead, Trey.
Relax, fellas.
Look,
man. Here's the deal, guys. I want nothing basically to find a solution with y'all. Y'all got your ideology. I got mine. If I'd rather just come over here and chop it up about some hoes and some money with y'all versus some politics. You know what? I can chop it up with anybody about that stuff.
That's all I was asking, Trey.
We're not gonna get along ideology wise. It is what it is. So I don't care.
But there's nothing is not what we all about, bro. We educated brothers over here. You got a motherfucking professor up here.
So what, bro?
You have a guy here that you have a man that ran for office. Black Uru.
What?
You got a man who got his own business.
Hold on, bro. When you wanted to speak, we shut up and let you speak. Quit rebutting while he's talking. Quit rebutting while he's talking. That doesn't matter. When you wanted to speak a while ago, we shut up and we listened. So you try to do the same. Try to go, bro. Try to do the same. When the man was talking, you was interrupting.
What does it matter? Here's the deal, man.
So shut your mouth and let that man speak, please.
I don't have nothing in common with y'all.
Now shut up and shut your mouth.
I have nothing.
There you go again. Bumping your gums. Bumping your gums when that man was trying to speak. God damn, bro.
Nothing in common with us.
God damn, bro.
Absolutely nothing.
Fucking pussy made. You consider the bitches as pussy made. That's your problem.
You hear that language?
And you hear that language.
But I'm supposed to bridge the gap.
You're fucking up because of queers.
I have nothing in common with guys that talk
Especially
like that.
Especially that kid for Drake. Y'all know I'm the queer.
You are the reason why the black community is the way it is.
He came up with talking about, I can come over here and talk about hoes and money. Hoes and money. Nigga, that ain't what we always talk about.
Hey, that's all I'm going to talk to y'all about. There's no solution y'all can bring up with me. None.
What makes you
just burn rubber and leave? Burn rubber and leave. If you ain't got nothing else to talk about, burn rubber and leave. We talk about way more than that shit.
I've been
Skin
saying
color
this
means
because
nothing to me, y'all. Skin color
I
means absolutely nothing to me, y'all.
okay.
Zero.
Man,
All right,
please,
so
nobody
okay, if
talking
that's the
about
case, hold on, y'all.
Y'all
Hold on,
still have failed to
Diarrhea in the
define
mouth,
what
them
black
two.
means.
Straight diarrhea in the
hold
mouth.
on.
Failed to define it.
If that's the case, then prove it.
Prove what?
Have a panel with brothers from both sides or whatever, and talk about things other than skin color.
I do
Why we
every
always got to
night.
do that? Why we always got to do
I
something?
do. Hold
We
on,
always got
Kid
to help
Styles.
something.
I
hold
do.
on.
Everybody is welcome on my panels. Art, if you've been ghost watching, you know everybody is allowed on my panels. We just don't
Yeah,
talk. There's
everybody.
only a couple things that you can't talk about on my shit. That's it.
Right. No, he said that. Why do we always got to do that? That's why I'm saying is that it's usually where it's always about something like your people, which is the detriment of society, or something that white folks are doing better than your people. And I'm
That's not
like,
me. Here's the
that's
deal,
I
bro.
don't.
And let me
No,
tell
that
you
ain't
something.
us.
Okay, I'll answer the question.
wow.
Now
white
I'll
man.
answer the.
Uh-huh.
Hold
Older.
up, kid. Kid, let me answer the question. Now
Niggas
to the
love them.
question
hmm
I
They
know
love
Art
the
you
white
posed
man,
to
bro.
everybody. Look, bro, what I talk about is
Say it again,
cultural
Trey.
American. I talk about American cultural issues. Now, if what Pookie and them is doing as criminal hits you in the feels more than what Chad and them are doing hits you in the feels when I talk about it, then you have an issue with race, and then you have an alignment to Pookie just based on skin color. If you get into
So
fifis,
that's the
because
only
I
thing that
talk
you can
about
talk
Pookie
Okay,
about is
can
committing
you talk
Pookie.
criminals,
about the white
no,
pookies on
I
your
talk about
channel?
everybody.
Tell us
Yes,
about the
I
white
talk about
pookies.
the white Pookies.
Okay,
Yes,
all
come to
right.
my
We
channel.
talking about
I
white
call them
pookies
all
right
out.
now. They got shot.
I
Y'all
call them
defending
out.
them. We talking.
Ain't nobody
You
We
mean
came.
bottom
I
shelf
came on
bread and
here.
all them?
I came up here defaming white pookies today. Y'all got mad at me.
So here's the deal,
Man, he
Art.
should have
If
shot that.
Rosenbaum, hey, Art, here's the deal. If Rosenbaum raped your son, bro, and he got out, guess what? And you asked me to, you said, "Hey, let's
Goalpost
ride on this
moving.
nigga." I'd be like, "Boom, let's do it." Then you speak in the same language as me,
Okay. So again, I don't think anybody directly answered my question though. Can you have that kind of panel?
I don't understand the
bro. I
question.
have
I
them
don't understand the
every
question.
freaking night, Art. Every panel I host is just like that. Come over, join in.
Mm. So
What
basically,
what is
because
the? I don't
I
understand your
share
question. You said
I
I was
share.
deflecting something.
Wow, bro. I mean, I tell you in 10 years because you don't get it today. Okay.
Man.
I don't because I don't know what you talk. If
Okay,
we
because
stop
I
playing these
gave you
games,
as
just be
many.
specific. What
I
what
gave you
name
as
one
much
thing
as I
Gonna tell the
could,
specific that I
ghost to
man.
stop
deflected
playing
against?
these games. Ain't nobody playing no games with your ass, nigga. What you talking
I
about?
gave you
I'm
as
not
Thank
much as
talking
you.
to
I
you. I'm talking
could.
to Art the Style. I'm not talking to you.
Well, you
I
You're not.
gave you
You
as much as
all
I
right, man.
could.
All right, whatever.
I
All right,
gave you as
I'm out.
much as
I'm
I
out. I can't
could.
do this shit no more. Y'all dumb. Fuck y'all niggas. I'm out. I'm
That
done.
time,
I
get
can't
the
do
hell
this,
on.
Trey.
Bye.
These niggas are
Bye.
stupid.
Underlay. Vámonos.
Keep
Good
defending Pookie
riddance.
and Ray Ray,
Bamboo. Get the fuck on.
Black woman
Peace
is
out.
God.
Holla
Keep
back.
doing what
Get
you're
the
doing
fuck on.
and see if
Burn
you
that
can,
motherfucker. Bitch ass,
You
get
niggas need
on,
to
bitch
burn.
nigga.
You niggas need to
Huh,
burn.
pussy boy. Get on, pussy boy.
He
Get
said he's
on.
out,
Thank
so I
you.
helped him out.
Thank you.
He's out. But as I was saying, because I always wanted to. That was always my vision. To have because brothers around this space are professionals. But every time there's always some kind of discussion, there's always a dispute about black people, white people, all these different things. I'm like, can we have a professional conversation about business? Hell, family. That's why I bond with you, Trey, with family. I'm big on family too. So I'm like, matter of fact, this whole panel is big on family right now. So I'm like, where, can we do something on family?
But see, here's the deal, bro. Is that I think I might be a little too extreme, man, for the fellas up here when it comes to family. Because, bro, I'm gonna do whatever to protect mine. And like I said, if you called me and was like, "Look, this dude Rosenbaum got out. This is what he did to my son," I'm like, "Hey, where we meeting up at?"
But we ain't down
That's
with
it.
no criminals. Most of us ain't down with criminals.
But here's the deal, bro.
We ain't
It's
down with
only
that.
here's the deal. It's because of this whole thing is because of Kyle's color, bro. And that's why it means absolutely zero to me. All this is about was, man, he did a good
No, it
deed. He
has
cleaned.
nothing to do with no cow's color, man. A lot of
Okay,
us up here
prove it
don't
to me.
deal with color. I got a mixed motherfucking family.
Oh,
It
same
ain't
here,
got
bro.
nothing to do with that. You, you,
So
you,
okay,
those are your main talking points. Next,
not
can we
mine,
talk about something else? Because
bro. I'm just saying, bro. This is what I've heard all night long.
that's what you always do on
But
TPOT
those
channel.
are those have been your main talking points all
They do
night,
the
brother.
same thing.
Okay. Oh, I do.
Yeah,
That's all I
because the
talk about.
thing, and I know people look at me sideways because I talk to different people from different sides of the fence, whatever. But we are black men. I don't have to apologize for bonding with brothers. You
Yeah.
know, the thing is, I'm just making an appeal to make it so that we can make use of this space before we lose it.
Can I say something? So
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
basically,
Sushi.
see.
my whole thing is this: whether he been black or white, the thing is, and I kept pushing that he should have never had a gun in his hand. I didn't have no problem with him going there trying to protect the store. I just found out that that was his uncle's store. Cool. But my thing of it is, he should have never had a gun in the first place. This situation probably would have never took place because all the other
But
guys with guns didn't shoot nobody. He was the only
n-
one irresponsibly shot
Okay,
somebody
all right,
because he
man.
was innocent.
Somebody run up on you with a Glock. You just sat there. You just sit there and take it, bro. That's it. Somebody run up there with
Nobody
a
ran
Glock.
up
You
there on
just
that
but
boy
I
keep
with a
mean,
Glock.
keep
He
your
went
finger
there.
off the trigger and don't do nothing.
He went
Trey, why
there.
you moving the
He
but
went
goalpost?
there.
but
Trey,
we
why
can
you
have a
moving the
difference of
Yeah.
goalpost?
opinions, right?
If
He
Trey,
went there
I'm
why
with
just
you
asking.
moving the
We can have a
goalpost?
difference
could
of
I say
opinion, right?
something?
I'm
Finish?
glad he was there with
and
a gun. I'm
Pookie said
glad he
Can I
was
something
there
can I
with
about
a
finish
gun.
something?
I'm
Trey,
glad he was
why
able
are
to
you
take those
moving the
three assholes
goalpost?
out.
Hey,
She
can I
just
finish up for
asked
real
you a
though?
question and you
No, no,
moved the
no, no. Hey,
goalpost.
hey,
You
hey,
straight
hey, let me
moving.
finish this. Let me finish this though. So basically, my thing is this: you're right, but the thing of it is, if he would have never had a gun, I would like that's my instance. If I'm walking up on somebody that has a gun in their hand and I got a gun, 9 times out of 10, I'm bringing mine out as well because you have a gun, and for what everybody been seeing what he was doing that day, I would walk up on him with a gun too and say, "Hey man, what's going
Okay,
on?"
did you watch the video, bro? What happened? I'm a honest question. Did you watch the video?
I didn't watch
Yeah, I
like,
saw it several
all of it
times.
wasn't recorded. All of it wasn't
Okay,
recorded.
but I
okay. Did you
seen.
watch the video of freaking Kreuznot, the dag with the Glock running up on him? Did you watch the video?
That was the only part that was recorded. But that
They
boy,
did know the
he
whole
went
thing was
into the
recorded. The
crowd, he
FBI recorded everything,
shot
and
up
there's
in the
cell
crowd,
phone video of
and then
everything.
turned around and started pointing the gun like he was shooting
Did you watch the video of Kreuznot running up on him with a Glock?
But do you know why he ran up on him with a Glock though? Because he
Did
was
you
acting
watch the
crazy.
video? Did you watch
Yes,
the video?
like I said,
Did you
I
watch the
watched the.
video? Did you
Can
watch
I
He
after he
said
shot a
yes.
five-time rapist who basically tried to kill him? He ran away. Dude with a skateboard tried to kill him. He tried to run away more, and then dude pulled the Glock, chasing him down with a Glock. If
Okay,
I'm
how you knew
Kreuznot,
the guy was a
if
rapist?
I'm
How
if
do you
I'm
knew
the
the guy
dude
was
with the
a
Glock,
rapist
if I'm the dude with the Glock,
after
if I no stop defending criminals, bro. If I'm the dude with the Glock and I done seen Killer Kyle put two other dudes down, I'm not gonna run up on him with a Glock. I'd be like,
Let
man,
me
this
ask you this,
motherfucker is
Trey.
10-point accurate.
Let me ask you this, Trey, because you're gonna give me an honest answer. Did all those guys that Kyle shot? Has it been established that they all knew each other?
It don't matter, bro. I don't care. I don't care. All I know is there were three
Mm,
criminals that needed to
okay.
be put off this earth, bro. Here's the deal, and you know what? Let me speak on something else before I gotta go,
criminals fix
because
your
I'm on the
motherfucking
missus
food when
phone.
you go to
I,
the restaurant and they
I'm
get
on my wife. I'm on my wife's phone, y'all. I gotta go. All right. So let me respond to this real quick.
no, just get off.
Here's the
You ain't
deal.
gonna answer. Get off.
Here's
Go
the
ahead,
deal.
Trey. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him
let him
finish.
finish,
Here's the
Gino?
deal. Y'all don't get it. You got a movement of white boys out there claiming they're calling themselves BLM that's enlisting the help of freaking felons, pedophiles, all in the name of defending black rights.
Because
What is
somebody
it?
is
And,
felon, it
and here's
does
the
not
deal.
mean
We're
you get to
And
call
here's
them
the
anti-BLM
deal.
here.
Now
criminals.
think about
It
this.
don't mean
Y'all are
armed and
getting here's
dangerous
the
because
deal.
someone
Y'all
is
are
a
getting
felon.
played because
Charles,
around
get
the
this
world,
motherfucker,
here's the
Billy.
deal.
Who is
If you want to
y'all?
listen,
We didn't
around
even
the
talk about
world,
it today.
black men like y'all who are sitting up here going
He said
all in on
y'all.
Kyle look like the clowns of the universe. Because everybody else with some common sense is saying, thank God there's niggas like Kyle out
Sorry,
there.
we don't
Peace.
think
I'm out.
common, bro. We think.
All right, so my thing is this: what he
Oh my
just said
God.
was so crazy. For one, like associated with BLM, we don't do that. Thinking
At
people
all.
know what BLM doing and their movement, how they making the money. But see, that's the whole thing. When you want to push a narrative on people you don't want to deal with, associate, you're gonna start pushing y'all this, y'all that. Like I said from the beginning, a lot of guys consider themselves OJ. They different. I'm not black.
Mm-hmm.
I'm my own entity. I don't have to be what they call what is black. What is that a race? What
Black
is it?
lesbians matter.
Yeah.
It
But
doesn't.
But
No offense, Charles.
I
It
mean, if
doesn't
you
apply
to
to
be
me till I
honest,
have
if
to
you
deal with
to be
law
honest with you,
enforcement. Then when I deal with law enforcement,
sometimes
that's
I,
their
I
attitude.
think
hold on.
sometimes
That's the
think some
reason
of
why
these
every
people.
state constitution has
Sometimes
the
I think
sheriff
some of these
in each
people
county.
are being paid, because otherwise I don't get it.
I
I mean,
believe
they'll
you
come
too,
in.
black
No,
people.
they'll come in. They'll tell a lie about what they'll lie about us, and then they'll make an argument against the lie, right? And the only thing I attribute to that is that there's some other outside interests involved that's trying to terraform or sort of redirect the conversation in this environment. Look, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, and I don't, I'm discomforted even by saying this, but I'm suspicious of people who come in here and lie and mischaracterize what men here say and do, and then make arguments
Yeah.
against it, as if who
Right.
in this environment are prominent supporters of BLM? Who? I don't
Yeah. I'm
see
No
waiting.
them.
one.
I'm waiting
Let
to hear.
alone rapists. Let alone rapists, because we always talk about accountability when it comes to that, and child molestation. So
See. I wanna. Can y'all hear me?
yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, Charlie.
Okay. Number one, I'm a professional, and what Kyle did was not professional at all. That's
Yes,
reckless. I'm not
very.
for being reckless because when I was 17, I was in the army. If Kyle really wanted to do something, he should have done that.
Yep.
But you want to live out your Call of Duty fucking life and not join the real military.
Say it
And
one more
then when
time. Let
shit
me
gets
hear you.
and then when shit gets too heavy, you just got lucky. Okay? He got lucky.
and
He's
then
lucky that a
crime.
whole he's lucky. Hold on. He's lucky because the guy could have killed him. I always say situational awareness. Okay? A
Then he
lot of
sat
people,
there and was
I don't give a
crying.
damn, and I'm going to just tell this. I don't give a damn that he's white. For 15 years as a police officer and 10 years as a U.S. soldier, I didn't pick who the hell I had to help. Okay?
Using the weapon to defend
I am no fucking respecter of persons, because 1 minute I could be locking that drug dealer up, the next fucking day I could be doing CPR because he's shot. I am no respecter of a person who's a child molester, but if I don't know it, even if I do know it, and that person's a victim of a crime, I still have to do my fucking duty.
So I'll
Yep.
come on, Trey. If you listening, I'll come on your
So I'm
panel,
gonna,
man, and chill. But go ahead.
but I'm gonna get shot, and I dare somebody tell me that I'm protecting criminals. Because I've noticed this. There's no fucking sense of duty and honor. That's out the fucking window when it comes to black people. I don't give a shit if you're conservative, liberal, or moderate. If you're there and you need my help, I'm doing everything humanly possible to fucking help you. Now, we're gonna look
And
at this
for those
Kyle
people,
like
go
he's
ahead, fam.
we're gonna look at this goddamn Kyle like he's some goddamn hero. No. Hell fucking no.
Nope.
And Veterans Day just passed, and there's motherfuckers I went to war with who died. And we're gonna look at this chump motherfucker who puts himself in danger when his fucking presence wasn't needed.
And they're making him to be a hero. And the problem was his lawyer told him to go in front of the judge, which was a KKK member, to cry so that they could feel sorry for him.
And he couldn't even do
And
it.
then
Get
I'm gonna
sympathy
say one
from the
thing.
public media.
I'm gonna say one more thing that pissed me off. Number one, I'm very protective of the good ladies who supports us. Shonda's hands off. Shonda is
That's what we said earlier.
hands off.
You
I'm gonna
pissed me
tell you
off
this.
with that one, so.
Shonda, Toya, Kareem, and there's a few other ladies.
Asada Muhammad.
Asada
Yes,
Muhammad.
definitely
I'm gonna
her.
tell you
Definitely
motherfuckers
her.
one time, and I'm gonna tell you motherfuckers only one time. Hands off. You could talk about the ratchets, but the good ones, hands fucking off.
He tried to say she was a Keisha. She was doing what Keisha
Charles,
was doing.
Yeah, I told him she ain't no Keisha.
that really speaks to the mentality of those men. You know,
Bunch of
Trey
fucking
said,
clowns.
Trey
A
said
bunch of
several.
fucking clowns.
Trey said several
You so scared of being called black
Hold on, Charles.
because you try to be fucking different.
Trey said two very important things that I think should be repeated and should be considered. He said he went to a high school with 90% black, and he made a point of hanging out with the only white kids at that school. That's one thing.
Because he said black people. Because he said the black people was on fuck shit.
Bro. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Of
Go ahead.
90% of the children, none of the black children at the school, none of that 90% of the black children at this school were redeemable. The only kids that were redeemable at that school were the few white kids that were there. That says something about his mentality. Let me say
regardless, and I'm sure he did.
Let me say one other thing that he said. He said right here before he left, I ain't got nothing in common with any of you all. He said
He sure did.
Yep.
Why the fuck do you
I
come
tried to
over
He
say
said you
family.
all. Hold on. He already. Listen to how you just said that, Uru. Listen to just how you just said that, and then I'm gonna talk about the first part, and then I throw it back to Charles. Listen to how you just repeated his statement. You said at the very end of his statement, he said, "I don't really have a whole lot in common with you all." It's like we are. It's like everything black is disassociated with himself. It's like
Well, that's the
He's
thing.
already
This
disassociated
what I
himself from
okay.
black.
This is what I'm trying to
It's
establish.
blatantly obvious.
See, this is what I'm trying to establish. For some reason, every time we talk about race, everything goes left. I don't care what it is. It could be sports. My whole thing is I'm trying to see if they have enough discipline to take that off the table and talk about anything else. That's my
They
challenge.
don't.
Yeah, but it
They
won't
don't
be
have a
genuine
discipline.
And
argument.
they weren't even looking. They weren't even thinking about it.
And the reason why it won't be genuine is simply because I know their talking points. I have studied them, man, for almost a year. I know what they're doing. I'm working on something right now, and they're going to be very shocked. They won't show who they are. They won't show their face, any of that, And it's okay if you don't want to. But the problem that is that's going down in these spaces on every platform, they want to think that every black man is a Democrat. Every black man is against white people. They're pro-black. They're Muslim. What else? Like he said, oh, hey, we don't have anything in
BLM.
common, but I can come over here. Yeah, Black Lives Matter, all that. I
Very
mean,
linear, one-dimensional thinking.
Black lives do matter, but we are not associated with the fucking
Rug
organization.
munchers.
And
I was getting ready to go to my cousin's event.
Linear, one-dimensional.
Suited and booted, styled and profiling, getting ready for my cousin's event.
Uh-huh.
And I'm listening in, and these jackasses.
Next this question: have any of you guys had your weapon taken from you? So stop talking about what the fuck you would do.
Yeah, Trey's the only one that had that situation, right?
But this was the funny part. Like I said,
Hello, can you hear me?
when they were talking about the guy,
Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
we
One
hear
second.
you. No,
See, go ahead, see.
well, basically, when I asked him the question about the guy, I say, if he wasn't that type of guy who had a record, would you still have did that? Well, yeah, if this guy's this and this, and I understood. If a guy comes at you, by all means, you're supposed to defend yourself. But my thing, he was so harped up on this guy was a rapist, and like I said, if that wasn't the case, would you have that same energy with this? Because my thing is this: for one, true, he just shot two other guys. If I'm coming up with you with the gun, because like I said, honestly, I seen the video. I had no interest in seeing all this crap over again because I already pretty much looking at the outcome, what it's gonna be.
I don't
When I
give a
first
fuck
seen
either.
I'm pretty much looking at this shit. Either two things gonna happen. Either he's going to get 10 years, 5 to 10 years, or they're gonna get him off. Because one, you got a fucking really biased judge, which should never be, influencing the case in shit that is unethical. We just might as well say it is unethical. Then on top of that, you have a guy, and I don't give a fuck if Fantastic hears this or not. I don't give a shit. That son of a bitch would have never killed anybody if he didn't take his ass where he wasn't needed. You cannot. You are not supposed, under the law.
He gonna come right back.
Under the fucking law. Under the law. You're not supposed to be trying to put yourself in a dangerous spot and then call out for fucking self-defense.
Especially in a crisis zone, which that's really the damning thing. You went back, you left, and then re-entered it.
May I say something?
Re-entered the perimeter that the police were trying to clear out. You re-entered it, and then tried to impose yourself or oppose. This is what happened. You tried to impose yourself upon some white people with your AR. And they tested your ass, and you had to pull that trigger, and you killed a motherfucker, and you shot a couple of other people.
And I also heard.
May I piggyback off of Truth right quick, please?
Yeah,
Truth.
You're
absolutely correct.
And any niggas in here saying any otherwise is cooning. Period.
Okay, hold on. Before we even get to that, he called himself being in Kenosha defending. Now we find out his relatives' property. But hold on. While all this rioting and all this protesting was going on, Art, Charles, Black Uru, old boy in the panel, and she explained to me this. Wasn't the authorities out doing their job, making sure who had guns and badges and tasers and billy clubs and shields and armor? Wasn't they out in the streets? What? Answer my question. Wasn't they out in the streets doing their job?
Yeah, they were.
Okay, hold on.
Plenty of
they were out in the streets. So if they were out in the streets doing their job, why would this self-proclaimed minor think he was above public servant duty when they were doing their job?
You don't get to impose vigilante justice on people. This ain't Gotham City. This ain't fucking Batman. You don't get to just throw batarangs.
Hold on, Truth.
I'm gonna answer this
Go ahead.
From a professional standpoint. When Black Uru brought up that he's untrained at 17, his 17 and 18 is different from mine. Okay? 17, 18, Fort Bend, Georgia, baby. Happy Veterans Day to all the vets in the chat and the panel. I'm gonna say this. One, there are certain procedures that you do. Why, if you were with 5 or 7 people, how did you get lost? You were not built like that. You were not trained like that.
Charles, would a 17-year-old be outside of a formal stated command?
Nobody should be fucking outside when they have a fucking curfew. I don't know why all these so-called Negropolitans and conservatives and all this other shit are trying to fucking lionize this dude when he was a fuck up. He's a
minor. He's a minor with a fucking firearm.
Even if he was an adult, why the fuck are you going to a known civil disturbance, riot, whatever you want to call, with an AR-15? Your assistance is not needed.
But here's the part.
You legally cannot shoot for property. You legally can't shoot for property. You can't say, "Oh, I was defending my life," if somebody's breaking into a garage, and you're just walking out there,
and you gun them down, and they're unarmed.
Hold on, let Charles finish. Go ahead, Brother Charles.
Because let's take legal precedence. His mother should have been locked up. I said that again. You are the fucking thinking, logical, supposedly adult. You're putting your son in unnecessary danger. You coming out there putting out fires? That's what the fuck? Who cares? You're telling me that you're in fear for your safety, but you go to a known fucking place where people are rioting. Where the fuck does that even begins to make sense?
But here's the thing, Charles.
I can't do that as a law enforcement officer. There are certain
but here's the thing, Charles and the rest of the people in the chat and on the panel, and Black Huru pretty much brought it back to earth. Okay, when he read that article, you know, it looked, I remember, when they were showing things and you heard people different accounts. A lot of people were really uncomfortable with people walking around with firearms. So it wasn't like they were just ignoring this dude. Everybody was moving and running. They had the footage, and he was up here joking and laughing and pointing at people. I saw that footage. So it's like,
Oh, so you protecting the
where's
people though.
so where is all that footage where he was like this valiant, protector and trying to save people and all? I my
He
whole
thought he
thing is
thought
that you got all this energy. Hold on, True. We got all this energy, trying to jump on black panels and go at brothers on the behalf of this dude. Where's that coming from?
You know where that's coming from? It's coming from a large point of their soul in the department of self-hate. I can't stand
Hello.
my black ass. Because if you're gonna go root for this white boy, if the same circumstance is no different than what I tell niggas in this space, don't you be red pill for a black woman and then blue pill for every other woman. Don't you be red pill for black men, but you blue pill for white boys.
Shonda
you know
said
what?
they're self-hate, they're agents.
Or I
Yeah,
need
or
to ask
agent
Black.
John, you're right. They're coons.
Or
Furthermore, hold on, go ahead, Al. Go ahead.
yeah. Let me ask Black Uru this, and I'll pass it right along to you,
The
Truth. I
service
know
said
you want to.
self-hate.
I want to get it out. Black Uru, did you hear? Did you hear when I asked Trey a question about Amar Arbery, and he said it doesn't matter, it doesn't care. I seen his criminal record at the time when that man was being assaulted. All he was doing was jogging and working out, and three white men came to accost a single individual black male who was jogging. But he said he didn't care either way with that wit as far as that black man is concerned, because he said he had already seen his prior criminal record. He knows what that is. How could you know what that is? The narrative of that whole situation was a black man was jogging. He got accosted by two white dudes, a father and son, and another white man followed and recorded on the whim that one of them called the police saying they thought he was burglarizing a vacant building, a vacant house that they were putting together, trying to build. And the only thing that they showed, and it had been shown before, that Ahmaud Arbery walked through the property, looked at it, and left. And in route of his jogging. But that man tried to tell us that Ahmaud Arbery was insignificant and that we were white lovers for supporting Kyle Rittenhouse, for trying to support him, and I didn't even know that Kyle Rittenhouse was even being attacked by pedophiles, this and that. It was just three white men in the beginning. So I'm pretty sure everybody in this sector viewed that in the beginning. That's white on white crime. It's wrong what Kyle Rittenhouse did, but this is white on white crime. Period, point blank. But for him to dismiss the Ahmaud Arbery situation and keep straight focus on Kyle Rittenhouse, let me know where those three gentlemen were standing. Period, point blank.
Yeah, those brothers, even though they say that they are not our brothers, they still are. They're just riving brothers. Those brothers are in pain. They need spiritual healing. But those brothers have a deep sickness all the way burrowed deep
Jogging out
into
the
their
house.
heart, down into their soul. It is a sickness of coonery. You see, these brothers here. These brothers.
But they tried to call us the coons. They tried to say we was coons.
No. Now, see, this is the problem with all this. This is my problem with all this. Because I'll be honest, I'm really not. I am seriously not invested in this because this really ain't got nothing to do with my community. This, like AL said, this is white on white crime. I do not care what the outcome. So I'm confused on why we have to try to make a hero out of this. I don't know why they're eating up the PR so much. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to build his image up right now because he's not trying to spend a whole lot of time in prison because he'll get fucked up in there. But yeah, with that being said, I don't know why you guys are eating that up so much. But it's kind of telling when you guys say the things you say and talk about that he's a hero and he was acting in self-defense when the evidence shows that, to be honest, had he stayed where he was at on the other side of state lines, he would have been safe and no one would have died. And you can't refute that no matter what you say.
Facts.
No matter what
Well, I
you say.
appreciate.
And the fact
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the fact that he did not only stay, not only did he not stay where he was at, he went back to the area. I mean, the fact that he even went back is damning. Forget that it's even a crisis zone. Forget that. The fact imagine it was just a normal area. It was just a normal street.
Don't forget what Art just mentioned. Don't forget what Art just mentioned. He was with a group of 5 or more in the beginning, but all of a sudden he's lost and by himself. But you're so trained to do what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? And you're pointing this gun at, you're pointing and waving this gun at people and public citizens and whatnot. But you're the one who's scared. You're on the other end of this barrel, waving it and taunting people. But you're supposed to be protecting your relative's property. He does not add up. Kyle Rittenhouse and his actions don't add up.
Exactly. It's an obvious PR stunt. Because the video evidence.
Let me give a shout out to American Hero for the super chat. Appreciate the support, fam. I got way more support today than yesterday, huh? Okay, go ahead, Truth.
The video evidence of him waving the gun around, but yet you were lost. You were lost through the people, but you were through the lostness. You were able to point the gun at people and find your direction fine on the video, smiling. I mean, you didn't look lost. I mean, it's very hard for me to imagine someone being lost with a smile on their face and them being extremely calm, if happy. To be honest, I imagine a lost person in some kind of distress visually, maybe sweating, maybe looking around, a little frantic. But hold on.
Never forget the interaction he had with law enforcement after he did what he did. They were smiling and waving at him, and he was smiling and waving at them as he walked away.
They took him to Burger King.
We don't know what the game is. They know what it is.
Look, I'm gonna get down, fellas. I'm gonna get down, but I want to say this last thing. I want to address with why you gonna say the brother.
Hold on. Let me just wrap this up real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Look, the basic premise that I just want to get across is this. You guys are eating up a PR scheme for a desperate man trying to save his own skin because he honestly went down there to try to impose upon people with a loaded weapon in a crisis area, which he had previously left for safety. He went back into an area where he was not permitted to be again, because once you leave, you're not permitted to go back. So he was breaking the law going there. He was breaking the law going there with a rifle. He was breaking the law going there as a minor with a rifle. And he was breaking the law going there as a minor with a rifle, trying to impose vigilante justice upon people as if he's Batman or Superman, as if this is Marvel Comics. Basically, this is what happened. This is what happened. This is the gist.
They weren't here earlier, Jerome.
He thinks the kid got caught up in the scheme. He thought this was GTA. He thinks he's Michael or some shit out of GTA 5. He thought he was running around San Andreas and he had just dropped it.
You going on a long drawn out. Nino said he's about to drop out. Just let him finish, man, because you taking too long.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say something real quick. Now, the point I want to make was that you had Trey up here, and he was speaking that hey, I don't have anything in common with you guys, but hey, we could talk about some chicks and some hoes, you know, and I can chop it up with y'all like that, you know, as if we a bunch of dumb motherfuckers up here. No education, can't talk about politics, all that. I can talk about it, but everything they talk about, they deflect and they reflect it back on white, as if they don't see anything good about themselves as a black man.
It's the only thing they can imagine a black man being is a bum. That's the only thing they see themselves as. They
Yeah.
hate themselves for being it, and they hate us for defying it.
And he says that he don't like criminals. Criminals probably fix his children food when he take them to McDonald's.
He probably thinks we're criminals. He fucking coon.
Yeah, all that.
You
know,
guys support
It's blatantly
criminals.
obvious.
You guys support criminals.
And they have been taught that if a person has a felony, armed and dangerous. That doesn't mean armed and dangerous.
That's why they answered the question about being black. I'm like, I'm not answering that question because no matter what I say, they ain't gonna like it.
That's right. That's fact. And the last thing I'm gonna say too is that they get all off into this thing where they think that a felon, like I said, a felon is someone who's, you know, in federal. I put it this way: in the federal system, there's a criminal category 1, 2, and 3. Career criminal. Category 1 is somebody, you know, 0 to 6 months of probation, and the rest of it is just really on up there with guns and everything. You got white men who have stole millions of dollars and they have felonies, and these same motherfuckers that they hang out with. You see what I'm saying? And they're criminals. They took money from the bank, you know, whether they did wire fraud or something fraudulent, that's still a felony. Oh, but they have a felony. You know, come on, dude. Do you not think white people don't have felonies and they can come right out of prison and become your co-worker? There was a guy who was a correction officer with me that did 12 years in prison. 12 for a real bad crime. And he got in because his grandfather was the fucking warden. You see what I'm saying? So these brothers, they don't see nothing bad when it comes to white folks until the white folks go against them. TPOT had something on his channel where they had a couple of white guys on the panel, and they were caping more for the white guys, and the white guys were hitting me up with emails and telling me, "Oh man, I like the way you handled yourself. Those guys seem like they're more concerned with us than anything." Exactly. You know.
Because Nino, we just dealt with 3 appeasers. They're appeasers of the opposition, and all their whole mindset is.
They were laughing at them. I'm going to interview one of them as well, right? They were laughing at these guys, you know, because I'm going to tell you, I got white friends, but my white friends just want me to be me. They're not looking.
On that note, on that note, I have white friends that listen to these panels. We talk about this.
I know, right?
and they man.
They parading so hard, they cheerleading, they acrobat clowning, they tap dancing. Boy, just wait till the goddamn documentary.
Nino, next time we run into them, make sure they have some pom poms and a megaphone, cause shit.
No, I'm still gonna work on it, man. I think the thing is, and we got Cool V in the building. But I think that there's going to be some times to where they're going to be able to talk without this whole race thing. Right now, it's their teddy bear. They need it.
That's all they got.
Hey, if you talk about you know what it is, if you talk about the race thing, then they have to reimagine their whole reason.
But it gives them energy. You know, it gives them a cause.
That they do.
But let me read this super chat.
They're gonna find a way to get away from us, even if we do not talk about the race thing, because they want to be as far away from us as they can.
Yeah, I think it'll go away somehow. But let me read this from Bellagino. It says, "What's that? KR? I think who's KR? Okay, KR was there to intimidate people. Oh, Calvin Rittenhouse. There you go." Calvin Rittenhouse was there to intimidate people that wanted to see black people treat equal. His open supported, or the on, what is he trying to put? He said trying to put open.
You're supported by law enforcement officers.
It's open. Is that
open?
okay?
Supported.
Openly. Okay, he's openly support. There you go. He's openly supported by Leo and right wing organizations known to be the anti-black. Shaking my head. I don't get the buck dancing. Yeah, fam. Yeah.
People are getting hit.
But you know what, man? I don't know. See, usually when I see people buck dancing and cooning or whatever, usually white folks are around. These are places where we don't even know for sure if white people are around. So I'm trying to figure out where is this really, really coming from.
Why
Well,
are they
that's
defending?
why
Why are
I
they
said.
defending him
That's why
now?
I
Like,
said earlier. Or I think that,
mhm,
and I'm not referring to anyone in particular, but
mhm.
I think that there are some people in this environment who are being supported by outside interests.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
That's something to
Shake
think
things
about,
up.
Black Guru. That's true.
I agree with Black
So,
Guru.
Black Guru. Basically, you saying the what I'm getting from what you have just bestowed upon us with your great wisdom,
Get it
sir,
out,
is
man.
that
Get it
you
out.
are telling me that we have snakes in the grass amongst us.
More than that, then
Uh,
they're getting
uh,
paid
I,
for it.
I want to be careful because I don't have
Snakes,
any evidence at
scorpions.
Satan
all.
got a bag.
But
Right. It
I
disappears.
when
Yeah.
I attempt to see the motives of the behavior, I see some familiar patterns. That's what I'll
Right.
say.
Hmm.
Get your hand out my
A
pocket.
I
lot of
see some
familiar
Get
very
it
patterns.
out my pocket.
familiar
Man.
patterns, and I say this because I've lived long enough to see how things appear to connect sometimes. Now, I'm not referring to anyone in particular, but when I
Mhm.
see black folks going in hard in the paint, and they're very consistent, right? In very familiar circumstances, they seem to always take the same position, contrary to some fairly obvious things that black people would respond to.
Niggas
That
is plugged
suggests to
in.
me that suggests to me some outside motivation.
And you see
Cipher.
this all the time too, as well.
It's
When it
called
comes,
alternative facts.
yeah.
You ain't shit on.
He said alternative facts.
Yeah,
And here's the
you
thing:
don't know.
they know that we as black men would not entertain. And this is what I was trying to communicate earlier, particularly to all of them. Was that is if they were not black men, even if they were black women saying some of the stuff they were saying, we would not even entertain it. So there, we give them the respect. The irony is we give them the respect and regard of being black men, and they kind of shit on us in the process of doing it.
Yeah, that's what I was
Because if
trying to
they were
get at a little
white
bit.
men or Asian men or Latina
It'd be
men, we
very.
wouldn't even give them the fucking time of day.
You should have seen how bad it was over there at TPOT when they had the stream over there. When these guys, they was shitting so hard on the black man over there, man, it was crazy. And the white boys was just looking like, felt like they was out of place, But they was taping for them so bad to where, I got an email. I was like, where's this coming from? And they thanked me because they said, hey man, I saw that you weren't even, into politics. You don't even rep any kind of party, but you did make some valid points in the chat. I didn't get up
Hmm.
there that time, but they even had a white girl that had come up there. She was disrespecting, you know. Well, I got black blood in me, and Shonda know who I'm talking about. But it was just crazy, man. And I'm glad the TPOT is starting to recognize these guys. They really make his panel look bad.
And I'm trying to
Lost,
figure out
lost
this out
credibility
too.
on it.
Hey, Art, who
And
is that?
and real quick, oh, this is way before your time, man. This is Phyllis Hyman, man. Woo.
Art,
No,
I
not
owe
Phyllis
you an
Anyhow,
Hyman. No,
apology.
no. Who is that at the bottom of the screen? Bello. Who is that?
oh, that's
Gino.
Bello Gino. That's my Haitian brother.
I know
Oh,
who.
okay.
But check this out though. As you can see, some people now me, I'm fairly mild mannered and everything, but just talking about this Kyle Rittenall brought the worst out of certain brothers, man. It brought the
And
worst out of them to
Art,
where
I
they,
owe you an
if
apology.
this would have been, this sound like this would have been fist fights.
Yeah, Art, I owe you an apology because normally I don't get out of character, get undone like that. But when another grown man has the audacious audacity, not just he did it to me, I was hearing him beforehand telling people to shut up because I'm just
Oh
gonna
no,
get my point.
I had to
Shut
snap
up.
back. I had to before you even came up, AL. I had to snap back on
Yeah.
him with it.
Shit, when I was
No,
You,
he was doing this very sort of female passive aggressive
yes,
bullshit.
you saw it too.
He
Black
would do
Guru,
slick. He would
talk
say
on it.
slick shit, but he would say it in such a way to try to be indirect and
Yeah, y'all niggas
innocuous.
need
But
to
when you get,
read. Y'all
That's
niggas
but
why
when
need
you
to
when
do
you
got on
go
his
this.
at him
ass, when you
hard,
get on his ass, he
that's
wanted
why
to
I'm
turn it
glad
feminine.
Art. That's why I'm glad that Art let you go at him hard because I knew what was going on there with him. He got everything he
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
deserved to get.
And as soon
Mm-hmm.
as a real man stepped to him and let him know you're being disrespectful, he turned effeminate. He started deflecting it. But no, I'm not doing, bro. Every time an elder Uru was speaking on a
Yeah.
topic or a subject and trying to point out the facts, he just kept rebutting. I was like, oh, he's hurt my brain. He's hurt my brain. That's what girls do. That's what women do.
You know, let me tell
And
you
you
He
don't
something.
didn't
do that.
understand that,
This is
man.
the issue.
Calling Uru a bitch and shit, and telling him to
This is
shut the fuck up.
this is
But
the
you
issue.
ain't, you got respect for your elders, huh?
But look,
Well,
this
see,
is
then
the
fuck
issue.
your young ass nigga.
But
But look, hold on. This is the issue. What they're doing, they listen to everybody. They don't understand that everybody comes from different walks of life, but we're brothers who have made, it our business to come to one common interest, and they're not with that. You got dudes that are from the country, you got dudes that are from the west coast, you got dudes from the east coast, and we all talk a little bit different. And they take, say for instance, they would take somebody like A.L. Evans, the way he talked, and call him dumb, but they don't know that man background. They don't know where he come from. He talked different from everybody. So what you say tomato and I say fucking tomato is the same motherfucking thing. You got the point.
And we got our royalty here, Shonda. She says, I would like to hear what Mike V, Juan G's, Bello Gino have to say on this matter of discussion.
Okay, Juan G's was here
Yeah.
first.
All
Me
right.
too.
Hey, how y'all brothers doing?
How you
Salute,
doing,
Juan
brother?
G. Salute.
Hey, how you do, bro?
Speak your
Brother.
shit.
Good evening, brother.
Salute to y'all.
Good evening.
Yes, sir, brother.
Yeah, most definitely. The only thing I got to say on this matter is the boy shouldn't have been there, and for all the things that we seen from the videos and everything that was going on, he's mainly responsible for putting himself in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Now we didn't make you say that, right?
Oh,
This came
Not
from
at
your
We
all.
didn't
Not
own.
at
pay
all.
you
My
to
own
say
thoughts,
it,
brother.
Juan, did we?
My
We
own.
didn't pay you.
No,
Okay,
no,
all right.
no, no cash app or nothing, brother.
Okay,
how
just
old? Hey,
making
Juan,
sure.
Juan, how
This
old
is
are
a
you?
Juan G's disclaimer.
And
Juan,
Juan G's,
how
you're
old are
not
you?
part of the Gnocracy, are you?
28.
You 28. I'm 19.
And you're not
Not
and
at
you're not a
all.
supporter of BLM too, right? You're not supporter of that either, are you? I'm just asking all the stuff that they've been
No,
saying about when we
he
had
breaking
the
up.
Proper
Accusing us
Nigga
of.
Incorporated.
I think he broke up a little bit.
Is he gone?
No, he's still
They
here. But
snatched
he
him.
broke out.
Is he able to speak? Uh-oh.
How
His
about
mute
it,
button is
Juan?
off.
Now
No,
I want
Uh-oh.
to
no,
hear
I'm
what
here.
Mike.
Yeah, we're just trying to cover all the stuff that's been said about us. But I had to give it to them. They said in our cyber face, physical face
Yeah.
barbershop. No, like Mike V say,
Cyber
no,
aggression.
this shit will not happen
You
at the
know what?
barbershop.
Hey,
You know what?
cyber masculinity.
Hey,
Oh my
Art, those
God.
are gonna be the three guys who sit over in the corner waiting for their haircut, knowing that look, all this they feeling in their head, but if they dare let it out, they know it's gonna be consequences and repercussions.
Hey, can
They
somebody
gonna beat that ass in the barber shop.
Especially right before closing, they lock that door early.
They gonna beat
Hey,
that ass.
So I don't know
hey,
if
hold
anybody
on.
know about that.
Hey,
Let us hear what Mike B got to say. I want to hear what he got to say.
Go
Which
ahead,
one?
Mike V. Talk your shit.
Oh man,
Cool V.
shalom, man, shalom to everyone, man. I just been listening the whole time from the chat. When I stepped off earlier, I kind of saw where this was going to go. But I had said this last night on your panel, Art, that this is political for them. That Kyle
Okay.
Rittenhouse going up to Kenosha was about being anti-BLM or anti the protest itself, because the protest was based on Jacob Blake's the Jacob Blake shooting. And so you had a certain person come on your panel. I think his name was Kid Styles or whatever his name was, he said it himself that it's the left. You guys are the left, and the left this and the left that, and you guys support BLM, knowing that this channel exclusively has never supported BLM. So he says he listens from the clouds, but he has it all wrong. He's doing this on purpose. And I saw what SKC did when he came on. The purpose of him and these other guys coming on the panel was to derail the conversation. That's all it is. There's a few years ago, there was a group called 4chan. They did the same exact thing to Tariq Nasheed. They derailed his channel every single time he went live. And so they're the ones who kind of, was taking down his website and all that type of stuff. The whole purpose of it is to be disruptive and have
silence the narrative.
Excuse me?
You can't let them do it. You cannot let them silence our narrative at all.
Hey,
no way.
Let him finish. Let him finish, True.
Come on now.
Yeah. And so what I'm saying here is these guys are talking about the manosphere going through a split. But in reality, BGS has 38,000 subscribers. On a hot night, BGS can pull in 200, 300, 400 people in the chat. These guys don't even have a fraction of BGS's subscribers. They don't even have a fraction of his viewers. To say that the manosphere is going through a split is inaccurate, mathematically speaking.
You got O'Shea. He still got his numbers.
Yeah, if you take
Angry Man got his numbers too.
Yeah, but if you take the most active players in the space, content creators in the space, these guys don't even have a fraction of BGS's subscribers. BGS has close to 40,000. These guys can't break 1,000 subscribers. BGS can pull in 400 viewers on a hot stream night. These guys can't even.
I hear you, Mike. Basically, they trying to disrupt because they can't even scrape to the level where we at, and we are galvanized as a group in this manosphere, like-minded individual men who are trying to come together to find solutions. We point out the problems, but we also work on trying to find the solutions. And like Truth was saying earlier, they don't like themselves. Like Black Rule said, they you could just hear the innards coming out like, we don't. How can you be us in color but not us in soul?
Well, let me finish what I'm saying. That
go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Right. The idea here is that pro-black, because that's something that they specifically mentioned, right? You guys are pro-black in order pro-blackity black stuff, right? So they turn it into a euphemism as a slur now, just like communism, Marxism, socialism. They're pushing us into this sort of space that white people typically have pushed us in. And they're co-collaborating with these guys to try to further push and marginalize the manosphere into this sort of perspective that everyone is supporting, all of these sort of effeminate ideas and neoliberalism and all these other weird perspectives that largely cannot be found in any of these streams at all. And so what I'm saying here is they really don't have a place in the space at all. And the idea is to tear down the space to the point where it's so disruptive that no one can actually hold a conversation at all if they can't be a part of the conversation and drive their own narrative. That's why they're pushing this whole conservative thing, because it's the only way to be anti-left, or what they consider to be anti the established talking point in the space, which is the advancement of black men. So that's why you hear certain people come on and say, well, I don't see color. But that's bullshit. Why do you only pick out black men who are being killed unjustly by law enforcement? Why do you only focus on that? Why do you take up for Kyle Rittenhouse, but you don't take up for Tamir Rice? You don't take up for this brother Jaleel.
Elijah McClain as well. They said,
Jaleel Stallings in Minnesota, who was being shot at by law enforcement in unmarked vehicles, and he shot back at him. He just won that case. But see, these guys don't talk about that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and what's tripping me out as well is black male leadership. You know how we talk about how the gnocracy is against it, the white establishment. But I have to ask these brothers too: are they against black male leadership? And if so, what does black male leadership look like to them? Because it seems like if a black man's on top, it's always
black male leadership look like submission to white supremacy. That's what it looks like.
Oh wow! I hope they clear that up.
I mean, that's
I
what
hope they have a panel on it.
Gentlemen,
very,
I mean, think about it.
hood,
How do you see their so-called? I mean, Trey himself said right here he was at a school full of black folks. He made a point of exclusively associating with the white
Excluding
folks.
himself in an all black school.
To me, those kind of statements, the kind of statements I don't. You're amongst black men, but I don't have anything in common. You don't have anything in common with any of the black men in the black manosphere. Really?
Black Guru.
That says a
Black
lot.
With y'all niggas.
That says
With
a
y'all
lot to me.
niggas.
Man, let me tell you,
Black Guru.
last week I had 7 of my friends here. 3 of them were white, and we were listening to all this shit that these conservative clowns and tap dancing coons were talking about, and they was just like, man, I didn't think that happened. I said, yeah, man, we got a lot of this shit that goes on out here, between us. We got the light skin against the dark skin. You got the brothers who think that because they marry white, that they're white. They don't want to even see their own selves and their children. And that's okay. If you got mixed children, that's okay. I got mixed family too, but damn, you got to be proud of who you are, as in just God made you one way, be that,
Yeah, but
Gentlemen, may I ask everybody on the panel something? Let me get this up. Gentlemen, I just read something, and I want to ask y'all honest question, because everybody in here who I'm about to ask this question about knows this gentleman and have reverence for him. Gentlemen, would anybody on this panel and anybody in the chat listening say that BGS Idmore, the master educator / master teacher, is a Marxist?
Oh my God.
No.
Hell no.
Come on, man.
That cat said BGS is a Marxist. I'm done, man. I'm done.
Well,
it's a slur.
It's a straw man.
I know it's a slur. I know exactly what it meant, sir.
Remember, we back up BLM. Remember,
they present a false premise. It's classic straw man argument. They present a false premise, something that's untrue, and then create this fallacious argument against this false premise they present. That's what they do.
And
Just
we
like
supposed to
when the guy comes in here and
yell.
says we support BLM, outright lie. But the purpose is to create this false argument about BLM, something that we have not advocated for or argued for at all. But it is to create this false argument based on something that doesn't even represent the truth of who and what we're about. It's the same thing with the Marxists. Let's label him a Marxist, and then let's create all this false commentary about the evil of Marxism. When nobody has mentioned a damn thing about Marxism.
It's called gish galloping.
It's fairly, when you look at how politics in general is perpetuated in this country, it's pretty kind of standard issue shit.
So basically, Black you saying they tried to gaslight the whole situation?
Yes, exactly.
That's the whole purpose of it. The idea is to cram as many salacious arguments as they can down your throat and make you argue argue back against it when you've never made it in the first place. Exactly. And so now the conversation is completely derailed, and and nobody remembers even where we started from. That's the whole purpose of derailment.
I got you, bro. And to kind of go back to what Black Guru was saying about his hypothesis on the conspiracy theory, how he thinks, somebody's behind them. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually came over to Art's channel tonight to start this kind of chaos, just to try to go back and draw clips from it to bring on their channel and say, see, this is how we debunked them. See, this is how we did this. See, they this, that, and the third.
Remember ABL started off in this space.
I know he's gonna be slicing this one up.
I mean, look at this idiot. Look, we talking about something up here, and he's worried about how somebody pronounces it.
yeah, but
see, that's another form of derailing.
Right.
Yeah, Mike, can you tell us that story about how ABL? You said ABL started up in here.
Yeah, ABL started off in this side of the manosphere. Mm-hmm. He used to be on BGS's panels on Saturday nights.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What happened to
him? He got a deal at RT. But what I'm saying here is
he's doing good too. Go ahead.
He's eating well over there. But he can't differ from the narrative that they gave him, or else his money stops coming in.
Yeah, he's
See, when
definitely
he
a stuck.
Yeah. He
What
came over
RT?
here and he earned his
Russia today.
bones with the white folks. That's what he
Oh,
did.
Russia today.
He earned his bones. He used his space to earn his bones with the white folks. That's what he did.
But go ahead,
and
Mike.
no,
You know what? Oh, go ahead, Mike.
no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take up so much of your time, but I'm just want to make sure I put some context behind this because people don't understand that we've always had, some form of disruption, from agents in the space. I'm not saying that these guys are particularly agents, but it's for walk like a duck and the quacks like one, man. We're seeing
It's
this
an
sort of
agent.
we're seeing this sort of behavior, and I'm saying that the terms Marxists and socialists and communists and the left and all these sort of terms, these are terms that racist white people use. So
And it
why
brings money
are
to your
black
channel.
men? Yeah. Well, why are black men using it, right? And why are they sticking by Kyle Rittenhouse before they stick by Philando Castile? Because you don't see these guys lamenting about Philando Castile at all. In fact, when TVA was debating these guys on the Prophet of Thought, and he kept
Shout
bringing
out
up
to
Philando
TVA.
Castile. Yeah, shout out to him. They didn't want to talk about Philando Castile. They wanted to talk about something else.
Yeah, if he would have came up, it would have been. Whew. I know he's ghost watching, but if he would have came up, oh my God, that would have been interesting.
Anyways,
Yeah, see,
Marxist, all
it's
these,
pretty
yeah.
predictable. And what they do is they'll find, like, when a brother gets killed, that you notice how they, or in the case even with these white guys, that sort of matches their agenda. Notice how important that person's prior history that has nothing at all to do with the case. Notice how important that is in focus.
I mean,
Whatever
do a
someone
thorough
did 5 years
background
ago,
check,
10
Black
years ago,
Guru.
has nothing at all to do with the guy getting killed on the streets. But they particularly and especially focus on that. Now we know that black men do a combination of circumstances very often have issues in their past. So it's like a perfect kind of setup so that when any of us get in any kind of trouble or worse, end up getting killed on the streets, then they can quickly say, well, 20 years ago or 10 years ago or whatever, he did ABC. So, oh well. Notice how frequently they do that. That someone else mentioned white. That's a very common thing that your Fox News type folks do. They go right into that background, deep and hard.
Yeah, and they doing a lot of backdoor shit, So the problem is with that is Black Guru is that, they don't understand a crime is a crime. But if you borrow a goddamn pen from your coworker and you don't return it, or if you're taking supplies from your supply room out of your company, or you bringing toilet tissue home from your job, you still, and they do this kind of shit. I worked with when I was a correction officer. I knew officers, white officers, and these officers that are just like these coon motherfuckers that will take shit out of the kitchen where they cook for the inmates and take that shit home and feed it to their kids, like chicken nuggets and all kind of shit. See, they think they can get away with shit, and they don't call, and they want to look at somebody else who probably got locked up for a bad check or, oh, he's a felon. They do that often, and this is what the untrained eye of society, and when you first become a law enforcement officer, this is what they teach you if you have the wrong kind of training.
Yeah, let's read. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, let's kind of examine the whole exploration of what is black and why they tried to get us to define it. I mean, are we looking at some brothers that have been rejected from the black community, whether they poor or rich, and they trying to find a way to take shots back at it based on our definition of what black is? Was that the motive?
In fact,
Well, what does it mean when Trey said he made a point? He was in the school with 90% black folks, and he made a point to exclusively deal with the white people. What does that mean?
Wow.
I mean, he said that. That speaks to his mentality and his motivations.
they always come back though, Black Guru. Trust me. That you got that kind right there. I see all the time. They hung out with number white boys, and when they go to jail, they hanging out with the black dudes for protection.
They have to, or they'll get banged on.
You know, so you do have these guys, you know, they have a kind of a hatred for where they come from and what they are. And they project that hatred onto the rest of us. You know, and that's why you know, yeah, I don't have anything in common with any of you, or you know, every possible negative thing associated with you, or the Pookies and Ray Rays, or the shit. You know, I mean, it's a fairly kind of obvious thing that they engage in, and it's all about kind of smearing the overall black culture, and
That's
they strategically use these tropes of you know the ratchet and the Shaniqua and whatever, and you notice they'll say it's about culture, as if everything about black people are all those negative stereotypes. You notice, because I think that one of those guys repeatedly said it's not about race, it's about culture.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. I
That's
was like,
also a very
what?
common. That's also a very common trope used by white supremacists. Very
And
common.
a lot of them were in the
They've
military.
used that one. They've used that one for general. I've heard that whole negative culture thing when I was going back to when I was a kid that white people used to use. See, here's the problem. Oh, I heard all this bullshit. I heard all this bullshit for 40, 50 years, man. Ain't none of this new. It's just different people, but they saying and doing the same shit.
Yeah,
And
that's. Go ahead.
yeah, and the crazy part about that Black Movie is they quickly, like Mike B said, they quickly deflect. You know, when you try to, you know, come to some kind of understanding with them, they go into something else, or they use other collateral matters not pertaining to the actual subject.
That's
Yeah,
the
man.
straw. That's the straw man argument. That's the straw man argue. Argue about some shit we ain't even talking about. That's what they do.
Yeah, because I'm starting off, me and Dre just talking about an act of kindness of black men and how, it's been, like it takes people aback that a black man opens a door for them. All of a sudden, it started to go into this whole thing. And I just said, okay, we'll just go ahead and we go ahead and make this a Kyle Rittenhouse debate because I
and
know they
it's
got to get this off their chest.
You know what?
and it's
Jerome Whiteside said something that was very important. He said, y'all niggas finally figured them out."
Oh, we've been known about this,
Been
man.
on about it. And I like Jerome though. Jerome cool than a motherfucker.
I go
man,
as far back as Larry Elder, in the '80s. That's how I remember all these kind of talking points. And then later on, I graduated to Armstrong Williams.
Yeah, yeah.
So this ain't nothing new. I think there's more like to give it to Armstrong Williams. He has some of them talking points, but he does stuff with black people most of the time. You know what I'm saying? He's a Sigma, but he does a lot of stuff mostly with black people, and he goes across the aisle. This stuff that I'm hearing it sounds like a little self hate, like some people were saying. I know they're like, what do you mean self hate? That's why I put those challenges. I was glad they were on the panel. I put them challenges out there. Can you have any kind of discussion, as far as, being conservative or Republican without talking about race?
I
And it
think,
was almost like, how am I get rid of my teddy bear? I love my teddy bear. What you talking about?
but you know what?
But
I
go
think
ahead.
it's about respect. You know, regardless to what your party is, and half of these guys don't have an argument, so those only talking points, that they have, is about politics, or they concentrate on Pookie or Ray Ray. Shit, not all Pookies and Ray Rays are bad out there. You got. I'm breaking it down in a new documentary because you have your certified Pookies and you have your just, Pookie Ray Ray, just from the neighborhood. I'm gonna talk about Peanut too. They forgot about Peanut. They forgot about Black. They forgot about Red.
Mm. Yeah, I don't even. I mean, if I'm just gonna deal with a Pookie, because I have to teach them, right? I just teach them. You know what I'm saying? I don't go too far into the other stuff. My whole thing is that we are black men. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it from all. I've worked with all types. From the rich people to to the regular blue collar, educated, whatever it is. The key thing is, why. It seems like we keep using excuses to find a way to discourage or disparage each other, even if the going is getting good.
But you know what, Art? There's a list. There's a list of these guys, and I got a full list of certain guys that does this kind of stuff. Y'all gonna be shocked when I put it out. There's certain guys that do this stuff. I mean, like one we already know, maybe something probably happened to them growing up to where they just, want to totally disassociate themselves with the black community. I understand some of that, but there's that group that run back to the black community once the white folks have done them wrong. Candace Owens, she know that all too well from being out here at Stanford University, you know. And then she wanted to run to the black community for civil rights, some kind of civil rights thing, when she felt that she was discriminated against. She thought that she was different, you know. Trust me, those people will show you who they are, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Why you want to be so much a part of? Just go to school, get your education, do what you need to do. Fuck being on the cheerleading team. They didn't want you on it.
Like, that's like the situation when he was trying to ask us to define black. And I heard this old parable where this guy said, well, the young guy want to, kind of beat this old wise man. So he goes up to the old man, takes a bird, put it in the back of him, in the back of his, behind his back, tells the old man, he said, you being a wise man, tell me is this bird dead or alive? The old man told him, if I told you that the bird was dead, you'll crush the bird and say, look, here's the dead bird. You wrong. If I tell you that the bird is alive, I'm sorry. If I tell you that the bird is dead, then you'll just let the bird go. And he told him, obviously the answer's in your hand. So no matter what
Mm-hmm.
we said, they was gonna have a deflecting point against it. Because for one, they're black, so they can say, well, I can come at him this way. Or I can come at, if he say about black power, then I can say if it's black power, why black people killing each other? Or if he say, being black is love, well, if that's that, it's always gonna be a reason. So
He never
it's like
came in good faith.
yeah,
Yeah,
but the
but
whole question,
that's why, Sheed, I made a point of trying to force them to recognize that you look, you guys are here because you're black men.
yeah.
If you were anything other than black men, you would not be here. I would not be having this conversation with you
Mm-hmm.
if you were not black men. You automatically have a regard for me from me just by virtue of you being black men.
Uh,
Even though we disagree, I think you on some bullshit. I think you on some coon shit, and I do. But I still
Mm-hmm.
recognize you as a black man. I
honestly
would
speaking,
not give the shit that you're saying here. I would not give a white man. I would not give a Latina man the same courtesy. I would not give a white
uh,
man or Asian man the time of day to say the shit, the foolish shit that you say.
honestly speaking, I think they were
Right.
just over here trying to recruit because you got to understand, they numbers the winner. Like, hey man, we ain't got enough supporters. We ain't got enough people over here looking at our channels because I cloud watch a lot of those guys. I watch SJC channel all the time because I'm like, I'm just looking like, really, this how y'all think? And all y'all think like this?
Yeah. I
And
mean,
every
I'm just gonna
time,
keep it real. Mhm.
no, go ahead, Finn. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'm just gonna say I'm just gonna keep it real. These are my brothers, man. Hood Service is supportive of mine.
Yeah.
Um, then you got Mr. Fantastic. We got mutual respect. And you got SKC. We talk on the phone. You know what I'm saying? Um, and then I'm just now getting to know Trey a little bit. I don't know about that other dude that just popped up here and started popping at the gums. But my whole thing is that the thing is like Brad Huru said, we filter a lot of this BS. We filter it, you know. And then we're waiting for this the storm to leave, and it's like, okay, finally we can talk about some shit. Then they bring the shit back up. It's like, oh fuck, you know, we we because that's the thing is that how they say we all we got, that includes them too. But the thing is, when you keep showing us that I mean, you're in black spaces, but I'm riding and being the Johnny Cochran for the opposition. It's like, damn, dude, when you gonna get over this shit? You know, I mean, I think that's where we at. I think we there's a line to where, okay, these are my brothers, but it's gonna come to a time to where when we are very resourceful and we really made it, and we can only remember how you kept talking about us in the negative light, that's gonna come back 10 times, and then what you gonna say then? How you gonna respond?
I think most of this is geographical, man, because out here with me and Pookie live at, you don't see a whole bunch of uh it's either you rich or you're poor, or you got the black dudes that are black, and you got the ones that are strictly wanting to be white. And usually those are the ones that always have to come back to surface.
Those are the busters.
Yeah.
Those are the busters.
Yeah. They have to come back to the community.
They get regulated when they come back though. They do
Now these
around here.
guys
They
that are
do
on the
get regulated.
panel, these guys that are on the panel, they didn't give me the vibe that they wanted to be white. I give them that.
Well, not white, but Black Guru, like what Black Guru said earlier,
Connected to the dominant society. My bad.
yeah. But what I'm thinking is that most of these guys, they figure even if they got one drop of black in them, that they're not black, and that may be true because they look more on the white side. Okay, but if the white community is not accepting you, and you come over here where we have open arms for you, just because you have one drop of black in you, I mean, don't shit on us.
Can you go deep into that as far as the white people not accepting them? Because I think that kind of went over people's heads.
Yeah, a mixed dude who has a white mother and a black father, and he took mainly his white side from his mother. You know, he don't deal with the father side, or maybe even the father not in his life. So he's bitter about that. But as he grow older, he realized that he's not. He looked more on the black side. The black gene overtook everything, and yeah.
But I'm gonna say this, and that's the craziest thing that the guys don't even talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you are outcast. Like, when you're young, those white kids don't mind talking with you, playing with you, and all this. They have their little stuff they say behind closed doors. But when you get to a certain age, dude, it is horrible for most of those kids. Like, you literally have no idea what most of those kids go through, because it's the identity crisis. They trying to figure out, are they black, are they white? And majority of the time, I've always hear a lot of kids who come up in that type of environment, and their friends, and like, especially coming from the parents, they always just say, be a good person. That's all you need to do. Be a good person. Everything works out.
Yeah, and the parents don't tell them the real deal. You know what I'm saying? Or they tell them to stay away from the black side of their family. The father was bad or something.
They throw all the niggas out.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. And then they get a rude awakening. I have a friend like that right now.
My nigga wake up call. No.
I'm like
Kevin Hart. No, he wasn't ready.
Yep.
Sheesh.
I mean, all these black dudes from different walks of life out here, they had to learn the hard way. Not saying that, you should not dwell in the spaces that you dwell in, but first you need to have knowledge of self to know who the fuck you are. Because if you don't know, your motherfucking white friends, when they get drunk late at night, they're gonna tell you. Or, somebody else is gonna show you on a job. You ain't no different than any other black man. You even have the darkest black man that's darker than the fucking street who think that he's white.
I'm surprised I only got 3 dislikes on this one. I thought I'd get like 20.
It's because of
because the way people kept coming up here.
Yeah, I don't think nobody would dislike you, man, or disrespect you. I think that
I got 11 yesterday.
You got
I got
11
11
yesterday.
yesterday.
Why do
It
you
was
think
like,
you got 11 yesterday? What do you think that was about?
I think basically because we had a lot of trolls last night, and and that's the thing. They try to defend Kyle Rittenhouse or Kyle. I keep thinking of Kyle Rittenhouse because I'm a Lee Rittenhouse fan. Um, is it you? No, anyhow. Um, yeah, I think they were just there to troll, and they didn't like the fact that people were timing them out, and how what we were saying about the whole Kyle Rittenhouse situation. And but yeah, I got some haters, man.
Hey, they even upset. Look, they even had a subject over there on TPOT channel about they against teaching Black history. What about just history? But in my mind, if you have a child that's growing up and he's curious about why every damn Black person in the damn U.S. history before 1865 or something like that, it's the one that you take in college. You know, um,
Last time I checked, they still talk about Hitler in
yeah,
high school.
and every Black person in there looked like a slave. So why not talk about why they look like a slave? You know,
But that's the thing. I keep reminding them about the whole CRT not being a course, and they ignore me. But they're gonna believe what they want to believe, and I'm not gonna sit there and play the convince Olympics. I'll just listen and ask some
Well,
questions and
it's
know where
another
I
straw.
stand.
It's another straw man argument. It's them creating an issue from out of nowhere and then arguing against that issue. Like, I mean, where's the great fervor amongst Black people for critical race theory? Where? I mean, certainly we want Black
Yeah, I haven't
history
seen
to
it.
be taught. We want a broader, fairer depiction of of the true history of this country and our place in it. But that we've always believed and felt and wanted that. But what they do, they create this political issue of critical race theory and supposedly all the whatever issues involved with that. So out of nowhere, they take something. And by the way, I mean critical race theory is what, like 30 years old about? I mean, so out of nowhere, they bring
1970s.
back up this scholarship that has existed for decades and make it a center issue in the politics. It's the same thing. It's the same thing about making the argument for BLM when nobody's supporting BLM. It's the whole argument. You only like Pookie and Ray Ray. Nobody's arguing or advocating for Pookie and Ray Ray. It's the same bullshit.
you know what?
Yeah,
Black people, another
and
thing with the curriculum out here. Also, they don't want a all Black men's study. They want there are a lot of teachers, professors who went to school for ethnic studies, and there should be room in the junior colleges for that. They got LGBT studies, they got Asian American studies, they have Chicano studies, all of that, but they won't do anything basically Black history. We had to fight out here, even at Sac City College, to keep a professor who was teaching sociology 101 and 101 and what was it 123. The one you have to graduate with your to get your bachelor's. Uh, and this man is him, and then you got Tia Son Johnson, Dr. Tia Son Johnson, down in Fresno. That they the only ones that have this program. Isn't that something out of the whole junior college sector? And if they do teach it, they want a Black woman to teach it instead of a Black man. How fucked up is that?
yeah, yeah, and that's the thing too, man. It's a lot of areas where we could use Black male leadership, but this whole pulling each other apart and lowering the status, and I already see what's going on a little bit. Is that sometimes you got to lower the whole status of Black leadership so that the powers that be can be happy with what you did, and that's your handiwork, that not too many Black men are in leadership, but yet they go after other brothers claiming that they are backing up the feminist and all this. But I'm like, by you tearing other brothers down, isn't that the feminist work too? I kind of appeal to that a little bit, to where if you want, I don't see why it's a problem that black male leadership should be expanded and supported. What is the problem with that? This is we're talking about different directions here.
See, and these are
Why is
some
it so?
people that low
Mhm.
key support LGBT as well. These same conservative people, they support it, believe it or not, because their white friends are LGBT, especially white men.
Yeah, they got money.
Yeah, they love
I
hanging
don't
around.
see too many LGBT people broke. They got money. You know, you keep looking at the people in the salons and stuff, but no, these people, some of these people in corporate and in an upper echelon of politics, you know, they do a little rug munching and dookie love, you know.
Damn.
Hershey Highways, you know.
Yeah, that was funny.
Boy, that kind
They,
of came out of nowhere, but
yeah, they be going at it, man, and then when they get caught,
You
you
see,
I don't
know,
think I've
they
ever
gonna try
even
to take
heard
you
like
out.
that last phrase before.
I heard it one time.
Yeah,
But I tell
that's
you,
Bobby Hemmett. I got that from Bobby Hemmett.
hey,
Yeah, he
all
says
right.
Dookie
But
love.
I tell you, they everywhere. They in the gym. I mean, they ain't walking around with the wrist broke. Not anymore.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, they're everywhere, man. So they can't be
doing
sitting there saying, "Oh,
doing shit in the
you with the L."
airport restrooms and all that. They can't do it.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's part of the clubs. You know what
White
I'm saying? But
white men conservatives, and then you find dudes like them getting caught out here in the car, sucking on the dicks. These same guys.
yeah, there's a sector of that, man, and you know, I have to give it to them. They hide that shit pretty good. You know, when you start meeting people, you're like, "Oh shit, that's how y'all get down." Okay, peace. You know,
Yeah,
but
some of that bro is hiding in plain sight though, because
I mean, look at the whole Jill. Was it Jack and Jill? They ain't all straight.
no, hell no,
Let's keep that
hell no.
100, man.
And some of that stuff is initiation.
Yeah, that's true.
The
Some of
bad
that
thing
stuff
is
is initiation.
I'm not even against them, but the whole point is, you find these same guys that I'm telling you about that were up here.
What's the pathway of power?
Yeah,
That's my thing.
they be all out here, man, looking like they lost their best friend. Sometime I'll do the little ride share thing, and I would pick up dudes, white dude, black dude I picked up. He was like, I said, I said, how you doing, brother? He's like, I just don't want to talk right now. I said, okay, I'm sorry. He said, my fucking boyfriend just quit me. I was like, what? He's like, and it was the white boy. The white boy was running after the car, hey, get out the car, I want to talk to you. I'm like, oh shit, man. What the fuck is going on? I thought he was gonna say that his wife,
Yeah,
he got a
usually
fight.
white dude ain't the bottom.
hey,
Usually he ain't.
no, he is. He was.
That's usually because they always want to be the man. I was like, all right, dude, y'all had that shit, But it's crazy that I look at this whole thing and
Hey, Art.
it's getting worse. It's getting worse with these younger boys. Can y'all hear me?
It's the identity.
Yeah,
It's this identity crisis, man. That's going on, and you find guys like this that do things just to do things, to be a part of something, and then they get these children. They really don't want the woman, they don't want a black woman, so they talk shit about her. So that's what they do. That's their way out.
they just hating everybody. I mean, at least the black woman's still in the community. I mean, damn, just leave, brother. Don't come back when they're burning them crosses and then they in sheets now. Don't come back now, brother. Stay where you at, brother. Community, we good over here. We don't need that triflingness. We don't need that turmoil. We don't need none of that. And to be honest, or I was just gonna say that I think a street brother named a term that I think would be most appropriate for these brothers. These brothers right here are what you call power bottoms. Those feminine brothers you were talking about, Nino. Those are called power bottoms.
Hey,
Big African
Okay.
strong
So
niggas
let me read this
on the
chat here.
bottom.
It says, when you ask them, why don't you go out to do the work of KH? They were unwilling to perform the same duties they were willing to uphold on the panel.
yeah, because they ain't gonna show their face. They ain't gonna come out. I mean, ain't gonna do nothing. They gonna sit up here and make these white boys they keep it so hard for think that they are the ideal black man. Because they automatically think if you talk, you don't believe what they believe, you're uneducated. You're a Democrat. I said this before. You're a Pookie, you're a Ray Ray, or you lived in the hood. Nigga, I ain't never lived in the hood. Never lived in the projects. But I'm not against that, because trust me, my best friend grew up that way. You know, he's still black, he's still a black man, and even him, he grew up in a situation where he was like, yes, and I don't get into who you vote for. I was like, hey man, who did you vote for? He's like, oh man, I voted for Trump. I said, what made you do that? He's like, yeah, man, because I'm tired of the black community going against me. I'm like, didn't a white man just choke the shit out of you and put you in jail for child support? It's
Yeah,
just,
that's
he said,
now. Let me ask you guys this. I wish Mike was here. He'll probably put the answer in chat. How much of these guys are? What's the percentage of these guys in our spaces here or in the community as far as the kind of guys that come up here and do what they do or did what they did?
it's a lot of
Man,
them. They're undercover, and I like Rael, but I didn't like the way he disrespected you on the panel tonight. So, and I was
Yeah, I couldn't
shocked.
believe he came from there, and I guess he doubled down and disrespect me in the chat.
Yeah.
But it's all good because we still black men. But when
oh,
you
what
show
happened with
yourself,
Ryan?
Oh man, it was awful up here.
Yeah, Rael was riding
He's a
side.
disrespectful little fucker.
Rael was riding side
Definitely
saddle with
disrespectful
that
little fucker.
Oh,
Rittenhouse
hold on,
thing
hold
pretty
on.
hard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He talks a lot of shit. He does talk a lot of
Hey,
when they were going in on me, he was running his mouth in those comments, and I don't even know him like that, to be honest.
Let me tell you, I
I don't
like
even speak to
Rael,
him
but
like
the
that.
only problem that I have at times, and I was telling him this to his face, is that he got to get out of this thinking that people think that he want to be white because he read books and because he's not doing what black people do. Okay, whoop de doo. We all are educated. We all have been, places in our lives. We just got to get out of this. I think these guys want a pat on the back from white daddy. I don't know what it is. You know, be who you are, bro. I mean, but don't think that every black man think that you want to be white because you're educated. Shit, I got 4 degrees.
Let me tell you the problem, and I'm not going to refer to anyone in particular because
Okay.
but there are a lot of black men who are so disturbed by our particular history and the enormity of the situation, and they think if black people only did everything the exact right way, if we only worked super harder than everybody else, if we only made the absolute best mating choices possible, if we only read more, this whole kind of, work yourself to death to be somehow worthy of being perceived to be worthy by white people or even other non-black people. It's this kind of, it's almost as sort of like a John Henry kind of thing, just kind of work your ass till you die kind of thing. And it's especially, well, it's actually uniquely required of black men. It's not really required of black women. It's the whole, it manifests in this argument of, well, you're subordinate to white supremacy or white men. You'll hear the women say that kind of thing. You haven't conquered white supremacy. This whole thing, like we're essentially supposed to kind of kamikaze ourselves into either winning the planet or just sort of dying in the process. it's a kind of a hopeless sort of situation that they concoct for black men in particular. I mean, we're 6% of the American population. We probably have somewhere around 2 or 3% of American wealth. We probably only about 5. When you take in consideration prison, we're probably barely at 5% of the American electorate. And somehow we're supposed to surmount all obstacles. We're somehow supposed to defeat and out organize and out strategize and overplay everyone, including and especially our women who sabotage us almost pretty much at birth and even in the womb.
Right.
But somehow we're supposed
Right.
to get past all of that. And we're supposed to defeat the white people and we're supposed to beat the Asians. There are like 2 or 3 fucking billion Asians, but somehow we're supposed to beat all of them. You know what I mean? It's like there's no. It's almost like they wish. It's almost like they wish death upon us.
And you know what, a black rule, it's not even chalked up on the chalkboard as what they think it is. Because I'm out here with all these Asian people. You got different kinds. You got homeless Asians. You got Asians who don't have education. You got Asians who
But the truth of the Asians don't matter. The
yeah,
Asians is just another
yeah,
thing that we're supposed to feel inadequate about.
yeah,
The truth about the Asians don't matter.
yeah.
The truth about white people, how there are great swaths of this country where you got white people dying on drugs and 90%. You can go to certain places in Pennsylvania or Ohio, and there's like 80% of them are on welfare.
Jay
I mean, it don't matter. The
on that.
truth of white people don't matter. The truth of Asian people don't matter. The only thing that matters is, damn it, we're supposed to be greater, stronger, faster, smarter than the greatest, strongest, fastest, and smartest white, black, Asian, everybody else.
Facts.
Yeah, man. We got Cool V back.
I heard you mention my name, that you were looking to ask something.
Shit, I said a lot.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want to disrupt the panel, but
I'm trying to think. I
yeah, the
forgot,
idea.
man.
No, you said
Go ahead.
he'd give you a honest answer. That's why you would like his opinion. I forgot what it was.
No, I think Black Hulu Strikes kind of took exactly what I was going to say to that question. The idea is to set so many obstacles up to see how far black men can actually go, because the idea is to fight ineffectively so that you don't get a progressive outcome. The outcome is always supposed to be one that is non-workable.
Yeah, non-achievable.
It's non-achievable. You can't get anything out of it, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense at the end of the day. It's an impossible mission. This Saving Private Ryan sort of perspective. Go look for this one Negro to achieve this sort of Xbox, gold,
and that it should only be and that it should only be one, and it's the conservatives. They're the ones who should be the only ones that succeed, according to white society, because they're telling them that they are the model black male citizen.
Yeah, and so this is an interesting point, Nino, because the idea that black men shouldn't rely on the government, I find it to be very interesting, because all of your white enterprises rely on the government heavily. We talked about stadiums, right? These sort of football, basketball, baseball stadiums. It's all built with taxpayers' money. Look at the Mercedes-Benz Dome in Atlanta. That came from taxpayers' money. That didn't come out of the pocket of Mercedes themselves. They just put their branding and their logo on it. But the small amount of jobs that came out of that, for black people, were minuscule. It's unrealistic to say that black people should be doing X, Y, and Z while at the same time having their tax dollars pinched from them for white enterprises so that they can build upon, this infrastructure that largely black people are not even getting the chance to benefit from.
Mike, you don't have an interstate highway without Eisenhower's Interstate Highway Act.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a railroad system in this country without the government. I mean, There's so many things. You don't have subways in this country without government contribution. You don't have an
NASA.
airline industry without. I mean, without the without the air traffic controllers. I mean, it's so ridiculous when they make these arguments about the evils of government intervention, and yet almost all the great fortunes, the internet we're talking on now, we're conversing now, started out as a defense communication system. I mean, so they tell lies about history and then make arguments against those lies.
No, I brought that point up last year during the Trump administration. The reason why American Airlines and Delta and all these these failed entities can stay afloat during the pandemic was because Trump bailed them out at $3 and $6 trillion. But see, they don't talk about that though. They'll make it seem like, oh well, Trump was anti-government. We're all about small government. Bullshit. All those companies are surviving off of your tax-paying dollars. What are you talking about?
Exactly. And so, I mean, even in their conservative rhetoric, even in their rugged individualism rhetoric, they're lying. they're lying as they speak.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
How do you think these pharmaceutical companies were able to produce the vaccine in the first place? They got about $3 or $4 trillion from the Trump administration.
I mean, somewhere in the range of 20 to 30% of all the farming revenue generated by the farming industry is coming from federal subsidies. Anybody who reads knows that. My wife has on her family side, she gets federal subsidies because she's got farmland. Everybody knows that.
But as black men, you're not supposed to rely on the government. And see, that's the challenge, that they want you to go up against all these other.
We got a white man trying to buy the land from us so he can get those federal subsidies.
They don't tell you that John Deere as a company did not want to sell tractors to black farmers to keep them out of the competition of farming.
Of course.
Oh, you're waiting on reparations. Black men are always waiting on reparations. We're talking about reparations for the farmers, as if somehow you're supposed to muscle your way against these other white farmers who get lots of subsidies, from the federal government, every single year. When China and the U.S. had their trade war during the Trump administration, a lot of those farmers had to go out of business because they couldn't sell their soy and their pork to China.
I mean, my favorite is they make these anti-welfare arguments, food stamps and whatever. And damn well, nowhere in hell the agricultural industry is going to easily let go of those food stamps. A substantial portion of the revenue from the farming industry is coming from the subsidies, is coming from the food stamp and the WIC programs. A lot of the revenue being generated for food in this country is coming from federal dollars.
It's a part of the ecosystem of Black Guru Strikes. They will never get rid of welfare because the farmers and General Mills and Kraft, Robert Kraft from the Patriots, all of those entities produce products that largely need to be subsidized.
And
money goes right back to them.
On a basis, black people in particular tend to consume more of those products than other people.
But this is the funny part about it. When we always have this food stamp argument and stuff, if we're a small portion of the population, who are all these people who are getting these food stamps in Iowa, North Dakota? They black?
No, take some trips to Western Pennsylvania.
I've been there.
Or Eastern Ohio, or some of these places in Indiana. Them are not Negroes getting them food subsidies.
No, they just had a news article or news video on YouTube about white people living in New Hampshire off of welfare.
Yeah,
you got whole towns of white people on government assistance. Especially like these old coal mining towns and you know, all these places that kind of the industry sort of went away, these Rust Belt places, whole sections and counties and whatever on subsidies. Nobody ever talks about that.
Yeah, don't talk about them at all.
No, but Black
Hey,
Ubu, the thing that they found was that when they give the transitional assistance cards to these people, these white people who are on welfare, they found at least 30% of these people were buying ammunition and guns with their debit cards.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Hey, I was going to make a quick point.
Wasn't Obama that said guns and what was that phrase he coined? Guns and food and something like that came up during the
I
first
think it
primary.
was guns in the Bible or something,
Yeah,
whatever that
guns.
was.
Yeah, and they criticized him for the gun. I think he said guns, food, and the Bible, or something like that. But yeah,
I want to say, Uber, back over in West Virginia and all those places, the tooth fairy comes a lot around there.
Well, yeah.
No, you
It
think
does.
those?
Unfortunately, he does. Yeah.
That's like Erica Williams. When I watch her channel, she say a lot of guys from rural areas, they can tell how poor they are by their teeth. So that's the first thing the guys go do when they get in the military. They get their teeth fixed. You know.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the struggle. You can tell by someone's teeth how poor they are. You know, and the crazy part is, you know, we always have these. We always hear it, like I'm just gonna say these other guys on the channels be talking about how black people are so poor and they need food stamps, and then we have these women arguing about the weeds. And just like I always say, y'all pick the worst of the channels and the people that come on the channels to talk about this stuff. What about the guys that talk about all the educated things? We never hear y'all talking about, yeah, those black guys over there, they talking about money and they black. Oh, and they talking about black people as well. See, that's blackly black issues right there. All you worrying about is the black man. All you want to do is support the black man, make money with the black people, blackity blackity black.
Well, I think Art tried to call them on that earlier about, you know, can you talk about, try to question, can they talk about something where they're not, you know, where black, I guess, dysfunctionality, if you will, wasn't the center focus of it, and they were very dubious in their response to that question. They were looking for a way out.
Because that's the perspective. I'm hearing some feedback. Yeah, that's the perspective, right? The idea is to have this sort of exclusive knowledge that you can only get if you actually join their movement. And they said before they got off, you know, a couple of them said before they got off that, you know, they have nothing in common with other black men. But it's not about race, though.
Right.
Very, very
It's
insane.
kind of crazy, though, y'all.
Yeah, very insane.
No, I said it's kind of crazy that they don't want to let go of that teddy bear.
Well, how else do they get their exclusivity in the space, right? The idea is to split the manosphere off from what it is to this other thing. And I'm saying that other thing that you're trying to do is not sustainable because it doesn't include the people who look like you. It includes the people who don't look like you. And you can only go so far with that. See, when the ABL spoke out against January 6th, the backlash almost took him offline. It almost canceled him.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's limits in how far they can go with their talking points, and they have to keep this up for as long as possible. That's why you see another content creator, I won't mention his name, who went after BGS. He had the same exact problem. He had a pretty good run during the election cycle between November, December, and January. After that, that was it. But can't deviate from that talking point of being a conservative and, you know, constitutional. See, they're only constitutional when it comes to white people, but when it comes to black people, no, the Constitution doesn't apply to you because they said it before they got off that Tamir Rice shouldn't have been out there with a toy gun in the open carry. In the open carry state.
You could buy at any Walmart or Target or Macy's a toy that a child could buy anywhere in the country, it was his fault that he was out on the streets playing with that toy.
In an open carry state.
Yes, yes.
Open carry state. But Kyle Rittenhouse was a hero. So they already had played their hand on the panel. That's why I got off early, because I already saw that coming. In fact, I had said that last night on Art's panel in the first hour that was going to happen.
But and you know, look, I you know, some things just are kind of simple to me. If I'm having a debate about whether or not some 17-year-old kid should be walking around with a rifle on the streets, and this is supposedly an actual debate, then I don't really know where the hell I am, because it can't be in a group of sane people. You know, so the fact that we're actually having a debate about whether any 17-year-old, black, white, Latina, Asian, should be walking around patrolling the streets in a crowd, in a hostile crowd, the fact that we're having that debate is insane to me.
Well, don't forget that there was a lot of pushback against the NFAC and Grandmaster Jay last year and even this year about them patrolling the streets as black men with guns.
Yeah, so
go ahead, Black Room.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, say
No, I was just going to say that none of these jokers who support Kyle Rittenhouse came out and supported the NFAC, which was doing exactly what they were supposed to do and had filed for permits to actually peacefully demonstrate with their guns.
So that's now. I'm glad you said that, Mike, because that's the kind of thing that makes me know. I shouldn't say I know, but that's the kind of thing that makes me feel damn certain that there is some outside influence. Because that issue you just cited right there, brothers peacefully, carrying arms, obeying the law, whatever, and the fact that they would exclude any acknowledgement or support of that, in my view, tells you a lot about what they're really about. And it ain't about what they're saying it's about. That tells you a lot.
Absolutely. And that's not sustainable in this space long term. And I think that's why there's such a urgency to try to split off, right? This idea that we need to get away from these pro-black lefties over here and things like that, right? In reality, historically, black people have always fought against the establishment, against the state itself, since the state was the ones who sponsored the terrorism against them. And these guys are basically class collaborating with guys like Kyle Rittenhouse, who he himself is a class collaborator with the state, because he when he retreated, he went over to law enforcement, who they themselves were waiting to use their billy clubs on black protesters.
But this was another thing. So Kyle was so good and he was innocent and he wasn't guilty. Why, when they asked him to turn himself in, he basically just been on the run for all this time? Like, the guy basically made this whole case even worse. Like, if he was innocent, he should have just went down there, did nah, he played around, went on his old Zimmerman tour, and then after a while, time to face the noise, because I ain't gonna be out here for long doing this.
You have black men serving time right now, 10, 20, 30, 40. Some of these guys are just now getting out at 49 years for non-violent offenses. It's insane to say that, the system is not skewed against race. It doesn't make any sense to say that, Kyle Rittenhouse was justified, but the movement was not justified. They had their houses bombed by the government.
Yes.
Yeah. And the whole crazy part about them trying to say Tamir was at the wrong place, wrong time, whatever, playing with a gun. You had a kid literally playing and was gunned down. But then you had a boy that went for the danger. Notice it was not even a race thing. It just more or less two kids, two different sides of the story. And this boy's, kind of being led that, he did the right thing. He ran into it and he did the right thing. But you can't face the noise. Like honestly, no matter what's going on, if I was just that racist of a person, when it come down to kids, most typically have a soft spot for kids, no matter how level of races is, unless you just have just like pure hate for another race. When it come down to it, most of them have a certain level for kids. Like to honestly say that he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, that just kind of like rubbed me the wrong way. I'm like, come on, dog. Honestly, a kid that's playing outside with a toy gun. I mean, honestly, they shouldn't be selling toy guns if this the case. If you honestly think that a child minding his business, playing with a toy, gets gunned down, so that means there should be no toy guns available for kids. Just like the whole argument he tried to stand on about the guy being a rapist. I'm like, okay, let's have that argument. If he was such a rapist, why aren't you down here looking at the guys who are getting out and taking action about that? Yeah, and that's a whole argument. He kept coming. Both, like literally, most of them were just saying, "I don't know about but sir, I didn't hear him say too much about it." But the thing mainly stood that he was a rapist. Before you found out he was a rapist, did you still have that same energy? No. Now
Yeah, they
it's
were all on that
justified.
rapist thing, but
Yeah,
because that
even like
fits.
with the Tamir Rice thing, Hood conservative made the point of saying that his grandmother refused to buy him a toy gun for fear of the very issue that happened to Tamir Rice.
Yep.
I mean, even and I don't know if it's an intent. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know his spirit. But that's an indirect justification for what happened to that boy.
Right. So there
When you
wasn't
say some shit like that, you're justifying. They rolled up, jumped the curb, and within 5 seconds shot a boy dead.
12 years old. And then did you hear what they reported? They reported that he was 20 something years old.
Yeah.
They reported.
Yes.
Barely even over 5 feet.
So it's like, you honestly, sometimes you listen to some of these brothers, and it's almost like they kind of want us to get killed.
That's exactly the scenario.
When you sanction a 17-year-old white boy being able to walk down the streets with a gun, you're inviting some potentially dire consequences. If that boy gets off, I promise you, there's gonna be some copycat shit.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier, but it got shot down. I'm like, okay.
I promise you, it's gonna be some copycat shit.
Because usually one or two white racist people can do a massacre. It ain't the same as the black and black crime stuff they keep throwing out there.
and that's the same thing with the Zimmerman Trayvon incident. The black guy down there, it was a black guy in in the corner store. I guess his wife or girlfriend was in a handicapped parking spot. The guy walks up to her, argues with her about it. Black guy comes out, hear him arguing with his old lady, pushes the guy down. He pulls out his gun and shoots him.
And got away with it.
Stand
your ground.
Stand your ground. And that's why I say it's a copycat thing. He approached the situation, getting on this black lady about parking in the handicap spot. All the black guy came out, pushed him, and they're gonna argue this. Well, he should have never touched him. That's why he got shot. But the point of it is, you're gonna kill somebody because, first of all, mind your business. You said, well, the handicap spot that's the same thing I seen with this veteran. This guy was riding on this veteran, talking all this junk. Why you parking in a handicap spot? You walking good, ain't nothing wrong with you. All this and that. And next thing you know, the veteran says, man, I was in war. He said, man, I got plates and everything pulled up his pants leg. I got rods all in my knees and stuff like that. I almost died for this country. And you mad because I'm parking in a handicap spot? You don't think nothing's wrong with me? He said, I got to walk around with these rods and stuff in me for the rest of my life. And the guy just stood there and looked stupid the whole time while he was chewing in his ass. Go ahead.
Now, yeah, I shared this link because this is recent, right? This happened during the Minneapolis protest. This brother thought he was being shot at. It was actually undercover law enforcement shooting at these, shooting at the protesters. He shoots back, and then they try to sanction his brother, to the dungeon. Come to find out that it was actually law enforcement shooting at these guys. And so they don't uphold brothers like this. They only uphold Kyle Rittenhouse.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's a wonderful point, because it does not fit their anti-black agenda.
He was a thug. He was a thug. Look at him. He looks like a thug. That's the narrative, guys.
Well, he has a beard.
Say that because the way he look. Yeah, he has a beard. He looks like a thug. He looks like a criminal on the premise because why? He's a little dark. I mean, just outright. There's no other argument about. Well, he shouldn't have been shooting at the police anyway. But they were undercover. Oh, I didn't know they were undercover. But the point of it was, why he had a gun at a protest? They can go, like I told you, that whole black scenario. They can go around this whole thing predicated on why when it comes to us.
Yeah.
Like I said, they're not black. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I don't see these guys parading him around. This guy was going to jail.
But see, Mike, it's not about black, it's about culture.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they say. Well, this isn't cultural.
Good. Then they said it's not political, it's race-based.
Right.
Right. And so I would argue that the politic that they made inadvertently was that you guys support the left. That's what I heard on the panel.
Mm-hmm. No, they mentioned the left.
Yeah.
They mentioned the left. They mentioned BLM. Yeah.
The left, BLM, Antifa, Marxism, BGS. He's a Marxist. To my knowledge, BGS is a amoral pragmatist. But
yeah,
to their perspective, it's all in one bucket of leftism, right? And so it's all being conflated on purpose in order to get an outcome that satisfies their talking points. And I don't know if the manosphere has enough space for that sort of rhetoric. I don't think the manosphere has enough space for that. And I think that slowly but surely they'll find themselves on the outside of it. And I would say that they are on the outside of the manosphere. They're on the fringe part of the manosphere for that.
Yeah, because correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that kind of like a little bit of the Obsidian people?
I don't know if they're Obsidian, but I would say Obsidian does have a contingency like this because he brought on Jared Taylor a couple of years ago in the manosphere, and Nagone got on the panel and tore him apart and ran him out of the space.
Yeah, that was a legendary. I saw that real time. That was. I don't know if Obsidian knew that Nagone was going to do that.
Did they still have that up? Because I heard about it, but I never saw it.
It was beautiful.
I think it might be on Patreon.
Nagone with him like a brother would go at somebody on the street. It was beautiful.
He made those sort of illicit arguments that the downtrodden white man, and somehow he has it so bad, and Nagone's like, I don't want to hear any of that, man.
Yeah, that's what that's why I had to ask the young brother, how old is he? And he said he was 32. And I said, okay, textbook.
Yeah.
I knew. And there's no pun against people in their 30s or 20s.
Mm-hmm.
But let's keep it real. We have a large group of people in that age range that think, as though that they're 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds. So no matter what you say to them, they got it from a teenager's lens.
Right.
So since they have an older body, they think that my, even though I'm lacking intelligence, my older body is the great equalizer.
Right.
And I'm like, oh wow. I mean, he didn't even understand what deflection was. I said, I'm not going to go over this a third time.
What I find, Art, is that though that contingent of people in the manosphere tend to have a lot of things in common, or a couple of things in common. They tend to be undereducated, if not uneducated. They didn't really graduate from college. They may not have attended college, and so their academic perspective is really shallow. They don't really read books, and they hate books too. The only type of books they read are like Thomas Sowell. They really refer to him a lot. For whatever reason, Thomas Sowell never seems to come up for anything other than, what the white conservatives need him for, which is to be a bulwark against black leftist politics. And so they all seem to have those sort of bullet points for themselves that they seem to find common interests on: undereducation, anti-establishment, or anti-government for that matter. And they all have these sort of failing careers, if not failing job prospects, because they lack the education to really advance themselves. We all know, I think you had a panel a few weeks ago, maybe about a month or so ago, where the difference between a black man with a degree versus not, is $1 million in a lifetime. That's what you're dealing with here, is that a lot of these guys have fallen out with society and they can't keep up, and they don't know what to do about it other than to turn inward and attack what they consider to be the problem, which is black men like myself, yourself. If you say you're pro-black, they attack that, and they don't see race, right? And so the idea of being pro-black, they see that as a problem.
Yeah, because I want to, I hope I know they still listening. I just hope they come up with a panel about what is considered black male power, black male leadership, black male achievement. Because like I think maybe you said it, Mike, but it seemed like their definition is just to be under, the white powers that be, is consider them being the trophy or some kind of like the first Negro to be the president of the Bob Hope Golf Award, or
they need to maintain the social structure for what it is. You see, in South Africa, there were some South Africans who conspired with the apartheid government.
Oh yeah. No, you could not maintain that type of system without complicity for a certain number and percentage of native or whatever, for lack of better description, South Africans. Yeah, you couldn't, because of the sheer numbers. You would have had to have had a significant number of people who were complicit with the status quo.
Yeah, but when Winnie Mandela was vicious towards those people.
Oh yeah, yeah,
right,
and to the point of torturing them. Yeah.
But if you go back in history, you saw that with the Haitian Revolution. Toussaint and the rest of the former slaves took those people who betrayed the
conspirators,
the black the conspirators, and brought them down to the beach, put them on their knees, and did away with them in front of everybody to make an example out of them. I think these type of black men, because it's not black women that are really like this. That we were
well, no, to. you do have some now.
No, I'm saying in this context, it seems to be black men jumping out of the window in full force to defend Kyle Rittenhouse. I don't see any black women.
Rittenhouse, Rittenhouse,
I don't see any black women defending.
I haven't heard Candace Owens. Did Candace Owens weigh in on him?
I haven't seen anything.
She had to, but I haven't seen it. That's kind of odd.
Yeah, I haven't seen the NRA really come out.
Not even Diamond and Silk.
That's a good point. You haven't really seen the gun lobby go hard for Rittenhouse. That's an interesting point.
No, I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any of the typical players that would typically have supported, the Bundy ranchers come out and defend Kyle Rittenhouse.
I mean, I think, at a certain point, and like I said, I mean, man, we can't have 16, 17-year-olds, man, with AR rifles, man. I mean, what are we talking about? It's one thing, gun rights and whatever, but dude, I mean, at a certain point, you're advocating for some real big problems. And if this guy gets off and is portrayed as some kind of hero, I mean, it's pretty obvious how dangerous that is.
So I guess that answers the question. You know what? Why do y'all care about what they ask us? Why do we care about white people shooting each other or whatever? That's the reason. When you thinking that, okay, there's just one guy, but even if the person that does the copycatting gets caught, imagine how many black people it take out. Or I guess quote unquote people of color.
I mean, you really think that if he gets off and this inspires some copycat action, you really think at some point some black people are not going to get killed?
That's what came up.
Or is that what you want?
It never hurts them until it gets close to home. See, it always like that one guy said, "Oh, my kids don't got to put up with this because I don't associate it, put my kids around and all this stuff." Yeah, you can say that, but at the same time, though, that area where you live at, those kids typically they don't just shoot one person or they shoot up a plethora of people. That type of gun he had, a lot of young kids that's run around, they don't have that guns like that unless they really into the street life, and those are the guns that they get. Regular kids don't, the most they probably get is a knife.
I would ask, where are your kids?
Yeah.
See, I've had children in private Christian schools, and we had a couple of gun incidents at those schools with white boys, and thankfully nothing happened, but I had daughters in those schools. So this whole business where you think you're in some kind of protective bubble from the real world, all it takes is one.
The crazy part is Char, just as Char, she did a story actually tonight where a young girl committed suicide because the family had her in a white school, predominantly white, good area by Salt Lake, and the girl committed suicide because she was bringing air freshener to school because the kids were telling her she stinks, calling her the N word, nigga, and all this stuff to the degree where she took her own life. Yeah, I mean, the crazy part about it is this is the same privilege stuff that they talk about. Being in good areas, doing everything right, having their kids accessible to the best that money can buy for school. But the environment that you're putting your kids
Trey say, I only associate with the white people, the good white people.
Yeah, the one that make your kids feel awkward.
No, I mean, look at this article right here. State level Republicans are making it easier to run over protesters. This is where we at right now. GOP lawmakers are responding to Black Lives Matter protesters with anti-protest bills. Today it's an AR. Tomorrow it's a Mack truck, man. It's a U-Haul truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's yeah. What got me too, man, was that's why you guys are this. Y'all need to read a book and all this, and y'all need to do some research and read law. And I'm like, who are you talking to?
Right.
That's why that's what got me. It's like you can say your piece and all this and give your opinions, but don't punch at us.
I'm reading an article, and you hardly let me read the article, and you're shooting back stuff to me, but you're not referencing any actual source material yourself. So, but yet I'm supposed to assume that your accounting of everything is totally accurate and true and proven. I mean, it's kind of disrespectful.
Yeah, because I'm like, you got. I mean, most people know that even if you, whatever you, the court, whoever's in court, whether it's the prosecution or the defendant, they're going to bring some information out and kind of twist it. So when you try to determine which one's factual and not, it depends on what you were convinced on.
I'm trying to figure out how did the guy supposedly tried to take the gun away from the guy, but the guy got off 4 shots, including shooting the guy in the head with a rifle.
Yeah.
Not a handgun, with a rifle.
And nothing has been established that these guys knew each other. Like they were some kind of group trying to take down a teenager.
Right.
That hasn't been established.
Well, if you go back to Charlottesville, Art, there's some really good content, man, on YouTube when you get a chance to, look it up. But there were some of these far right protesters who were going around looking for Black lives protesters in Charlottesville, and they jumped several of these young black males. Wow. And no one wants to really talk about that aspect. And the thing is, the black male who got jumped, who was a teenager himself, I think he was like 19. They actually arrested him before they arrested the white far right vigilantes, so to speak.
Yeah,
these guys. But I don't see these same guys who support Kyle Ritterhouse, coming out and saying that, if this young brother had a gun on him, if he was armed, if he supported the Second Amendment, that wouldn't have happened to him. No, right? It's a really clear-cut example, but it's weird to hear black men in this day have these sort of conversations openly in public. That wasn't happening in Manosphere 5 and 6 years ago, even 3 years ago.
Well, and that's what makes me suspicious, frankly, Mike, about the origin and the purpose of some of these people. That, again, I'm not generally a conspiracy theorist type or whatever, but, I am accustomed to analyzing patterns, and some of these patterns are fairly easy to read and fairly predictable. I mean, even the things that they say and the points that they attack, like I said earlier about, especially the point of the background of the victim, they almost always go at the background of the victim. Almost always do. Real hard. I mean, it's almost like it's in some kind of playbook.
Oh, I think the playbook. Let's hear some background noise. All right, that's the last article I'll post in the back chat, but I'm bringing these articles up as sufficient evidence of Exhibit A, Exhibit B, and Exhibit C, that this is going to escalate further. And I think a lot of these guys who are on that side are saying, yeah, bring it on, because if they're talking about legalizing vehicles to be used as weapons against protesters, man, you're opening up a whole entire avenue that most black people are not prepared for.
Yeah, and every one of these things that they do just kind of creates an overall environment, a very deadly environment. Very deadly. The guy can carry the gun, this other guy can run over people. It's like, let's just create all possible ways in which the person with the wrong kind of mind and spirit can justify killing some other people.
Yeah.
Let's create all kinds of scenarios in which some whack job can kill somebody, and we can justify letting him get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan Roof's manifesto said that he was tired of seeing black men grape white women, knowing that this was never happening according to the statistics and the data. It doesn't support his statement and his ideas. but he used that anyways. And I'm saying a lot of these guys are inviting that into the manosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And they're trying to use our rebuttal of it as a sort of a justification I believe, to curry favor with their sponsors. I'm going to say it. Fuck it. I think there is some sponsorship of some of this. And, I don't know. Like I say, I mean, the only explanation I could have for some of this is that something is being supported.
Yeah, I have it open, Art. I can open for you.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead. Because I don't know how to filter these little ads and things. And if Shonda wants to come up, come on up, Shonda. This is a safe territory. Because I know she want to put her 2 cents in if she wants to.
Yeah, come on up, darling. Yeah, and I noticed that, that particular, shot that Trey took at her, I mean, it was just some Bush League.
Yeah, it was swinging in the air. I knew that.
Yeah.
Art, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. Yeah, so this is from Charlottesville. DeAndre Harris was jumped by, these sort of far right domestic, nationalist group. He was jumped in a parking garage. Actually, I'll scroll down a little bit. This is it right here. Okay, this is what you're dealing with here.
Damn.
He's
lucky to be alive.
Yeah. I'm not going to play the video because I don't want Art's channel to get flagged. But the point of the matter here is this. These brothers who were just on your panel are supporting things like this. He's wrong for being there, but Kyle Rittenhouse is right, for carrying the AR-15. This is what we're coming up against. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, there's so many of them. Look at all the people.
And then crowds of people. He's lucky to be alive.
Wow.
A group of 6 men violently beat DeAndre Harris in a parking garage next to Charlottesville Police Department. Next to the police department. And they arrested the dude on the ground.
Oh.
And these guys got away with it. The only reason they got caught is because it got uploaded to YouTube.
Yeah, she said she'll try to come up in a brief in a few. But yeah, man, it's
but we're wrong though.
It's
wrong.
beyond crazy, man. I just that's why I don't want to see. My whole thing is I'm gonna ask enough questions until they reveal what their real intentions are.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're right. You're right to ask them.
And then sometimes when they get upset, that's when you got them. It's like, wait a minute, you getting upset for me asking questions? And what about give me the honest. I really appreciate honest answers. I could man, especially if it's some stuff that make you look bad. The stuff that I'm like, do you understand what you just said? Yeah, I wish they blah 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 blah. Like, okay, man, you said it.
Hey, Black Huru, the I guess the contraption that closes the gate for the parking garage, they broke it apart and beat him with it.
And beat him with it, yeah. Yeah, you can see it looks like one of the guys got part of it lifted over his head. Yeah. I mean, it's a blessing that he's still alive.
Yeah, but he has PTSD out of all of this, right?
I mean,
and so,
of course.
Yeah, but let the conservatives tell it, and he shouldn't have been there. But if it's Kyle Rittenhouse,
this is a peaceful. This is a good American citizens. Yeah.
Yeah, Patriots, right?
Wow. Do we know who recorded the incident?
I don't remember off the top of my head,
Mm-hmm.
but it was definitely another YouTuber.
Oh, you mean at the insurrection?
No, the video that we just saw, the clip that we just saw.
Charlottesville thing.
Oh wow, that was another YouTuber.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, that was rave, I guess. I mean, because can't be whoever that person was pretty close to what was going on, and I guess apparently gave the impression amongst the others that he was a part of what they were doing, or be interesting. Maybe it's probably a good thing that whoever recorded it don't necessarily go public, but wow.
I don't know, Black Hole. You know, I know you're a little bit older than us, so you may not be out there, hitting the streets like that. But no, but these Zennials, like Pookie Truth, this is something that they have to deal with, and you have black men advocating for violence against other black men by way of proxy of
That's why I had
disgruntled white males.
I had to hold him back in the background because I was like, all he gonna do is just make the shit worse. That's how
Pookie.
you want to go ahead.
I didn't make nothing worse. I ain't do
Yeah,
shit.
because you were the background.
Nigga, please. When I came up, I ain't do shit.
Well, I think the edge had been taken off most of it by the time you came up.
Yeah, I had to wait. I was like, let me wait because
should have just stalled him out, Art. I could have made it worse than that fucking. That was a
oh,
fucking
you would have
cool
gave
one.
him too much. Hey, on the real, you would have gave him too much ammo, man. And I didn't want you to go out like that.
Oh.
I didn't want you. I didn't want. That would be a bad look for you, fam.
But let's not talk about what ifs because that didn't happen. So.
Yeah, I saved you.
Yeah. You ain't say shit. Still a nigga.
Okay, you'll see. Because they tried. Matter of fact, they tried to bring you up before.
Yeah, all right.
You didn't hear that, did you?
They don't give a fuck about me. No. To be honest, bro, when I came in, niggas was already yelling, calling each other bitches and all type of shit. So I was like,
you don't look how you sound. You look like you have a deep voice.
You said me?
Yeah, you don't look like you sound.
Oh. Well, I mean, I am.
Sound, even though you said you're tall, you sound short.
I'm hooping outside. Well, looks may be deceiving, Art. You don't worry about what the fuck it sounds like. Because I could have a squeaky voice and come in there looking like Shaq, and your ass still ain't gonna say shit. Let's keep it real.
I'll just say you're shorter than Shaq.
Just saying.
Yeah, but you'll thank me later. Right now, it's a little bit too much for you to process.
But honestly though, what happened? How did it even get to that point? Because I didn't even see the whole thing. I honestly just came in and they was just yelling like that. So I was like, I didn't know what the hell was going on.
This is the stuff that you're witnessing. Is the typical cognitive dissonance of black advocacy versus what do you call it? White agency in a way. And I hate to say it, but white agency tends to be, what the what do you call it? The powers that be deems to be on their side, or what's better for them versus what's better for us. They went on and I mean it's the typical stuff, man. This money is better. This grass is greener. This water is cooler. While you niggas here got the worst this, the worst that, even the worst opinions about different things around the world. It's you niggas this, you niggas that. and to the point to where whatever we see about anything, we have to be wrong. But it's not about color.
It's about it's about culture.
Yeah, it's about culture.
That's what they say.
Like,
Except the culture is always black that they criticize it. Just
like,
always coincidentally black.
Yeah, so that's their teddy bear, man. And I hate this. I mean, why? I would say this, and shout out to Sandog and Mr. Research. They're the only conservatives I hear that don't do this. But everybody else, man, can't you talk about Republican views or conservative views without race? That's all I ask. That's all I ask. But oh no, we don't talk about race. That's you guys. I was like, what? Oh man. That's why I shout out to Prophet of Thought. That's a lot of videos that he has. That's all they talk about is race. And I'm like, wow. Okay, sound check.
Oh, hey, I do, Sean.
Sound check.
Hello?
Yes, it works this time. All right.
Good. Good evening, y'all. How's everybody doing?
All right. All right.
Hey, good evening.
I hope
Good evening.
you're well.
Thank you, Art and the panel, for allowing me to come up. I'm not going to stay long. I was just listening in the background and listening in the clouds, but interesting conversation. I will say I was very surprised by some of the views expressed tonight, but people are entitled to their opinion. I'm from the stance of I don't have to agree, but I'm very much we need to speak out of context. And that was the most frustrating thing listening to some of the responses was the question I raised. I appreciate Trey for answering it. I don't recall Hoodservative responded to my question, and they don't have to, but he didn't address the question from a contextual standpoint. So that was the only issue I took with it.
Now, do you mind repeating your question,
Right.
Shonda, just to,
So my question was based on what I heard them express. It was they kept focusing, from what I understood, on the aspect that Rittenbaum, and I hope I'm not mispronouncing that man's name.
It's Rittenhouse.
Rittenhouse, not Rittenhouse. The one of the two people that got killed.
Rosenbaum.
Okay.
Rosenbaum. Thank
okay.
you. Rosenbaum was a convicted pedophile. First, let me preference this because I don't want to get misconstrued. I don't agree with pedophilia. Never have.
None of us do.
I am fully aware that it exists, and it's not just isolated to one community. It exists in all ethnic groups. But the question that I raised was that they were so focused on the pedophilia aspect. It was documented in the court documents that Rittenbaum, I hope I'm saying his name correct, had been convicted and had served time prior to him being at that riot. I am of the aspect of when people go to prison that the goal should be that they should be reformed. Now that doesn't always happen, but I don't believe in painting people with a broad stroke or broad brush. So my question was, being that he had been convicted, do they feel that those who have served their time could be reformed? And I didn't feel that that was the stance that they came from, which is fine. Again, to each their own. But I think we all can agree that African American men are disproportionately imprisoned, and it's a lot of brothers and sisters locked up, but more so brothers locked up for crimes that they didn't commit,
right,
or because they didn't have adequate representation to defend themselves. Right. And after they have served their time to society, paid their dues back to society, I don't feel off of moral principle that that's right for us to still look at them as their past. Now, that may be considered being too emotional, but that's just the way I operate. So that was the issue I took with him responding to my question, was that whatever way you feel, let's make sure we're talking out of context. And I don't see that a lot on some of these panels that I listen to.
Yeah. So do you think that they will be able that's what I would ask you. So do you think that they will be able to have a conversation, along with their Republican views and conservative views without bringing up race or anything about someone's race?
Is that question directed to me, Art?
Yes, ma'am.
Honestly, no. I think that people get their talking points and they stick with that. And I think that I agree with the statement Black Uru made a couple of moments ago, or he reinstated it, but it probably was at least about an hour ago. I do believe that there are quite a few people in the African American community that are agents and don't have our best interest at heart. And as much as a lot of us want to see things change, there are a lot of us that profit off of the dysfunction. And some people are scared to make that progressive move out of fear. I don't want it to sound like I'm rambling, but I don't think that a lot of the so-called conservatives, or another word that's often used in the space is the I can't think of the name. I'm drawing a blank. The can have that conversation without going off of certain talking points. And I just take issue with any particular person of an ethnic group that would rather sell out their own people to belong to a certain aspect or be accepted by a certain group. Then we can respectfully disagree, because the way I look at it, especially growing up and being from the Deep South and still living in the Deep South, is it's easy for a person to take the side of the white man or another group, but as soon as they want their agenda passed, they'll be the first to discard them. And I don't think a lot of the individuals that go for some of these conservative talking points, and it also happens on the Democratic side as well, quite fully understand that. By instinct and by nature, you're going to gravitate to your own when push comes to shove.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but they got some weird way of gravitate to their own by using us as a punching bag, rather than putting some things aside just to be able to be comfortable in the spaces. But at the same time, it seemed like their comfort is to shake things up and then leave and laugh. Unless I'm just, maybe I'm seeing things weird, but I'm like, is that like, for example, if say if there were these Asian provocateurs, what would be the whole purpose? So the whole purpose is what? Just to cause chaos, break up things, make things like dysfunctional, make people fight against each other. Maybe
you have a certain percentage of us who believe in, embrace, and prefer the status quo.
So basically, and this is 2021. So are we still have people that take orders from whoever to look at potential movements and what's the other one? Organizations that they can go ahead and find ways for them to not succeed and then get rewards every time there's some kind of rift within that organization.
Yes. I mean, I think our history, unfortunately, clearly asserts that has always been an issue amongst us.
And they should be way more sophisticated now, right?
Some are.
It's not as obvious as it used to be.
Yeah. Some are more sophisticated. Some of them achieve high political office, even, or enjoy outside business or presence in business and art and entertainment. And you see every now and then when something particularly controversial comes along, and out of nowhere, this comedian or this actor or whatever asserts this oddly pro status quo position.
Hannibal Buress, yeah.
Kind of out of exactly. Just kind of out of nowhere. No, you're not predicting that this is going to happen, but out of nowhere, they kind of either promote, or in the case of Burris, starts a particular movement against, in the case of Bill Cosby, or sort of authorizes, initiates the witch hunt in that case.
And they gave him the boot. He's not even on SNL anymore.
Well, I mean, his job, his biggest problem was he was not talented enough to sustain the butter biscuits that he was given.
But
Yeah,
I want
That
to
was
say it
his
was
problem.
crazy. I want to say it was crazy how when I said something about the guy with the gun, and he kind of faded with me, but when Sandra said it, that's when he was coming at her even harder. It's like,
Oh yeah,
these guys got so much like anger and frustration towards the men, but to a certain degree, they know they can't express it all the way. But they always want to go after the female, even with the guy was pertaining. Well, well, my kids don't deal with this, and my woman is like dating outside the race is the biggest thing over there. And most of those guys, I mean, well, we're not looking at color. Well, why you only have to deal with white people? Well, what did he say? The culture of black people is not the black people in which they do, it's the culture. And I'm saying, and then afterward, the whole argument, every time he kept saying, just as white people say, you people, you people.
But it speaks to self-hate.
Yep.
That's the image of self-hate, and it's very rampant, as unfortunate as it is, in our community. I don't have an issue with interracial dating. I haven't always felt that way, but I don't have an interracial issue with people interracially dating. You do what's best for you, or interculturally dating. What I do take issue with is you want to, excuse my French, shit on black people, but that other culture has no respect for you. Or
right.
they're just using you for the resources that you have. Let you lose that six-figure job or XYZ, and they'll be the first one to drop you like a bad habit. But most folks don't get that. And then when I say that, it's like, oh, you hate.
Uh-oh, what happened?
No,
I
I
think she
just finished
muted
my
up.
statement, so I muted myself.
yeah.
No, there's gratification in seeing us on panels and having the conversation derailed. That it's almost a victory for them to see that the conversation is not in consistent with progressive or pro-black values. And so the idea is to come in here, undermine it, derail it, and then watch it burn, and then stand by in the chat and say, "Ha ha ha!" We got them right where we want them. And it's like they go from panel to panel doing that, and don't realize that they've kind of isolated themselves from the rest of the space. And so they can't really take this type of these type of talking points offline, because there's only so many places that you can really move around. I know some real pro-black people offline who are licensed to carry, and if you try something funny with them, that situation is going to end up a lot different than what you came into. And so I know that these guys are not going out in public and trying that, because I know some real activists on the ground who they're really armed up. Like we saw in Massachusetts back in the summertime, when those quote unquote Morris guys got caught in the highway fully loaded with arms, and they were on their way up to Maine, and they got arrested by Massachusetts State Police. Not that they were doing anything wrong. What were you gonna say, Sheep?
No, I'm sorry, Coach. I just said I seen that. Go ahead.
Yeah. That's not too far away from me. And so we know those guys. And so that's what I'm trying to paint in this space, that the talking points that these guys use on these panels, you're not going out in public and trying that, because you run into some guys like those Morse brothers, and you're going to eat a missile dealing with one of them. And them guys are well trained, but they don't bother anybody. They're more libertarian than anything else. But I hear these talking points, and I'm like, you're definitely not going out there to Kenosha or St. Louis or Cleveland, or any of these places, and trying to run that conservative game, because I know some real people on the ground that will deal with you in a way that you're not prepared to be dealt with.
Yeah, because that's the thing that I kind of put that out there as far as the black family. You know, when we reaching out and saying, "Hey, I agree with you on the whole black family thing," it's like, oh, it's like they backing up, like, huh? So, I don't get it. Because the thing is, well, I guess they probably just saying family instead of black family. I think that's probably what their position is. But I'm like, hell, family, where you got, the husband, the wife, the children, the picket fence, whether you left or right or Democrat, Republican, or whatever it is, shouldn't your commonality be just family?
Well, because they can't really uphold the black family in those circles that they travel in, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm like, because I know a lot of people that's not really Republican, but got some hella solid families.
Yeah.
Very solid. Matter of fact, traditional. Like we got an AKA here. You got a lot of folks, Southern folk, that are in fraternities and sororities that hand down their legacies. I mean, when I went to Alabama up there, I was taken aback. I mean, everything, generation to generation to generation, you know, and all the time, and everything was tied together, and it was about family over there. But we ain't talking about that, huh? We don't talk about Pookie and Ray Ray.
Well, I think too, Art, it goes to the aspect of some people can't identify with what they can't see or what they have not been exposed to. Um, and unfortunately, the family has been destructed in the Black community for at least the last 50 plus years. Um, in the comments, you all may often hear me reference my father a lot because I'm very close to my dad, and he's one of the smartest people I know.
Mm-hmm.
We always talk about how 20 years ago, 30 years ago, a woman having a child out of wedlock would be, chastised or sent off. And we celebrate that nowadays. To whereas you can have someone who went to school or didn't go to school, is trying to do the right thing, but she's, outcast, or she's labeled a pick me, or I've even heard this in this space, old reform feminist, because she's over the age of 40 and not married with kids. When does that make that right? But that's what occurs. So I think that's some of the things that we see, is that some people can't identify with a functional family in the Black community because it's becoming so much of an anomaly nowadays, and the bad behaviors are what we celebrate versus those good legacies that have been passed down for decades on decades that are dying off.
And and I know people probably call me the boogeyman or whatever. What I do, I don't even know who I would agree with on this, but it does seem like it's a concerted effort to keep the families apart. I really see that. The thing is, who's really holding the smoking gun? Is the powers that be? Is the feminists? Is Boom Quisha? Is it Pookie and Ray Ray? Or everybody just working together? Hell, is it Ming Ling? Is it Lapita? Like, who is really breaking up the family? Because this stuff doesn't happen by itself, in my opinion. I always say there's a concerted effort.
Yeah, I mean it is conservative in that there are varying factions of it, or sort of leveraging certain inclinations of other factions. Um, I mean, honestly, I believe that women in general, but given the particular circumstances of black people, I think black women have been given too much sexual and reproductive freedom,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it causes rippling effects throughout her own individual behavior, but then certainly any progeny that comes from her. And then we have myriad social engineering programming that further perpetuates
a lot of maladaptive behavior and decision making. Um, I'm not the type that just, you hear a lot of talk about black women, a lot of criticism of black women, the behavior of black women. I don't, certain things I don't expect of women that I expect of men. And I think the lesser nature of women, or in general, but black women in particular, is being overindulged to the benefit of other people. And they have convinced many black women that it is to their benefit until the point in which, of course, they're calling in to Kevin Samuels when they realize that they've been had.
Yeah, because the conditioning, and I keep bringing up this whole thing 50-50 versus calling the shots. I keep asking, mainly I ask the younger people. And, since you have so many professional women out there, I think a lot of the young guys kind of just gave in. It's like, I want to be called the shots, but I just don't see that. I'm going to have to settle for, for what's handed
But
down.
let me ask, I don't see how, with all due respect, I don't see how a young man calls the shots today. I think
And then we
it's
got
a
to define
rare.
what is calling the shots too. Like what is calling the shots today?
Well, I mean, to me, I would say calling the shots is having veto power, not necessarily dictating, because most men don't want to dictate everything that a woman does. The
So
vast
not being
majority of
Hitler.
men, that's not the kind of work most men want to even be involved with.
Not
I
being a
think most,
taskmaster.
I think calling shots mean, when a hard decision has to be made, a major sort of strategic decision has to be made. I got the tie breaking vote.
And
Well,
go ahead, sister.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll wait.
No, go ahead.
I think my view on that is that women and men, to an aspect, have lost the identity of what their roles in a relationship and in a family are.
Speak on that. Let me turn this up.
I come from an old school family, so that's what I saw growing up. I know that's not everybody's experience, but that's what I saw growing up. And my mother made thousands of dollars more than my dad while they were working, but it was never a question of who ran that household. He made all the decisions. He paid the major bills. If it was time to buy a new car, he would have it picked out. She just test drove it to see if she liked the way that it drove. That's what I was used to growing up. So I think that women, especially nowadays, is we've got more access to education and different types of jobs across the professional realm, is too many Black women take their career as a part of their identity and don't know how to really fall into that feminine supportive role to really be that help aid in a relationship that we were created to be. And I think some men are not used to seeing that. Again, this is all my opinion, but I think some men are not used to seeing that. And because they're not accustomed to seeing that, they allow the woman to overexert herself. Your career doesn't define you. It should never define who you are. I'm a nurse practitioner, but that's a aspect of who I am, but that doesn't define me as a person. And the issue I take with a lot of professional Black women is we get so wrapped up in our careers and our educational accolades that we don't want to do the basics of cooking and cleaning for our partner, or if we're in a long-term relationship or marriage, we want to exert that over our husband's heads, which is a problem because that man can't be the man that he needs to be if he can't take that leadership role in the relationship, or you keep emasculating him. So I think that's something that we have to get back to. I don't know how we can get back to it or if we'll be able to. I'm not saying that I don't believe that is not a fixable situation. But I do see that for the large part, women as well as men have lost their we have lost the ideals of what the roles in a relationship is. And if you don't know what your role is, how can you be successful in what you're trying to do?
So are the roles, and I know Black Hoover got a lot to say on this too, but are our roles tied to our masculine and feminine identity? That's I'm curious on that today. If anyone wants to jump on that.
Well, I do think there are some things that men do more efficiently than women, and there are some things that women do more efficiently than men. And therefore, in an ideal situation, it would be best that the assignment of those duties be allocated accordingly. Um, I think a lot of men, and I agree with Shonda, a lot of men have not been prepared to be leaders, or they've not, they've not been prepared. I mean, so few of us, unfortunately, Black men, aren't even being raised by men, and certainly not being raised by their fathers. So even just the expectation of being a leader, the whole sort of default uh, assumption of leadership, of direction, uh, few of us actually have. Other people, maybe other communities, it's sort of a given that not only are you going to be the leader, but you're going to be trained to be the leader along the way. And likewise, the the women are going to be trained to be the supportive helpmeet, if you will, to that man. And I would assume, Shonda, your mother and your father were, I guess, to some degree trained in that way, such that even when your mother just happened to coincidentally earn more money, that didn't affect their default training. It wasn't something that, okay, we're married now, and then now we're going to decide that your father is the leader and your mother is the helpmeet. No, that presumably had been decided while both your mother and your father were being raised before they even met each other, and that they witnessed your grandparents or your great aunts and uncles or great great grandparents or whatever. They modeled their expectations based on what they saw and witnessed and heard and were taught, even going back to being children, and then moving on into their pubescent stage, and then eventually as they become adults, okay, now I'm prepared to be a man or a husband. I'm prepared to be a supporter or a wife. uh,
No, Black Roo, I totally agree. They grew up seeing that, and because they knew their roles and understood it. I mean, no relationship is perfect. But I consider my mom a kept woman. My parents have been married for 50 years, and you don't get to that just by a dictatorship or not understanding what your purpose in the marriage is as the woman as well as the man, and working through whatever is faced in front of you. And it was a beautiful example to see. Just like other members of my family, I wasn't accustomed to seeing divorce growing up, not only amongst my parents but also within my extended family. Now, there are aspects there, but that wasn't a norm that I saw. I can't say that for people that are 10 years, 15, 20 years younger than me, and that's very unfortunate. And just because you have a child together doesn't mean you have to get married, in my opinion. I know that may go against some of the biblical practices that I believe as a Christian. But I do believe that both parents need to be active in their child's life, whether you decide to be husband and wife or not, or if you start out that way and it doesn't go till death do us part. But it's unfortunate that in our community, that's not what occurs on a consistent basis. And it has an impact on the children. It also has an impact on the community because you have one person coming into the relationship that this is what they're accustomed to, and you have another person coming into the relationship and they're accustomed to solely different. How do they meet in that middle ground to be successful?
So, you mentioned about your mom making more money, but she still made sure that she maintained her feminine presence in the relationship with your father. How would they, in your opinion, how would they be able to pull that off today with the majority of our women making more money than their spouses? You think it's possible?
That's a good question. Or I definitely think it's possible. I'm not married, but my man makes less money than me, um, and I don't have an issue with that. One being because I've seen that in my own life. Um, but I also don't operate from the stance of I make XXYZ, so I get to call the shots on this, that, or whatever. Or if you can't afford this, then I get, a overwhelming say in what we do. I don't operate like that. Now I know I may be more so of a limited aspect of our group as a Black woman than the majority. Um, but to answer your question, I don't know how we can do that, and I should have a better answer for that. But I think a lot of women need to fall back. You being a supportive woman does not take away from you as a person. It doesn't take away from you being a professional. It shouldn't even take away from your femininity if you are really feminine. But you have a lot of women that have embodied and have seen and have adapted masculine traits. And not only do they exude that or show that in a professional environment, they also bring that into a relationship. Well, if it's two testosterones bumping against each other, somebody doesn't need to be there at the end of the day. And
Right.
if the man can't find a significant purpose in that relationship with the woman, at some point, if he's a real, masculine male, he's gonna be like, well, I don't need to be here. Let me go where I'm appreciated and valued. And I can't knock him for that. Just like a woman, if she is consistently, devalued for what she brings to the table, then you're gonna have that meeting to where it's like, okay, what are we doing here? So I think the way to fix it is one, we have to get back to understanding what our purpose is as women, as men, and evolving that into the current environment and the times that we're in, because we have to adapt with the times. But I don't know how we can really en masse make that happen.
Okay, brother Black Huru, you think that's we can pull that off with the majority of the women making the money and the guys pretty much stepping into where the woman kind of know her feminine place in the relationship with a guy, has his chest out, and he's doing his man role supposedly.
Um, I don't know. I mean, there's so many elements to what's going on. I mean, obviously you got the relationship between the man and the woman themselves, the particular history of Black men and Black women, a lot of propaganda
Yeah,
that has occurred the last 50 years that has really affected the mentality of both Black men and Black women. And then you got the motivations of the outer society, culture, media, law, courts. Um, I am. I don't want to be pessimistic or cynical about the prospects of Black people. I certainly don't. I have two adult daughters. My older daughter is engaged, and hopefully, fingers crossed, she'll be married spring of next year. My younger daughter, I'm a little more worried about her. um,
she's making a lot of money, which kind of she's young and she's making a lot of money, and I'm concerned about how that's going to kind of affect her mating decisions. Um, so I don't know. I don't, with all due respect, Shonda, I don't expect women to be able to make the kinds of decisions that men make. I don't think women are evolved to make certain hard decisions that men make. And I think, and unfortunately, because of that, and because the society gives, in my view, outsized power and influence to Black women over Black men, it makes it very difficult to foresee some sort of resolution. There isn't a lot of motivation in the current society for Black women to want to be more accommodating and supportive of Black male leadership. In fact, it's quite the opposite is being marketed to Black women. And because we have repeated and succeeded generations of Black men not even being raised by their fathers and by strong Black male leadership, you you probably don't have enough of current generations and newer generations of Black men who have any sort of expectation of being leaders. So you have women who are probably not necessarily motivated to or accepting of Black male leadership, and then you have Black males who aren't really being prepared to be leaders or expecting to be leaders. So I don't. A lot of things would have to change, and it would be. I think it would be rather painful in the process of those changes. So I don't. I don't. I wish I could sound more optimistic.
Yeah, because if you can hear the answers when I talk to these young people, and I'm talking about even in high school, a lot of them just say, man, it's just 50-50. And then I mentioned, like, okay, the different things about the difference between calling the shots and 50-50. Now, they want to do the whole call the shots things, but even in high school, they don't even see themselves even in a position or gaining some kind of leadership. So they don't even see it. Pretty interesting.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, there's not a lot for males in general, Black males in particular, that promotes them becoming leaders or promotes them being able to earn the money or to create the wealth in the industry in order to be able to comfortably assume a leadership position. I mean, in most respects, in all respects, really today, there's just a lot of pro-female, including and especially pro-Black female programming that would surmount the development of Black male leadership. So you want Black men to be leaders, or Black boys to be leaders, but there is no formal programming, nothing that where there's a lot of acceptance and promotion of that. So it's a weird thing. It as I was saying earlier before Shonda entered the panel, there's this these abnormal expectations of Black men, these superhuman, meta-human expectations of Black males, that you must succeed and transcend above any and all logical basis for such. Somehow you must defeat white supremacy. Somehow you must take over this industry. Somehow you must graduate cum laude at Stanford. So it's just these incredibly bizarre, almost like super soldier type expectations being imposed upon black men, including especially young black men. And I'm like, y'all just trying to kill these young black men.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with the Euro and Black Euro, and I think that as a woman, there are certain decisions I would not want to make. Certain major decisions, I don't want to be responsible for that. I would prefer to defer that to male leadership. And if it's male leadership that is respectful, that is competent, I don't have an issue with it. I wasn't raised to question authority. Not saying just let them do what they want to do, but you respect those who are in the position of leadership until they prove that they're not able to be in that position anymore. And I do feel that unfortunately a lot of black men are set up to fail, and that starts very very early on. um it really disturbs me that there's a large proportion of young black males who can't read. It also disturbs me that this is not a new trend. The school to prison pipeline is very real, and this has been prominent for years. I hate to make it personal, but I recall when my mom was teaching. Both of my parents are retired educators.
Mm-hmm.
Her certification was in special education, and she ended up getting out of it because they were no longer placing special needs, mentally developed children in the classroom to be taught. It was more so behavioral problems. Well, that's not what you went to school for, but you could see it, and she could see it, and she would come home talking about it. To whereas you're getting all these young black males in your class, they don't have, they're not born with Down syndrome or these, intellectual deficits, but it may be because they don't have a father in the home, or they may just have a lot of energy that they need to act out. And they're put in a special ed class, and they're being geared to whereas they're not getting the life skills that they need. So when they get to the 12th grade, the next step is if they don't have an adaptable skill, they'll be in prison within 3 to 5 years. That's a problem.
Right.
But we don't want to have those discussions in mass, or when they're brought up, it's like, oh, that ain't real, or just like with some black women. I hope I don't sound like I'm all over the place.
No, go ahead.
Some black women would rather burn the house down than to see someone else in a position of authority.
Right.
And we have to know when we can and when we cannot handle certain things. I remember on another panel earlier this summer, kind of got into a debate about blacks in STEM, particularly young black males in STEM.
Okay.
And I'm of the belief, if you can handle a cell phone, if you can play all these high tech video games and this is that or whatever, you have the ability to learn. If you can quote ASAP Rocky or whoever song from this is that or whatever, you have the ability to learn how to read. But some of us, or some people, are of the aspect of, well, we'll just write them off. Work with who you can. We'll just write them off. I understand everybody can't be saved, but I think we've discharged too many of our youth and too many of our people that can really be of an advantage to us, because there's not enough boots on the ground that really want to get our hands dirty. And we live in our conclaves and our subdivisions, and it's like, well, it doesn't bother me because I'm here, I'm there. At some point, it is going to bother you, though. If it's not in your family now, what's to say your daughter or your son may not be attracted to that? If it's not married into your family, or your family member's not dating it, what's to say that hood is not going to move right next to the suburbs? So that's the way I look at it. That may not be the right aspect to have, but that's just the way I view life in some aspect.
Yeah, it. You mentioned the hood movement, that, and kind of put that in the context of what we were talking about earlier, where the whole that we're the good Negroes and those are the bad Negroes kind of thing. And those of us who've been around a while know very well that most of us is only 1 or 2 degrees of separation from, you know, the very best of us, and 1 or 2 degrees of separation from the very worst of us. So, you know, that's always a little, there's always a little odd. You know, I've dealt with people who, you know, in family who have have done things that, you know, fractured several major federal crimes, and I've, you know, shaken the hand of, you know, Barack Obama. So, you know, before he became president. So, you know, this whole notion of black people, you know, being able to kind of create some kind of cocoon around themselves, some sort of class base cocoon around them, kind of separate from the other lesser Negroes, sort of the Ewok and the Morlocks and the, what was that, the Time Machine? Uh, I forget the names of the two different human beings that eventually one grade of human beings were essentially eating the others. Um, this whole notion of there being a separation of us, you know, there but for the grace of God, you know, I could have gone in a lot of different directions based on where I came from personally, and some of my friends did as well. And so, and I was very fortunate, largely based on just who I married, and the family that I married into uh, had a decided impact on the quality of person that I became and am. And had I married somebody else, I probably would have been divorced very early in my marriage, and probably would have had to deal with a lot of the same, you know, maladies that many other black men, you know, child support and you know, alimony, all that kind of stuff. So I was very fortunate, you know, and could have gone in some very different kind of directions. And so I'm empathetic to just how difficult it is for most black men to succeed. And so when you hear these brothers come on Art's panel earlier and talking these very sort of dismissive and critical views about black people and black culture and black men, and you know, it really bothers and disturbs me, because it makes you wonder, just, do you really give a damn?
I would agree with that, and I think a lot of it stems from people don't understand history, and they don't want to understand history, or they want to misquote and interpret history the way that they want to. And I'm not talking about critical race theory because I don't understand that, so I'm not going to speak on it. Um, but I believe that a lot of the issues that we're seeing now and that have developed with us as a Black diaspora in America over the last couple of decades are remnants from slavery. Because even though we may be intermixed with all these different cultures, the majority of African Americans that are residing in the US today are descendants of African American slaves, or
Right.
slaves that were imported from the Caribbean or other areas. And the thing that frustrates me sometimes listening to conversations in this space, or just in general when I'm talking to amongst people that look like me, is the conversation only goes so far, and then it's like, well, I don't want to talk about that because that makes me uncomfortable. But if we push past that level of discomfort, I think we can really regress. Or I've said that wrong, progress. But it's kind of like we keep going around in circles. And then you have people that's like, well, slavery wasn't real, or everybody on the plantation was singing kumbaya and the slaves was good and yes, massa, and this is that, and this is that, or whatever. There was no cruelty. But there's so many facts and evidence that shows opposite of that. It was hell. It was torture. Or you have some advocates living today, even though I don't think it'll come to fruition, especially now since we didn't advocate for it like we should have when we could have got it, to where it's like, well, we should get reparations. But then you ask that same person about slavery, and it's like, well, I'm indifferent to slavery. make that make sense. You want to get a check, but you're indifferent to what your ancestors suffered. That maybe I'm crazy, but that doesn't make sense to me. But I think a lot of what we as a community have grown and evolved into is because we haven't had that hard conversation as a group of how the rituals, how the lifestyle, how the practices that we were subjected to have not only impacted our ancestors, but have traveled down through those generations and impact us today. And if you don't address a problem, you can't overcome it. And a lot of people don't see the connection. The post-traumatic slavery syndrome is very real, but you try to have that conversation with some people, and they think that you are off in Mars talking out the side of your head.
So we got Nameless in the building.
Here.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Hey, Nameless.
Oh.
Yeah, I've just been winding down this evening, listening to you guys talk on and off about this. I think
How long have you been listening, Nameless? I'm curious.
about
Did you hear
about 20 minutes.
Oh, about 20. Okay, so you haven't been here that long.
No. I was doing my last meal of the day and prepping for tomorrow. I hit the gym early in the morning, but no, I think we've talked a lot about this on the Roger Report actually, and I know I made some controversial statements when I introduced the idea of epigenetics, and I demonstrated how that does have an effect on behavioral science. And when you combine that with the real tragedy of slavery, which was us as human beings being subjective to artificial selection, I don't think the gravity of that hits home to anybody that really looks at what that means. I mean, everybody up here, Shonda, you're a nurse, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you understand how profound it is to look at the difference between anything on planet Earth that is subject to natural selection and things like sexual selection that are still animated by this spirit of self-propelled, self-directed evolution, or at least evolution as it relates to an environment, versus having your end result being determined by an outside force for a very specific goal to produce a very specific result. I think when you look at a piece of corn and understand that that's a plant-based biological entity that's been selected for to get it that result.
Speak on it.
That your broccoli is the same thing, where it was in one form and it was specifically created to serve a particular purpose, down to animals. Specifically, I'm looking at things that you see on any farm across the world, really, from horses to the cows you see now, to even dogs that you may have at your house right now. These things are the result of artificial selection. They have a common ancestor, a common biological line that you can see to this day in the wild where they came from. There's no difference in them genetically. Their genetics are exactly the same. The only thing that differs is the way the genes express themselves. And that expression is 100% predicated on the environment under which they are exposed. And I can't name a single instance in human history where everyone can say, all right, every culture had slavery. Okay, fair, right? But I can't find a culture where they would have individuals designated as breeding bucks, and they would have people in these isolated locations constantly churning out child after child after child. and then taking those same babies and literally raising them to do a particular agricultural job at a particular location and have individuals specialized for different functions on that plantation. I don't see it. The closest I can think of, maybe, and I mean, I'm putting a big asterisk, maybe the Spartans, because those children were artificially selected for the purposes of going into the military to fight and protect the state. I don't know if you can make an ambiguous statement about them being potentially slaves, but that's the only other deliberate instance of artificial selection I can think of. We went through that for almost 400 years. 400 years. And then when we look at a lot of the problems that are happening now, I don't know. I'll dip into a little bit of, just the female nature conversation. And it's not to degrade anybody right now. I really want to get a form of consensus. I think everybody up here can agree that in general, for women, if a woman loses the respect for a man, it's almost impossible for her to earn that respect, or rather for her to gain that respect back again, irrespective of what that man does. Would most of us agree with that?
Absolutely.
In my observation.
And the opposite but equal to that would be a woman being classified as a gardening tool. Like, she will remain in that classification from that day forward if a dude determines that she's in that bucket. That kind of hardlining. So what do you think happens when you've got a man and you've got a woman? They're forced in an institution, and the individuals that are running that institution don't look like either of you. And this man that is next to you, experiencing the same thing you are, is being defiled in front of everybody just as anyone else is not in a position to determine or provide any protection. They're not able to provide any financial influence. They're not able to demonstrate any physical prowess that would rival the other men that are there that do have the ability to, I'm going to just say, hold the whip. You've got 400 years of essentially not having the opportunity of being a man. How is the view of that woman seeing that man supposed to overlook that? Like, how do you psychologically circumvent the inevitable resentment that she's going to get classified with him and vice versa, irrespective of what he does? How do you culturally account for that? I don't see it. I don't see any instance in any group of people in history who've had this kind of overt subjugation, even if they were colonized. You can look at any African nation right now that's been colonized, and at minimum, they will know people in positions of power and authority that at least look like they do. For 400 years, there was no black man. I would almost argue there is no black, and I mean this in a cultural undertone. There is no cultural context in America in general for a black man. And if that's the case, it reminds me of the Urugu story. I know Art's familiar with that. How does this not sound like the Urugu story? And I don't see how you can compare our experience with anybody else. Like, to me, this is so far in the negatives, and understanding that people recreate what it is they have from where they came from. It's kind of like you have to question, was there ever really a cultural dynamic that was animated by us that was propelling us forward? And I think maybe I was on this. No, I was on Roger Report when I said this. The only instance I can think of in this country where there was a stable nuclear family dynamic and we as a community were working in that mutual altruistic state and had a system that was working was immediately after slavery during Reconstruction, when the majority of Black men were in the military and they were able to take the inertia they gained in the military and create their own communities off of that with an incentive to maintain it because they were not allowed to enter into mainstream society on their own volition. I think that's when we had the highest number of politicians. It's when we pretty much made the Republican Party. It was when a lot of the institutions that will become the backbone for the civil rights movement much down the line was created. And it took the rise of white
We also
supremacy
had
to intercept it.
an incredible number of development of intellectual properties and patents during that time. We were some of the greatest creators of intangible properties, development of technological advancement.
Oh man, Tesla had a lot to say about us. Case in point. I mean, you had all kind of inventions that were coming out during the time, and we were essentially, a lot of that ground zero for getting that kicked out. And we don't. I never learned about Reconstruction in school.
If we had been left alone during that time, and it would have been a very painful time for us, because even just the development of how we were going to interact socially outside of the dictates of the greater society or the bigger society. I mean, we would have had to make our own rules for how we were gonna. I mean, even like what our religion was gonna be. There would have been so many things that would have been up for grabs, if you will, that it would have been a very painful time for us as a people. But it may have yielded some resolution of our of our genetic history, such that at least we could have formulated our own rules, our own controls, our own criteria to deal with what had been bred in us. And we never got a chance to make those decisions. Not ever.
Exactly, because when we hit our zenith, in that 1915-ish region, all of a sudden, here comes the 3K camp, literally burning down and destroying and obliterating, followed by Jim Crow. How do we recover from that? I don't think we were able to recover after that. I think we've been playing catch up ever since. And the social damage is so profound that we can't even build with basic building blocks that everybody else does, because we can't even agree on the definition of family. Like, not only is it optional, we don't even know what one looks like. There's people that want this polyamorous village model that was actually described very vividly during Daughters of the Trade in the slave cities, in the slave ports, I should say, where it was essentially ran by matriarchs that were waiting for, these slave traders to show up on a seasonal basis because they couldn't stay there all year long. They were pretty much being killed by the sun. And you see a small microcosm of that if you go into a lot of the French-owned territories, especially Louisiana. And I think that movie Eve's Bayou kind of describes that sort of dynamic. I mean, that's a particular family unit, I suppose, but generally speaking, the only family unit we have is a mother and children.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no, you're fine. Go ahead.
There's one that describes it even better than that. And it was on Lifetime, The Feast of All Saints, just how the family was set up with the matriarch and, this is that or whatever during slavery amongst the Johns de Couleur and the slaves, and this is that or what and whatever. So yeah, right. I don't know how we fix it, but I do know that the ramifications are very rampant now. And I don't think people see the connection.
Well, there's this idea that we're unique, and for the wrong reasons. There's this idea that we're this grand exception and everybody else has it wrong, but we got it right because this is how things went down on the continent. And everybody is wherever they're at now because of the current status quo. And you can't get apples from watermelon seeds. I don't care what kind of dye you put on it. I don't care how much you want to change the word. You can dilute it into saying, well, they're all fruit. This tomato and an apple, they're fundamentally the same thing. Like, it doesn't work. If you want a particular outcome, which is to produce men that are able to go out and compete with other groups of men that have networks, you have to have a network in and of yourself as well. And we've got these two brick walls preventing this from ever happening, where if you go in one direction, there's a brick wall waiting for you. If you go in another direction, there's another brick wall waiting for you. And that's one, due to the definition of white, there's always going to be an intrinsic fear of your genetic dynamic. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing already broke that down in the ISIS papers. Your seed is feared as a black man, period. Because you hold the definition, the potential to erase the definition of what white is, at least as it's understood in the United States and in the West in general, particularly over here in the quote New World. And on the other side of that, there is a real fear that is baked into the Ados tribe of black men seizing authority, dismantling the matriarchy, and doing to women what the slave owner did to them back in the day. There is a legitimate fear, and it's odd how it plays out because there's an internal mechanism in black men that encourage this. And then there's another counter fear that plays on logic that ends up being intersectional, where because there's a thought that women in general are at a disadvantage, and that if women in general are at a disadvantage and black people are at a disadvantage, then black women have the greatest disadvantage, that they need the greatest level of preparation to deal with the world. And what ends up happening is it creates this odd situation where the girls are empowered in their upbringing far more so than than the male counterpart. Like there is a baseline intrinsic understanding that you prepare and empower women so that they can equal the tables, but men aren't being given that same level of preparation, but they're expected to have that on an intrinsic level. And it results in a lot of things I heard you guys talking about earlier. For example, why we're not able to read. There is no resources, there is no give a damn if you have a Y chromosome and you're classified as black. It's why I use social dominance order to explain this, because men are always, especially if they're in the out group, going to be the disproportionate recipient of all negative aspects, because out group men hold the greatest potential to displace the in group male. Out group women will never be able to assert sex, even though they're the individuals that are the gatekeepers of it. So if men are the ones that can assert sex, and if they can eliminate the out-group men, the out-group women can become the in-group women over time. That's precisely what we see happening right now. It's what BGS describes with the admixture scenario going on in the United States right now. But what that means is black men by default end up being obsolete and left out of the system. And our own spheres we come out of don't even see you as worth investing in or safe to invest in, because one, there's this underlying assumption that you can't do it anyway, and two, even if that's there, there's an underlying fear of letting you hold control of the reins. There's always this dual partnership thing. It's like we're the only ones that are expected to have a car that has two steering wheels. I don't know who does that, but we do that and call it egalitarianism. And, there's this idea that, not only is there supposed to be a wheel on the passenger side, but yeah, why not put a steering wheel in the back two seats too? Because, equality. And you can't get nowhere like that. It doesn't work. And what ultimately ends up happening is no one learns how to drive. And here we are getting passed by everybody else that's able to essentially ride on the inertia that their previous generations have made. And we don't have a sense of how far behind our starting line is. because we've traveled so far. It makes everybody else just look lazy, honestly, because I don't know any other group of people, especially in the West, that have to build from scratch every generation. Every single generation has had to build from scratch, and generations coming forward now are not only building from scratch, they're building from negatives. So you've walked 1,000 miles and still haven't made any positive progress because you're on an integer scale. Everybody else has been in the black ink for a while, and being black, you start in the red ink. It's crazy. We make more money than everybody when we're broke because we're in the red line district. That makes sense.
Well, it's like I said. I mean, America's a pyramid scheme, and black people, and especially black men, have always been at the bottom of the pyramid scheme. When you talk about America, you can't really talk about this country without talking about it in the way in which how it's been constructed. Is based on sort of a fallacy or a mirage of this old personal excellence and merit and rugged individualism and all of that. But when you look at the details behind everything, of course, you have slavery, you have Jim Crow, you have black people, being paid pennies on a dollar. You have inventions of black people, the fruits of those inventions going to other people. I recall reading a while ago, and I have yet to be able to find it, but I recall reading says that if Tuskegee, if Fisk had garnered the benefit of all of the inventions of George Washington Carver, all the development, the agricultural development from George Washington Carver, Fisk would have an endowment the size of like all of the Ivy League schools combined.
Black Bureau, you mean Fisk? Tuskegee?
Yes, Tuskegee. Pardon me, Tuskegee. I confuse it too. That there's been so much wealth stolen from black people collectively throughout the ages that it's a pyramid scheme. America is a system of extracting the great benefit, the great genius, the great technological development, sacrifices of black people for the benefit of other people. And then those benefits get institutionalized into colleges, universities, industries, railroads, sports franchises, and then they're presented as if they are these great achievements of mostly white men. When they've really been created based in large part on the investments, great investments, outsized investments of black people.
I said this before, and I'm never going to know how to say this without upsetting people because I don't think people are used to hearing what I'm saying animated by anything other than trying to assimilate with white people. But I say this, and I really mean it, and I think it's a core fundamental ground zero issue. So long as our cultural and ethnic identity is this word black, it's going to remain the shadow of the word white. And what that will mean is we're constantly in a state of defining ourselves based on the way they see us. And it removes our ability to define ourselves for who we are. And I know this has been said so many times by civil rights activists. It's been put forward by folks like Malcolm X. You've had Booker T talking about it. You've had Marcus Garvey really look at this and come up with the whole idea of Pan-Africanism. So long as we're stuck on this word black and everything that it entails, we're literally at the whims of the definition of white and what white does and how white responds. I thought ADOS was a step in the right direction. I still have my issues with that term, but I think it's a step in the right direction to get us to look at and recognize that even though you are an individual, you are still part of an aggregate. And unfortunately, everyone's been able to have initiative in describing their own narrative except us. And part of that is because we don't own our own name. We don't have a landmass we can point to. We've all got everything that you can point to that's associated with black. You could also put white on top of that. I mean, and you could remove white and just use the generic term, which generally is what happens, and say American. And because of that, it sort of undermines and it does this odd particle wave phenomenon where everything black is capable of collapsing into this word American. And the context and the meaning and the oomph and your ability to have sovereignty and domain over it is immediately taken from you and diminished into the greater ethos of America. And it's damaging because everybody else can tap into the American ethos just the same as long as they were born here. We're the only group of people that don't have an additional layer of credit line, cultural credit line to tap into because we've been so invested in the concept of America and have been so long not getting any credit for it because we're the shadow of white, meaning white takes the initiative and we respond to it. We get what white allows. Even the concept of what we got for civil rights, sure, we stood up and tried to push resistance for it. But ultimately, did white people have to get civil rights? Why? No, because it's already intrinsically understood. The individuals that had initiative, that had control, that had the narrative, already understood that it was redundant like the number one in algebra. We were the ones that had to basically go get permission to be treated like human beings. There is a piece of
but
paper
even
right
on
now.
the civil rights thing, they did an end run when they included white women in civil rights.
Oh,
So
absolutely, but that's
even that was stolen.
But that's
from.
going back to the point. Like, there's a piece of paper that has to tell you you're civil. You see what I'm saying, Uru? Like,
Mm-hmm.
who else has that? I can't think of any group of people on earth that have to have a document that says, "Look, you have civil rights. You're. It's okay to treat you like a human being." Like, who does that? Like, if that doesn't speak to the condition of where you're at, I don't know what will.
And it's everywhere. Australia, Africa, damn, Latin America, and they're not even from these areas. You know what I'm saying?
Anywhere where there's a definition of black, there's a definition of white, and this is the kind of dynamic you see going on.
Or
absolutely
deeper,
crazy.
even the letter J. Anywhere where there's the letter J,
Yeah,
that's their presence. That's
shout out to that book. Shout out to that book. God
People
damn.
don't know about that though. Yeah, what was that? 1600s?
Yeah. For those that don't understand, man, I mean, this is all part of that. It's a tool of colonization. Like the Spanish, the Dutch, especially the British, man, they were busy. They were busy globally, really pushing that. But
yeah, nature's not on their side right now, so they try to take everybody down with them.
Maybe, but I don't know. There's a lot of mutual destruction going on right now. For a lot of different reasons.
I don't know what they're trying to do every other places, but at least over here, man.
So I have
understanding.
But I was tying that in to kind of get to what Shonda was sort of mentioning in the chat here. Like, without a cultural identity, all you're stuck with is a bunch of individuals that are reacting to an environment that they don't have any initiative over.
Yep.
And so we're left with a scenario where
you have to follow lottery ticket levels of success, which tied into what I was saying earlier today when I came in about, using concrete and treating it like soil. And even though you'll get weeds that'll break through it, you can't expect to get the same kind of yield from a crop that you would on a farm with soil that's been plowed and properly circulated and rotated. You understand what I'm saying? We're expecting crops on a farm level while we're growing in concrete. All because a couple things can break the concrete. While, it's true, but is that practical to creating what you're asking for to meet the demand that we need as a demographic? I don't think it is. And that's what Black is doing for us. That's what our failure to recognize our mutual condition is doing, when everybody else on a baseline level at least sees the advantage of not hindering each other in that way. We don't know what the difference is, not on a cultural level, and there's no cultural plug-in for it. You take those two fears, as we said before, and you're stuck with the classic problematic issues that were brought up by the Moynihan Report, which is white America is terrified of Black men being in a position of seizing power, and the Black matriarchal aggregate has no interest in seeing Black men being able to be in a patriarchal position in directing families.
And
There's
going
no
in about the
incentive.
sons too. Going in about the sons.
Well, they're a proxy of that. The
Mhm.
sons, again, we only recognize the family unit as the mother and the child. So yeah, you'll have Black males in the family, but Black men are not allowed. Just like on the plantation, you had Black boys on the plantation, obviously, but you didn't have Black men. You had approximations of manhood being carried out. You had individuals designated to have children, designated, and that's important, designated. On the plantation, Black males were literally utilities. You were either used for your sex or you were used for your labor. We fast forward now, and it's essentially exactly what that is now. People went around and wonder why all we do is talk about women and sex. Can you imagine being on the plantation as a man, and the only time you got to procreate was when they told you to? And that's if you didn't have any physical defects wrong with you, such as anything they can come up with.
Yeah.
Some
Yeah,
dudes
I
even
mean, if
got
you were
castrated because of
too
their.
short or too thin or whatever, you were effectively what, a eunuch or
Yeah, they castrated you. They didn't even want you to. I mean, just think about these little rituals that went down on a regular basis that were baked into the formula.
And this is what we had to constantly keep looking at in order to get, quote unquote, get to heaven, along with the cross.
I
Where's
didn't even want to get into what what the Black church did, because again, that's another institution created on the plantation.
Like, this is constantly being seen without the daddy.
To be fair, they could make that argument going back to Isis and Heru, but I don't think they talk about the quest that Isis went on to restore Osiris.
Right.
And what actually caused Osiris to be murdered, essentially.
Plus, it was the SON and the SUN with Ra.
Yeah, there's an exaltation, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is what I'm talking about. There's bits of that story that go missing.
Yeah, because we help. What did John Henry Clark say about Black people? We out Christian to Christian.
Yeah, we out Muhammad the Muslim. Right. Yeah, he ain't lie.
So this is, it's like, like I always say this, and people never catch it until like way later. But the whole story behind this is that Joseph is kind of has somewhat respect, but you respect the baby daddy that you never saw.
Right.
This is our spirituality, and we do it way more than white people.
Literally.
This is our reality. You know what I'm saying? But yet, it's hidden behind this beautiful picture. You know what I'm saying? Even if we say Jesus is Black or Madonna's Black, this is imprinted in our minds.
I mean, those stories are speaking about a primordial fundamental aspect of our psychology. And it's why symbols are always going to have more effect than words do. I mean, you already know where the first rendition of that very picture you're looking at came up out of.
Yeah, it was ISIS.
So, I mean,
On a chair. She's on a chair.
With who? Baby Heru. So it's like,
but she had the crown of Ra on her head, just like
right.
this little thing behind the.
It's supposed to be a halo, but we already know that
that's
conversation.
the crown of Ra. So, and there's other pictures where the baby had the crown.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? This is stuff I go over this kind of stuff in my art history class because I mean, if you constantly see this every day or every Sunday, what happens when you go home?
You recreate it, obviously.
And what happens when you're trying to, go with the family or whatever? Eventually, you got to be missing in order to have this reality. That's why back in the day, you hear a lot of stories that grandpa stayed home while grandma went to church with the kids. You see what I'm saying? This is we always talk about this brainwashing stuff now, but shit, this stuff been, how long, you guys? This stuff been going on for centuries.
That's 5,000 years if we go back to the original story they lifted that from. But I mean, your behavior is a product of the rituals that you keep.
And the ISIS thing with Heru, that was supposed to bring out fertility. This shit right here, I don't think so. I don't think that's what their aim was, especially from the Pope. I don't think so.
Well, we know, this art, that in Kemet, the government ended up mastering the initial concepts of brainwashing, and that's how they came up with the idea of the automaton.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was that much of a difficult thing for when the Roman Empire was interested in using Christianity for its purposes, that it was able to retrofit so many things that Kemet was being cannibalized for at the time anyway. Because this was around the time when, Greece pretty much moved in and was busy, nosediving the culture into the ground. They could take a lot of these things, and this sort of information and science was up for sale. So we know Egypt was pretty much cannibalized by most of what we see in the West right now, including, what the modern day Middle East is. But if I go too deep, Shonda, I think you were starting to say something. I want to make sure I didn't overtalk that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I cut in.
Oh no, y'all are good. I was actually getting ready to step down and just listen in from the clouds. But thank you, Art and panel, for allowing me to come up, and I appreciate you all support and love. But great conversation. I'm gonna fall back and listen in for the rest.
Okay, sister, thank you for coming up, and I haven't forgot. We still doing the projects. I'm just trying to knock out this other stuff right now.
Oh, handle your business. I got some stuff I'm working on too, so I understand. Trust me, I get
it. Okay, sister.
All right, y'all have a good night. Peace out.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Bye bye.
Because it kind of I can't make I can't change nothing or try to make people think a different way, but it doesn't set right with me half the time when I hear the defeatist sentiments of the young, because you can't change it. There were different factors in why they think the way they think.
But Art, like, what are they supposed to do, man?
Yeah,
that's why I say I can't change it.
It's so frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, how do you help them to think differently?
What do you
present to them for them to think different?
And their fathers too are just as gynocentric as them.
Yeah.
It's why, again, I look at this hive dynamic and I think it's inevitable, fam. I think this is the way for the next 100 years human beings are about to just be operating. And maybe it's just me being defeatist. I tried. Everything I see lines up consecutively to what I expect to see in a hive. And it just so happens that our demographic is the first and the easiest prototype to model after and test and make micro adjustments in real time, because it's the kids that are coming up now that are going to be adopting this model, because they are already. The technology is in place for it. People are already being separated from their families on a cultural level, irrespective of the biology. There is a vested interest in the governments to essentially stop investing in all of their men, because technology is going to make men's role redundant. Now, it's going to also make females' roles redundant too, but at least they'll be able to maintain population by encouraging single motherhood. And I need to sit down and really do a deep dive on this one day.
Yeah, I went over this. Go ahead, fam. I'm sorry.
Oh no, yeah, I'm just finishing my thoughts on this because it just blows my mind thinking about it. I mean, if the government continues with this model that it decided to follow after the Moynihan report, and it encourages single mothers, but it has the money to sit down and continue to provide programs that are funded by the government and to use automation to cover low skill paying jobs, you can maintain what you have now for a long time. But what you're going to degrade is the potential for families to ever be possible the way they were traditionally on a general level. And I don't know if the loss, because to me, this sounds like the complete death of the middle class forever.
Oh, yeah.
And if you've got no middle class, but you've got effectively a hive system globally that is run on a blockchain system using digital currency with an automated lifestyle, essentially like a neo-industrial civilization that works on automation and doesn't require a lot of education for it to run on the general level.
Yeah.
I think you can make up for not having a middle class that way. It's just that I don't think you follow the nation state model. I think you follow the corporation model.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I understand. And I'm not speaking out on the Black Brain Trust because I know they use this term. That to me sounds like a technocracy.
Mm-hmm.
By definition, it sounds like a technocracy where countries move to a corporate model. Single motherhood is encouraged across the globe. The role of men is essentially reduced to being a pseudo female or at most genderless, and automation runs the society. The society essentially becomes run by these social clusters that remind you of different hatches of eggs that show up in generations, and they're loyal to their cluster, not necessarily to, who birthed them. I look at what's going on in social media and the idols that they follow and, the memes and all of this. And I'm kind of reminded of that. Kids are being raised on algorithms now. They're being raised by their social media following, not by their parents. It's exactly how a hive works. I don't see why they would need to maintain a lot of the mechanisms that were required for them to make it into the Industrial Revolution with all of these new technologies in place that are on the way, especially and in particularly when they get a hold of artificial wombs down the way they want to. When reproduction is essentially taken out of the hands of the average person and left in the hands of the state. Now, I'm projecting real far out with this, but I'm only saying this because it's possible with a group of people that are conditioned to be responsive to this kind of thing, which could happen in 50 years. You are a hive at that point. You have no need for middle class. You have no need for a nation state anymore. All you would need is an entity that represents you and a brand for you to follow. And you are effectively a colony. And I can see that working, given the direction they're going now.
Yeah. And that's what I always talk about when I be on a lot of panels and I talk about
You're real low, fam.
Oh, my mic is up. Okay. Yeah, but I always talk about society standards. When a guy chooses a woman, IG model, or what is the Brazilian butt lift, those type of chicks, even though they say, man, I don't want these chicks, I want a submissive. No, you're going with society standard. That's why most guys say women choose wrong because honestly, why would you want a woman that looks a certain way and she's not choosing or into you? No, you go after a woman that appreciates you for you. And a lot of guys have that notion. If I get that type of woman, I can't bring her to the cookout because nobody's going to accept her. She doesn't look like something that everybody can wow over. So that's why I I honestly heard this young guy. So basically, I can't even really say it out, but basically, this guy said men they have no standards. They just have to choose the women. They have to downgrade themselves by just choosing random women because they can't get what they want. And I'm like, honestly speaking, dude, if you don't get what you want, why settle? Like, and it's like a notion to where, like this young guy, I think he's like 22, 23. His whole premise is, I don't want to deal with women, but then guys will be blocking over the women that like me. I said, dude, it makes no sense. You don't want to deal with women, but if a guy is interested in a woman that's interested in you, he's blocking and hating. I'm like, see, y'all young guys, man, y'all live in this whole bubble, and then you go online, and the bubble gets bigger because it's a struggle bond. Even though I haven't been through the same thing you've been through, if something remotely sounds close, or I can just make a story to, feel your pain, then we can be best as a friends online, not in life. No, because I don't need no friends in life. Just online. The social thing is big now. Instagram, you got to get followers. I'm talking about. We just seen the white kid killed the black guy that was a security guard for clout. Like, you finna go to prison and you finna be, get ripped up for clout. I want to see the phone pics when they be taking pictures of him in jail with his hands up in the air, and he he's done. Like,
You
I
got
mean, I
people that
don't
were
understand.
killing themselves over that, man, over followers. But that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about this subject, but I'm gonna dance around it. There's a lady. She had an issue with a platform, the platform, and her videos were not getting shown. And she went to the headquarters and had took out some frustration towards them because that was the center of her money. And when they played that, that's how it went down. Like today, I did a video. It was three of us on the panel, and the guy was doing this video. Three of us on the panel. We all speaking in the chat, but it was only one viewership. Everybody was commenting. I did a short clip. Everybody commenting, but it was one person on view, but it was three people in the chat keep commenting with each other. And when I pulled back, then I seen two people. I said, okay. But then when I go back to the page, to show the introduction of that page and all their videos, playlists, it went back to one person. So technically speaking, whoever sees these, in the algorithm, they can be like, well, ain't nobody watching this. This not important. If I don't know the person or I'm just scrolling through, that person's not important. They only got one view. Or this person won't even show up in the algorithm because for the most part, nobody's watching it. It's like the whole standard of everybody, they 10 minutes of fame. It's a big part to where every, like, young kids and even older people, it's like they can't live without technology.
Well,
What would they ever do with it
but that's what I'm
without it?
saying. Like, that's the conditioning. It's why I said that the algorithm is the new parent. Because the way you circumvent that is you conform to what people are looking for, not necessarily demonstrating who you are, right? Like, if you were to follow the formula sheet and you had some chick up there twerking, how many views would you get?
Yeah, speaking of that, this is what I was getting into because I don't think people understand how a lot of these people that are in the entertainment industry, especially the women, use this whole philosophy of Kali Ma. If you notice how they stick the tongue out, do the twerking, and all those kind of things. It's supposed to be bringing up energy to take down masculine energy. That's why you got these men with their heads cut off, her foot on the chest of a wounded man with a trident in his hand, and that I think isn't the cobra is like the core of the line is the kundalini.
Yep.
But it's supposed to be killing him. Right?
Yeah, I mean that's because that rose up. That's what set him up to fall.
Yeah. And this is the stuff that they put money into, they buying into. This just, I know it's like a painting and it's all ancient, but the symbolism is there. That's But anyhow, I just want to share that with people.
But no, you're right though. I mean, to me, it sounds like it's the Lilith conversation. Like, I'm almost done working on the script for this. I'm gonna get into the halo effect. Sister George had a panel the other day, and it was she said something. It bothered me, but she was 100% right. I could not refute what she said on there. And it's a sentiment that's been talked about for probably the last 5 years. And to sum it up, the statement is hoes be winning. Hoes be winning. And for every reason I just finished talking about, that's a big reason why. It's a very big reason why. But I wanted to really dig into two things that bothered me about presuppositions that surround that statement. I don't argue the truthness behind it. I'm just curious about what's going on as a result of that. And it's the realization of what you put in this picture right here, particularly the Kundalini energy. Can you blame someone for being at a predisposition to be subject to this kind of thing, especially when the entire culture they were raised around set them up to be exactly like that and set their definition of manhood based on how much they could be influenced by it?
And it's not just it's the men, the father, the son, the grandfather,
the entire masculine house.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, how can you fault men for being built this way? If they're built this way, how do you expect them to make a complete 180? Yes, you can get into discipline. Yes, you can Is that a sustainable expectation when your culture pre-calibrates you to react exactly the way that dude is on the ground?
And the heads around it represents ownership. It's like
but you see what I'm saying, Art?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, it's no surprise hoes are winning, right?
Yeah.
But in the midst of that, the only thing I can say, because there's a counter argument of, well, there's downside. Well, the only downside I can see is the same downside anybody else would say that has a culture that's interested in protecting its future, which is the fact that if everybody follows the Kali model right here, what happens to all the men? And then as a result, what happens to your society? What happens, not just to society, what happens to your demographic? It's you don't have a future generation after a while. I think it's the alphabet conversation in code, right? Like, what's the difference between that and alphabetization, if you understand what I'm saying? As far as the end result of what you get from a culture, what's the difference?
Yeah, I mean, it's all over, man. But for some reason, I guess the longer we let it sit in our space, the more it controls you.
Well, it's seen as a form of freedom, and you're oppressing it if you don't get on that ground and let it step on your chest. At first, it's role play. She's just playing them heads of plastic, right?
And
then after a while, you get the Goofy Jenner situation you saw happen the other day, and the Meg the Stallion nonsense going on, and the entire mythos just completely changing around what it even means to be a woman and in power, and how that translates to a relationship, and this idea of partnership. Basically, I'm just gonna call it putting two steering wheels in the car. Like you,
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and share this because I don't think people understand what we talking about. So I bring it nice and little bit clearer for them. Here we go. That ring a bell? I mean, hell, we got her. Um, is that Meg right there?
Yep.
There's a lot of this whole tongue thing, you know.
We ain't do a dark and spooky in a minute. You
Yeah.
know, you know, a lot of them straight up
And
follow Kali, right?
if you look at Cardi B's tongue, it looks almost like that of a serpent.
That's
Yeah,
the
let me
point.
find it again.
Look at go to the picture of her with and and uh and uh and Meg. This the picture. Yeah, look at her tongue. Look at the tip of her tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Not
That
only
looks different.
not only that, look at all the other chicks. Like the standard type of chick that gets on for those. Okay, you got what's that girl that
Yeah,
everybody
see,
be
look
talking?
at her. Look at her tongue. Look at yeah, there. That looks kind of monstrous.
Yeah, this
Think
is the energy. This is the energy
Yeah.
Yep.
that they have been
Yeah,
taught.
look at that. Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah. What's Khan used to do the same thing. Nicki
Yeah.
Minaj.
And they're doing it quite a bit. Hell, you have Miley Cyrus, all of them.
Yep.
It's the
Molly too.
Kali Ma
It's
that
an
they're trying to
archetype,
generate.
and they know this stuff. I mean, you don't get in the industry and you're not familiar with this kind of thing. And then some of them from the Caribbean. I can tell you for a fact, Obia, one of the spirits you work with is Kali. Period. You work with her directly, so it's not
Sasha,
like she's alien.
like Sasha Fierce.
Well, I ain't talking about
Beyonce.
I ain't talking about the alternative personas that they'll come up with, but I just mean that energy in general. It's a portfolio, and it's the same song and dance, but it has the same undertone. You know, those stories, those archetypes were used as a warning. You know, like that whole Lilith energy is what they call sexual liberation. How they call that? Sex positive. That's how I wanted to label that. That whole argument that Lilith presented to Adam and ultimately to God is the exact same argument being presented by the fourth wave and industrial intersectional feminists. It's the exact same thing. They want to be 50-50. They don't see how they're any less than Adam, and why should they need to follow him?
Yeah, and you got to have that foot or have the option to put the foot on the man. And remember, we were talking about how a lot of ladies, the reason why a lot of ladies prefer the Pookie in the railway because she can call the parole officer.
Yep.
If things get kind of out of hand, she got some kind of leverage.
Yep.
Where if it was Dr. Such and Such, he could just have a high-powered attorney and get her to boot.
You know, there are a lot of deities and energy that's just like this that I'm going to say the opposition party taps into on a regular basis. Art, I think you understand in some of the circles with Vudon and certain Loa.
Zuli.
That's the first person that comes to mind. That is the archetypical energy that is called on more than you would even understand. And it's so much now that it's like everything that intersectionalism stands for, those deities almost embody to the T. It's almost kind of uncanny. And I don't think people realize that these things are being done. And I really want to emphasize the power of ritual. It's not that this is some finger waving spookism like, you catch feels.
The Grammys, people don't know what the Grammys really are.
But these are rituals that tap into your psyche and they manipulate all this energy that is latent in your shadow mind. Essentially, it's like being able to manipulate your perspective.
So
It's a
like the
real
metaverse,
thing, right?
like the metaverse. So you got chemicals in your body, you got chemicals in your food. Now you're dealing with sound frequencies and crazy pictures.
The images speak for themselves, right?
I don't even have to go into the rest.
The images speak for themselves. I mean, the whole breaking down the Kali energy, if you break down the Ezra Lee, I guarantee you, if you did just a micro segment of Ezra Lee, you think we were talking about the quintessential chick you find in the hood anywhere in the US. Anywhere. And she got altars all over the place.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's important. And there's a lot of YouTubers that, that's the kind of energy they're calling on, and that's how you get some of these statements. Now, maybe some of it's being misused, right? Because I'm pretty sure there's responsible ways to invoke these archetypes. Absolutely. There absolutely are responsible ways to invoke those archetypes.
Music.
But well, I just mean as far as the animating intention.
Okay.
But if you continue to use this under a certain pretext, chaos begets more chaos, right? So as this continues to get used more and more and then used more and more out of context, the energy is going to do what the energy does. Nobody's introducing a counterbalance to this. That's why, again, spaces like the sphere are supposed to act as that. But if you're not aware that these symbols are basically slipping in underneath the radar, you're not mounting a defense against it. You're not recognizing this because the conditioning and the culture, quite honestly, is teaching you to be that dude that's underneath her foot.
Yep.
And if you're not, you're questioned.
And look, he looks, I mean, even though he's under, it's like he's relaxed under there. It ain't like he's fighting it.
But that's the point I'm making. It's like if you're not that dude that's underneath there, then you mad because insert whatever deflection, you know what I'm saying, or you ain't getting none. That's why you mad. Like
Look,
you should want to have that foot on your chest. It shows you a man.
Yeah,
like
he got that belly. That's wealth, right? He's chill. So as long as I'm paid, but she got more than me, I'm good.
Right. Like
And
this is the king and queen dynamic in our demographic at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
And look at the multiple heads around the neck.
Yeah,
those are bodies you don't need to ask about. You know what I'm saying? Don't ask questions.
You said how many bodies she got?
Yeah, literally.
And those are losers, right? These are the ones that she holds as trophies. Losers. I mean, they have no body.
They on speed dial, so don't fuck up and not feel good underneath her foot. All she got to do is flick her wrist and call somebody back.
Yeah. So that's where and these people, and I know, I mean, come on now. I don't know why people keep acting like the industry don't get down with this stuff. I don't think they go to, I mean, they probably got all the magic stuff, but as far as old school, ancient ritual tradition, that is standard operation procedure. Standard. They keep thinking that you got to be like some spooky looking dude with the long white hair and you brewing up some big old pot shit.
Right.
No, man, these are guys that are high powered attorneys, high powered politicians.
Well, we still think white supremacists got to run up there looking like Casper with the hood on and everything.
I want people to study Albert Pike. He knew all this shit.
Oh man, rules and dogma. That's required reading.
I mean, that's the thing, man. We talk about the reading, but I think people don't read the right stuff.
Well, maybe it's just a comprehension issue because
that's
if
true.
You don't have certain requisite experiences, you can read something and understand it intellectually, but if you don't have that experience to put context to it or a mentor to help flesh that out, it can go over your head until you go through the right thing. It's why a lot of philosophers said you shouldn't even touch philosophy unless you've been in a war, at least unless you've been a soldier, at We haven't suffered enough to really get it.
Yeah, I think we really went over people's head now.
Yeah.
They're like, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, it's important because I still support the idea that rituals shape behavior, and behavior shapes systems, and systems shape environments.
So let's break that down, because I don't think people understand how we participate in these rituals, even though we don't think we do. So let's go into ancient times. What they normally do, they got a little light around there. They got a storyteller. They got people doing reenactments. They got incense and all kinds of stuff. They passing around something to drink. They passing all that around. Until something happens, like maybe rain or whatever that shit is. What's the difference between that and going to the movies? I'll wait.
Ooh.
Same smell, different flavor. Also, what's going on, AB?
Hey.
AB.
Yeah, I know I missed all the fireworks earlier. I was like, I ain't getting in the middle of that.
I was multitasking while everybody was blah, blah, blah. I was like, I made some food already. Went to the restroom 3 times.
Yeah, I was just tired of talking about Rittenhouse. It is what it is.
Yeah. But yeah, man, this is, I think, like Nameless was talking about, not only we're looking at the rituals, but we're active participants.
Yep. Probably going to tomorrow.
It's the subconscious mind, or what I've been saying lately, the sleeping mind. Like any ritual you don't take conscious control over will operate subconsciously. And I think the key is taking the initiative to understand what your ritualistic behavior is and develop rituals that benefit you. Another word for ritual you can use is habit, because I don't know what the difference is between the two.
Or being rich. But the other thing too is, that's the part that I was talking about a couple times where, people were talking about the whole Travis Scott thing. They're trying to see how the metaverse, is going to really work with a crowd of people.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why every time we talk about sound frequencies, people get spooked out.
I don't think we understand the relationship between sound and matter.
Yeah.
I don't think we get it.
Dog whistle. I mean, that should be the clue right there, fam. If you can blow a whistle for a dog and he's like moving all around and you can't hear it, what do you think our dog whistle is? We got one or 2 or 3.
Racism. White man.
There's sound frequencies that are going to us and we don't even hear it, but we're reacting a certain way and don't know why we're acting a certain way.
Hell, there's even light spectrums. There's light spectrums we can't see. We ain't talking about trigger points, AB. Okay. You're almost there, though.
Yeah, that goes to the surface, though.
Right. We're talking about deep-seated things that the prefrontal cortex of your brain misses. So you're not consciously aware of it. You just automatically respond to it. Kind of like how, the mechanisms that are responsible for human beings being able to drive, but they can't reproduce that properly with electronics yet. It's kind of like that. There's so many things going on in the background, right, that we're just not consciously aware of. Maybe because it'd be too much processing power.
Yep.
But it's being done automatically, and it's intrinsic, and we're reflexive to it. But if you can gain a measure of control over it, you can use it to operate in your favor. But if you're unaware of it, you're going to continue to be subject to it and may do things that aren't in your best interest.
I'm a programmer, so I can tell you, the average human brain, probably the below average human brain, is probably 1,000 times more powerful than your fastest supercomputer.
Right.
But that goes like to the beat of a drum, just the sound alone, or someone hearing their favorite song kind of just, spouts them into a different mood,
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of emotion and psychological triggers. She muted himself. He may be busy. But
yeah, I need to. I would be over at ours, but I need a calmer space right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but that's what that's what I'm saying. Is like there's got to come a time to where you got to start finding ways to try to block that from your body. You know, um, like for example, we sometimes we get into the whole multivitamin thing, right? And people don't understand it ain't just chewing some damn Flintstone flavor stuff. There's a lot of things that are in your vitamins that you need that is connected to the planets.
Yep.
Right? You need nickel, you need copper, you need gold, hell, you need calcium. I mean, you need all those different things, right? What if you don't have the right stuff? And the gravity of different planets are moving all kinds of crazy. That equals what? Mood swings.
Chaos.
You know? But we're okay because we think we can solve everything in one pill, one shot, one what do you call it? Tonic. Hell, alcoholic beverage. Some pussy. All that stuff's supposed to solve everything instead of putting the right things in your body.
Well, we don't understand and appreciate the power of the fact that we are a microcosm.
Yeah.
So that in and of itself should demonstrate that if we're a microcosm of everything, that's a lot of responsibility that you hold within yourself. So if you can learn to discipline that microcosm and provide within what's without, that as above, so below, then that's how you get this magical equilibrium we're talking about. But that's going back into the whole esoteric concept again that nobody talks about because most of, I'm going to say, the West operates on leave it to Jesus in the lottery.
Hey, that's rule number one in the 9 laws of self-government. If you don't have discipline, shout out to Gold Professor.
Yeah,
You
shout
gotta
out to
have
that
discipline.
brother.
That's the first rule of thumb.
Yep.
I mean that goes to any and everything that you do. Discipline, getting up, going to work. Discipline, eating to lose weight. Discipline to just live everyday life and struggles.
Yeah.
But hell, what do we know? We just black men.
Well,
black men don't know nothing.
Yeah,
let the gynocracy tell it.
Yeah, let them tell it. We just, we read a little bit, but hey, it ain't the same thing that the white man read.
Yeah.
Hold on, man. Why you got to talk about black? We had this
why gotta be
discussion
about race?
earlier. Yeah, it's about race. Come on, we had this discussion earlier.
Yeah, we can't avoid that, even though that's the only way that we can speak as a conservative. It's race.
That's why, again, you don't hear me talking about that much anymore. I'll bring up social dominance order because I think it's more relevant to what we're talking about specifically, and it leaves the gynocratic talk on the table, and it leaves the triggering political talk on the table too. Because
the teddy bear. I call it the teddy bear. It's a comfort blanket. If you can't, if you can't talk about it in a way to where it's how can I say this? Because I'm trying to avoid Stockholm syndrome. I'm trying to avoid saying it, but I think it makes them feel good to be in that position.
I don't know, man. I keep looking at left, right, Democrat, Republic as just pathways. And this is why I don't talk about politics.
It's all neoliberal bullshit, but go ahead.
I just can't see the difference. I can take a look at the environment now, right? And I can identify what's going on the left. I can identify with what my personal values are and say, okay, I don't agree with what's going on over there. But it isn't because I have a problem intrinsically with what the left stands for on a literal sense. It's just its current iteration
is doing too
not
much.
in alignment with what I'm interested in now. But then I can look at the right and make the exact same assessment. And then I'm stuck.
The word is agendas.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I have to look at what my intentions and what my objectives are and look at, if I'm going to be involved politically, what is the best risk assessment? And I see a lot of problem on the left that disagree fundamentally with what I'm looking at. I also see a lot of problems on the right that disagree with my best interests down the line. But then I'm forced to look at which one is going to provide me with what I match with best as of now, as its current iteration. And that's not always going to be the same party. That's not always going to be the same group of people. It's going to fluctuate, and it's going to differ depending on what level of government we're even talking about. Because left and right mean different things on a state, on a local, on a community level, on a national level. Like these things all mean different things.
Because go ahead, I'm sorry.
You may have a liberal candidate in your immediate vicinity that can work in your favor, but it could be something that's more beneficial on the conservative side for you to be paying attention to what's going on at the state level. That happens a lot. Like where I'm at in the particular portion of Texas, the liberal individuals out here have a better plan that works with what I'm concerned with. But there's no way I'm going liberal when it comes to the state level. I mean, this goofy stuff you see going on in Houston should tell you everything you need to know. So, like, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, people don't get engaged at the level that is relevant to them. They really get pressed on things that, for example, they don't understand the real role of the executive branch. And so they get so caught up on president. Go ahead.
I'm from Indiana. And as you know, we're a Republican state too. But what a lot of people don't realize about our Republicans, and yes, I am defending them. They're a lot more moderate than people think they are.
And that word moderate, right? Like that's
they're a lot more moderate than people think they are. They're more digestible.
But that's what I'm saying.
And this is on top of the fact. Let me finish. This is on top of the fact. Now, let me be fair. I'm not necessarily talking about the Democrats, maybe citywide level, but if they're on the state level, they operate. I kid you not. They all operate like wannabe Republicans. And the last 2 years, I just made a decision. I'm like, okay, why would I want to be with the? Why would I vote for the wannabe Republican when I can have the real Republican?
So that's what I'm saying.
You know, guys like Pete Buttigieg, they operate like wannabe Republicans. And slash, I'm sorry, slash wannabe Obama in butt plug place. Case, there's a reason we had that joke.
I'm gonna say to both of y'all, nameless, and I'm gonna say something to you. Both of y'all need to pick a side. Because as the brothers, see, I'm talking for them since they ain't up here. I'm talking for them since they pick a side. If you're gonna be with us, you gotta be against Blackistan and come to the better side.
That's not the better side. I'm sorry.
That is the narrative, though, and that's the issue.
That's what they push.
Being moderate, man. It's like they don't understand that if you don't have, and this is why I get extra frustrated because we already know that we are animated by intersectionalism. We've got a matriarchy.
Yep.
They have been co-opted by the left. That is a default, locked in, done. Like that pick is never changing. So here you are with this conflict of interest from the very get-go. You're stuck with choosing the matriarchy or white supremacy in a lot of instances. And then even if you're not stuck with white supremacy, you're stuck with essentially being ostracized by anybody you could potentially be working with. Because we won't take the initiative to aggregate and push an agenda the way Ice Cube pushed an agenda
on both sides
to get either side to listen and acquiesce to our demand, because parties are neutral entities. They are neutral. And when I say neutral, I mean they represent a concept. They're not this personified king. It's like people think they're choosing a king to rule over them. It's not what a democratic system is predicated on.
I keep trying to tell people, you need to look at the Republicans because, let's be honest, their voters are dying not only by COVID, but by fentanyl and other things. And sooner or later, they're not going to have a choice. They're going to have to come to us or another group.
Well, here's the issue. It goes back to that word moderate. Both sides are polarizing so much that anybody that was on the left, if they were remotely moderate, they've been forced out.
Yeah.
They got met with that ultimatum Sheed was talking about. Pick a side. You know, you going to have your son put this dress on, or you going to leave the party.
Yeah.
And that's the part I don't like. I don't like when
or you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
I don't like when that's being ignored. It's like, you know, like, okay, we want to ride with you, but you gotta, I mean, as far as pick, I would say this: if they gonna
See, he didn't pick a side.
all this stuff,
you cut out.
People don't
Yeah, you
understand.
cut out.
Intersectionality ruins families.
Yes, it
I
does.
always say that. It ruins families.
Art,
Because
you
it
and
makes
I
people
both know.
confused.
Art, you and I both know right now that's being pushed like the solution to the black community.
Yeah, intersectionality. Come on now.
It's the solution, and I'm surprised at who I'm hearing it from, but it's like I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised. It just shows me how deep the conditioning is.
And she was really pushed down a while ago. But I'm like, damn, you know, because you know, the more you talk against it, it just makes you sound like David Duke. And it's like,
in their eyes,
Gosu, let me clarify that. What I said was they're gonna have to make your son put on a dress, not necessarily you. And what I mean by that is and Art knows about this. If you've got the school counselors out here going, well, do you think you should be wearing a dress, little Johnny? And little Johnny don't really know. And he's like, I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and refer you to get these prescription drugs now. And if you as a parent disagree with that, they can still push that forward. If they're under the intention that they want to get a reassignment, there's nothing the parent. If one parent agrees to it, then there's nothing you can do to stop that. I think they had a situation here in Texas where I think were they divorced?
Who?
What? So they had it was the couple that had the son, and I think it was the mother.
Oh, Texas?
Yeah. Was it the mother that wanted to go ahead with that crap because the counselor suggested it and the father was against it and they did it anyway?
Yeah.
I seen that in Canada.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned
might have been
that
Texas.
Yeah, I think that was in Texas that happened. And yeah,
you know what I thought. You know, my mouth dropped when I found out who the judge was. I was like, hold on, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, that was
it's a black woman.
Yep. But that's what I'm talking about, fam. So, and just to clear up what Ghostu was asking,
and the so-called Christian, I was like, wait a minute, what?
But that came from her intersectionality training.
He said he needs a citation. Okay, let me find it for you.
Oh, yeah, so folks think we're making stuff up.
Yeah,
man.
What's your take on that?
Wild out here,
Houston.
What'd you say, family?
What's the case? I know you've heard about that case in Houston where that they found that boy a white boyfriend kicked him to death.
No, I heard a little bit about it. I didn't dig into it, fam. I've been busy. I've been busy with other things.
Okay,
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, it's an ugly story. It shows how low the godocracy's gone. This
said it's in Houston.
Gloria Williams.
Yeah,
she let her boyfriend kick her autistic son to death last November, and they didn't find the body till I think like October or something. And she was getting $2,000 a month, but her kids were starving.
Wow.
And that's just that's and I'm still not done. Apparently, her daughter is missing, and they need to go ask him about that too.
That's the story that Tia's son and BGS did on the kids that were left in that apartment by themselves.
Yep,
that one.
It says they got her in there.
I did a video on it. I'm gonna tell you now. Turn your headphones down.
Wow.
Because I'm just raging like this is unacceptable. we can't allow this. This is it's horrific. They when they found his body, roaches were eating his body. She forced his other siblings to live with his body. She didn't bury him.
So here's
They've
one
been living with a
citation.
decomposed body for a year. Go ahead.
Oh, he wants a citation for that instead of the dress.
Oh.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me. I had one for the dress. Okay. So he want the one for Texas, right? The one for the assignment, the trans assignment.
It looks like it. Hold on.
Assignment.
I don't think that case is concluded yet. I think it's still in court because they challenged it. I think it was the state that challenged it. Let me see.
Yeah, this is one time I'm on the Republican side. Do whatever the fuck you got to do to get that Democrat out.
And this was back then. This is only a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's about a year or two. I think it's about a year last year.
Says father says 7-year-old isn't. God dang, I hate these little ads.
Mm-hmm.
Let me try another one. God damn it.
Yeah, this is one time on the Republican side. I want them to do whatever they have to do to get that woman out. That's unacceptable too.
Let's see. Here we go. Texas parent battling court custody of a transgender child. So that's already done. Should we show them that one or the one where they fighting?
Show them both. I mean, it's good to have the conversation about it to know what's going on because it seems like people didn't know this was happening. But you know, this is, and if it's happening in Texas, I only got to say about a state like California.
Okay, let me go ahead and share this. Right there, that's a couple years back. But there was one about the mother wanting to, everybody knows that one. The mother wanting the child to have the
sex
change. And they side with the mother over the father. It says Texas.
I think the term they use is trans affirming. I think that's what they call that.
Okay, you can't say sex around kids.
Right.
Quote unquote. So
that's the other reason I didn't vote for Bob. Talking about 8-year-old should be able to decide his gender.
Right.
Okay, here it is. This is the one I think. It says Texas judge has given joint custody to two parents locked in a bitter dispute over the gender identity of their child in the case that has provoked wider debate over the appropriate age for gender transitions. So let me go ahead and send you this link, special delivery.
Mm-hmm.
This is your citation. Whatever you want to do with it, do as you will.
Yeah, they got a Senate bill trying to fight that back. There's one here on the Texas Tribune talking about it as well.
And Sister Shonda said, she said Williams didn't want, I think have custody over her daughter. Also, she had 3 different fathers for 5 children, and the child was killed. Father hadn't seen him since 2017.
Goes to that second link that's right underneath art is also a good citation for some of the actual legislation that's in place, trying to kind of give some pushback against some of the things we're talking about. So I think people should be aware that this stuff is going on because a lot of people don't know that these guidance counselors in schools and stuff like that are able to, well, yeah, they probably should, but they're able to have a lot of influence and power over encouraging the children to ask these questions. And, you know, if they get in the way in some states, you know, they treat that like you're hindering their psychological health, and you can get in trouble for that. Like if one of them, like if they start giving hormones to one of the kids, and let's say you're divorced, one of the parents wants the kids to go through it and the other doesn't, And then when it's your turn to have custody of the kid and you prevent them from getting their hormone treatments, you can get in trouble.
And I got a student right now that's actually, I think I had the conversation with her because, I'm like, did you do your transition yet, or when do you plan on doing it? I'm having this conversation with a 9th grade student.
Wow.
And she's already wearing. She's trying to wear. This is a female going to male. So she's up here sagging right now and trying to sit back like a Negro, like I'm in the cut. A Latina girl at this, and they put they put her male name next to her female name.
Oh boy.
But we gotta call her by her male name. And so, and I'm sitting there like kind of low key, like I said, do you have to sag? My whole thing is like I said with other people from there. If you're going to sell it to me, then why don't you pay bills and have a picket fence and have a family instead of trying to be Pookie and Ray Ray? Is that the only way you can show that you are a man, even though you're in a woman's body?
Well,
be a Pookie.
The same on the other side. The other side does the polar opposite. They bought themselves after the hoes.
They got to be a diva.
Yeah, or a diva.
So was your claim that they were trying to allow bottom surgery and socially transitioning into something different?
So here's where they changed the law at. I don't know if you linked this one, but here's a article that was covering what happened in court here in the Houston Chronicle. Basically, it's the gender affirming dynamic.
Oh boy.
They pretty much said you can't do it. But they were basing it off the case that happened in 2019 with that 7-year-old, because they were gonna go about trying to do that. But they broke down and said that, that's a form of child abuse if you do it, at least in the state of Texas.
Agreed.
And I agree with that, because what you're effectively doing is you're sterilizing these kids.
Mm-hmm. So isn't that like child abuse?
That's what we're saying. And I posted a link on that.
I agree with that statement. That it's child abuse.
Yeah. I'm only speaking for Texas. I don't know what it's like on the federal level, but I know in other locations they can get hormone treatments, and again, the term for it is, quote, gender affirming treatments or whatever. But
yeah, the puberty blocker is a old method,
right? But my whole point was this whole dynamic is something that a lot of people support. They're very strong about that. When this legislation was getting pushed in through Texas, they wanted to call it a civil rights abuse. They're out there protesting. And what I see is a lot of them going around basically trying to superimpose their ideas of how things should work on other people. Those kids are too young to have any kind of idea of anything that should be affecting them on a permanent level. But, you still got these parents that are out there doing it because they're following what they were taught in a lot of these intersectional universities, and they think they're helping their kids, and they're just setting them up for all kind of just ridiculousness we're going to see down the line.
Yeah.
What did little Boosie say? No, don't cut his thing off.
Lord have mercy. Yeah, that's a whole nother story too.
Oh,
don't cut his dick off, man. Don't cut his dick off, man. Oh, man.
But then the crazy part, like y'all talking about that's what's different. I heard the one in Canada where the mom was doing that with the daughter. She had already been taking the pills, the hormone pills and stuff. And the daughter wanted to have the surgery, and the dad was like, no. He was like, when you 18, by all means, you can do whatever you want, but that gives you enough time to, consider this being permanent. Because who knows, you get to a certain age, you be like, no, I don't want to do this no more.
Are you talking about this right here? I got a link for you from the Global News.
Yeah, I've talked to Charles. The transgender community has, well, I already said the word, has a high suicide rate.
Yeah, we know. I mean, point we're making here
and not
is
to mention domestic violence. That's another statistic they like to keep under wraps.
right, but the point I'm making with all of that is just simply that, you know, there's an obvious party affiliation with who co-signs on that.
Yeah.
And
Right.
I was making the comparison of, you know, it's like you may consider yourself being on the left with that, but then you got to be comfortable with the avenue being open for people like guidance counselors and, you know, maybe baby mothers and whatnot pushing for and co-signing on that line of effect for your son.
Well,
so even if he's not getting the snip, if they want to convince him that he should be wearing a dress for whatever reason, there's little you can do to stop that.
Mm-hmm.
They do that in schools now.
To be fair, the right can't necessarily talk either. They're still letting Herschel Walker run around with his son.
But you know the crazy part is this. I was talking to a coworker, and that's what made me start being more interested in a lot of stuff that they teaching in the schools with my kids. Because one of my coworkers, he real nice area in Miami, had his son going to a school where they was giving him books on a gay turtle.
Oh Lord.
And the crazy part was when he actually just sat there and read the book, because he just so happened to see the book on the table. He goes to look at the book and he's like, "What the fuck?" So he started reading it, and he calls the school and was like, "Hey man," his son was like, I think second or third grade. He was like, "Look, I'm cool with high school kids knowing about this. Middle school 50-50. But for an elementary child to know about this stuff and y'all pushing this to them, y'all just trying to basically give
Y'all
these
doing too
kids
much."
an ultimatum to
Right.
that it's friendly for it.
And then what happens at the end of class? They're going to talk to a counselor, and what do they start doing?
Yep.
Like they've got a situation here in Canada. They're showing how
And
this dude is going to jail, or they trying to get him to jail, because his daughter is biologically female, but the daughter identifies as non-conforming, and so because he called his daughter, he's getting locked up.
That's stupid.
This is Canada, by the way.
And actually, this goes into why Terry McCullough lost. I think that's one of the reasons they lost, because people, parents in Virginia see that crap, and he's gonna go over there talking about the school knows better than the parents. I was like, that was so dumb. That's one of the dumbest thing a politician can ever say in the middle of election season.
I'm just saying this is it's gotten. How do you stay moderate about something like that? Like that's my point.
I don't.
Like,
I'm
you're
on the right
forced
on.
out.
They forcing you on the right on this one.
Right. And that's all I'm saying. Like, and so you've got so many more.
I can go kiss my ass.
But I don't know. That's where I'm at with it all. I mean, I don't know how you stay moderate in this environment. Like for me, it's just been a bunch of really getting specific about what level of government I want to get involved at and what's going to pertain to me. Because there's no agenda for us right now, especially as Black men. And I really do co-sign on the Gray Faulkner initiative, for example. But we needed to see this when we were 7 years old.
Yeah.
You know, I think for a lot of us, it's too late. if you didn't grow up with that understanding, being able to recognize that we're part of
I
it.
would have had BGS in my 20s. Yeah, it would have saved me a lot of.
Well, that's the upside, though.
Heartache and pain.
That's the upside. You know, we've got a lot of this content on the internet now. Some folks are making their way here that are young enough to still reconsider their conditioning, and maybe that'll help. But I guess in the bigger picture, I'm looking at it like for a lot of us, we need a form of self-defense for a lot of the crap that's out there. And that's where I've been at with a lot of this stuff. It's why I delve into the social dominance order. I'm working on the sword forms. I get into the esoteric philosophy. I get into the Zen philosophy, things that give us tools to help us process the world around us, because our cultural lens pretty much has us in such a plantation mindset that I don't think we understand it. Like, I don't think we realize how used to we are to not being considered men. Just on a baseline level, even on a human level, there's still an overwhelming majority of us who believe respect has to be earned. That's completely insane.
Mm-hmm.
Respect is definitely something you can lose.
Yeah.
But you get that purely for being a human being. And, there's people that, they'll hear something like that and they think, oh, well, that's ludicrous, blah, blah, blah. No. That's just us being used to being treated like property out here.
Mm-hmm.
That's just, again, speaking to how far behind we are.
So you're spreading propaganda. You're not talking real. Nameless. It's respect. Respect is not given. Respect is earned. You have to lay the smack down. See, that's the problem with people nowadays. No respect.
You got to give them the people's elbow.
Yeah, man.
From the top rope, bro. You go
Yeah, I'm
respect
trying
my
to play that game,
authority.
especially when I'm dealing with somebody that's not going to listen to me anyway. I'm like, why the fuck would I? Why would I fuck would I show you something when you just gonna pretend I didn't do shit? I'm like, I ain't dealing with that. Go on somewhere.
I told you, man. Gotta pick a side. I mean, there's no other way. No other way. You have to pick a side.
Team Coke or Pepsi?
Yeah, man.
Whatever. I don't even
drink
drink
this
pop
water,
anymore.
man. But drink this water and be good.
Yeah, I don't drink pop no more.
See, now you're biased.
I might drink that.
Right.
I might drink that sparkle water, but I don't drink pop anymore. Pure pop anymore.
Yeah, man. When it comes down to it, it's just in our community, man. We have such a big fight because some want to be accepted. No, they can't be accepted because of their so-called ideology on us being who we are and why can't we change and be more like the other people that are, providers are doing good in the community. What do you mean?
You mean be that grass that's growing out the concrete?
Exactly. That rose coming from the concrete.
Right. Because that's how you grow crops, apparently. He throws some cement blocks on top of the field. Because that makes sense, right?
That's what I keep saying. I keep using that same narrative, man. They not black, they OJ. See, it's a difference, man.
I'm not black,
okay.
I'm OJ. Yeah.
Okay. That's funny. But yeah, I'm about to pull a Uru. Cause I definitely overstayed my time clock. I get up and hit this gym in the morning. I'm being a whole zombie.
I have to give credit to Black Yoda. He took. Oh man, earlier he's like, I was like, he's better. He's a better man than me. I could not take all that abuse that he was taking.
I must have missed it.
I would have cut that conversation like, nope. I would have been like, nope, I'm out.
I'll probably hit the playback tomorrow. I guess I missed the fireworks.
Yeah.
And here's the funny part: the Trump voters. Oh, it's so embarrassing.
Well, that's what I was making a distinction.
Mm-hmm.
There's some people that know how to deal as a conservative, and there's some people just claiming something and putting a whole different twist behind it.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird.
God bless America. Woo.
Yeah, but I'm upfront about it. I voted for Trump. Trump. I literally gave the Democratic Party my middle finger. I just like they were doing too much last year, and Trump lost. It is what it is. I'm not going to sit and cry about it, and I know I'm not going to stop Trump from saying he won the election.
What's really happening is they're disincentivizing men from even wanting to participate in the political process in general.
Oh, not just that. Did you see what BGS put on college?
No.
White men are starting to check out from college.
Oh, they've been observed that.
Yeah.
I think they talked about that in what's her name's book in the Richer Sex a long time ago. But I mean, that's just the end result. That's why I said that there's a disgendering of the general population happening.
Wrong in some areas.
Well, what I'm saying is there's a disgendering in general where, gender is being taken off the table overall, and it's starting with men. And all you're going to have left is just a bunch of people that are identifying with certain ideas. And it's going to lead to this nonsense you see now. But that's how you run a hive. There's pretty much no men in a hive. They're all female. And all
Yeah,
the
I'm
men that
said
are
drones.
there, they're all drones that are
Drones.
procreating with the queen. That's it.
Hmm. And don't misunderstand me, Art. There's certainly some to get in certain fields you need a degree, especially the medical field. I ain't gonna deal with no nurse or doctor that ain't got no degree. I ain't stupid.
Right, but everything else is going to end up being an algorithm or automated in general, or
Yeah,
both.
but tech, don't get me started on tech. I sometimes I laugh at people that got a degree in tech. I'm like, okay, that doesn't mean anything if you don't keep up with what's going on now. It doesn't mean anything really.
Yeah, because
Hey,
that's why I keep saying we don't push the degree part where it's needed. We just think that okay, we're gonna tap a plumber on the shoulder and say, "Hey, man, get a degree." Not
Yeah.
no pun on plumbers, but I'm just saying the common dude
Mm-hmm.
is not being tapped on the shoulder.
I think Dr. Phoenix said this on was it
I ain't seen him in a while.
TOP? I think it was TOP.
Mm-hmm.
Teapot.
Okay.
You need a network to
That's
produce
true.
those individuals. And that network comes from your culture. And that leads us
Mm-hmm.
back to square one again, where we talked about we're more goal oriented rather than system oriented. Doctors are produced in mass by systems. That culture is your system.
Mm-hmm.
Individuals may be able to achieve a goal, right? And that's what we get. We get doctors that are here and there, but they didn't come from a system. They didn't come from our system. And so they're
Yeah.
not going to be able to come back and procreate more of them. You understand what I'm saying? We
Mm-hmm.
create a lot of dead ends. It's that
Yeah.
concrete farm. That's what I'm gonna call it, a concrete farm. That's what we got. We got
Mm-hmm.
concrete farms because we see grass breaking rocks and we think that's normal. And
Mm-hmm.
you're not gonna be able to have the same crop yield as a proper farm. We don't have a proper network. You can ask anybody, and anybody that I know, including the fields I work in, I'm always the only person there. And if I'm not the only person there, I've got to deal with some kind
Only
of
black dude, huh?
gynocratic condition, and that's my direct opponent in opposition. Meanwhile,
Mm-hmm.
everybody else on a general level has some form of network to tap into. And so here we are. We got to be these perfect, just monoliths of whatever profession we do. And
Yeah.
if we make a single mistake, that's our job. Whereas everybody else, man, they can work a third of
Be
what we
lazy as
do
fuck.
and get over everything.
Mm-hmm.
AB, I know you work with them Asians, and I'm including Southeast Asia and India. Shonda, I know she works with the same demographic. They're everywhere. It's the same story. They have a network. Even if they may not be the immediate supervisor, they know somebody that's in a top branch. They know people
Mm-hmm.
that are in HR. They know people that got them set up with one position or another.
Yep.
They've got, if anything happens to them, there's layers in place to
Yeah.
protect them.
There's a safety net.
And for every one of them, there's like 4 or 5 more ready to replace them. For most of us, man, we're like, okay, one of like 2 or 3 people in our family that have the education to perform such and such position.
Mm-hmm.
And we're so bogged down, haven't gotten there in the first place. After we pay out our debt, after we do
Mm-hmm.
all of this, we don't have a network that's able to actually aggregate our power because most of our network is dependent on us. We're
Yeah.
generally the anchors.
You want to know why we switch from program to graphic design? Because I was hearing from white programmers. This is the white programmers. So it's bad for the black programmers. They uh they were half paying them for outdated for maintaining outdated software, and then they still got fired. I'm like, okay, like
And
this is not a field I want to be. And this is the white programmers.
and the crazy
It's 20 times worse for the black programmers to do that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, no, I'm not gonna work on some dude's white outdated software for
hey
20,
Nate,
30 years and they're gonna have pay me. No, that's
Go
not gonna
ahead,
happen.
she. Go ahead, she.
Go ahead,
no,
shit. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, and the crazy part is this, you have a culture of young people not wanting to take the mantle. Like you'll have a group of family, just in general, generations of graduating from the same college. And I think one of the guys on the panel one time was referring to a lady. She failed out of college, in which the whole family graduated. they had probably 3 generations all graduated from the same college. And this girl literally failed out. So, all went through, I guess, probably had the same career along those lines within the family. Everybody went to the same college, HBCU. And she failed out on the premise of, you got in on the curve easily because, she probably didn't have the grades, but because her family went there, she just got in on the curve, but couldn't cut the mustard. She wasn't, into school like that. So now she has to go get a regular job, and the whole family is looking at her crazy. And she's like, "So what? Everybody
Right.
don't go to college." But that's the whole thing where you break the chain. The list of back in the day, you had no choice to become a blacksmith because your dad was a blacksmith. Nowadays, same goes. If your dad was a blacksmith, I don't want to be a blacksmith. I'm a do crypto. Every kids want to reinvent the wheel now.
I think we're talking about something different now. Like what I'm speaking about as far as you need a system to produce a lot of that. People had the choice to go, okay, well, I don't want to do that. I want to do something else because there were already so many other people already in these positions that they're not serving as the anchor now. This is kind of what I'm talking about. Like when you've got a whole demographic of people who have mastered and are saturating a particular field. No one cares if a couple people fall off and do something totally different. That is a completely different context. But when you're in a position like us in the Black community, where the only thing we dominate is
Sports.
things that they're not practical to run a community off of, we got a problem. We got a big problem. And
that's an
it gets covered up because out of the concrete, here comes this dandelion. And they're like, well, you could do it. I mean, we're good. Like, no, we're not, because we don't corner any market. It's why I use the comparison of the millionaire versus 10 people that have $100,000. Those 10 people that have $100,000 are going to be able to outperform that one millionaire all day, every day.
Yep.
And I don't think we understand the importance of that. Like, it'd be better for us to literally sit down and own a bunch of chain restaurants than having a single doctor and thinking that, we don't need to worry about that because we got that one doctor. Like, we need to have a legion of doctors. But you don't get a legion of doctors using this idea of because one person made it without anyone's help that we're good. No, we needed to, as a group, pull together, create a system, and produce these doctors in mass like everybody else does.
Because he made it beating the odds versus being
streamlined into it.
Right. So that's the problem. And then after he beat the odds, he remembered the other people that discouraged him. And it's usually us.
And you ain't trying to pay back to that. Like, why would you? And then here you are resentful because the people that you want to help busy telling you, what you doing that for? You white. And then the jealousy.
Trying to be like the white man.
Right. And so, these immigrants don't have that coming over here.
No,
they got to be doctors because they don't got no damn choice. And I'm not against that. Because look at what they're going to get in the long run for. Even if some of their children squander their wealth, as a demographic, they're going to be okay.
And we would have more doctors to go to, and they know what exactly to do or prescribe to us because they've been there, done that.
Exactly.
You should see, like, you guys already know, we go to these non-Black doctors, they got to go through the African-American chart to figure out, okay, well, he's African-American. I don't know what to give him. Let me see. All this kind of bullshit.
Right. Yeah, my doctor's Ethiopian, so I dodged the bullet with that.
Oh, okay. Mine is Indian, and I just only, she likes giving drugs. So
Mine Indian too. Patel.
Mine before the Ethiopian dude was, but again, I've not even seen African American male doctor.
Right.
I've never seen one in a hospital anywhere, not in person. Maybe on TV.
I have.
I haven't.
I mean, I had
Down here in Atlanta.
female
Yeah,
doctor.
but Atlanta, right? But I just haven't. It's that frequent enough for me to think about it. Like, if you think about the small percentage that the Asian population makes, to find so many in these positions is the point I'm making. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. And I don't think they sad in their positions either. Like people try to make it out.
No.
Man, he was miserable getting that degree. I'm like, yeah, he got 3 clinics.
Right. Right.
You know, that's why I was saying we're the only ones that have this problem. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna just be bold about it. We're the only ones. I mean, even Samoans, they encourage each other on the professional end.
Oh, I can give you a prime example. Wrestling.
Yeah, they get into all this stuff, man. I'm like, and the thing is, hell, think about this, y'all. If I have a medical office written only in Chinese, how much business am I getting? I'm still getting a lot. That means I don't need anybody else but them.
And then on top of that, you're getting the infrastructure back from your home country because you can send those dollar bills back, which is going to flip harder. Like, there's no comparison, man. You need a system to compete with other systems. And we don't have a system. Not in our demographic. We don't have a system. And the closest thing to a system we do have is intersectional feminism. And it's working for certain people if you're willing to acquiesce to one of those identities, which means 1, being alphabetized, and 2, being willing to sip the I'm gonna call it the purple juice. You know what I'm saying? And get on this color purple nonsense and cosign. That's who's winning right now. Case in point, those judges out there in Houston. I think they got an all black female judicial court out there. You know what I'm saying? Certain areas of Atlanta, Chicago, California.
Yeah, I feel bad.
I mean,
for Phil.
they're all coming out of the same intersectionalist circles, and it's married to the left. So
all my life I had to fight.
Oh Lord.
There you go.
I
love Harpo, but I'll kill him dead before I let him beat me.
But the crazy part, me and my cousin, we talked about this, and they always harp on that, about Harpo getting beat. But they talk about Seeley being all this and letting Mister treat her like this, but they never talked about how Oprah character stood up for herself and supposed to be this strong woman. And even though she had to go into the situation where she was, working for that guy for all those years, she stood up for herself.
He beat
Yeah.
the brakes off of her.
Yeah, but she knocked that dude out though.
And she was never the same.
Exactly.
And they're laughing to herself, and but the thing is, we're gonna blame Harpo when she was at her strongest.
But wasn't the husband? Didn't he? Wasn't he still there?
Independent.
Wasn't the husband still there though?
He was still there.
And they always talk about what, like the black man, we don't do nothing, we don't support. See, they always leave out those little trinket stuff because it makes them look good. See, that's the whole point of the movie. They throw in a little good and a little bad, but you have to be wise to look at that. See, like me and my cousin, we were just talking about little stuff, and we just started talking about that, and even I think me and Gold Pete, we had a conversation about this, and like I was telling them, I said, they harp on how Mister and Harpo was, and far as certain things that were good in the picture, but even in this space, we always point out, like when it comes to certain people, far as the women, I'm gonna say the women and the guys that they look tingly side, they want to always point out the bad side. And then you have the dudes that I always call the sister brothers that stick up for the women with all due, and they can't do nothing wrong, and the woman is a god, ho tap, ho tap, ho tap. But
Hey,
I'm
that
like,
picture, Kali. That's your boy with the serpent on his head.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's your boy. But I had to bounce.
All
Fam,
right now.
always good chopping it up with y'all.
Yep.
I'll see y'all on these streets. Have a good night.
All right, fam. You're not in Dallas anymore, huh?
No, I am. I've been trying not to talk about it. You be reminding me.
Oh.
I missed that. But yeah, fam, in Dallas. Goddamn.
I'm still here, fam.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you were in Canada.
Oh man, I ain't with that. I go to Alaska before I go to Canada.
Oh
Oh,
wow.
okay.
I've been to
Alaska's still a
Canada.
red state.
Canada.
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 Canada in the community.
In the community. But I'm out, fam. Y'all have a good night.
I try to keep these highbrow, you know. I try. But yeah, this is where we at, y'all.
If you're almost at 12 hours, Art.
Say it again.
You're almost at 12 hours.
Yeah, I'm just multitask. I just said, man, just might as well just let it flow. Every now and then I get these long ones where people come in and out.
I know
think
PK was like, Art, you need to control your panel. I'm like, he's a teacher. He's a teacher. He's used to this.
Yeah, because I noticed, I only brought one dude down because he was like trying to overtalk me. I was like, dude, come on. But it's just a bad look where you got to discipline grown men.
Yeah.
I never did like this, like when people do that or even do that myself.
Kept,
I tried.
What's the name out of the conversation? He would just made it worse. You're right. He would have just made it worse. Bless his heart.
Oh, truth. Yeah, he would have. And then they would have.
I was like, son, stay off the panel. You don't need to be in. Yeah, you need to stay out of this.
But that would have been bad because then they would have been like, see, this is the type of what we talking about right here. Guys like him, and that made it even worse, So
I probably would have I'd rather have Hammer.
Oh wow.
At least because they about the same age, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hammer would go a little bit more, practical. He'll study a little bit. Hell, they both from Nigeria, huh? They both got Nigerian backgrounds. That's crazy. I wonder if they should even do a panel together.
Yeah, but it's crazy that a lot of guys who don't really know much want to speak on everything. That's my biggest thing, And with him,
I'm surprised you didn't do your line. I'm sorry that you.
Yeah.
I was like, because
it was. We was actually on some serious stuff, and when it came down to it, I was about to do it a couple of times because a lot of those guys, they were it wasn't even passion, it was emotion. Like that's why I always tell guys I do that because
I hate to say it, but guilt, shame, and the need to be right. Like mama, they think like they mama.
Not worse than that, man. Those guys, man. Like they was like
You're right. It is worse. Sometimes I'd rather talk to a strag.
Most of the time, man, I just picture them guys in a bad place because honestly, if you start looking at a lot of guys underrooted, reasons for them acting or so-called talking or being in a space like this, to a certain degree, points out their issues. It's a lot of issues of being accepted for one. And then two, we have to go with narratives because they follow the trends. A lot of these guys in that space over there, they're convinced that they're different. I've talked to honestly, I've talked to guys and they feel special. That's the whole reason. It's like a special feeling, and then they get motivated to kind of set themselves different. Because I would always say my grandparents and them, they would always tell me, there's two different kind of black people in this world, and they say along the lines of, people that got class and don't got class, but then you never really hear about the ones that want to be white and the ones that just are black and they know they black and there's no other, no other option. You just black, so you got to deal with your blackness and work through it. If you're not accepted, still deal with your blackness. But then you got those ones that are a little uppity, especially from like the little small towns outside. I've noticed that a lot. Alabama has guys outside of Atlanta. Those little small country towns, man, if they get a little money, they feel way more human than the black people that are struggling, or not even just struggling, but have a little money getting by. They, hey man, man, I worked so hard for this, man. I had to get out the hood, man, and then I had to, black people, man, they just don't want to. They just want to survive, man. They don't want to do no better for themselves. See, and it comes to a point, man. I had to make myself better, put myself through school. Had to, the women weren't choosing me. I had to go get me a lady from the nail shop. I had to go get one of them ladies that helped me with my homework. She was there for me. And then when you ask them, they say, well, why do you choose the women that's not in your community? Well, honestly, those women, they had my back and they were there more than other. I mean, if you're around, it's like if I'm around a whole bunch of black women, of course they're gonna, that actually appeal to you and like you. They're gonna always, treat you a certain way. Same thing with the other races of women. If you're around them more, and they're gonna appeal to the dude that they like and wanna, be more nicer to them to be chose. I mean, that's self-explanatory. Just like the guy earlier was talking about, he go out his way to deal with the other race of people. Well, of course, you're gonna marry a girl in that race or in that group because you're always around them.
Well, this is the part, and I think that's probably why I'm frowned upon the most, even though I have, some level of respect, but I think I'm still frowned upon because of what I keep pushing. And matter of fact, it's kind of my job is to push brothers in general to really get to the highest of high of where they want to go. And the thing is, right now, if we can see things on paper, whether that pretty much gives you the more sure bucks and the power is being a lawyer, doctor, engineer, any of these things, right? It's like where's the hunger is not there, but yet you want the power over your woman. And then on top of that, it's like, okay, well, since I just want to be a garbage man or whatever, no pun intended on garbage men, they make good money. But if I just want to do that, I kind of know that the chick I'm going to get is going to double my income. It's like they conceded to that.
Yeah.
But some people are saying that no, they're just facing the music. But like Sister Shonda said, when she mentioned about her mother making more than her father, but her mother knew her place, knew her lane, it still worked out. But you already know he who has the money rule the world, and that kind of slipped in our homes. Since the 80s maybe,
Probably
80s and
70s.
90s. And so when we have that kind of mindset, the only way that you're going to get out of this, the young guys that are listening, is power. Is power, because you already, and the thing I do give a lot of credence for Truth. He said he gave his, even though he settled for 50-50, he gave it a time limit. He was being very realistic because he kind of knew if it's 50-50, I may be able to have a good 5 years, but after that, who knows? He's being honest. And that's what's going on with a lot of these young dudes. And it's not just black. We're talking about Hispanic, Asian, all over. So what happens is this. If you do the whole 50-50 thing, or the woman making more money and all this kind of stuff, if she has a family mindset, you may have a chance. But if she's like, I got mine, you get yours,
yeah,
good luck.
Run.
Good luck.
Run.
Remember the Bobby Brown movie? Did y'all see that?
Nah, I never.
Dude, y'all got to see the Bobby Brown movie. There's like at least about 4 or 5 parts. I know Bloodsport had to see the and Shonda. She kept throwing the fact that she make more money than him in his face. I make more money than you, so you don't have to tell me blah blah blah. I mean, it was a lot of that shit.
Wow,
And he just
Whitney.
looked, and he just fanned her and looked the other way. I was like, shit. I mean, that's my whole thing. Is
You
like,
talking about Whitney?
yeah, Whitney Houston. Yeah, Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
Because
Wow.
yeah, she was worth way more money than him.
Yep.
Yeah, everybody
Even
thought
dead
Bobby
right
Brown
now.
was the bad one, but when it came out, when the facts really came out, like, oh shit, he wasn't the bad one at all.
So she was putting him in his place, even though he was the what she call him, the king of R&B or some BS.
Mm-hmm.
So
she
and
acted
then
like he was the king. She should have acted like the king when he got out of jail. She jumped on him like,
and then look at Will Smith and Jada. Remember,
Lord
she
have
put
mercy.
all his shit. Matter of fact, the kid or the daughter is in on it.
Yeah,
On the
but
disrespect.
you know, a lot of that stuff derives from, you know, publicity of him bringing out that book and
Mm-hmm.
him, you know, having that movie. Because the last movie he did that didn't do too good was I Am Legend. Even though a lot of people talk about it as decent, like
Yeah, it's a good movie.
yeah, but the point of it was it didn't do good at the box office because there was no buzz behind him, and I think that was when he was just coming back, you know, after a little hiatus.
Mm-hmm.
And now the buzz about this and the whole thing about him not saying anything and being so passive, it makes people feel sorry for him.
And
So,
I mean, that's a Hollywood
Gemini Man
relationship.
was a good movie too. Go ahead. I'm
hmm
sorry.
That's the thing. You know, I always have to really look at that before I can compare their stuff with us.
yeah,
You know, they got some
Mm-hmm.
freaky shit going on between them.
yeah, they open about it. See, the thing is, Will never got caught what he did.
Mm-hmm.
She got caught. See,
Yep.
remember she had referred to that yeah, you did this, and he was like, yeah, but I never got caught. This is on you, whatever to that degree. See,
Mm-hmm.
Will is already known for doing all these celebrities do that crap. But the point of it is they never open up.
Mm-hmm.
What's Cat Williams? I always talk about Professor Ogilvy at this spot with the like they do all that stuff, but
Yeah.
it's not known because they have these little private parties. You're not supposed
Mm-hmm.
what they say about Vegas. You never talk about Vegas. Whatever goes
Whatever
in
happens in
Vegas,
Vegas stays in Vegas.
But those
and that's
parties that Cat Williams are talking about, that's your interview.
mm-hmm.
Mr.
Mm.
Ogilvy, even though he was in some compromising positions, that was his interview.
Exactly.
People don't understand that. You don't just walk in and so they got that shit in the movies where it make it look like you're in an audition and you reading something
Mm-hmm.
and say, okay, you got the part. No, you get the part at the parties.
Yep.
That's why it's so easy to do the whole Me Too thing.
Yeah, I heard. I told you about that rumor I heard about Mr. Cooper.
Oh, what happened to Mr. Cooper?
No, well, Valdez was talking about it. This dude that you know when they were auditioning for that part, you had to do a certain sex act to actually get that part, and the dude wouldn't do it. So he said whoever whoever that got the Mr. Cooper part did that sex act to get it.
Hmm? How? And the show is called Hanging with Mr. Cooper. So who was it? What was it gonna be called?
Oh well, I don't know. Shit.
See, that's how rumors get started, man. That whole thing, that guy, for one, he's a funny comedian. Two, he's been doing this thing for a long time. Now, not discounting that he probably did something, but the whole point, you know, that's when the start of comedians getting their TV shows on a big thing. You know,
Mm,
that was before or around the same time Martin, all these other comedians were, you know, getting their own TV shows.
yeah,
Cedric got one, and you know, that was a big
Steve
thing for
Harvey.
comedians because it was good for publicity to have somebody that was funny, and you can write scripts for them every week and make the audience. So I don't know about that
Plus,
story.
plus comedy. I mean, you know, all over the years. Hell, the
Hmm.
Dick Van Dyke Show, shit.
Yep,
I mean, all the comedians always, um,
that's big
you know,
sellers.
so yeah, they're the big seller, especially. And then when you start getting into the black comedians, I mean, they have to really give a shout out to Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
You
Exactly.
know,
Yep.
he was one of the comedians slash actors that
Richard
really
Pryor.
made it. Yeah, to send a message that black comedians and actors can make lots of money for your network.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he did that. You know what I'm saying? But people shit on him.
Yeah.
You know, because what
And
if he didn't do it? Then what?
Oh
yep.
boy.
Yeah,
Look what a
we
different
would have went
world did.
down.
And look
We
what a
would have went
different
down
world
here.
did for for HBCUs everywhere and probably college in general.
Yep.
We'll be stuck with hanging with Mr. Well, not hanging with Mr. Cool. We'll be stuck with
Good times.
Good times, I guess. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll be stuck with.
Uh-oh. They got him. You there, Art?
Can you hear
Probably
me?
connection.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
you
can hear you
good
now.
now.
I said we'll be stuck with Jimmy Walker. He would be our Bill Cosby.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
gosh. Dynamite!
He would say, "Hey, can you act like Jimmy Walker? Give
On
me
the
a
black
dynamite.
side.
Yeah, give me a dynamite."
Oh boy.
Man, when I found out they trademarked his saying that where he can't even say it, I was like, ah,
Yeah,
took it from him.
same different world. You know how what's that chick's name? The one that says Dwayne. I can't think of her name right now. Her name's
Jasmine Guy.
Jasmine Guy.
Jasmine
She
Guy.
can't say that. Jasmine Guy can't say that's been trademarked too. I'm like, Lord.
Yeah.
Really?
My brother's dad, he used to be her security guard.
Really?
Yeah, he said she real nice. He's always talk about her. He's like he met her. He's like, man, that lady is just real professional, real nice, courteous to all the guys she deal with, and everything.
Yeah, she's hit the wall since then, unfortunately, but still.
I don't care.
Yeah,
She
smoked too
still
many
gonna
damn
be.
cigarettes.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
well. Probably dealing with Hollywood. I can give her a pass for that.
I don't think her skin can even breathe.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
This student just told me to
She's
get
dealing
him a
with
little.
Hollywood, so I'll give her a pass for that.
Wow. Yeah, I'm like, man.
Yeah, Prince looking good, Art.
You said Prince?
Mm-hmm.
That's not Prince.
Oh shit! Oh damn!
God
Hey man,
damn.
it's all good. You think it's Prince, huh? Oh,
That's definitely a lady.
Oh wow.
man, don't worry about it, man. This is way before your time.
Yeah.
She died. I think she died in what, 87? Or no, but she died in the 90s. My bad. I think she died like 94, 95. I
Oh yeah.
forgot.
Okay, I see it now. Okay, I just took a glance at
You just seen the feathers and you went there, didn't you?
it.
The fluffy neck.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see when I'm curious now. She had quite a story, man. She died a cougar.
Mm.
She was on drugs and kept seducing young men,
Oh.
and she had a weight problem. So let me see.
I
Her
don't
name
know who
is
that
Phyllis
is.
Hyman.
Phyllis Simon.
She
Yeah, I
had
never
she had
heard
a
of
hell
her.
of a. She died in 95. I was right. Okay, cool. Yeah, she was probably one of the greats as far as singing and Broadway acting and modeling. She was multi-talented,
Mm-hmm.
but you know what happens when Clive Davis hooks up with you?
Oh wow.
Something happens to you when you were Clive Davis, but even though something happened to you, it always looks like it's all your fault.
Wow, she was my mom's age, and she was tall as hell too. Six.
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah, she was
Yeah,
tall.
she's 6 feet. Tall glass of water right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, them lips, man. I'm like, woo.
Yeah.
I see now.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
one of BGS's favorites.
Nice little body.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I guess when I do another auction, I probably do one in December before Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me to save this one for him.
I can see why.
But she had the best voice, one of the best voice ranges, man. Diaphragm, just the whole
Mm-hmm.
man. She redid a remake of Bet You by Golly Wow. Deep. Kind of sad. My favorite from her is Living All Alone. That is
Mm.
the shit. It's it's kind of jazz. It sounds like something you'll hear on Miami Vice. you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I mean, but
Hey, Art, I'm
get
about to
the
cut out. I'll catch you. I'll catch you later. Have a good night.
All right, Big Al. Appreciate you. Go ahead,
yeah,
Bush.
yeah. But getting back to those guys, man, it's an identity crisis, man. And then they kind of put the whole narrative that we bad because we can't pick a side, and that's what it's all about.
Oh, the
You know,
political guys.
yeah. You know, even in the whole aspect of their argument, they couldn't even, you know, appeal to their human side for a child. I mean, come on. And then when it came down to it, the boy, pretty much, if he gets off, they gonna have their little singing dance, do their little 1,000 videos, and but the point of it is, if it was the opposite, if that was not even, let's go with the black and white thing, but not even really. If that was your child, do you think your child would get a fair trial or a fair chance, just like this young man is getting? They
Hell
got so
no.
much love. They got so much love for him, but let's reverse the roles if this was your child.
Yeah, because I
You know.
guess the guy. That's why I'm like, okay, if somebody was trying to take your gun and you were tussling or whatever, I mean, something's gonna happen where you pull the trigger to get the person off of you.
Hmm.
The thing is your intent to kill or protect yourself? So that's the part
Exactly.
where I kept trying to like let him know, like, I mean, I wouldn't try to kill a dude, but I try to protect myself. But he
Yeah.
kept yelling it. I was like, damn, what's the yelling shit about?
Yeah. But it's a dominant thing because that's I don't want to say they females, but to a point when you get into an argument with a female, and she really wants to prove her point, she raises her voice. She
Yeah.
yells to raise her voice to be more dominant over you. And I heard a lot of that tonight. AL was trying to get on the guy about that, but that was his whole thing. The new guy, um, I forgot his name. Basically, his whole thing was just to come in with his narrative. I mean, I know Hood conservative. I know what Hood do. I've heard of Trey. I've been on the panels. Like I've been on a panel, but I've heard panels with Trey been over there on SKC. I'm always over there on SKC because sometimes he come with good narratives, but the whole thing is him pushing something, and he got his followers. You know, and some people, and like I say, when it comes down to it, I hear a lot of bull crap from both sides. The so-called conservative, the conspiracy, all this stuff, and they be saying some of the craziest of things. But the point of it is, you're around a group of guys that's not going to contest what you're saying to be true or false because you guys supposed to have the same mindset. Even when I be on panels and I hear guys say something funny, to a certain degree, I won't say anything to hear what everybody on the panel has to say before I even step in, or I just might even don't say anything just to see how long it's gonna ride. And I'm like, dang, I really shouldn't be over here because they really do think that this is okay and this is acceptable. Nah, it's not. It's not real. Like, dude, you're happy that this guy went and killed the guy. You know, like I said, Shonda was right. The guy served his time. That's how I looked at it. Now, I don't condone what he did, right? Because hey, in jail he probably got handed to him several times of, whatever he did. But the point is still don't make it right what he did. I'm just saying before you knew what this guy did, you wouldn't be judging him the way you judging him now. If
See,
this
that's the
guy was,
hole.
yep,
That's the hole that they have. Is okay. How did they know? Did Cal know that the dude was a degenerate rapist?
mm-hmm.
He didn't know. And did these guys know each other? I don't think so. And if they didn't know each other, why they were taking turns going after him? The
Yep.
only explanation is that they were trying to get to a dangerous person to try to be a hero to take the gun out of his hand. But at the same time, you had one guy. I'm going by the story, talking about I'm going to kill you and shoot me inward. Okay, so you can. I mean, my whole thing, man, is I just think it's unrealistic to make it look like a few people are walking around with handguns in a protest, and then people just minding their business. I think people panic when they see people walking around with guns, and they don't have no badges, or any kind of uniform. They just walking around and poking at people and making, trying to intimidate people with guns.
Yeah.
We're gonna ignore that part.
Yeah, even that big argument about him. Yeah, man, this guy walked up with his gun out, and Kyle did this. Of course, if I see somebody with a gun bigger than mine, I'm gonna hold my gun in my hand to get the advantage. That's the thing.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and fight about it, but hell, we got our own brains and we ain't stupid and it ain't. I know one thing. I didn't raise my voice one time.
Yeah.
So when people keep talking about that's why I'm like, man, you calling people emotional, because that's the thing. Almost everybody that came up here screaming were calling people emotional.
Mm. And even with me, a lot of times when they were talking, I just said, all I'm gonna do is finish my statement. I never yelled at the guys. I said, look, this is what I'm talking about right here. Or let me just say this. Every time someone talked, what I did, I hit yell back, let him finish. I would even say most of the time, hey guys, let him finish. Hey guys, let this guy finish his thoughts. Let it. I mean, I be on channels where it's so like just just flat out. If you come in with that type of energy on certain channels, you know, you're not even getting a voice in because you're getting dropped. You know, what's the name? I'm not even gonna say the name, but basically he always say on his panel, don't disrespect anybody on the panel. If anybody comes at anybody, you're getting dropped.
Oh, that's
And
probably
then
thought.
yeah, but other guys too. Then if you come at people throwing epithets, just talking junk, slander, you getting 300 seconds in the back. And then if you keep doing it, you're just gonna get dropped. No other questions because as men, you got to know how to talk to men and behave. There's no need for you to sit here and say, "Oh, you a female, you a girl, or you this and you that." Like I shouldn't have to talk to a man like that if you supposedly a man instead of a male.
And
Go.
and I have to give Hood Conservative a lot of credit because he didn't really throw a lot of shots.
He always do that. He
He didn't do it today.
No, but I'm saying he always tried to stick to the topic. Every once in a
Right.
while, he'll get out of the side, but he always come in to where even if you argue him down, he tries to stay on topic to where you can't come at him with like, "Oh man, you yelling or you acting like this." The other guys he with, they need to
Yeah,
take some notes.
it was three people that were really throwing shots, and one was wilding out to where they was throwing it at everybody, and I was like,
Hmm.
wait a minute, and now people were wondering, okay, throwing shots. One example is, well, you guys don't read, or you guys don't do this, you guys are dumb, or those are throwing shots, and it's like, just because a person disagrees with you, you throwing shots. I mean, that's the part where I'm like, that's unnecessary. Make your point without throwing shots, and then even if you win, put it this way: won't you win your point without throwing shots? And I think you get way more respect, even though y'all be disagreed upon. When you throwing shots, that's why I had to sit back. Like Dr. Huru was the only one that understood what I was doing. I was like, wait a minute, okay, you claim that you're trying to be respectful as far as your tone, but you still throwing shots. So AL had to eat them. He had to chew on them a little bit. That's like, and then people put in the chat, well, why does he got it? And I was like, they don't even understand what's going on.
Yeah, but and it goes back to the whole bigger picture. When it come down to it, they come over here to interrupt, start some type of chaos, and that's it. Because other than that, I always say that about the people who supposedly divest in the SYSB community. So for the women that are always yelling divest, why are you on the panel talking about black dudes? You don't even like them. Don't talk about them. Same thing with the dudes who SYSBM, and that's not even really what it's for. But the new standard is date foreign women. That's what SYSBM is. I'm like, okay, cool, that's you. Why are you still talking about black women? You don't like them. You're not gonna date them. You're not gonna deal with them. Just go ahead and make panels on how to get chicks overseas, and that's it. I mean, my thing is this: if I'm just gonna make it simple. If I don't like peanut butter and jelly, why am I gonna make videos constantly talking about how bad peanut butter and jelly is, the taste, the texture? You know, I went to a family member's house, and these some young guys, man. So went over their house, spent the night doing a job, and they were talking about, yeah, we ain't got nothing but cereal in here. I was like, cereal? Like, I'm not no damn teenager or something. I ain't no cereal for dinner. And like, make you eat cereal anytime. I'm like, look, man, y'all ain't got no food in this house. I'm like, everything closed. I gotta drive to a Waffle House or something because I'm grown. I don't eat cereal. I'm like, no times a day. I don't even eat cereal. Like my kids, one of my kids eats cereal because he eats like a child. The other one, I always tell him, that's not real food. So he eats like one of my sons. If I cook for him, I mean, I gotta literally cook some grits or something or some that no, I'll eat some sausage, hash browns, pancakes because he like eating food. That's the whole point. When it comes down to most of these guys, they want to beat around the bush with a lot of this little small, minute stuff to kind of push an issue and see what sticks. That's why I told you when they was pushing that. So what do you define as black? What is black? They just want to throw something to the wall and hopefully it'll stick. I got him in the corner. He see if he say this, I'm gonna say that. If he don't say this, then I'm gonna say that. Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, to a point, it gets old, man. A lot of these guys. You talking art? Yeah, like I said, to a point, it gets old, man. For a lot of these guys, man, it's an identity thing, man, and it's cool. Like you're not accepted, and things are not right, things are not going right. Cool, man. Just focus on you. That's how I look at it. If you don't want to deal with the women, just don't deal with them. Just focus on you, build yourself to be better, and that's it. You know, I don't understand this whole notion of guys keep going at, man, people act this way, and the community's this and black this and black that. All right, cool.
Yeah, I'm back, man. Had
Yeah.
these noisy ass neighbors, man.
Oh, I know you be talking about that dog over there. But yeah,
Yeah.
but it's like why deal with them, man? Like if I'm focused on building a so-called better community that's not black, but we're the smart, intelligent side. Just build that and do your thing over there. Like the whole thing of guys, they want to come over to the space where guys are talking about issues that helping black people and want to talk about, oh, you black people are never do. We already know what they're doing. They're trying. For me, I would always say that two things. They're either trying to recruit guys to come over there and follow their narrative, or two, I mean, just in general, just to disrupt the whole thing. If guys over here it's like, to a degree with certain women. Man, why y'all over there having fun? I keep, I don't know, I keep referring to the women, but I'm not doing it on purpose. But I'm just saying, man, when it comes down to it, pick a struggle, man. If personally, if I was in their predicament, my thing with my channel would be just strictly on so-called, like they say, the politics, so-called, like they say, on building their type of community, because it ain't the black community, it's their type of community.
Right.
I would call it the OJ 2.0 because it's their community, and then just focus on that. Like I said, telling guys, hey man, uh you better, so get your education and do blah blah blah, and there you go. Because even what you was just talking about earlier, that's my biggest thing that I try to tell guys. It's not a high value thing to go out here and get money, because either way it go, you're gonna be single or you're gonna be married. You still need money to provide for yourself or to provide for your family. I always talk about Alonzo Hall because I tell people at the end of the day, you need life insurance. Whether you die single, you have to get buried. Someone has to take care of your arrangements. If you're married, you have to take care of your arrangement, but also leave something for your family. You know, Before I got married, I had life insurance. My thing of it was, if it came down to it, I actually was give my life insurance to one of my friend's son, because like my cousins, they kind of suck. It was only one of my little cousins on my from my uncle that she might have got it, but my friend's son, I was around him all the time. So I said, well, that might be one of the kids that I'm gonna actually give my life insurance to before I got married. When I got married, I was like, I got kids. They get that. Wife, I got wife. She gets all that now
Right.
you know. And like I said, I pushed my thing on trying to get $1 million life insurance policy. It's not because, oh, I'm a quote unquote leave money for the woman and not leave for the boys, nothing, all this. Because, the woman, they the controllers. Nah, it's not all that, man. I'm providing generational wealth for my family. And it since I'm looking at trying to get $1 million, in life insurance. And I already know I can get that through the universal life that I already have, but I want it strictly on paper because I don't want it just by growth. I already know over time with the index, universal index I have that million dollars growth, but I want it just on paper. The other mill, I could take that and split it even more. You know, my thing is the kids are gonna get a certain amount, my wife is getting a certain amount, and they got strict instructions to buy properties, invest, and to do things that benefit them, you know. And the standard is, I know they're going to be doing it because, first of all, I'm going to be pounding that into them before I die. So if anything goes wrong or anything happens, they already know, hey, he always talked about this. I'm going to do this for my family, because honestly speaking, you'll have guys sit there talk about DMX or their family, like, yeah, DMX didn't leave hardly nothing for his kids and stuff like that. I'm like, but we want to focus on DMX, the guy with the drug habit, but what about his wife and family that knew he had this habit and was spending money and getting bad deals
They
and
sure were.
contracts? Like, where was the family? They knew he was on drugs. The wife should have been there, like, hey, he a crackhead. Y'all need to give me a contract stating that XYZ or he's not re signing or he's not doing these albums.
And it goes back to the whole, like all the way back to Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
If he was clean, would he have so much prolific material?
Yep.
That would be the question.
And
You
that
know,
that was his thing. You know, the drugs enhance the creativity. But the point of it is, that's where we going back to the whole aspect. If you had somebody on your team, basically, okay, we're gonna get into a woman, cool. If we're gonna say a man, far as being a manager, there you go. If you have somebody in your corner, spite your habits and everything else, because to a degree, you got to meet. I always keep saying this. You got to meet people where they are.
right?
So if you're a crackhead, I can't just get you off of crack by saying, "Hey man, we're gonna put you in rehab." Man, no. If I don't want to stop, I'm not gonna stop. Now, the point of it is, if I meet you where you are and I work with you, talk with you, get you, convince you to say, well, this is a better option to stop doing drugs, or let's say lessen the drug. Let's do less of the drug first. Then, after being less on the drug, let's go ahead and try to slowly get off it permanently. And that's how most people, typically do it. Same thing with people that like to eat. You know, they don't just go cold turkey at one point. It takes time. Everything takes time. Everybody wants to go from A to Z or A to P and in between. You know, that's why I always tell my biggest thing when I hear guys, people always talk about religion. Faith without work is dead. That's the number one motto. If you put more effort into faith instead of the work, nothing's gonna happen. You know, and there's so many people, like I said, they want to make it to P without going through everything from A to P. That's the issue we keep having with all the people in the space, all the people, just throughout that don't even. I talk to guys all the time, and the first thing I might say something about Kevin Samuels. Everybody damn near and their mama know about Kevin Samuels, but then when you talk about the issues that Kevin talks about in other people, they like, yeah, man, you right. Yeah, these women act like this. And the women be like, yeah, I can't, yeah, you right. I can't find a good man. But what are you doing to change this whole thing to get a better outcome? Well, I'm leaving the God hands. Okay, okay,
I belong to Jesus. Jesus
yeah,
is my husband.
yep. Faith without work is dead. All right, stay over there in your lonely pillow and hug that pillow and hit that little button and zzz all night because that's it. That's all you're gonna have. When it come down to it, I just be sitting there like, dang, like we lost, man, because nobody wants to put in the work. And that's even with a lot of those guys that were just sitting on the panel talking crazy. Like, okay, what are you doing to build your side of the community over there? Besides, getting on black people. Man, these black people don't want to do this. Like I said, stop focusing on us and our behavior. Focus on your so-called sector in which y'all have, y'all community over there. Like I said, I go on a lot of channels and I see these guys over there. They do the same thing. They go to all these other channels, talk narratives, and then when they on their own spaces, they might push it a little bit, but they always come out the whole thing, like you said, issues within the black community. Behavior, behavior, behavior. Cool. You could talk about the behavior all day, But the guys in your area, or what are y'all doing to better yourself to be the more dominant race or the better race? Because if we want to go through, you have guys that it's like a fight club, rule of fight club. Never talk about fight club, but you inducting guys that really ain't about certain things that you're about. They just like the aspect that y'all talk about. Well, we get money over here, but the new guy don't got money.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. That's what I hope they took what I said in consideration. And
yeah,
trying to come up with, at least work on some panels where you take race off and get more into real stuff, because obviously conservatives they just can't talk about race, because they're going to always try to be the antiphasizer of what how it works. And while they're doing that, it's not going to get anywhere but just people having blood pressure and throwing threats and shots at each other. It it's not there for them to talk about race. And the only thing that we can get out of it is that they must have a white friend or somebody that's a white Republican that's loving all of this. So they got to put him. I mean, that's the only thing that we can get out of it. I'm trying not to really put that out there like, oh, they just going to be selling out. But that's the only thing that we can get out of it.
but I mean, Art, what other angle we can go from this? I mean, when it comes down to it, a lot of those guys, when they speak as if they're not black. Y'all people.
You
I don't
niggas
associate myself with them like others. Like, I mean,
and they
by the
probably just as
wording.
broke as anyone else.
Yep.
I can't dictate what's going on in their bank account, but for people that sit there and hop on panels doesn't indicate that you're making a lot of money. Like if you just hop on panels and harass and you doing it like damn near 24/7, I just don't see. I don't see it. Maybe other
Yeah.
people can, but I don't.
Yeah. I got a friend who's in IT, and my friend literally in IT, he's got a government contracts and all that. This guy, I do a lot of business with him. You know, I actually did like two business with him. Investing, we do a lot of investing together. He actually put me onto a lot of investment tips because of the market he's in. That was the guy that got me in that crypto mining. You know, this guy's certified security clearance, and I had low level security clearance that I was going to go overseas with, but this guy high level security clearance, everything. And when it comes down to it, when I always tell him, I was like, man, I need you to I'm going to actually interview him. But I was telling him to get over in this space and just talk and help guys. And he was like, look, I don't have time. I sent him probably one video and he heard some guys talking. He said, look, I don't have time to deal with that stupid stuff. He said, man, I don't understand why you're over there. And when I told him, I said, I'm trying to make a difference, in my aspect of really why I be on panels. Like I tell people, I'm trying to get them to understand that there's married guys that are in this space that have, made it work and do this and do that. Got he show you like, look, this what happens. You married